Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtebe TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, the whole awaited Kamkunji rally took place today with the arrival of Baba from South Africa with the information he was holding back from us. Now it is bare. One of it is that in totality, we reject the presidential election result as announced by Iebc. We don't recognize William Ruto as Kenya's bona fide democratically elected president. The Kenya Kwanza government is illegitimate. Those are the words of Azimio party leader Raila Odinga. He says now the resist of a punitive tax regime should start forthwith. Thank you so much for making time to join us as we continue with the discussion tonight. We invite your input from wherever you are. Let the whole world know we are live now and ready to dive deep into the discourse of what transpired today from the airport all the way to Kamkunji and the resolutions in Kamkunji, and then what is the way forward from here after. Thank you so much, all of you that are joining us. Please, if you get through, make sure that you invite somebody so that we all flow together into understanding where we are coming from and where we are going. We are live on Mtebe TV official page on Facebook, Mtebe TV YouTube channel, and Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel, the channel that we are building up, which I trust you're finding important and necessary as you flow with whatever that goes on there. Well, we invite those who have yet to subscribe to do so, even as we continue with the show. So karibu sana, karibisha wawili watatu, tukamakinike pamoja tunapochambua siasa zetu. Naamini kwamba uko ngangari na ulikuwa umetegea kipindi hiki. Samahani tulikuwa tukuje mjana lakini mambo haikuingiana. We needed to have both the live feed and then the live discussion, but our combination refused to tick, and so we had to put off the live discussion and do the live feed first. Thereafter, we can have the discussion. So karibu sana, karibisha wawili watatu. Usitazame kipindi hiki peke yako. Baba amekohoa, inchi lazima ichague itakwenda vipi, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuvumilia uovu siku zote. Hatuwezi kustahimili inaitwa nini, udikteta na uimla katika kizazi hiki. Lazima mtu asimame aisabike katika masuala haya ambayo yana kuhujimiana, kuna kudanganyana, kuna kuibiana. Sasa mpaka lini? Welcome everybody, let's get talking. Thank you so much. It is that time again that we all look into our politics and what should be expected of us. And to start us off, let's look at the Kamkunji resolutions as we warm up and you join into the discourse from wherever you are. Thank you so much. Let's get down to business. Don't watch alone. You commit a crime if you are watching all alone. Make sure you invite somebody to join into the discourse. It is that important. All right, so let's get to hear what Baba said.
Here is our client call. Here is our client call. One, first, we as Azimio reject the 2022 election result totally. We cannot and will not recognize the Kenya Kwanza regime, and we consider the Kenya Kwanza government illegitimate. Two, we don't recognize Mr. William Ruto as the president of Kenya. We don't recognize him, and we equally don't recognize any officials in office with him. 3, we demand that the entire infrastructure and the records of the 2022 elections at the Iebc be made public and be audited by an impartial body. A forensic audit of the Iebc results and servers is non-negotiable. 4, we demand that any attempts to reconstitute Iebc single-handedly by Mr. Ruto forthwith, so that Kenyans themselves can reconstitute the body after full and fair deliberations. 5, we reject the empty promises made and being made by the older regime. Instead, we call on Kenyans to reject the punitive order policies that are making life unbearable. Order is resorting to these policies because it was not ready and did not get any mandate to govern. 6, in particular, we call on Kenyans to resist and demand the removal of the punitive taxes that have led to punitive costs of basic products and services, including unga, milk, sugar, school books, fuel, electricity, bus fare, paraffin, and school fees. From today, we call on every Kenyan buying tokens to take a very close look at the and see how much your money actually goes into tokens, how much goes to taxes, and how long are we going to live like this? 7, we demand that the Kenya Kwanza government resigns, as it has neither the mandate nor the ability to govern the country. 8, we ask our people to say no to the older regime. This regime and its unfortunate and unfair policies must be resisted, and the resistance starts today. Dear Kenyans,
haya mambo ni kama hayo. Baba amekohoa, anasema hatambui urais wa William Ruto wala serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, kwa sababu uchaguzi wao unatokana na matokeo ambayo hayafai kulingana na uchunguzi ambao umefanywa. Sasa hiyo inaleta nini? Vuta ni kuvute katikati ya Azimio na Kenya Kwanza. Sasa tutajua mbivu na mbichi muda usiokuwa mrefu. Kwa hivyo tafadhali tumakinike pamoja tunapoendelea na kipindi cha leo. Tuangazie masuala haya kwa kina. Kipi ambacho kinapaswa kufanyika katika mambo kama haya? Kwa sababu huku nako kuna majibu ambayo William Ruto amepeana, ambayo nitacheza hivi karibuni, lakini kama kawaida bado anachezea akili za Wakenya akijaribu kujustify masuala ya Chebukati. Wanasema sava ifunguliwe, anasema poto imefunguliwa. Sasa sijui anafikiria Wakenya wote ni wajinga na hakuna tofauti kati ya poto na sava, ama anaona tu kila mmoja hapa atafuata kwa sababu yeye ndio kichwa cha kufikiria, alafu wengine wafuate vile anavyofikiria. Naamini kwamba wakati umefika mbivu na mbichi kajulikane, kwa sababu Wakenya hawezi kubeba wajinga siku zote. Asante kila mmoja, tumia hii link, ingia studio tukajadili masuala haya. Wewe unaonaje mambo haya? Na wewe unaona Mbarika imevunjika, sasa kutakuwaje? Haya, karibu tafadhali, tukamakinike pamoja. I'm still getting ready with this. Okay, it will soon be here. All right. Here we go. Let's get the response from William Ruto. From what transpired. Okay. He's playing lightly.
Ya ndugu zetu. Mimi vile vile nataka niwaambie ya kwamba wale jamaa wa system, kwa sababu wamechanganyikiwa, wamekwama, wamerudi katika ile maneno tena ya maandamano. Ile system yao na deep state yao haikuwasaidia. Nimesikia wakisema ati wanataka sava ifunguliwe. Sijui wanaishi nchi gani. Chebukati na Iebc walifungua sava zamani. Form 34A kutoka every polling station iko kwa portal. Form 34P iko kwa portal. Form 34C iko kwa portal. Hii sava wanasema kuuliza ifunguliwe ni sava gani? Unajua hawa watu wamezoea giza na ukora. Sijui kulikuwa na giza, kulikuwa na... Saa hizi tumemulika kila mahali, wamekosa mahali ya kujificha. Ndio hawa wanasema ya kwamba sijui hawatambui nani. Sasa mimi nataka niwaulize hawa marafiki zetu. My friends, si hata mbadilishe tactic kidogo. Sasa ile ya zamani mnaendelea tu naye. Ile ya zamani mlisema ati Moi hakushinda, Moi akakuwa rais. Mkasema Kibaki hakushinda, Kibaki akakuwa rais. Mkasema Uhuru hakushinda, Uhuru akakuwa rais. Sasa mtawezana na hii ya hasla kweli? Kwa sababu unajua hawa watu hakuna kitu wanataka. Hii ni watu wanapanga tu mambo ya nusu mkate, sijui wanatafuta handshake. Mimi nataka niwaambie mapema mchana. My friends, sahau mambo ya handshake. Na msituambie ya kwamba ati hamutaki handshake. We can see you, si tunawajua. Hii ukora yenu ya kila siku tunajua. Mlifanya ukora pale, Moi akawaweka kwa ile ilikuwa inaitwa sijui ilikuwa inaitwa cooperation. Mkalete fujo hapo na maandamano kidogo, mkapata nusu mkate kwa Mheshimiwa Kibaki. Mkakuja mkalete ukora hapa na maandamano kidogo, mkaweka vitisho kwa Uhuru Kenyatta, akapanga handshake. Sasa mnafikiri mnaweza kunipangia mimi ati maandamano? Ati mupate chochote kutoka kwangu? You are dreaming. Na mimi nataka niwaambie, hawa watu wamezoea vibaya. Kwa sababu hii ukora yote wanafanya, hii njama yote wanafanya, hii maandamano yote wanafanya, hawafanyi kwa manufaa ya mwananchi. Wanafanya kwa manufaa ya ubinafsi wao, familia zao, biashara zao na wao wenyewe. Mimi nataka niwaambie my friends, hiyo barabara haipitiki tena. Mimi the concession I'm going to make ni kwamba kila mwananchi wa Kenya, irrespective of how they voted, the government of Kenya is going to serve them. But the government of Kenya is not going to be blackmailed to serve the interests of a few people, their families, and their businesses. That will not happen. We are going to serve the people of Kenya. Hatuwezi kukubali ati nyinyi watu kidogo mnapanga maandamano hapo, mnaitwa nusu mkate, sijui nini, pesa, what? Hiyo msahau kabisa, na msahau. Hiyo haiwezekani. Na mtafute mtu mwingine ya kutisha. Tafuteni mwingine. Sio mimi. I will not agree. Mimi nimechaguliwa na wananchi wa Kenya mchana. Nyinyi mlikuwa na system, mlikuwa na deep state, mlikuwa na serikali, tukawashinda. So, please, pangeni kazi ingine. Pangeni kazi. Endelea na hiyo. Mtukosoe, muongee ile ingine, hiyo ni
wameitisha mimi ati hiyo jamani, watu ambao wanapenda mambo ya kufanya maandamano, ati wanataka handshake, sijui nini. Nasema hapa leo, sitaki mambo ya handshake. Nakuta kuna handshake hapa. Pili, naibu wake ama sio naitwa sijui nani anasema, anamwambia bosi yake atamwachia mimi Raila, mimi nitadili na yeye. Kila mara anaitisha ati yeye ni mtoto wa Maumau, ni mtoto wa Maumau. Kwanza nataka kuambia yeye alikuwa hajazaliwa. Yule ambaye alitetea Maumau na kutoa Maumau kwa jela ni Jaramogi Oginga Odinga.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We appreciate you. Let's keep going. I want to salute everybody who is coming into the studio as we start out the conversation. The Azmio team has made the declaration. They don't recognize the result announced by Jepukati, especially those for the presidency, and therefore they don't recognize the presidency of William Ruto nor the Kenya Kwanza government. That is their stand. The president's response, President Ruto's response, looks like he's playing down everything that has been spoken, and he says yeye hatishiki. Sasa hii itakwenda vipi? Ningependa tuangalie kwa kina alafu tuamue. Thank you. Tutaanza na nini? My own sister Pamela, how are you? Long time. And unmute, you're still okay. Yes.
Hi Bernard, I'm good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Good to see you.
I'm good. Rhoda, hi. Cheka, hi. It has been long. I'm always watching new people. Venye nimekuwa na mambo mingi, but today I've said ni join live, at least I say hi. And I get to say thank you to Mtembei people for standing with me also. Yes. Naona mada ya leo, nilikuwa nimewatch story ya baba, how things were. And well, Bernard, it has been hard. Maisha imekuwa ngumu Kenya. It's very hard. To an extent, I think venye Raila anasema this government We should not notify it. But let us see how things will be. Hata sina mambo mengi. I've just come to say hi to you people.
Okay, thank you. And we appreciate your company.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Sister Rhoda, vipi? Naona umetusimamia yeye ndio ipi? Sister Rhoda, watusomea rosari nini? Okay, inaonekana neti ya Rhoda iko na delay. Tumsikilize Chaka kwanza. Chaka vipi?
Safi sana Benade.
Kamkunji oye.
Oye. Wa? Acha tu. Hapo ni msalimie dadangu Pamela, siku nyingi sana hapo. Alafu pia vile vile dadangu Roda na mama yetu hapo wa nguvu Kenyan Obiama. Mimi hata sina mengi Benade kwanza ni.
I need to talk, right?
Sawa, naweza kupata tu nafasi zani dadangu Roda, usiwe na wasiwasi. Endelea tu, wacha nikupe nafasi. Unajua wazungu wenyewe wanasema au wazungu na wasomi, ladies first, so you can even proceed on. Mimi hata sina shida.
You can continue.
Sister Rhoda, go ahead. Your network seems to have a problem. What is it?
Okay. Can I talk now? Okay. Hi, guys, everyone. I was just somebody right there. I'm praying. Yes, I was praying. Yeah, today I want to talk when I'm speaking. Even everybody can see me. But, today I was so excited for the Baba to go to Kamukunji ground. That's where they are. And, I feel pity for him because amedanganywa kura zake from 2007, when we have a problem, and then when Kibaki, and then Kofi Annan came and bring them together with the 2-2. So that was very good, positive, because they bring them together, and then he gave power to the prime minister. And then when we go to the Moi Kibaki, it had been terrible, And then 2000 walikuwa namwiba kura, yani I was really sad for him. Wanamwiba kura kila siku. Kwani Wakenya, we don't like a Luo community. We not like them, Baba, to be the president. Can you imagine they have been stealing for his vote? And from 2007, he have never get chance. He will die until he will never be the president. We need to feel sad as a Kenyans. Why we cannot fight for Baba to be the president? He have been fighting for a democracy. He have been standing with the truth. Is a man need to be respected. He always anapenda all community. He doesn't have a discriminations. He's kind. He's honest. He care. Kenyans together our community. We fight for the Baba that this time he need to tupatiwe buzi yake, apatiwe what he need, because all those years they have been stealing his vote. So this time as a Kenya we start together. We see that we want buzi yake. We want everything he have done for us, because we know he have been fighting for our country. He have been started with the democracy. This is time as a Kenyans we need to stand together and we say enough is enough. I was expecting Kenya's people to do demonstrations. That's what I was against. I was expecting to go to Nairobi. Okay, I know people, they have problem with some problem with money. I know people, they they're not stable. I know that, but we need to fight for each other. Tunamfightia kwa sababu yeye amefanya mambo mingi sana, amefanya demo katiba ile tuko nao saa hii. Alituambia leo, mimi siko najua Hoki na Ruto hako nataka hiyo katiba. Fight our katiba, so is a man need to be respected and all Kenyans need to value him. Sasa tumfightie, tuendelee hivyo. Na leo alikuwa na energy na nikaona he is very strong opposition, na waendelee na hiyo spirit. Hiyo opposition wako high, waendelee nayo kabisa. Kwa sababu hawa Kenya kwanza ni wote Kenya kwanza kwisha. They don't care. They think that Kenya ni yao. Kama Gachagua anafikiri Kenya ni yake. By the way, I'm so proud with the Odinga, he was a Mau Mau. So the way Kasewa used to say he's a Mau Mau son, to take Gachagua, Odinga, he was the son of the Mau. So don't use that name again. Now we know the truth. So let us keep fighting for the Baba. He will never go grave. Kama ajapata hiyo pusi. It's not easy. We cannot leave it like that. Even if we have problem, we cannot. Huyu mzee amefightia Kenya yetu sana. Kutoka siku ya Matiba akaekwa jela na Nyayo. Kanima Nyayo alituambia leo. Na bado hajapata buzi yake. Amewekwa siku ya Makwi na Matiba walikuwa napewa matia gas na Nyayo. Huyo mzee huo he need to be respected. Ni kama nini Matiba, ni kama ule former president rate wa South Africa vile alipigana kaida jela. Imagine Raila ameenda kwa jela. The way ameenda kwa jela, we need to stand with him. Tusitiki hiyo buzi yenda hivyo. Hata tukiwa tuko na mashida gani tuko nayo kwa nyumbani ni chakula problem, tusiendelee hiyo buzi yenda hivi. Kwa sababu baba watu wamempigia kura, inachukuliwa na watu wengine na wanakuja na wanatutesa sisi wa Kenya. Na wanachukua community moja. Kama leo nimeona huko Findel ya Moses Kuria, Gachagua tu ni kuingilia jamii nyingine. Yani he doesn't care about what God have given us gift. Alikuwa anaingilia wazee wamepata gift ya kuiba. So instead of waendelee na kuiba hiyo gift wamepatiwa na Mungu, anawaambia ati watoto wapatiwe kazi na Ruto, na wengine hata wajamaliza high school, hata ajui the background, hawajui. Kenya yetu imeharibika sana. We need a people who yani mtu yule ako very open minded, si watu ovyo kama Gachagua ati wewe nini ati siku hiyo mliko ati siku ya kampeni ya Uhuru mlikuwa mnaambia about deep state. Yes, Uhuru Kenyatta is a deep state. Even now I believe he's a deep state. He was the first president's son. I believe Uhuru Kenyatta is a deep state, and I will always believe it. And still, if they have not taken the Kenyatta family property, Uhuru Kenyatta, he comes from the deep state family. He comes from the first president's son who was fighting for a colonized. I'm proud with Uhuru Kenyatta, and I believe he's a deep state. Even now, I believe he's the way Gachagua anatumia hiyo, Uhuru is a deep state. Hata huyo Ruto alikuwa deep state akiwa serikali ya Uhuru, kwa sababu akona maproperty mingi, akona huko Eldoret, akona nyumba Karen, akona hotel. Alikuwa deep state. Si ni huyo na Raila Odinga anakuwa deep state, akona mabiashara yake nini, alikuwa naenda US. Rector alikuwa naenda UK, ni mtu that life, that's what I'm fighting. Ile life
sawa sister Rhoda.
Anakaa, that's what your business achieve.
Thank you Rhoda. Asante kwa utangulizi huo. Leo umekuwa mhubiri kamili. Lakini tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Nashukuru kila Mkenya na wote ambao mnajiunga nasi katika kipindi leo. Naamini kwamba kuna mambo mazuri yanakuja kulingana na dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Baba ashakohoa, msimamo ushafanya nini? Kauli ishakatwa. Chaka ameenda, yeye ndo Mswahili hapa. Kauli ishakatwa, basi mwenye mbuzi arudishiwe, wezi wafungwe. That is the stand, and that will never change until justice is served. So whether it takes 2 weeks, it takes 6 months, wezi lazima wafungwe, mwenye mbuzi apewe mbuzi. Hawa kina Cheriot wana defend wizi na utapeli. Wote ni wezi. Mtu yeyote anayetetea wezi ni mwizi. Yes, ndio hivyo. So kama unapenda Kenya na unataka kusimamia na Kenya, unasimama na Wakenya na unasimama kwa haki na ukweli, sio kwenda kufunika mambo, kuibia watu, kufanya watu wakuwa wajinga. Wakongwe walitoka mpaka hospitali kwenda kupiga foleni kwenda kupiga kura, alafu mna set aside their votes and go and cook things to go and announce and give us a president that we never voted for. The purpose of democracy is that the numbers should decide, not Chebukati and his cronies. Huo ndio msimamo. So kama unaona unapenda sana wizi, kuna party ya wizi, unaweza join na uende kwa page yao mkafanyie huko wizi. Hapa tunasimamia ukweli na tunataka Kenya ambayo ni ya watoto wetu na watoto wetu. Kenya ambayo ina usawa. Sio Kenya ambayo mnaibia na alafu mnaenda kujipanguza huku mkijificha makanisani tumebeba Biblia. Let me not lose it very early like that. Thank you, everybody. Let's keep going. The subscription on Sound Candid Talk is picking up very well. Please, I want that channel to get to 1,000 subscribers. That's the only impediment for that channel to be monetized. Because we have already surpassed the 4,000 hours. The only thing we need is the remaining 500 or so, 600 or something. No, is it 400? Tushafika 590. So katika kipindi hiki peke yake tupate hiyo ingine imesalia, tujaze tumalize hiyo ni channel ijisimamia, isitegemee nyingine. Thank you so much. So let's keep moving. Tumsikilize Kenyan Obiamo. Obioma. Hiyo sasa tena ni kali. Unajua hii Kenya kuniliko basi nimesarenda.
Hi, everybody. Rhoda, Wangira, public participation, Baba President, Kevin Oduor, Christopher Kidega. Everybody looks shining, and today we should shine, and we continue shining. Kenya is new, and it's gonna be new, and livable. Baba is like he had gone to South Africa to rejuvenate. He sound very, very strong, and I'm happy for him. I was happy even to hear what words was coming out of his mouth. And I'm trying to think how Ruto is trying to put like Raila who said first that I don't want handshake, Raila. And then he is going to, to fight it that we are not ready for handshake. Let me tell Ruto, even me, I would not shake hand with a con man and a thief. Nobody wants that. And Kenya is going to be led by people who are resilient, people who are clean, people who are honest, people who have never stolen election, people who are ready to help all Kenyans in equal measure. We have seen this and we understand it very, very correctly that Baba is the only figure who can do that. And Kenya doesn't need any other movement. The movement we have started today is that one that is going to install good things for Kenyans. People, wherever they are in Kenya, sit and listen to these words from this Baba, because Baba is not looking for himself. He is looking for you who have been left out, people who are suffering right now. And in fact, his plan was to develop and give Kenyans life and give Kenyans freedom. And it's not freedom to steal. It's not freedom to kill. It's not freedom to do evil things. He was giving people freedom to live in your country, doing the right thing which you feel you can do. He has promised many things, and those things was to come. He was not talking from parables. He was talking things that he really want to do. And we can believe that due to what he has stood for since then. He has been strong for Kenya. He is the Mandela in our country. He even talked about Africa in general, that we should not accept this kind of stealing, and Africa, we should stop doing this kind of a thing, because we deteriorate people who have chosen the right person lives. So what I'm talking today about, Ruto, stop asking for handshake. You are the one initiating. Baba has no interest with your hand. Keep it, because we are coming for you. We don't want to see this kind of behavior in our country. These elected officials who we don't think that they were elected, all of them, UDA, that one shocked me and made me sick. That everywhere was UDA. This was a big scam in our country. And that is what we should stand for. We should stand looking for those people, seriously, how they were elected. And then we can move. For the big guy, we want to have good time in our country. We want our country back. And that is how I would end my talk to now, but I'm still here. And when he was talking about deep state, Ruto, don't confuse Kenyans. You are in the deep state from the beginning up to the end. You know how they operate, and you are among them. So don't lie to us. Deep state was you. You are one of them. Don't lie to us. Let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mami. We appreciate that, and we are on the flowing on the same lane, ensuring that we achieve what must be achieved. Christopher has put something in here. He says, Bernard, I wish the peoples would have marched to State House to restore Baba. That's it, period. We are headed there. We are still building up momentum. After Jacaranda, itakuwa Buhungu. From Buhungu, si unajua kule mambo inaamulianga. Swearing in tuliamulia tukiwa, the final rally was in Homa Bay. Nafikiria this one will be in Tononoka. When the whole country is ready, we move in. This other, no, when you're illegitimate, you're illegitimate. It doesn't matter. You can't be a president without the law. And if the law is not defending you, we will not allow that to take place. If you get elected fraudulently, you are in office fraudulently, you need to be gotten out by all means. Frogs are never discussed when they are kicked from the house. You use broom, you use stick, you use cloth, anything you can use to get rid of frog from your house. Why? Because frog is not legitimate in your house. Maybe it's not the best example, but it has served the point. Mtaendelea kunisamea wale ambao mnanyongwa na hiyo maneno, lakini ukweli ni kwamba nataka haki kwa kila Mkenya. Nataka nchi ambayo watoto wangu wataishi kwa raha, starehe, na uhuru wa kwenda sehemu yoyote ya kukombea kitu chochote, and then they know they can get it because the ground is leveled. Not this business of calling Chebukati aside, giving him results that you have imagined. Of all things. Yani wesi hurumia tu wamama wakongwe. Mkongojo hivyo wamejikunja, wameenda kupiga foleni, kupiga kura. And then you overturn all that because of some money. Hey, God have mercy. Now, hii lineup imechanganya, lakini wacha nijaribu. Tuende kwa Chaga, tukitoka kwa Chaga ni Kevin, alafu Wangira ndio Christopher ama nani? Whichever. Chaga, mbio tuende.
Sana ndugu yangu Bernard na wale wote ndugu zangu ambao wako katika hii panel, ndugu yangu Wangira, unaona, dadangu hapo, brother Kelvin, Christopher. Leo tu ni furaha kubwa Maana nafikiri tangia juzi tunalizungumzia hili hapa kwamba na imani baba akija hana maneno, atakuwa na neno. Nadhani dua hii Mungu kashaipokea, na bila shaka dalili yake tumeiona. Na vile vile nikazungumzia hapa kwamba baba akija azungumze, tusikie kweli hakika kazungumza. Nadhani hilo limetimilika mbele za Wakenya. Na kilichonifurahisha zaidi, mimi na dadangu hapo Roda tulikuwa hapo kwenye comment section hapo tukishambuliana na baadhi ya watu hapo. Nadhani tukakutana hapo kwa comment section haswa na dadangu Roda hapo. But kile kimenifurahisha zaidi ni jinsi alivyomjibu Gachagua na masuala ya mtoto wa Maumau. Hilo jibu mimi kwangu lilipa faraja ya moyo na kunitengenezea siku yangu kuwa ya furaha na kuimaliza hakika katika hali ya furaha tena isiyokuwa na kifani. Yaani furaha mithili ya kibogoyo aliota meno, kwamba sawasawa nakubaliana wewe ni mtoto wa Maumau, lakini kumbuka huyo Maumau laiti kama si Jaramogi hangetoka huko jela. Ndani hiyo lilikuwa shahidi, lilikuwa jibu safi kabisa, jibu ambalo lilinikosha moyo wangu, yaani kuregesha baka kabisa enzi za 60 huko katika historia yetu ya Kenya. Kile ambacho mzee babake mzee mzee Jaramogi kwa heshima iliyoweza kumtunuku Kenyatta na wale ambao walikuwa wamefungwa kule, kwamba ndio mmenipa uongozi but sitaweza kutawala kisawasawa. Kama ndugu yangu hapo hata roho ya utu, hiyo ndio ilikuwa roho. Sahau ni nini mbaya na network yangu leo da.
Sawan, itabidi urekebishe. You need to
sawa. I'll get back to you.
Chima alafu tarejea. Asante. Bwana Kevin, ingia tafadhali.
Mmepata?
Yes, wapatikana, endelea. Namna gani lakini?
Niko salama, labda wewe?
Tuko poa.
Okay, nashukuru sana kwanza Bernard kwa kazi nzuri ambayo unafanya. At least tunapata hii fursa ya kushare versions zetu venye inchi kuko. Unajua sisi ndio wenye inchi. Tunajua ni wapi shida iko na ni wapi nafaa irekebishwe. Okay, kianza kwanza, leo nimeona baba Raila amerudi kutoka South Africa akiwa yule baba wa 1990s huko, I think 1992. Sio vile ambavyo the likes of Rigathi na Ruto wamekuwa wakimfikiria. Unajua tangu baba kuje washikane mkono na Uhuru 2018 hao watu walikuja wakadhani kwamba baba ameisha, nguvu zake zimeisha na wanaweza mfanyia lolote lile ambalo wanaweza taka wakamfanyia. But then going by what I saw today, the rest of Kalonzo, Raila, Eugene Wamalwa, I can surely tell you that we should be ready for a new regime, and if it will be that Ruto, Rigathi watakuwa kwa serikali, then they should be ready na wakuwe wamejitayarisha kuipata ngumu zaidi. Itakuwa ngumu zaidi juu sasa saizi I think whatever Raila will be offering will be more than opposition. Itakuwa ni kitu kingine tofauti. Hii government itaikuwa on check 101%. So akijaribu kujificha, I think hawatakuwa na hiyo room ya kujificha. Then the other thing, ningetaka tu kuongelelea hiyo story ya Rigathi leo akiwa huko Gatundu kwa hiyo church. Nilimsikiza venye aliongea, and you can surely tell kwamba zile tu ni kelele za chura. Washawekwa kwa kona ile ambayo sasa hawezi wakajiondoa. Na the only option yenye wako nao sasa, unajua kama mwanaume hata ukifinywa kiasi gani, lazima utajitokeza tu pale nje uambie watu kwamba bado niko sawa, I'm still okay. You can even read from the faces. Watu wamefinywa, hawana any other option than to still instill false hopes kwa watu kwamba sisi bado ndio serikali, Kenya tuliwaambia bado tutatimiza. Achaneni na Raila, yeye apige kelele zake huko. Then Raila, not knowing kwamba Raila si Raila tu ati mwenye alizaliwa jana ama amezaliwa leo. Raila amekuwa kwa hii serikali tangu hizo enzi za Moi. He knows what button to press, na akipress lazima utaongea. Akikupress hivi, akikusukuma hivi, utaenda hivyo. So I think Raila is also very bright. Amekuja na another strategy maybe ya kuhakikisha kwamba he has destabilized this government. Wafanye whatever they are planning to do. Like kuna hizo reforms zenye Ruto ameanza kuleta kwa Iebc na nini. It is true kwamba Raila has the people. Raila akona watu. Na sasa sisi tuseme kama sasa sisi wananchi tujitokeze tuseme kesho tunajaza Nairobi. It will be very hard for him. Na he will have to give in to whatever demands Raila anataka. I'm very happy. Nilisikia venye Raila alisema kwamba mimi staki stories za handshake. Raila anapigania wananchi. Akisema uchumi uko mbaya. Saizi unga watu wananunua unga sijui karibu 230. Sisi watu wa Kisiagi sasa, wewe uende kwa Kisiagi utake labda uchukue mfuko moja ama mbili uongeze pale. Things have turned out to be very very tough. And nikiona Raila amerudi akiongea akisema hataki mambo na handshake venye Rigathi na Ruto walikuwa wanafikiria, yeye amekuja kuendeleza ile kazi yenye amekuwa akifanyia watu kwa hizo miaka zote. Kazi gani? Kuhakikisha kwamba each and every citizen anaenjoy freedom yake. Na hiyo freedom haikujangi tu hivyo hivyo. Freedom inakuja kwa watu kujitokeza kupiga kura, na hivyo ndio watu walifanya. Watu walijitokeza wengi wakapiga kura, na hiyo freedom yetu ndio hatutaki itoke kutoka kwetu. So but I think hata tukiwa hapa pia tunatoka maeneo mbalimbali. Like me saizi niko Kiambu, but I hail from Migori. It is true kwamba watu walijitokeza for the very first time even from the mountain walijitokeza wakapigia baba kura. But what happened? It is only Chebukati na Ruto, and walikuwa wanadanganya kwamba watu wanasema wako system, wako nini, yet is the person who had the system. I think Uhuru sio mtu mwenye alikuwa amezaliwa na mambo ya ukora. He wanted everything iende clean and clear. Na uliona kwamba he was very sure kwamba huyu Raila hata sipoibiwa ama hata sipofanyiwa nini, he will beat this man hands down. And you saw what happened. So I'm very sure even the information that Kioni is now coming out with, hiyo ndio ukweli. The turnout in Mount Kenya was pathetic, and for the very few number of people who came out to vote, they voted Baba. Only a few individuals ndo walivote this regime. Sasa mimi ninge urge tu sisi kama wananchi, watu wa Kenya, tukikubaliana na hii regime iende ituongoze. They said it is 100 days. 100 days ndio hizo zimepita. Saa hizi Ruto alisema acha tu tukieke Biblia chini, sasa nitadili na watu. Kumbe watu wenye alifaa deal na hao ni kutoa wale wezi wenye walimsaidia kukampeni na nini, au ndo anatoa pale, kesi zao zinarushwa huko na nini na nini. So these guys, we've seen the 100 days are the litmus test for these people. They have not delivered at
So,
all.
Bwana Kevin, conclude. You have 3 minutes. You have taken karibu
Okay.
kumi.
Okay, so let me conclude by saying that we as Kenyans and those who turned out to vote for Baba, I really urge you that we should join Baba in this fight for democracy and freedom. And the second, is it the second or the third liberation? Because if we fail to do so, then hata generation yetu kukuja wataumia zaidi. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. We appreciate that good observation and a good lookout. The system should be led to function, not to be manipulated to serve individual interest at the expense of national interest. There is a reason why the tape measure comes with concluded measurements so that everything can be used to, so that it can determine the measurement of every other thing. But when we keep adjusting the measurements on the tape measure, we'll never know the measurement of anything else because we have adjusted the standard. That's the whole purpose of the system. We go for general election because we want to weigh this person we are making president. How much of the national support does he have? It's not just numbers. Behind every number, there should be lives, names, really people that support you. So if you don't have a national cloud, you don't have it. Cooking it with Jebkati will not give you national outlook. And that is trying to defeat whatever that we have set for ourselves in the constitution. And then after that, you turn around, you say, we are daydreaming. You wait, we are coming for you. And we will win the way we won. This one is a is a difficult one. I think you need to go for further prayers. You need Olesa Peter and every other person wakuje kuishi kwa nyumba huko wakikuombea. Ukweli ni kwamba hakuna maombi inabadilisha uongo ikakuwa ukweli. Hakuna maombi inabadilisha uongo ikakuwa ukweli. Hata mkiomba siku zote. Ukweli unapatikana tu wakati wewe umekubali kwamba ulikosea watu, umetubu, alafu sasa ndio ukweli unaingia. Lakini atuombe mpaka uongo ikuwe ukweli, utajaribu sana. Haya, tumsikilize Christopher mbio. Christopher Wangira, public participation then deno. Nimeruka baba ni prezo. Twende kwa nani, kwa Christopher alafu turudi baba ni prezo.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, sir, how are you?
Hello.
Hello, we can get you. Go ahead.
I'm okay. How are you? Good evening.
Good evening to you. Doing
Good
great.
evening. People are very overwhelmed here. People are very overwhelmed here because of the turn up of people. We were watching right from the airport until the ground. Even some new friends are coming in. They want to join the stream. We are trying to load, enter someone as I talk now onto the stream. So we are very happy. Like I've written there, that should have been the move of all these people. You know, somewhere in Venezuela, somewhere something like this happened. People marched to the state house. You know what happened? The guy, the head of the security, when people reaches there, they said, okay, you first hold on here. Let me go and call the president. He went there and said, Mr. President, I think you better go back door. Call the helicopter and leave. And then he came back to people at the gate. He said, the president is coming. They saw helicopter going. They said the man has gone. People went and slept on the president's bed. Can you imagine all that? So this is the kind of thing these people are looking for. With all these numbers, change would have been there today in Kenya. Thank you very much. I appreciate being in the forum.
Okay, thank you. Baba is the master of masses. He wants to be taken to state house with the whole of Kenya, not Nairobi only. So 2 more rallies, 2 more, 3, 4, 5 rallies.
Yeah,
then we will
that
know
one is necessary.
who is the
That one is
president.
so good. so good. We pray for that to happen, please.
Sawa sawa, asante. Now let's baba ni prezo, tukisonga mbio mbio tafadhali.
Asante sana Bernard na wenzangu wote Wangira, public participation, Kevin, Christopher na wasalimu nyote. Bernard, leo ni siku yetu ya furaha na enyewe kukaa kwetu hapa akujaenda tu hivyo. Tumeona baba amesema hataki handshake, na hivyo ndivyo tumekuwa tukihubiri hapa, hatutaki handshake. Handshake ni ya Ruto na Gachagua wake, si yetu. So wasije wakajidanganye eti huyu mzee wa maandamano sijui wa nini wataka handshake. Hatutaki Bernard, na hatuwatambui. Tumeambiwa tusiwatambue na sasa hatuwatambui. So warudishe ushindi kwa mwenyewe. Wameambiwa watoke mamlakani, wa resign, waachie mwenyewe kiti atuongoze vilivyo. Juu serikali inafaa iwe ya wananchi, si ya watu binafsi. So napenda ile energy baba amekuja nayo kutoka South Africa. I think it was good that he went there. At least now we have hope, Bernard. There is hope. Even some of us who are feeling like, like losing it, sometimes you fight for something until you feel like, nah, this one, ikitu imeenda, Now we have hope again. There is hope for tomorrow with Baba in the forefront, and he said he's ready to lead. And Bernard, that is the energy that we needed as Azimio plus Kenya Kwanza, because Bernard, I believe that when the school fees skyrocket, is for us all. There's no Azimio, there's no Kenya Kwanza when the school fees skyrocket. And also I believe when the cost of living is so high, when people lose hope, I believe all of us lose hope. It's not for the Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, it's for Kenyans. So Baba has brought hope in us Kenyans, so that we have hope for tomorrow, and then we have hope because we know that tomorrow will be better. We know that we will get there, however long it may take, but we will reach there. It doesn't matter how long it takes, but we'll get there. So Bernard, today I don't have much to say, but I just want to say mimi kama mimi siwatambui. So baba amesema tusiwatambue, mimi siwatambui. Watoke tu mamlakani, let them just resign. The illegitimate government should just go and leave the government for the rightful owners. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana baba ni presidenti. Asante sana kwa maoni yako na mchango wako, utangulizi mzuri, a good reminder. The Kenya Kwanza administration is illegitimate, and Azimio does not recognize the presidency of William Ruto because the result that were used to announce him as president were fraudulent, according to the revelations that are coming from the whistleblowers in Iebc. The only way to settle that is the servers to be opened, and then we scrutinize the logs on how results streamed in from different parts of the country. And then from the information at hand that there are even MPs and governors and senators that really won but were shortchanged by Jebukati and the team, so that UDA looks like it's popular. UDA is the most unpopular party in this country, is the least strong party in this country, and so they kazi yao ni kujipuliza tu, kujipatia wherever, create a perception that they are something when they are not. I hear that they were meeting Jubilee members of parliament, both the ones that made it and those who did not make it. Why are they going for Jubilee if they are a national party? Ukweli umeanza kusimama, uongo umeanza kujitenga, watu wameanza kutafuta mizizi yao. Thank you. Tafadhali, Sound Candid Talk. Sound Candid Talk is the other channel. Please, I need it to get to 1,000 subscribers. We are doing very well at Shafika 599. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We can get this remaining 400 in this show only. So if you haven't subscribed to Sound Candid, please make sure you do so. We need those subscribers. And I'm happy that the channel is doing well. I believe that those of you got the feed from wherever, Kamkunji, right from there, and it was lovely. There was active participants into the feed. So let's keep subscribing. You subscribe on Mtembei TV YouTube, follow Mtembei TV official page, but also subscribe on Sound Candid Talk. Usisahau to turn on your notification bell. It is that important. But illegitimate government should be pushed out of office. Mr. Ongira.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm great. Thank you. How are you?
Leo umenirukaruka na ni sawa tu. Inaonekana umeingia kikosi cha kurig. Ni sawa.
Ni vile ulifika Kamkunji na huku ni ingiza hapo Bama. Unajua Bama ndio treatment, ndio gateway ya kuingia Kamkunji.
Okay, how are you? How are you, my sister? People are having funny names that, I'm not used to, so I don't know how to address them. So I'll just say, how are you? Bernard, yesterday, I remember reciting Major's relics. You remember that relics of Utawezana? You remember? Because, yesterday, Rigathi Gachagua said that he was going to deal with Raila Odinga. And I remember asking you here whether he was going to Wezana. Today, Raila Odinga has proved that, Rigathi Gachagua was there. Today Raila Odinga reminded him that when he was in detention 3 times, Rigathi Gachagua was doing some funny things that I don't want to mention on this platform, Bernard. Just forgive me for not mentioning those funny things that Raila Odinga said Gachagua was doing when Raila was in detention 3 times, Bernard. So, just like I told you yesterday, in comparison to Raila Odinga, Rigathi Gachagua is just a political mono. He has nothing to offer, Bernard. And that's why Raila Odinga today dismissed him with the contempt that he deserves, Bernard. Today, Raila Odinga has come out very firmly, Bernard. It has been a while since we saw a firm Raila Odinga. And that's one thing that people were commending him for, Bernard. Perhaps, the handshake could have stolen that steam out of him. And, today we saw the rejuvenated Raila Odinga, the one we knew in 2013, 2017, and perhaps 2007. And, Raila Odinga was very, very clear. According to him, he says, with the information that they have, that, his vote was stolen. That's what he said. And because his vote was stolen, Raila today said he was not going to recognize William Samoei Ruto and his government and any other official that has been put in office with him, Bernard. And there are 2 terms, Bernard, that people use interchangeably, but they don't mean the same. There is what we call legality, and there is what we call legitimacy. Legality is what the court did by declaring William Samoei Ruto or president-elect. That's legality, because now that becomes the law that is legally the president of the Republic of Kenya. But then we move to the other step, the step of legitimacy. Legitimacy means acceptance. Is he acceptable? And every Kenyan accepted him, and that's the step we are in. And that's what Raila Odinga was saying today, that, because my vote was stolen, I'm not going to recognize you. Which means today, Raila Odinga has declared William Samoei Ruto and his government an illegitimate one. And the problem with illegitimacy to students of political science, you discover that where there's an illegitimacy, even when you're enjoying the legal part, what we call the legality, Bernard, you end up becoming a lame duck, Bernard. You're a lame duck because, if there's a huge section of a country, for example, who feel that, you are not in office duly, even if the court declares that you are there duly, there will be that legitimacy thing, Bernard. Legitimacy can be compared to a stigma, Bernard. If you know a stigma is what the legitimacy is, so it becomes a stigma on you that wherever you walk there, people will say that no, you didn't win this election, even when the court said that you won, but you didn't win this election. So today, with Raila Odinga's pronouncement, Bernard, William Samoei Ruto will be carrying that stigma, where there will be a section of this country will be saying that he never won this election duly, Bernard. So he has to fight that stigma of illegitimacy, Bernard. I don't know how he'll fight it, but he must find a way to balance it, because it's not good news. Because if you find a country where every time when we are voting, we always vote on nearly 50-50, and when the illegitimacy comes in, then it becomes a problem. And you remember that's what President Uhuru Kenyatta faced after 2017 election. And it was one of the reasons why he went for the handshake, because he found it difficult, Bernard, to govern, because there was a section of this country that felt that he was an illegitimate president. And that's why he went for the handshake. And Bernard, this is coming at a wrong time, Bernard, when the economy is not doing very well. People are poor. When the government itself, is not raising enough revenue, Bernard. I remember today in Mombasa, members of parliament walked out of an induction course because they say that they'd waited for the CDF disbursements, which have not come, because they say that each constituency has received only 7 million, when they're supposed to have received at least 50 million by now, so that they can go cater for the bursaries for the needy kids in their constituency. So they were saying that they are not ready to eat chips and chicken in hotel rooms when their people in the villages are suffering. So you see, that is another challenge, that we are dealing with a government that does not have enough money, and the economy is not doing well, and the poverty levels are so high. So here is the president who is facing an economic challenge, and on the other end, he has that stigma of illegitimacy, where he has been told that you did not win this election, and so as far as me and my team are concerned, you are illegitimate. So he has a lot of things to balance, Bernard. And today, Raila Odinga said that we need to resist policies that are making life unbearable. Then he talked of taxes that have made the cost of basic foods. He said that we should. He talked of taxes that have made the cost of food, basic goods. Sorry, taxes that have made cost of basic goods made punitive. And he talked about food. Then he talked about fuel. He talked about electricity. And especially for majority of people today in Kenya use electricity, even in the village. I know my 80 years old mother in the village also uses electricity. Bernard, today 100 shillings. I want you to get a token, buy 100 shillings token. Then look at what goes directly to the token, vis-a-vis what goes to the taxes. You'll discover that the taxes eat up to more than half of the 100 shillings, which means perhaps if you buy token worth 100 shillings, what you'll get in real token will be what is worth perhaps 40 shillings or 45 shillings, Bernard. So that's how, expensive things are. Fuel, fuel, even kerosene that most families use, Bernard. It has become unbearable. Just in 2020 year when there was corona, a liter of kerosene was going up to 90 shillings. 90 shillings was a liter. Today, a liter goes to around 145 shillings, Bernard. So that is how punitive, some of these things are, Bernard, that are making life unbearable. So I've told you that, looking at those circumstances that, here is William Samoei Ruto facing, challenges of legitimacy. Then here is the high cost of living. Then there is poverty, Bernard, and then there's his government that does not. Then there is his government that is not raising enough in terms of revenue, Bernard. I think he's likely to find it very, very hard going forward, Bernard. Unless I don't know what magic. I understand that he said he has his own mechanisms of dealing with Raila, and it will be very easy for him to deal with Raila. I don't know how easy it will be for him dealing with Raila, but that's what he said, Bernard, that it's very easy for him to deal with Raila. So, he's in a catch-22 situation. William Samoei Ruto is in a catch-22 situation. Things are not going to be very easy for him. Bernard, finally, today, after Rigathi discovering that, I was in a barber, Bernard, he has now decided to become a marriage counselor. And today I had him counsel this musician, the Kikuyu musician called Samido. He was counseling him about his marital issues, Bernard. So, he has graduated from attacking Raila Odinga into a marriage counselor, because when things get hard, you must find some soft landing. So his soft landing is on becoming a marriage counselor, what he was doing today when he was in Getundu, Bernard. Oh, let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. You're too observant. You noticed that Gashagwa is changing career. He's helping the wife who is a bishop into counseling services. All the same, ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you're watching. Please, let's keep inviting each other so that everyone can be on the cutting edge as far as understanding and actualizing our political situation is concerned. Well, Baba has spoken. He says he does not recognize the presence of William Ruto or the Kenya Kwanza government because IEBC did not conduct the elections accordingly or did not get the results as they came in from the polling stations. They went in one corner and arranged the result for what they wanted and announced it. So the result announced by Chebukati don't have any backing from the polling stations. They are all a creation of the four of them, and all of it was geared towards making William Ruto president by hook or crook. And so that is where the situation is. And I want to continue appreciating those of you who are subscribing on Sound Candid Talk. If you haven't subscribed, please do. It's just a second or two. You subscribe and then you continue listening. And thank you, those who are listening on Sound Candid. I believe you are finding it clear and sustainable. And those following from Tembei TV YouTube channel, you're still welcome. Keep it there. And if you haven't subscribed on any of our YouTube channel, which I encourage you, and you subscribe on both, because when we run into a crisis with one, we'll use the other one. That's why we're building both, so that we'll always have options. And like if you are here last week, we had problems with the Tembei TV YouTube channel. We were off for 7 days because of that. And so that's why we must have options, because this discussion is not ending any soon until what is meant comes to pass. So thank you. We are at 607. Nataka hiyo number ifike 1000 subscribers. I'll be very happy. It is it's necessary right now. If we don't get to 1000 subscribers, we cannot monetize the channel, although the channel is effective and it's picking up very well. So let's work out. We have already crossed the 4,000 watch hours. The only thing we need is those 393 subscribers, then we are good to go. Turudi kwa nani, Chaga ulitupwa nje.
Jamaa walinitupa nje, but nashukuru nimerudi tena.
Sawa, endelea.
So nashukuru kwa lile jibu ambalo ameweza kumjibu, lakini vile vile wao pia wanajipiga kifua sana tu, kwamba mmesikia aswa DP wetu ambaye sasa hivi simtambui, maana tumepewa ruhusa sasa kwamba hatuitambui hii serikali. Kwa bwana Gashagwa nimemsikia amefikia hatua kwamba anasema huyu mzee ni mpaka lini anatusumbua, hadi lini ataendelea kutusumbua. Sasa nikafika hii roho imeenda mpaka imefika mwisho, wasija wakatumalizia mkombozi wetu hapa. But all in all ni kwamba baba amezungumza. Naweza sema tangia mwanzo sijapata kizungumza maneno kama haya, na nafikiri anafuatilia zaidi hapa Mtembei, na imani kabisa, kwa sababu yale tumeyazungumza hapa na kuyadiscuss hapa ndiyo mambo yameweza kujitokeza. Tunashukuru, wacha tu aende Jakaranda, aende sehemu nyingine, aje mpaka pwani. Watu kishamwa kuamka na kuingia State House, tunaingia State House. Hawa waelewe kwamba Wakenya mamilioni wameshaamua, kwa sababu ni waibu gani kwamba ukitaka kuweza kumobilize watu either ni kwa mazishi ndipo unaweza kupata watu? Ni aibu gani kwamba ukitaka kupata watu hadi uingie kwa kanisa ndio upate watu? Hebu umati huu ambao umeweza kujitokeza hapa, lai kwamba huyu hana mapenzi na watu wa Kenya. Je, angeweza kupata umati ambao umejazana na vile na umati ambao umehakikisha kwamba umehudhuria namna ile, tofauti hata na tarehe 7? Ishara wazi kwamba huyu ndio rais, huyu ndio mkombozi, huyu ndio kipenzi cha wengi katika hili taifa letu, kutokana na jinsi alivyopigania hii nchi. Wajilenganishe wao, wakitaka kupata watu basi labda waende kwa kanisa, ama leo kwa bahati ya mazishi ya dadake Kuria ndio wamepata watu kidogo lakini jamani, anayetaka kufa ndugu yangu ni vigumu kuficha uchi, na huwa hafichagi uchi. Hawa jamaa waelewe kwamba nao wakisema kwamba ni werevu, but Wakenya ni werevu zaidi yao. Wakenya wanaangalia na wanapima kwenye mizani, nani mkweli na ni muongo. Maana usiniambie maneno matamu nikose matendo. Kwa imani ambao wameshukisha ni kwamba walipopewa hii nafasi tu ya siku kidogo, hapo ndipo palipo kufanya. Lakini zaidi ya yote walijitia waibu wenyewe, weza kutoa makesi mahakamani, harama ya vitu kuvipandisha, wezi ambao wameiba kuhakikisha kwamba wamefutiwa makesi na pesa wameregeshewa tena. Haya ndo mambo yaliyomkera Mkenya kiasi kwamba ana imani na hii serikali. Kwa baba madama amezungumza, sisi tuko nyuma baba. Tarehe 9 ni Jumapili, tuko na yeye, na atuambie tena maneno, atuambie tena neno kama la leo, si maneno but neno haswa, ili ifike ile siku tutaingia State House na kuweza kunyakua mbuzi wetu. Na imani hilo litawezekana kama tutaonyesha upenzi na kuungana kama tulivyoungana leo. Wakubali wakatae, wakati wa propaganda na wakati wa kujipiga kifua huo umepitwa na wakati. Nimesikia kukwazika sana pale nilipozungumzwa kwamba Wewe ulijaribu na Moi ukaletwa mahali, ukajaribu Kibaki akawa rais vile vile, tena ukaletwa mahali ukapewa na nusu mkate, ukarudi hapo ukapewa handshake, na hapa kwangu hakuna kitu utapata. Ni uongo. Sisi hatuna haja na kupata chochote kutoka kwa huyu rais kabisa wa Venezuela. Hatuna haja ya kupata chochote kutoka, kwa sababu hatuna lolote la kujivunia. Kwa hivyo wananchi wakizungumza, wamezungumza na baba yuko na wananchi hao, hilo wachukue, let them take wachukue hapa, waeke hasa kwenye bank. Kenyans wameamua, na nashukuru kama tutaendelea kuungana hivi na kuyazungumza haya maneno hapa kwa Mtembei, hayaendi bure. Mungu anasimama nayo, na naimani viongozi wanaifuatilia zaidi, maana hapa ndipo ambapo mwananchi anazungumza ukweli. Kwa hivyo niwape nafasi wenzangu hapa wazungumze, na mimi kidogo nijaribu kuyachanganua maneno, haswa kuyapanga, but niko hapa leo kufurahikia pamoja na wenzangu na Wakenya wenzangu kwamba hatujazungumza hapa bure. Dua yetu Mungu anasikia, si hawa walokole bandia wenye kupiga mijitai na kuimba nyimbo kana kwamba wako kwenye kwaya ili kujifariji nyoyo, lakini ndani ya nyoyo zao hayuko tofauti kabisa. Hapa ndipo tunapozungumza kwamba sauti ya Mungu ndio itakayoonekana hapa kwa umoja wetu na kwa mazungumzo yetu ambayo hakika ni kwa ajili yetu na vizazi vinavyokuja. Asante Benadi, niko hapa sijaondoka.
Thank you. Asante Bwana Changa, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, maoni yako, hekima hiyo. Tunashukuru sana kwa ushirika tulio nao katika Mtembei TV family, na ile kufundishana, kuelimishana inafaa sana, na kila mmoja anayefuatilia kipindi tuendelee kukaribishana. Nashukuru kwa hiyo namba ambayo inaongezeka. Tafadhali naomba kama uja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, naendelea kukumbusha, tafadhali subscribe and turn on the notification bell. It is just a click and then another click, you are done, and then you can follow the broadcast from either Mtembei TV YouTube channel, Sound Candid Talk, or Mtembei TV Facebook official page, Mtembei TV official page. That is where you will get the feeds. Those of you who have been following us on Twitter, we are not able to get on Twitter because we have a limitation of how many channels we can run per show. But you can follow either via YouTube or Facebook, and you will get the broadcast. Thank you. The subscribers are rising. We are now at 618. Thank you, Fatan, for keeping that and following. We're already at 619. So let's keep going to figure your 1,000 before this show is over. Okay, I'm happy the representative of the deputy president has come. So at least leo unaona nilianza kunywa maji tangu uende. So
hapana.
Vile kiongozi wa chama yangu amekuja nakuja soda. Just shikilia hapo, tunakuja kwako. Public participation, karibu.
Amjamboni nyinyi wote.
Hatujambo, vipi huko?
Salama.
Uko kwa Kamkunji kweli wewe?
Nilikuwa huko kwa roho. Okay, sasa nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi tena. Nilikuwa ninaona hiyo function ya Sunday prayer, so called prayers, si Thanksgiving ama ni nini. Sasa unajua nilijiuliza tu one question. Mtu mwenye anaona hii kitu from another country, what are they thinking about our country? Because hiyo kitu venye ilikuwa sasa every leader anaitwa hapo mbele, anakuja anaongea mambo ya maandamano, mwingine anakuja anaongea mambo ya maandamano, mwingine anakuja anaongea mambo ya tinga, mwingine anakuja, alafu sasa ile unatoka kwa podium, unashuka chini, unaenda hapo kusalimiana, unasalimia from nani ndio alikuwa next. Kwanza unasalimia hustler, then unasalimia security, then unatoka hapo unasalimia waibu. Sasa nilikuwa nashindwa, hata watu wenye wamekaa, unaona kama kuna msichana mwingine alikuwa hapo, alikuwa next to Waiguru na walikuwa wanaongea, so meaning walikuwa hata washasalimiana. Sasa nikashindwa hii style ya unaenda kusalimiana kwa line, unajua hizi maself ya Moi, you know, Moi days, whereby unaenda ukitoka kuongea unaenda sasa ukishike mkono ya huyu mwingine hivyo kwa line, then unaenda unakaa chini. Sasa I'm like seriously? Alafu sasa wengine wanaenda hapo hivyo mbele wanaanza kuitisha sijui ni barabara, walikuwa wanasema sijui barabara imefanywa nini, kuna barabara yenye sijui imefanya nini na nini. Sasa utuangalie na sijui nini ingine, kahawa na chai Sasa nikashindwa. MP wa Mwea alikuwa hapo, MCS wenye wametoka Mwea walikuwa hapo. Hawawezi hata mention mambo ya rice, that kuna rice yenye inatolewa Pakistan inakuja kuletwa kwa market, ina flood market na haribu market ya watu wa Mwea. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody anataka kugusia hiyo maneno. I only had kidogo tu about rice. At the irrigation, tuone kama tunaweza fanya irrigation. Rice, I think it was mentioned just once. So meaning that hii group yenye iko is a group of like tumbocrat. Like a tumbocrat. Sasa tuko hapa tukule pamoja na huyu. Sasa what you do, you go, you kiss the ring of the chief tumbocrat, alafu tunaendelea hivyo tuone venye tutakula. Yani tuko kwa group yenye tunataka kukula, unaona. That is how it has become. Sasa ilifika point mpaka kulikuwa na kwaya yenye kwaya master alikuwa sijui ni Mushomba, ati sisi tunakuanga na kwaya. Sasa nikashindwa surely. I thought mambo ya kwaya tuliwacha hiyo time ya Nyayo. Sasa tumerudi tena kwa mambo ya kwaya. Yaani wale MPs mnakaa hapo kuanza kuimba na kwa kwaya. I mean, I don't know now what is next. Sasa governors pia watakuja sasa wakuwe na kwaya yao ama ya kuimbia president. You know, these guys, they are making our country look like a circus. Hakuna kitu wana mention the important thing. The only thing yenye ninasikia ni relief food na fertilizer. Relief food na fertilizer. We are not subsidizing consumption, we are subsidizing production. Production, 3/4 of production in this country is done by electricity. Have you subsidized electricity? Bindi Nyoro, have you subsidized electricity now that muna subsidize production? Ama ni kuja hapa kutuambia mambo na ya subsidizing production kwa sababu mnajua fertilizer mnakula cartels yenu yenye mko nayo. You know, these guys, they have made us, hata ile hadi yenye tulikuwa nayo in front of the East African community, Comesa Africa, imeshuka kabisa. You know, they have spoiled our image kabisa. Now we are going back, you know, and you know the time when Nani was there, we could understand kwa sababu Moi hakuaga a learned person. So tulikuwa tunamwesting on grounds that huyu ni mtu mwenye alikuwa mwalimu wa class 7 ama ni hivyo ndio tulikuwa tunasema ana behave hivi because hajasoma. Sasa tuko na mtu hapo mwenye ako na PhD anataka kuturudisha back, whereby MPs wanakuja wanaform kwaya wanamuimbia hapo, alafu governors nao wanakuja na yao. I mean, what is that? And then now you are forced like this huyu Kawet Mwangaza, she was forced to be there because sasa if you don't step in the line, you'll be removed from I mean, you'll have problems if you're not going to join the group. Sasa inakuwa sasa hata yeye ile time ya Meru akuenda yenye ilikuwa Thanksgiving ya Meru because she was an independent candidate and that Thanksgiving ilikuwa ya watu.
Sorry, public participation has been thrown out of the public. Sorry. Rekebisha, utarudi alafu uendelee. Samahani, lakini hii neti na saa ingine inakuwa na tabia mbaya. All the same, tumsikilize Victor alafu tuende kwa Cynthia. Victor, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes.
Yes, waheshimiwa mjambo.
Hatujambo, vipi huko?
Nashukuru niko Mombasani 001.
Aha, na unashabikia Man U?
Mimi ni mtu wa Manchester lakini nimebadilisha jezi kidogo sababu kumekuwa na siasa mingi huku nje za mpira.
Karibu.
Mzee Chaka, nimekusikia kwanza unagusia mambo ya kanisa, na mimi kulingana na mimi kanisa na siasa si vizuri, lakini tuliheshimu kanisa hata hivyo, sababu ile siku utakapotoka hapa duniani mtu wa mwisho kukusindikiza ni mchungaji. Kwa hivyo hata kama Ruto anaenda kanisani, isiwe kama kanisa ndio kitu ya kumpinga ama ndio kitu ya kuleta hisia tofauti. Tuliheshimu tu kanisa na wanaoenda huko waliheshimu kanisa. Jambo la pili, mimi kulingana na mimi naangalia hao viongozi, naona ni kwamba hakuna mmoja ambaye kwa maisha yake anafikiria hawa Kenya wa kawaida. Wote kulingana na vile wanavyocheza mpira wao, wana target zao za vile watakapopata pesa kwa mfuko wao. Lakini sijasikia mtu kiongozi yoyote anayesimama mbele ya umati na kusisitiza Wakenya pandeni miti. Inji imekuwa forest cover, bado haijafika the required level. Bado tuko chini sana. Na tukiwa hatuna mvua hatuwezi pata hata chakula. Na nafikiri ndio nasikia watu wanaanza kuongea mambo ya mbolea. Mbolea na hakuna maji, utapanda nini? Utaekelea wapi? Lakini kama tunakuwa tunapanda miti, tupate area yetu imegeuka imekuwa kama Uganda ama huko Kisii, at least watu wanaweza panda hiyo mbolea wapande nayo kitu na wajisaidie. Tuko 50 million plus. Na chakula kupatikana ni shida. Lakini hao viongozi wote hakuna mtu anaongea kuhusu sisi miaka ijayo tutakula nini. Watu wanakosa chakula ya kula. Unaona Baringo wanakula seeds za msituni. Na hakuna hata kiongozi mmoja kati yao mnaoita sijui baba sijui Ruto anaongea kuhusu vile watu watakavyoishi. Na watu wanazidi kuongezeka. So sisi wa Kenya tunafaa tujiulize ni kiongozi yupi anayeangazia mambo yetu kama wa Kenya, na anayejali ni mambo yapi ambayo yanafaa kuwa ya muhimu. Ukienda mikutano yote hiyo inayoongelewa huko, utasikia kila mtu anavuta kwake. Nimesikia Raila akisema aliyepigania uhuru ni babangu. Hakutaja watu wengine ambao ni wadogo ambao baba zao walikufa wakipigania uhuru. Utaja babake mbele ya umati. Kwa nini? Sababu akili na fikra zao zote ziko kwao na familia zao. Lakini si kwa Wakenya wa kawaida. Kuna wazee jana wa Kisii wanalia huko hawajatambuliwa na walikuwa freedom fighters. Hakuna mtu anawatambua. Hata yeye angechukua hiyo jukumu awatambue that time. Lakini vitu ambavyo tunaona kwa viongozi wetu hazitusaidii kabisa. Na sisi wa Kenya vile Chaka anasema wa Kenya tumeamua kufuata Raila mpaka tupate mbuzi wetu. Hakuna mbuzi wako utapata hapo. Hawa watu ni wamoja, wanafikiria mambo yao kimoja, wanajali tumbo zao na familia zao. Unaona juzi mtoto wa Raila ameenda Yala na everyone was very quiet. Kalonzo's son ako huko. Lakini watoto wetu ambao wameshinda kwa mikutano leo, hakuna mtu anajua wanalala wapi na wanakula nini. Kwa hivyo ile siku wa Kenya tutaondoa hiyo fikra ya kwamba this affiliation ni ya upande wa kwetu na itatusaidia sisi, tutaenda mbali. Tuanze kuvet our leaders kulingana na matarajio yao na aspirations zao na manifesto zao. Tuambie wewe kama Ruto, ulituambia ukiingia utaleta network, utaleta nini, utaleta internet, utaleta hizo wapi? 5 months zimeisha, hakuna kitu umeleta. The same guys pia tuwaambie wewe ulisema ukiingia utaleta 6,000. Kwanza hiyo 6,000 utatoa wapi na nchi haina pesa? Yaani tuanze kuvet our leaders kulingana na manifesto zao. Kibaki alikuwa na manifesto mzuri, free primary education, hizo vitu zote na alifanya. I think katika manifesto ya PNU around 93% alifanya. Previous government, they only did around 7% kwa manifesto yao and nobody questioned them. Tukabaki kuongea mambo ya handshake nini na sasa we are in another government ambayo manifesto yao hatujawahi angalia ni nini waliahidi na tangu sasa ni nini wamefikia na ni nini wanaweza fanya. Tumebaki kuangalia Uhuru, tumebaki kuangalia Ruto, tumebaki kuangalia Raila, lakini hatuangalii zile manifesto ambazo sisi wenyewe kama Wakenya tunazitegemea wamezifanyia nini. We are just dull Kenyans. We are not focused. We don't know what we are doing. We are just supporting blindly and we'll end up
Bwana Victor, Bwana Victor,
yes.
Subiri kwanza. Uko mbio sana. Niko na swali kwako.
Uliza baba.
Ni sheria gani inasema ni sheria ipi tunaweza tumia kufunga mtu kwa kutotekeleza manifesto yake?
We are
Okay, samahani, inaonekana neti pia neti imekatika. But I think ukirejea tutakuinterrogate. Bwana Victor. No Victor, Kevin, usilete mjunior hapa utatuharibia channel. Hii channel iko na maspy wengi. We don't want trouble. We just finished serving sentence of 7 days the other day. We may be penalized again. Tafadhali. Thank you. Kipril unasemaje?
I have a question for public participation. Alikuwa ametoka kidogo.
The Victor guy has been dropped out by the network alikuwa anataka network ya Ruto. Ruto vitu zake haziwezi kudumu.
Ruto, but I have a couple of questions for public. During the single party regime, how many MPs did Raila need to achieve that? And during the changing of the constitution, how many MPs did Raila need to achieve that? And second question, is it a good thing that he's losing Tumbocrats, or is it a bad thing? Do you tell by losing the Jubilee MPs his energy has been regenerated, that he doesn't have any promises? So those are the two questions I have for public.
Thank you. Okay, from what I know about Baba from when we were in single party Kanu regime, he was hardly working with even politicians as such. I think the people he was working with were more like just lawyers, Akina Karua, Akina Muite, Akina, they were just activists. I think the majority of them. When it came to the constitution for 2010, he was having a substantial number, which was supported by the president. Same for 2005, I think, when they was on the north side, we had quite a politicians. Now, okay, now that there is something which is happening. There is something which is happening in our political arena, whereby, before Tumbocrats were disguising themselves. They were disguising themselves as either they are on Baba side, they are on Hustlers. But now, Tumbocrats is coming out very clearly, because you see even the people who are in UDA nowadays, they are no longer like what I'm talking about, the rice issue. You are having your MP there who is an MP of Mwea, and rice is being brought from Pakistan. But now, because he doesn't want to annoy the president, what he does, he avoids the topic. He just goes around on other issues, but he can't touch on that issue of rice. That's why you bring imported rice and we have rice here. He cannot. So these people now, and the people who are refusing to toe the line or trying to be independent, like Kawira Mwangaza, she was trying to be independent because in any case she was an independent candidate. Now you see she has been roped in that you see if you are a standalone, you are going to have problems, so you better join. So that is, and even all these Thanksgiving kind of merry-go-round, because now it has become a merry-go-round that if you come for this one, then this one comes for this one. But what it is like what Moi used to have, that you pledge your loyalty. It's like an oathing ceremony. No. Because like now, like this one for Kerenyaga, even the people who had moved out of CCA, like Wangoi Girisha, you could hear she's being, there's somebody who was telling the president, remember her, she started this too, but she lost the way. And then also the one who used to be the deputy of Waigoro, I think she went to another party. So all these people, they were there to say that, yeah, we had moved out, but now we are back. You see, we are back with the right people who can be able to help us keep. And the same goes for the Jubilee guys who went during the and it's very interesting that they had to go today. They went to go and pledge their loyalty. That is what. So now we are coming. We are getting some clarity on the type of leaders that we are having. We are getting as citizens. We are really understanding these people. Because like me, I was personally very offended when Hasla went to Nyanza and everybody is there bowing down to him. I'm like, what is this now? So that they can.
But public, you've not answered the question. Public, does Raila need them? Does Raila need anybody for all this?
No, he doesn't.
So if he's alone with no MPs or any governors, do you see why Ruto is panicking? He doesn't need Jubilee. Kwanza umetoa load. He owes nothing to Jubilee now.
They were baggage, yes. But the problem is that without the numbers in parliament, then Hasla
What
can
numbers?
pass.
We have no numbers.
Yeah.
We have no numbers. And parliament is rogue. We do not recognize that parliament either.
But it's holding the power to make the laws. And to pass so many, like term limits. You see, term limits, if they took it there. And of course now, even if they took it to a referendum, we now know that it is compromised. So there's nothing, all institutions which could have fallen back on it wanted to go to the court, they are compromised. Parliament is compromised. The other one is good. I mean, even the
No, but public, you do not get, public, hold on, you do not get, all institutions have let us down. It's a revolution. That's what I'm trying to drive you towards. We do not need the constitutions and all these institutions. From legislation to judiciary to even the military, they've let us down. It is us as the people. That's what I'm trying to say. We don't need all these things. Don't tell me we need referendum. No. What I'm driving you towards is today Baba had energy because there's nothing that's going to stop him now. Everything has let us down as a people. So what I'm trying to say is let's forget about these MPs, governors, Izivituzote. Think as a people. Revolution. The East African Spring is about to start. That's what I'm driving at.
Yes, I get you. I get you now because you see, our eyes have always been on judiciary, has been on the parliament, has been on church leaders and all this. But now we are coming to a point where we are realizing we really don't have anyone as a people to stand for us. Just the same way it was Victor who was saying. Victor was saying that, you guys are, don't lie to yourself that these people are out for your good and all this. And if you want to know these people are not for your good, then you can see what happened in Nyanza. I mean, if at all they can, although I may not blame them so much because this thing of going to join the other side, it started with Baba and Handke. And then it became a baggage with him because one of the issues that brought a lot of problem to Baba is this association with Uhuru, and Uhuru had already become very unpopular. You see? So it was a baggage. Uhuru and all his people, let's put it that way. And you see now they're coming out clearly, they're all going to do it. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, public participation. I want to remind us to manage time, so that people don't drop off before they make submission because they've waited for too long. It's good that we manage our presentation, and then also on the comment section, there are people who are determined to twist the conversation so that they create their own debate on the chat section. So just be careful, okay? If somebody's dragging you into discussing what he has come with, other than what we are discussing, then you know he's not here for what we are doing. There's another one who has volunteered to advise Raila from here and advise us about Raila. He calls himself the seventh something. So unsolicited advice is usually abused. And I'm talking to you politely like a pastor. Even as pastors, we don't invade your life and begin to advise you if you don't ask us for advice. You can even be doing the wrong thing. We will just look at you. If you don't seek our advice, we will not force it on you. I will not even ask you, because we respect your independence. So if you are here to debate based on what we are debating and help us move forward in the debate, not for you to come and distract us and begin to drag us into other things that you know are not helping the debate and are not helping the Kenyan agenda that keeps us awake to be on this channel and discuss. We want a Kenya that is for all Kenyans. We want a Kenya that has equal opportunity for everyone. A Kenya that our children and our children's children will be free to live and do business and grow, become president, become prime minister, and all that. We don't want a Kenya that is cut out for two people who wants to force everybody to swallow them with their oversized dressing. That is not going to work. And so let us not become so whatever narrow-minded that we lose sight on the kind of country we are looking for and the kind of country we are pushing for. There are those who get personal. So I don't take that very lightly. There is no scripture in the Bible that says that Raila's son should miss something for me to get, or Kalonzo's son should not go to parliament so that me I go to parliament. I have not seen that in my Bible, and I'm a Bible teacher. When God was creating me, He was not thinking about Kalonzo's son, or Raila's son, or Huru's son. He created me in my own capacity with my destiny, and whatever I need to be, all I need to be is available. Nobody has to lose for me to win. I have my own portion, you have your own portion. So if Raila's daughter goes to Yala and Kalonzo's goes, it is not that they are not caring about you. Raila is Baba to us all. But you have your father in your village, who took you to school the way you did. So don't blame Raila for training his daughter and taking him to Yala, and then you want now to make that an excuse for not rising up and playing your role in making the country better. And then you think that going to Kamkunji is a waste of time. You wait. From Jacaranda is Buhungu, from Buhungu, Kisumu, from Kisumu, from Tononoka mtakuwa mnaimba nyimbo nyingine tu tofauti. A legitimate government should pack and go. Kama ni constitutional, we follow the constitution. Kama ni unconstitutional, we use unconstitutional means too. Because Chebukati did not follow the constitution. Tumsikilize Cynthia. Please, let's stay within the 3 to inakuanga 2 to 3 minutes, ili tusiweke watu kwa line sana. Karibu Cynthia.
Asanteni sana. Finally, guys, there. Can you hear me? Everybody?
You're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Thank you. What was the purpose of this debate? I thought it was about today, praising this day because it was very historic. I'm thinking like we're losing course here. We're supposed to stick on the topic. It was today, we're talking about today. Hizo vitu zingine tuachie baadaye. As for, I don't know who was here before, Baba will drain the swamp. Give him a chance. This is day one of this revolution, yeah? So let's stay on topic, please. Another thing that I was gonna say is criticizing this political party, the way I call it, Unrecognized Destructive Alliance Party, UDA, yeah? That's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to criticize them, not start blaming each other. Sijui mtoto wa baba amepata kazi, sijui mtoto wa nani amepata kazi. That's none of our business. The business that you're talking about is today. We are making changes, yeah? So we stay on that course, please. I think I'm really trying to be very respectful here. So I'll be very, very short. I just wanted to praise Kenyans for coming
Excuse me,
out
is
today.
it, just a moment, is it me who's having difficult getting her audio, or what's happening?
Is my audio bad?
I can hear it. It's just from a distance. It sounds like it's from a distance.
Yeah, get closer to the microphone. We can hardly get your words clearly.
Remove it.
I can call. Let me just call back. Yeah.
Yeah, and then remove your Bluetooth and just use the mic on the laptop.
Okay, is that better?
That's a bit louder. And come closer. Yes.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Technology. Is that better?
Increase the volume of your mic.
I can call back.
Yes.
I can call back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll hang up and call back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bernard, I'll call back.
Okay. Let's reconfigure and then you get back. Thank you.
Yeah, because it's connected with my earphones, so I have to disconnect and call back.
Yes, remove that.
Okay,
yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just unmute you.
All right, keep real, take it.
No, it's just I feel regenerated today, and I have your fine. I know. Talipa fine ya kanisa. I have nothing much to criticize the Venezuelan government. I feel like I've been quiet because sikuona mzee, and also I just feel that the burdens of other politicians that are dragging Azimio are dropping off. I am very glad that the Tumbocrats are all leaving. I think that is the most exciting thing. If you've not seen, I miss this Raila. I miss this energy of Raila because of the handshake. He had to be toned down. I've not seen him like this in years. Immediately he shook his hand. Companies like Safaricom prospered. You guys think this is the end. This is just the beginning. Once there's a hidden plan that Raila has that will finger this Venezuelan government to the brink of. I haven't even heard Ruto talk that nervously for a very long time. So when his response was not the strong one that we had been seeing for the last 150 days or so. So for me, I keep a close look of Raila because he sounds very, very angry. This is not something that you this rogue government should think is a joke. The crowd was immense. People are going to pick him up from airport. Central is also very shaken. Central is not very happy with the promises. Munenda to the other regions, and you actually giving promises to these other regions and then forget about Central Province. All you're doing is Thanksgiving. I watched the Sunday stuff. That's the first time I watched Ruto's speeches. I'm about to finish. Ruto's speeches, and all they're talking about, I thought they were worshiping Raila. If I had supercuts of that, I had Raila's name mentioned hundreds of times by each and every speaker in that church. You'd think that was not a can. Is that what you do, Bernard, as a preacher? Mnaongeanga juu ya binadamu wa Mungu. Mlikuwa tu mnaongea tu Raila. The whole sermon was about Raila. Is that how you worship in Central? Just talking about Raila, Rhoda? Is that how you praise God in Central? Is Raila some kind of God or something to you guys? And touch up before I commit blasphemy. Asante sana Bernard.
It's okay Kipril, thank you so much. Unajua kuna watu ambao hawapendi uongozi wa Raila Odinga, lakini hawezi kuavoid kuongozwa na yeye. Okay? Hata ukienda kwa ibada wanasema hawataki Raila awe kiongozi wao, lakini wamemruhusu, anaongozea ibada, anaongozea mahubiri, anaongozea maombi, wakimaliza pia aenda anafanya benediction alafu anarudi. Sasa kama mpendi mtu hamtaki, mbona mnamwongelea kama ako insignificant? Akienda Kamkunji it is irrelevant, akifanya maandamano is nothing, then why talk about it? Talk about Mira, talk about coffee, ignore the guy. Let's see how long you can ignore him. This is a new Kenya. Na wa Kenya, unajua, I only have one challenge for William Ruto. If William Ruto believes he won the elections and is so popular that he can challenge a one legend, Baba, engineer Raila Odinga, why can't he resign? We arrange a new election in the next 3 months. Okay? Let's go and find out who won the elections. Simple and pure. Kama unajiamini, turudi kwa debe. Kwa sababu ile debe la Chebukati liko na dosari. Na hiyo dosari ndio inakufukuza kwa ofisi. Kubali hii mambo ishe. UN ikuje kusimamia kura. Hatuhitaji Iebc. UN isimamie hiyo kura. In the next 3 months tumalize hii mambo, tujue nani ni nani. Lakini umejificha kwa koti la Gachagua, alafu unalia huku Raila na huku unasema is insignificant. You're wasting time. This one is different. Thank you.
Bernard,
yes, public participation. Yes.
You see, there's something about this government. They can't talk about anything because there's nothing to talk about. What will they talk about? They have not done anything. They have no achievement. They have nothing to show for it. Sasa, what will they talk about? You just give them even 5 minutes to talk about what they've done. They've done nothing, you know. And I was seeing Hasla is over there busy writing notes on a notebook at what he's going to do, which is being asked by these people. You know that guy is all about PR. Sasa he was writing ati mtu akimwambia barabara anaandika, mwingine akimwambia sijui nini anaandika, to show that atawafanyia, of which he won't, because if he has not done the basics, sasa the only thing now you can hear about is fertilizer and relief food. Sasa those two things go along. Wouldn't it be better if you subsidize electricity, because even eggs now are 500 shillings because of electricity costs. So these guys, they have nothing to talk about. If they don't talk about Raila, what will they talk about? They have no achievement. Zero. Thank you.
Huyo ni Dr. Kitonga anasema if the election is repeated, Ruto hatafikisha hata 1000. Kuweni na huruma, lakini kuweko na huruma. Yesu alikuwa na huruma. Okay, naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. Asante sana. Victor ndio huyo amerudi. Victor. Samahani, Kevin unasemaje wewe? Unainua mkono, unaonekana. Hapana shout. Yes, Kevin. You have a question or something?
Yeah, I needed to say something. Nasema hivi, okay, there is one thing that makes me hate this government. Yeah, Ruto. Tangu 2013. Ruto has been in the government. Na huyu ni jamaa mmoja mwenye hajawahi jua kusema ukweli. Na ameishi akidanganya watu. Not knowing kwamba the same people wenye anasema si wajinga, ndio anajaribu kutuforce tukue wajinga, you see. So hata na saizi hakuna venye wanaweza kuja kwa watu watuambie kwamba Ruto wa 2013, Ruto wa 2017 is not Ruto wa 2022 mwenye anataka tena 2027 tumpe. And one thing that I really hate kwamba Raila ameng'ang'ana kufaitia each and every good thing yenye tunaenjoy saizi. Ruto anataka kuichukulia for granted. Pengine wengi wetu by then we were young, let's say so we were young. Sisi tumekuja tumepata kama Raila ametengeneza like almost everything. That's why any story about democracy and freedom hapa Kenya iwezi kuwa complete bila kuguza the likes of Raila, Martha Karua and the rest. Sasa Ruto anataka kukuja, yeye badala kuja, Ruto angekuwa jamaa mzuri kama angeacha hizi uongo zake zenye anaenda kwa pulpit anatuambia kiwa church. Tunajua vizuri nasema kwamba that service to humanity is service to God, but this man is doing injustice to human. Alafu akifika pale church anataka kujipendekeza mbele ya our bishops and the clergy kwamba yeye na Mungu wako hivi, wanakaa place moja. You see, na wewe Bernard penye huko, you know very well this guy has been involved in several skirmishes and even deals that are not even worth, hata afai kuita hata jina ya Mungu penye yako. So maybe things zile zenye tunaona saizi sisi kama wananchi like we are paying that price ya kutofikiria. Sisi tulienda pale na maasira tukasema kwamba we want to punish one and only who Uhuru Kenyatta and his project. But sasa mimi neza make that decision. I have my family, maybe God forbid niondoke hii dunia. Swali ni hiyo familia yangu nitakuwa nimeiwacha katika hali gani? And I think that is what has even landed us here wherever we are. Hii ni story yenye sisi atunge hata ongelelea. But now you see we gave these people room kidogo at least ya kubagen, waseme kwamba we have a particular portion yenye hata tuseme kura za Raila 8 million na sisi tupate hata kama yetu ni 5 million. And these guys, they were very wise. They concentrated too much on the mountain and Rift Valley, knowing kwamba hapo ndio sasa itakuwa ni ya kusema. And you see, they have used only those two regions kutudanganya kwamba ni hapo ndio walipiga Raila hands down. So mimi na blame kila mtu mwenye ako hapa. We have friends, we all live in this nation. Ile decision yenye utamake leo itakuja kukuaffect in future, even 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and remember you have even generations to come. And the last thing nikimalizia, we should be those people wenye wanajua kutofautisha ukweli na uongo. Tusikuwe watu wenye hawatumia akili, wanatumia mambo mengine kufikiria ama kumake decisions. Tukweni ambassadors wa nchi yetu. Venye naona Bernard anafanya hapa saizi, the kind of discussion you are having here iko na impact. I'm very sure very many people wenye waja join kwa hii room, they are watching and they are seeing the kind of decision you will make. Ndio itakuwa na reflection kwa maisha yako, maisha ya familia yako na maisha ya jirani yako. So let us be wise, let us be sober. Bado tuko na elections to come. Maybe hii hatujui venye itaisha, but I'm very sure Mungu akipenda, of which I know amependa, Raila atatuongoza, things zitakuwa vizuri. But then let us not repeat this same mistake come 2027 ama 2032 moving forward. Please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin, for bringing up that, and let's move the conversation. There is somebody called 254 Kenya 254. I'm not enjoying your line of thought. The presidency of Kenya is not given by an individual. All this business that you have to be with Ruto to win an election, or Ruto has to support you to get something, it's an old record that you don't want to hear again. Okay? And William Ruto did not make Raila Odinga prime minister. Raila Odinga made William Ruto a member of the Pentagon. When tulienda mchucho Kasarani, mbona unatufanya si wajinga? Tulienda mchujo Kasarani, Raila akakuwa number 1, Mudavadi number 2, Ruto alikuja number 3. Wewe mbona unaanza kutulia, alafu number 3 anafanyaje number 1 akwe wacha tu niachie hapo. Victor, nilikuwa nimekuuliza swali. Wewe unasema tusimamie manifesto, tufuate manifesto ya mtu. Sasa nikakuuliza, mtu asipotekeleza manifesto tunapeleka wewe wapi na tunatumia sheria gani kumkamata?
Nilikwambia kuna hizo nyumba za houses, hizo mabunge, kuna uwakilishi wa bunge, kuna opposition. Hizo ni platforms ambazo tunaweza kujua ni nini ambayo iliahidiwa na haijafanyika. Ambao members ambao wako hapo wanaweza uliza William Ruto, why is this not happening? You promised this 5 months, haijafanyika. Nimekujibu Ben.
Okay, ndio nakwambia hivi bwana Victor.
Yes.
Your argument cannot be prosecuted because it doesn't have constitutional support. Unaelewa? Ahadi ile nimekupa kama haijakuwa factored kwa constitution kwamba mimi nikupe, okay? Hawezi nipeleka koti yoyote. Unaona? Hizi maneno za ahadi yao, nitawaletea hii, nitawaletea hii, ndio tulikuwa tunasema iwekwe kwa katiba kwamba 35% ya revenue iende kwa nini? Kwa counties. Kama iko kwa katiba, ile iko kwa katiba ni 15, wataendelea kufanya 15. Kwa nini? Katiba imesema 15. Mpaka tusongeze juu. Although inasema at least 15, okay? That means wanaweza kuongeza, lakini hiyo kuongeza ingine ni hiari. Unaelewa? So sisi kusaidia nchi ndio tunasema kama vile baba anasema, tufanye katiba ifanye kazi. Ili mtu akivunja katiba tunamkamata, kwa sababu katiba inatupatia nguvu za kumkamata na kumpeleka kotini na kumprosecute. Lakini ati mambo ati manifesto, mara ahadi nini, hizo ni vitu za merry-go-round. Mtu anaweza, wewe ujakuwa kwa chama, mtu akakula alafu akaenda. Mlimfanya nini? Yaani mlimchangia, akachangia, lakini ilipofika ya kwake akala na kaenda. Chama ikaisha, sio? So hizo vitu za hiari hatuwezi kutumia kujenga nchi. Zile kitu tutasimamia ni hiyo katiba. And that is why I believe in Baba's leadership. He insists on the rule of law. Tufuate sheria. Kama ni uchaguzi tufuate sheria. Kama ni matibabu ikuwe kwa sheria. Kama ni masomo ikuwe kwa sheria. Ili rais yeyote atakayekuja, sio lazima awe yeye, sheria hiyo itafanya kazi, awepo asikuwepo. And that's what young people need to educate themselves over. We will not govern this country on goodwill. And that's what William Ruto wants. Ati mnamuimbia wimbo, anafurahia, anawachia 500. Mnamuimbia wimbo ingine, anafurahia, anawachia 2000. Hiyo Moi alitupatia for 24 years. The only thing Moi alitusaidia ni kuavoid kwa shogo kwa stimi. Alizinsist maziwa kwa sababu ilikuwa mingi ipeane kwa wanafunzi bure. Kwa shogo tukahepa kwa sababu ya maziwa. Lakini nyimbo tuliimba, nyimbo za Moi niko na mingi wa hiki kichwa, nilikuanga kwa kwaya shule. Wacha tu. So hatuwezi kurudi huko kwa nyimbo. Lazima tusonge mbele, na kusonga mbele ni tunataka rais kulingana na sheria, tunataka mawaziri kulingana na sheria. Look at cabinet ile Ruto ametengeneza. Angalia tu kina Aisha Jumwa, kina Moses Kuria, hao watu wote ukiwaangalia na katiba wanafuatana na katiba hao. Aisha Jumwa anaingia hivi kwa ofisi anasema ataongeza mshahara ya wafanyikazi wa serikali. Ya hana habari kwamba kuna SGR. Kuna commission maalum ambayo inasimamia kuongeza mishahara za watu. Anafikiria yeye akiannounce tu mishahara zinapanda. So we are suffering from this because of incompetence. Okay, you have an incompetent leader who likes incompetent people around him, and the incompetent people, because hawana chao, wanategemea kuning'inia katika koti lake ile awaelekeze. So that's a mess we are in, and we can only come out of that by demanding what is right. Yes, Bwana Chaga. Chaga tume
Asante tu kwa kunipa nafasi, angalau nitumie tu sekunde 30 kidogo kuweza kuongezea kitu pale, ili nisije nikawakwaza na wenzangu. Kwanza mimi langu ni kuweza kuwaonya hawa youth, kwa sababu hawa ni historia wanapewa, si vitu ambavyo pengine walishuhudia. Kwa hiyo kutokana na sasa hivi lazima wajipange, waangalie zaidi, wasije mwisho wa siku wakaja wakashangaa. Youth, mwe wasikivu, muelewe kwa nini wengine tunapinga na tunasema jamani, hii njia si sahihi, njia sahihi ni hii. Si kwa minajili yetu, bali ni kwa minajili ya vizazi hivi sasa na vizazi vinavyokuja, na especially nyinyi youth, kwa sababu hamjaelewa na ndio ambao mmekuwa targeted zaidi. Ni rahisi kushika hii propaganda, ni rahisi kushika huu uongo, kiasi kwamba mnaweza ambiwa na mkaona labda tunayowaeleza hapa ni ya kwamba hatuelewi mahali tunaelekea. Ndivyo nimwambie tu ndugu yangu Victor kwamba Mosmos, karibu Mtembei, pewa kutulia, kubali tu Mungu akuajalie roho ya kufundishika na utaelimika zaidi, ili kusudi na kesho usaidie na youth wengine hapo. Sikudharau kwa maoni yako, lakini hakika kuna vitu vingi ambavyo unafaa kuvisikiza zaidi hapa, ndivyo uelewe ni kwa nini tunazungumzia hapa. Lengo kubwa hasa tunalenga nyinyi ambao mshatekwa tayari katika hii regime yenye iko hapa, ambayo imejaa propaganda na uongo, ambao umefanana na ukweli kiasi kwamba hatuwezi utofautisha. Kwa hivyo pewa kutulia, karibu Mtembei, sikiza tu hapa, nadhani utaelimika na utaweza kutusaidia kuwaeleza youth wengine kule wapi tunaelekea na kwa nini tunasema baba yeye ndio suluhu, na yeye ndio mkombozi, na yeye ndio tegemezi ya hili nchi. Pewa kutulia tu kaka mdogo wangu hapo, nikwambie tu pale kidogo.
Okay, thank you Chaga, thank you for that. And I also want to respond to somebody who keeps posting that Raila will never become president. Raila doesn't need to be president. He doesn't need. Right now, ile cheo ako nayo kwa EU is bigger than president. Anaongea kuhusu mataifa. How many countries do we have in Africa? 54. If you are representing 54 countries, do you need to be a president of one country? So yeye ni kama rais wa 54 countries. And then wewe unamwambia he will never be president of Kenya. So he doesn't need it. We are the ones that need him to be president, because atatusaidia sisi. Yeye hahitaji msaada wa Kenya. Mshahara wa president hahitaji, mshahara wake unazidi wa president. You need to understand that what we need is his wisdom, his experience, and his capability. Yule mtu ameshughulikia serikali kama 5 hivi akazilambisha mvumbi, huyo ana ujuzi wa kutosha wa kunyoosha mambo. Mnamuuliza 6,000 atapata wapi? 6,000 sio shida. Wakati Kibaki alichukua serikali 2002, let me remind you, economy ilikuwa -3. -3. Mnajua negative, yani mlifanya graph shule, okay? 1 0 1 2, okay? Then kuna 0 -1 negative, yani ilikuwa imepita 0, imeenda chini. Lakini alipoingia wakasema nini? Free primary education. Free primary education started on 0 budget, lakini pesa ilipatikana, okay? the Britain ikasema kama ni free primary education hiyo tutafund. Look at that. So you don't even need money to run government. You need wisdom, you need knowledge, you need structures, you need connections. You don't need money. Hawa watu wameweka pesa mbele, ni pesa wanatafuta kula. There is nothing there. Because kama ni funding education, all I need is get 3, 4, 5 governments will be take care of secondary education. Other they will take care of primary education. They will organize all this. Pesa ipo. Shida mmeweka wezi kusimamia. Sa wenye pesa watapeana pesa kwa wezi? Haiwezekani. Wenye pesa wamejificha yote, wameweka kwa gunia, hakuna mali inaenda. You can't give your money to thieves to preside over. So hii kilio hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa, hakuna, si eti hakuna pesa. Pesa ipo, lakini tupatie nani? Yesu peke yake ndio alipatia mwizi kuwa treasurer, na sio kila mtu ako na neema ya Yesu kupatia mwizi kuwa treasurer. Hey. Na Yesu alijua hata kaa muda mrefu, atakuwa tu miaka 3. Okay, so kama ni miaka 3 mwizi anaweza kuwa treasurer. Lakini sasa hii let me not turn this one into preaching session. Sister Rhoda, sema mawili matatu tusonge mbele. Sister Rhoda, your audio imekata. Hatukusikii kabisa. Okay, let me play a video in the meantime. Rekebisha utatoka alafu rudi ndio irekebike. Hatukupati. Let me play this video as we get set to do that. And just you know, it's important that we pursue what is right and follow what should be in order for us to become what we ought to become. Now listen to this.
President William Ruto has fired yet another Uhuru man as he makes changes in the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company KETRACO board. The president has replaced retired Brigadier David Azangu Ngaira with Abdi Bare Duale, brother to Defense Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale. Brigadier Ngaira had worked at the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company for less than a year before the revocation. Brian Obuya reports.
In what appeared to be the continued onslaught on Uhuru men, President Ruto has kicked out yet another military man from a state agency. Ruto fired Brigadier retired David Azangu Ngaira from the board of KETRACO barely a year after Uhuru appointed the military man. Azangu was to serve as the chairperson of KETRACO for 3 years before Ruto revoked his appointment. In firing the brigadier and in what appears to be a continuation of rewarding loyalists in his government, President Ruto appointed Defense CS Aden Duale's brother, Abdi Bare Duale, to take over the position as the chairperson of the board. Abdi Bare Duale, who is the elder brother of Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Defense, began his job yesterday for the next 3 years, taking over from the military man who has since been thrown out into the cold. Brigadier Ngaira was appointed by retired President Uhuru Kenyatta on April 14th of 2022, replacing Joe Mutambo, a former Mwingi Central Member of Parliament. Abdi Bare Duale is the chairman of Kenya Leather Development Council. He is a trained entrepreneur who previously served as a board member of the Kenya Revenue Authority, Kenya Bureau of Standards, and Nerix Pharma Limited. His transport CS, Kipchumba Murkomen, has also fired half of the Kenya Ports Authority board and replaced them with Kenya Kwanza loyalists who are instrumental in President Ruto's campaign. Just days after Murkomen revoked the appointment of General retired Joseph Kibwana as the chair of the board, replacing him with the former Kinango Member of Parliament Benjamin Tayari, the axe has now fallen on the board members. In the last 3 months, Ruto has been picking his allies and loyalists to replace Uhuru's close confidants in different and several state jobs. Brian Obuya, NTV.
Bado ni Kenya Kwanza, sio? Roda. Roda, inaonekana huku toka, your audio is not back. It's not configured. Just get out kabisa, uanzishe hiyo simu yako afresh ndio ipate audio. Haina audio. We can't hear
Bernard.
a word of what you're saying. Yes, Kevin.
Okay, okay. Hii imekuwa news ya when was this?
Leo.
So you can see, unajua sasa hapa sasa sijui ni wapi tunaelekea, but you can see these guys are out to revenge and wanajaribu kurudisha zile zao zenye walitumia kwa campaign. So wakigundua kwamba Bernard and Kevin they don't combine watupe ile product yenye tunataka, they just ensure wamekutoa kwa hiyo mix. So you can see what they are doing. Hawa ni watu wenye wao tunawatarajia wastia this nation forward. You can see it is clear. These guys, they are not here because of our interest. It is for their own gain, of which politics inakuanga hivyo, but ufai kuifanya mpaka sasa kila mtu anaona tu kenye mnafanya. This is ujinga. Why should you do this? And it is true they are punishing one person peke yake, you can see. So they are rewarding their loyalists and those who are close to Uhuru or associated to Raila and Uhuru wanamtoa. Hawakumbuki kwamba hata watu hawa pia wako na familia zao. So who are they punishing? They are not punishing Bernard peke yake. They are punishing even those who depends on Bernard. And they are not your families only. We even have friends who depends on you. Sasa mtu akifanya hivi then pale tunaanza kulia kwamba Uhuru, Ruto ndio kusema, Ruto ndio mtu wetu. Mi napenda sana venye Chaka ameongea. Wenye wameambukizwa hii ugonjwa ni sisi vijana. And kuna research yenye nilifanya, acha tu nikwambie, kuna research yenye nilifanya, unaona hii election yenye ilifanyika 2022 and I'll give a perfect example with the mountain wale watu, ile idadi kubwa yenye ilijitokeza kupigia Raila kura ni wale watu machua wazee, they are not youths. Wale watu wenye walienda wakapigia Ruto kura percentage kubwa ni youths. So you can see the kind of manipulation that is in us youths. Na hapa tunasema kwamba sisi youths ndio viongozi wa kesho. Sasa tutakuwaje viongozi wa kesho if we don't want to think? 50 bob is enough to manipulate. Hata kama unakaa kwenyu, what can 50 bob do to you? Hata kama hujaoa, 50 bob itakufanyia nini? And even to make it worse, mtu anakupea 50 bob unaenda unakunywa chang'aa, then you put your life at risk. So youths, it's my appeal to you. Sisi tukiwa pale nje, it is our turn tuelimishe hawa wenye unaona ni wazee. Hawa watu wamejua kenye wanafanya, they have been in this nation for several years. Ni sisi ndio tumekuwa target juu wanasema sisi ndio the larger population. So once wametushika wakatuingiza kwa hizo vitu vyao, then hivyo wameshika the entire nation because it's like we are the majority. So wakuje tu na few things watu manipulate na hivyo ndo wamewin the entire nation. So ni sisi ndio tukatae na tuseme hapana, sio hivi. Wewe unakuja kutudanganya, that is not the right way to go. Tukisema no ni no. And Bernard, kenye umesema it is true. Raila kama angekuwa anataka pesa, Raila I think ako na pesa. And saizi si ati Raila anataka kukuwa president ya Kenya jinufaishe. It is not true. Whatever Raila has achieved under this sun is enough for him and his family. Only what he wants for us is good life. Hata akienda atuache kama tuko mahali ambapo penye we are free, we can do whatever we want regardless, we can do whatever we want as long as we remain within the constitution. That is what Raila anatuhitajia na nivo. So Bernard, Kenyu umeplay hapa actually kama ni venye tu mimi sina nguvu, but kama Wanjiku ni sisi ndio tuko na hii nguvu, tukatai saizi ama tukubali.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me respond to Seventh Estate. Seventh Estate, please, unatusumbua. Okay? Since it is not our duty to help William Ruto fail. William Ruto is a failure. Whether he uses an excuse or not, whether he gets an excuse or not, is a non-performer, a non-starter. He's been in office for 100 and now how many? 120 days. What has he started? Taxation. Hustler fund. Miradi yote ambayo ilikuwa imeanzishwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. Barabara amesimamisha. Subsidy ya petrol amesimamisha. Subsidy ya chakula amesimamisha. Subsidy ya nini? Ya wakongwe amesimamisha. Sasa hiyo ndio, that person is incompetent. So with Raila opposing him or Raila not opposing him, it's immaterial. He will always find an excuse. Mara nilienda bishop hakuniombea. Bishop angeniombea sana, ningefaulu. He will find anything to use as an excuse. So that is not our responsibility. Let him use frogs as an excuse. Let him use air as an excuse. Let him use rain as an excuse. We don't care. The only thing we care about is this country. And we don't want an incompetent person in the helm of the leadership of this country. He needs to vacate that office. His performance in the first 100 days proves he's up to nothing good for this country. Now look at the exams, okay? You leak the exam so that children get A's. Somebody sent me, I don't know how genuine that post is, where a mama, she says, please, I know my son, okay? My son has never scored beyond D in all his life. He wonders which miracle happened that the son got B in the exam. She's not believing. She's doubting the school. She's doubting the teachers. She's doubting the results. Now that is what we are talking about. Now we compromise education, compromise health, compromise everything because we want to take care of somebody's ego. It's not our duty to take care of William Ruto's ego. Let him go and Rachel, labda Rachel ndio kazi yake, he can massage his ego. But us, we demand services. We demand delivery. And if he can't deliver, akanyage kiatu. It is that simple. Na kuna haja ya kusumbuana hapa. Then you see the style of leadership. Kenya is different from UDA. UDA is not Kenya. What are they doing? Changing Kenya into UDA. So wanataka KRA ikuwe UDA. Wanataka KPLC ikuwe UDA. Wanataka Kenya Ports Authority ikuwe UDA. Now look at that mindset. So civil service itakuwa UDA. Teacher Service Commission itakuwa UDA. At the end of the day, everything will be yellow in this country. Now when everything turns yellow, mahindi yako ikitani yellow, do you expect harvest? Kenyans, wake up and get rid of this madness. You cannot just replace people simply because they are not in your political group. The country is led by Kenyans. The country belongs to Kenyans. It is not a political party country. And Uhuru Kenyatta was not a president of Jubilee. He was a president of the Republic of Kenya. His appointment was appointing people in different dockets was based on their competence and their capacity to deliver. By the time Uhuru Kenyatta was intervening into Kenya Meat Commission, the Kenya Meat Commission was on the deathbed. They wanted it to die so that they make it private property. He gave it to the military. It revived. Now they are coming in that they want to replace it. What is happening? They are returning it back to their cash cow. Kenyans of goodwill, let us take responsibility. Tuache kudanganyana hapa. William Ruto hana chochote cha kufanyia inji ila kuifilisisha na kubeba kile kilichobaki. Tusidanganyike. Na ni kwa sababu hahitaji wananchi. Okay? Kuna sababu kwa nini katiba iliandikwa vile ilivyoandikwa, kwamba mtu atakayekuwa rais awe yule ambaye amepigiwa kura na wananchi wengi. Okay? So mtu akifanyika rais bila wananchi wengi hawezi kuwajali. Lakini kama unategemea wananchi wengi, utawajali. Kwa nini? Usipowapendeza watakukataa, na hiyo ndio itakuwa mwisho wa siasa zako. You get that? But people can make it in politics without people voting for them. Look at their arrogance. Look at Gachagua. The current revelations reveal the Mount Kenya voted overwhelmingly for Raila Odinga. They went and intercepted those results. They gave their own results that are out of their mind. Okay? Gave everybody in Mount Kenya UDA. Wacha sava ifungulike. Sava itakapofunguka ndio mtajua. Hawa kina Kioni hao walishinda tu kura vizuri. Lakini walibadilishwa tu kwa sababu hawakukuwa kwa UDA. And then, now Ruto is bad news for this country. I cannot mince words over that. It's bad news for this country, and let us realize that. If he's turning KPLC into UDA, KRA into UDA, he will turn this country into UDA. And when the country becomes UDA, every other party will go. We can't have that. We can't tolerate that. So let's think differently. Just look at this keenly and be able to forge a way forward that is going to help this country. If worse comes to worse, nimetumiwa tu link hapa kwamba Peru imepasuliwa. Okay? Mkikataa sisi tutawaliwa kulingana na katiba, nyinyi mnataka kutawaliwa kulingana na wezi, tutaweka wezi pamoja, tuwapatie nchi yao. Sisi watakatifu tukakae kwa nchi yetu iliyo na asali na maziwa. Ninyi mbaki na jangwa lenu na vituko. Hilo tu. Sababu hatutasumbuana. You cannot force us to be part of a cartel of corruption. Thank you. Now, Victor, kama la kusema dakika moja, tumsikilize huyu illegal tenant wa State House. Huyu ako na eviction letter. Asante sana kwa kufika na eviction letter. Tuko tayari from Jacaranda. Illegal occupied wa State House anatimuliwa. Yes, Victor.
Mimi nasema kulingana na vile Mr. Kevin amesema, Wakenya itabidi tutumie akili. Na there was a prophecy ambayo ilikuwa last year ya Pastor Ezekiel. Alisema we will have a very peaceful election, but then after election things will turn the opposite. The youths will rise against the government simply because what they expected from the government is not reflecting, is not coming into reality. And the guy spoke about that. Now I'm seeing it happening very soon. Today we had the first meeting at Kamkunji, I think Kamkunji. Then we have another series of meetings, and we don't know what the youths will capture from the meetings. They might be enlightened and come to notice that what they expected is not what is happening. And if Ruto is not careful, he might lose the nation. Sababu number one, watu hawajashiba, wako na njaa. Number two, taxes zinaenda juu. Unanunua token kama ule mzee alivyosema ya 100, na unajipata umepata token ya only 45 shillings. Now all those Kenyans, all those youths ambao they are struggling to get money, they are putting that into account. And at the end of the day, they will come with a solution. Now we don't want this nation. We don't want this government. That is where we are heading. I'm not a prophet, but we are heading there very soon. Na sina maneno ingine ya kuongezea. That is where we are heading. The nation is
Okay.
not going in the right way.
Okay, thank you, Victor, for that. It's a good reminder, and kuna kitu inaitwanga cause and effect. Okay, cause and effect means ukiweka mkono wako kwa maji mpaka utaloweka. Okay, hakuna vile unaweza weka mkono wako kwa maji bila kuloweka. Get that? Huwa nitapeana huu mfano. William Ruto alikuwa na nafasi nzuri ya kujiuza kwa Wakenya. Okay? Hata kama aliingia kwa mlango wa nyuma na alikuwa hapendwi na wengi wa Wakenya, alimisuse the first 100 days. Okay? Badala the first 100 days, unajua kama ulichukua binti fulani ukamuoa lakini alikuwa kupendi sana, hiyo mkitoka honeymoon nini ukiendelea tu kununua kitambaa hapa hivi, peremende hapa, kiatu hapa, tengeneza nywele hivi, she will just settle down. Not because she loved you first, but because you have proven to her you are not as bad as she was told. Sasa Ruto yeye aliingia kwa ofisi, badala apembeleze Wakenya na sweet hapa na pale, yeye anaingia mara ya kwanza anatoa jiko ya pili anatoa blanketi. Kabla wangoje ambia sasa hata hakuna kukula breakfast. Mkate haina siagi. So si binti atafungasha tu wakati huko job ameenda. So that is what has happened. He takes Kenyans for granted and he thinks that he is the best that Kenya needs, and he is misguided. He is misguided. Kama kuna group huwa na advice, asikilize Mtembei TV, tunaanza mpatia better advice. He is misguided. This country can do without William Ruto many years. We will not even think about him because he's been around for many years. But what has he done for this country? One thing. Mention for me one thing that we can say we got this because of William Ruto. One. So wewe utakuwaje bunge kutoka 92 mpaka 2022 and there is not one thing that can be named after your name? Kenyans, asante. Now, naomba hivi. Subscription tafadhali, subscription. Hiyo nataka candid hiyo ifike 1000 tafadhali. Tulikuwa tumefika 629. Sijui tumefika wapi Fatan. Tafadhali tuangalie, hebu niangalie tu hapa. Inaonekana watu wamesahau kusubscribe, Where are we? Let me check the number. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we are still at 629. We are still at 629. Let's get it to 1000, please. Let's push. So kama uja subscribe, wacha nikupatie link nikimwalika leo kwanza, alafu ndio the mtu ya eviction order ya State House atakuja baadaye. Leo karibu.
Good evening, Bernard. I can see Kevin, Victor wa Manchester. Ingawaje Arsenal waliwaonyesha kivumbi na sidhani kama bado wana sauti, wanafaa watengeneze timu pamoja na wa Chelsea wakuje watu face kama watu wa Arsenal. A illegal tenant, it's good you've identified yourself, you are illegal. Pack hizo vitu mbaya mmeweka hapo State House, tunakuja Kenya no Obloma. I don't know if it is Obloma or Obioma. You've gone to Nigeria, I don't know. And Chaka Ndume na ndugu yangu kutoka nchi ya Uganda, Christopher Kidega, na wale wote ambao wanatufuatilia. I hope you people are okay and people are really happy. Today I was following Kamkunji through the same channel, and I came to realize that this family is really big. And the mainstream media was threatened today because everyone camped in Mtembei TV. There's a point we were 4K people viewing, and That one I've not counted the ones who are sharing the TVs and the laptops. So that's really, it was really fine. We've been saying that Kenya is expectant, and the declaration we've been waiting for was finally made today. Initially, people used to confuse us here, telling us, you know, Baba amesema tufanye na serikali, ametambua Ruto, and all those other theories that we've been hearing. So today, Raila confirmed and gave us permission, and he gave us authority and told us we do not recognize William Ruto as president. We do not recognize the Kenya Kwanza or the UDA government regime. At the same time, he also called upon Kenyans to stand and oppose the punitive taxes. This taxation that they've added in M-Pesa, the one they've added in bank transactions, and all other taxes that they've added to burden the Kenyans. So if it is a matter of taxing, let everyone pay tax, not that only the rich will have to pay tax while the poor remain suffering. So those are the news, or those are the message that we Kenyans wanted to hear as we're waiting for him, or as we're waiting for Jacaranda on Sunday. I hope Kenyans are now going to come up with the points of action, or maybe the action plan. So far, we know where we are heading to. We are heading to pushing this government to resign. And they've already felt it. They're already panicking. And when I saw I saw Ruto, I'm withdrawing that word or the title president, attending a funeral, and instead of bereaving or maybe describing how the dead lived, he went there to describe Raila, and even went ahead to tell us that the server, according to his understanding, the server is the portal. So it is high time we remind Ruto that the server is not the portal, because he told, I don't know how he takes Kenyans. He takes us as if we are all fools. He told us that, you see, server ilifunguliwa na forms zote ziko kwa portal. So you see, it simply tell you that he's talking about a different thing. As we are talking of the server, with him he's thinking of his portal and Chebukati. We don't want their portals. We all know the portals are there. We are asking for the server. So if he doesn't know what the server is, let him step aside, angojea server ifunguliwe, angojea 2027 atakuja tena. So they have to
Just let me throw in this. When he was at the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court gave orders to open the server, that's why he told Chebukati to lead people to the portal, because he believes the portal is the server.
So according to him, he believes the portal is the server. So I was like, and he was telling mourners, then some people are also clapping. So I wonder, but I don't blame him. The reception that I saw today informed every Kenyan. Within the shortest notice that Baba gave, everyone in Nairobi wanted to hear from him. Everyone in Nairobi, those people who were there were people in Nairobi. No one mobilized them, no one funded them, but they want to hear what Baba is saying. People are really tired. Just like Bernard, you said, this person, instead of enticing Kenyans, na tudanganya na peremende, like if you are left with a stranger, those ladies, they go visiting their sisters when the sisters maybe get some children or infants. So when left in the house with your sister's kids, so that you gain that legitimacy that their mother have been having, you need to do good things to them. But yeah, metugonga konga mateke, they are still that is why they've not even realized they are the one running the government. They are still in the campaign mood, because they know this matter has not been settled. I heard Gachagua even talking today, telling a certain musician, Ben Gidai, that you know what you did was wrong. Singing songs praising Azimio. So when in Kenya, kwani imefika wakati hadi kucompose muziki, government inataka kucontrol, kuambia wewe chaka, ukienda kuimba unafaa uimbe hivi, ufai kuimba hivi. Yeah, so it's really sad. But the good thing is, there is hope at the end of the tunnel. I saw the energy that Kenyans had today. That is the right energy. that is the right energy that is going to push these people to resign. They are going to resign. If they don't resign, they will have to leave that office. Sahi wameanza kusema, the president is saying that the maize and I don't know the what cartels are the ones funding Raila. So is Raila somebody who needs to be funded? So why does he fear these cartels? Why can't he just name these cartels? You are the president, you're talking of cartels na umeogopa. So what about us? Ni kama kwa nyumba baba, wewe umeshaogopa, mtu ako nje anagonga mlango, umeogopa. Watoto sasa watafanya nini? You are the head of the house already, you are fearing. Watoto watafanya nini? So that shows this person cannot run a government. Kama ameogopa cartel, so how is he going to run the government? Does it mean he's already surrendering? So let him leave. Mwenye mbuzi apewe mbuzi yake na Kenya iendelee jinsi inapaswa kuendelea. I really thank those people who attended today's rally. It was perfect. It was above expectations. And I don't know, Jacaranda itakuwa ndogo. Maybe they look for another bigger venue to accommodate majority of Kenyans who will be attending. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Leo. This is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. As the meetings build up and Kenya Kwanza becomes helpless, they will vacate office by themselves. There is no need of even pushing them because you are in office wrongly, you know that, you have a guilty conscience. That makes it even simpler. The only problem is that these people don't have a conscience. So that could be an issue that may eventually rise up. But at the end of the day, ukishakataliwa umekataliwa, and that is it. And so, but as Kenyans, we also need to think beyond the revolution, think beyond life hereafter. What difference are you making in your space? What difference are you making in your space in the sense that the way we are meeting here, we are enlightening one another. After the show, how do you deal with your neighbors? Are you enlightening them? Are you getting them to understand? Kama kuna kitu ambacho tumepoteza kama inji ni ile uzalendo, ile uraia ambao unajali inji. You hardly get a Kenyan who is worried about Kenya. Okay? Everybody's worried about their food, worried about their children, worried about their family, and nobody is worried about Kenya. And then we are all depending on Kenya to take care of our family, to take care of our children, to take care of... So we just have misplaced priorities. Ndio wewe ni civil servant, uko kwa ofisi, badala ulinde rasilimali kwa sababu ni ya nchi yako, unaitumia vibaya kwa sababu ni ya GK. You get that? So your mentality is part of what we are calling corruption. Because at the end of the day, you're fleecing Kenya. Okay? And the more you fleece Kenya, the poorer Kenya becomes. And the poorer Kenya becomes, the weaker Kenya becomes in terms of carrying the population that is present. So as young people, we must begin to look at how do we shoulder the 55 million Kenyans, okay? In the next 10 years, there will be 60 plus million. And we are not stopping, okay? The population growth is something that you will not control, okay? Now, how do we make sure that by the time we get 60, we have enough food for 100 million? That's the only way to be secure. Wacha hii ya Ruto ya kukimbia na mbolea. Okay? The only way for the country to be secure is by the time the population is 60, uko na chakula ya 100 million. That's how you keep the country. So that in case kuna kiangazi, uko na chakula ambayo italisha wananchi for 3-5 years before you need another harvest. Now that projection and that being able to work out that is what will stabilize the prices. Okay? Hakuna mtu atasema ati ni msimu wa kuharvest ama kuto harvest. Mahindi yako throughout, unga uko throughout, so bei inakaa constant. But hii yetu ya accident hii, it is not supposed to work like that. And so the people in parliament, the people in the cabinet and all that, they have stopped thinking about Kenya. They are all thinking about themselves. And in the process, they are selling the country from anyone who wants to carry it. And that is why we must come together and fight the bad system out of order, out of office, so that we set up the right order where our children can be secured. Mtoto akienda shule anajua atamaliza, sio ati nitaangukia njiani alafu ikuwe hivi. Then you're sure of everything, food wise, education wise, healthy wise, as long as that is taken care of. Na hii nchi iko na utajiri. Kenya ingekuwa kama nchi zingine ingekuwa imeisha. 6 years of corruption na bado tumesimama. We are strong. Kuna rasilimali nyingi katika hii nchi. Yaani watu wako KRA kuiba. Okay? Mpaka wanaibia wanafunzi. Mlisikia ile scandal ya ile mtu aliregister shule 3 ziko na watoto 1000 each na napokeanga pesa ile ya secondary school, free secondary school for every child for 3 secondary schools that are non-existent. Kenyans are high tech. Something has to happen. But free education is possible. Free healthcare is possible. Free food for all is possible. We just need thinkers in the rightful offices. Tumsikilize nani? Christopher? The number has gone to 637. We are doing well. Let's keep going. Tufikisha hiyo 650. Hivyo hivyo tukienda. Christopher inaonekana bado anasubiriwa. Kevin?
Oh, bado watu wajalala bado. Mnanisikia?
Nana nalala. Wewe umekuja hapa kulalisha watu? Hii show inaenda mpaka saa 11 asubuhi.
Sawa. So mimi bado tu ni ile kuurge Kenyans kwamba hii nchi ni yetu. Tusipoitunza basi itatutunza, na tukiacha nchi itutunze na hiyo nchi yenyewe imebeba mang'aa in quotes, then tutakuwa pabaya. So ni sisi ndio tujitokeze, tukatae na tuseme no, this is not the direction, this is now the direction to go. Na I'm very sure sisi tuko na nguvu, hata kikatiba tunalindwa na hiyo katiba hata kuliko hao viongozi saizi hao wenye wanajiona wako bora zaidi kutushinda. Sisi ndio wenye nguvu, sisi ndio wenye mamlaka, na kile ambacho tunataka we decide and they do. If they don't want to listen to us, then they pack and go, and that is the only option they are having. I'm even very happy kwamba a few leaders, they have come into realization kwamba things have started going haywire. Things are not working as they had planned. Unajua mtu kama Rigathi alikuwa nadhani pengine sasa wakishaapishwa waanze kufanya kazi hizo siku 100 zenye walituambia zipite, then wanajua kwamba sisi wananchi we have that tendency ya kusahau haraka. But things have changed. Sisi tuna demand whatever they had promised. Wakilemewa ashuke, apewe mwingine nini gari aendeshe Wakenya, mwenye ako na ujuzi, mwenye anajua rasilimali iko wapi, itatoka wapi, na anaweka interest ya wananchi wapi mbele. Si ati unaweka interest yako mbele na nyuma pia ni interest yako, hapa katikati pia ni yako. Sisi wananchi hakuna hata mahali ambapo tunaficha. It should not be that way. Wewe ukiona umelemewa, kaa kando, pea Bernard kama anaweza, ama upee Victor kama anaweza, aendeleze nchi. Wewe ungoje labda pengine utaongoza watu nchi ingine ama dunia ingine, but not on this earth. Ushalemewa and you can't convince us kwamba umelemewa from 2013, now you want to make some magics in 2022. It has never happened. We even saw it. Your relationship with your boss was even wanting. Sasa hizi utatuambia kwamba utafanya kazi aje na sisi wananchi wenye umekuwa nao all along from 2013. And something interesting, Bernard, I was even told, I have a friend of mine, he's also active in politics, and at a point he was active campaigner of the KK, na alikuwa anatuambia okay, Ruto ni jamaa mwingine mwenye kueleweka kwake ni ngumu. Once ameachieve Kenya anataka, then is like amemalizana nayo. You see hawa watu wenye wanasemanga like wakisha kutumia ni hivyo, they use you to step they use you like a stepping stone. Wakishafika huko wanakusahau, ama yule mtu mwenye anavuka daraja akishafika ile ng'ambo ingine anasahau kwamba atahitaji kurudi this other side. So alikuwa ananiambia even the marriage between these two guys, the top leaders, itakuwa sawa very soon. Hata will be even shocked hata kama 2 years haitakuwa imelapse. So you see, ni sisi tulijiingiza kwa hizi drama zote. Tungechagua tu baba sisi sote tuondoke tuende tupigie baba kura, huyu jamaa atakuwa na milioni 2. The margin is too big, hata akifikiria kuiba haezi iba. But sisi tulisema let us balance the equation. Baba apate 400, huyu apate 400. It even becoming very hard, ama baba mshinde kiasi, it's even becoming very hard for baba now to claim the victory. But we know the numbers are outside there. Acha wafungulie server. Nilisikia leo the tribunal hii yenye ilikuwa inahoji the likes of Gulie and Boya Mulu. In fact, mimi nilisema mtu mwenye amezaliwa na uongo na ameishi na uongo, anakula uongo, hata umfanyie nini haizi akasema ukweli. In fact, Abdi Gulie anasema uongo ni kama anasema ukweli, and he's a whole professor surely. Na ako kwa kamera, ako kwa nini, Kenya mzima wanamwatch. Na sisi tuliona whatever transpired pale at Bomas. Jamaa amekaa pale, is very confident, anaulizwa maswali zenye ni obvious, hadi zingine anajikanga, and he's a whole professor. Anaulizwa na huyo lawyer wa Masit, anampeleka round, anasahau kwamba hivi alijibu hivi, anarudi tena anajikanga yeye mwenyewe. So you see such disappointments, we should not be waiting mpaka tumulikwe. The other guy also the same thing we'll even see with Chebukati tomorrow. Akifika kwa panel, they'll been trained, this is the way to go. And unajua sasa baba yao tunamjua ni nani. Baba yao amewatrain. You stick with the lie yenye ulisema hiyo tarehe 15, stick with it na uende nao mpaka kaburini. Wanadhani safari yetu ya maisha inaishia wapi? Kaburini, not knowing kwamba we have another world yenye tutaishi. Itafika pale pengine sasa sisi tukifika pale wakutane na ni Raila sasa amekalia hapo kwa gate, anauliza na wewe Chebukati, cheti chako cha kuingia binguni iko wapi? Anatoa, tunapata still nothing has changed. So whatever you do today will judge you tomorrow. So we should be wise in whatever we are seeing. Na hata nyinyi mkiwa hapo nje, just be a good ambassador of your nation. I'll insist on that. Whatever you say itakujudge kesho. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Kevin, for that. We appreciate it, and let's keep doing what is right. What is right is always good for everyone. When we do what is wrong, we mess up every other person. We have a challenge in this country where parents are behaving like children, and children don't know how to be, mature anymore because their parents are busy playing like children in their side. And then in the process, when I say parents behaving like children means kuna kile kitu utamkataza mtoto kwa sababu kitamharibu hata kama yeye haoni madhara yake. That makes you a parent, okay? You're protecting the child from what the child thinks is not as bad as it appears, but you as a parent, you see further and you understand more. So when these elections was conducted by Kinamarijan and the way they did, they were so much caught up into themselves, but they thought nothing about the country. They thought nothing about the future, and they became careless about it. They just made a kill. But the main people I blame the most is the 7 judges of the Supreme Court. How Atambaka Mbinguni, I will accuse them before God. They slept on the job completely. They were the last stopper of the evil that had been hatched at Bomas. Now Wakanguka flat completely. Why? They never thought about the country. They never thought about their children. They never thought about the children of Kenyans. Because if they did, they would not come up with those flimsy excuses that they gave. And so the country is not in a good place. That's why I'm saying that. And we need to understand it that way and then apply ourselves to the reality of the same. So
Bernard,
kabla tulete mama Chaga, ulikuwa umeinua mkono?
ni mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu dakika moja
kidogo tu, kwa sababu bundle zangu zinaelekea kuisha, na nizungumze kidogo mawili matatu. Ni kwamba uongo ulijitokeza siku ya kwanza walipoapishwa, pale waliposema kwamba wamekuta hii nchi haina hata shilingi. Na ni kwa nini nazungumzia yale? Ni kuweza kuwafumba macho wale walikuwa wamewaahidi, especially youth na mama mbogazi. Kuwafumba macho ni kusema kwamba nchi haina pesa. Huo ndo uongo wa kwanza wa hii serikali nilioshuhudia mimi mwenyewe, nikaanza kujiuliza maswali kwa hilo. Maana hawangesema hivyo, youth wangekuwa na nani, wangekuwa taabani na jinsi walivyokuwa wamewashika youth, especially bodabodas na wale mama mboga ambao walikuwa wamejenga matumani yao. Na ndio maana ikawa kauli ya kwanza, tumepata nchi haina hata shilingi. Lakini ndani ya hiyo wiki tulishuhudia misururu ya misafara ya pesa nje ya nchi. Ndio maana mimi nazungumzia kwamba youth lazima wawe macho sana na hii serikali sana tu, kwa sababu hao ndo walengwa wakuu. Na kuthibitisha hilo tena ni kwamba mpaka sasa hivi tangia waapishwe na uingia katika uongozi siku 150 na zaidi. Je, bodaboda yuko wapi? Mama mboga yuko wapi? Kauli hizi ambazo zilikuwa zinanenwa kila uchao ziko wapi? Pili, Bernard, umezungumzia jambo kwamba waliotumaliza kabisa ni majudges. Ni ukweli kabisa, ukweli tena mkweli mtupu, kwa sababu mimi nimeangalia katika ugavi wa hizi nyadhifa wenye walikuwa wanagawana. Je, Martha Koome watu wake walipata, watu wenye walipata vyeo wa Martha Koome especially waliotoka Meru ni wangapi? Na kwa nini walimshika na ule mwingine ambaye ni wa kwenu haswa, yule Mbaluya? Ni kwa sababu ya Waitangula, Moses na nini na Mdavadi na wale wengine. Ni vitu walikuwa wameahidiwa, kwa hawangeweza kutoa maamuzi ya haki kutokana tayari kuna watu ambao walikuwa shahadaiwa kwamba hawa watu tutakuwa nao katika hii serikali. Please. Kwa hivyo hii serikali imeshindwa. Ni kumalizia kwamba imeshindwa. Hakuna jinsi hii itaweza kutudanganya hata tupe miaka 10 kwamba itaweza kudeliver chochote katika. Hakuna. Tumepata mwamko mpya, mwanzo mpya. Baba kazungumza, na kazungumza kwa niaba yetu sisi wa Kenya, haswa tunaobebeshwa mzigo, si kwa niaba ya Raila. So wanajaribu kulifunika na kulipaka matope jina lake kuhakikisha kwamba wamemzima, lakini wameshindwa. Na ndio maana leo akazungumza wazi kwamba hakuna venye nimekomaa kisiasa, hakuna mtu wa kunitisha. Na hilo jambo mimi limenifariji katika moyo wangu. Hakuna mtu anaweza nifundisha siasa. nimekomaa, nimekuwa hapa sasa. Kina Gachagua hawa ni vijitoto tu vilivyoramba matakwa ya nyayo. Hilo kitu amekizungumza live, it's very true, it's true. Na tukisema haswa hata huyo Ruto mwenyewe haswa, yeye alivyoingia 1992 alikuwa upande wa kutafuta hela. Kwa hiyo aliungana upande ule ambao ni wa kuhakikisha kwamba wanatia kibindoni mapeni, lakini tusikumbuka kwamba ni mzuri wa kumobilize, ni mzuri wa propaganda, si mzuri wa matendo na utendaji wa kazi. Ukweli lazima tuzungumze hapa, si mzuri upande wa utendaji. Kwa anapotandika sipo anapolala. Lakini kumobilize watu, wadanganya watu na kuwaleta tu pamoja tu kwa kampeni ni mzuri zaidi. Kwa domo kaya tu na kulipanga maneno na kuyapanga tu, hapo hakuna wa kumtoa hapo, namumvulia kwa 100%. Lakini comes on terms na matendo na vitendo, hapo ndo tunajua kwamba huyu mtu hawezani. Kwa hiyo hii nchi inahitaji mtu ambaye akizungumza ni jambo linakaa, awe ni mchache wa mwingi wa vitendo, na ndivyo alivyokuwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Na ndio maana mimi nampenda na namfagilia, kwa sababu hakuwa mwenye maneno mengi tu, bali akisema dongo kundu inaendelea, akisema barabara hii inajengwa. Despite ndio anakopa pesa, lakini hizo pesa zenye alikopa tuliona ile kazi alifanya nayo. Sasa wale wanakuja na propaganda kwamba watu walikwamishwa, serikali hii ilikwamishwa, ya Uhuru ilikwamishwa na handshake, sijui nini. Huza hatuoni kwamba huu ni uchache wa fikra kutufikia sisi wa Kenya wote hatuna akili? Jamani, nitaungana na wale jamaa walikuwa Kamkunji leo, walikuwa wanasema wakamsimamisha baba kwamba Ruto must go, na Ruto must go. That's the only healing solution. If we do love our country, handle
Ruto must go. Thank you. Okay, asante sana Bwana Chaga, tunashukuru. Ni wakati wa mama yetu. Kabla ya hapo nikupatie tu mfano judges katika, unajua mimi nakuanga na masuala ya watu wa church. Okay, so kuna church fulani ambayo hawananga msimamo kamili ikifika kwa masuala ya kuoa tena. Unaelewa nikisema kuoa tena? Kwa sababu the Bible is very silent on that matter. Okay, so tuseme kuna ndugu alikuwa ameoa, mke akamwacha, sasa amebaki. Okay and then anakuja kwa pastor aseme, hey mimi naona huyu binti arudi naweza kujipanga na mwingine. Sasa katika hiyo hali ni the church doesn't want to expressly tell you no or yes but they don't want to be the ones that told you. So what do they ask? How do you feel? How do you see this matter? Okay, then they turn it to be your personal decision. Nambia wewe amua vile unataka, sisi tutaingilia kukusaidia vile umeamua. The Supreme Court had a very many loopholes. Okay, the worst they would have done is commissioners hamjakubaliana hii matokeo. Wewe unasemaje? Hii ni simple. Sasa kulingana na vile hii mambo inakaa, hakuna mtu alishinda hii kitu. Okay, rudini. That was the worst ruling that would have come from the Supreme Court. Rudini mkatuletee rais ambaye amechaguliwa na wananchi kulingana na mujibu wa sheria. It was a simple thing. It didn't need any of those papers they were writing and all that English of hot air and goose wherever, wild goose, and all. It didn't need all that. Go and conduct for us an election that is clear, where the winner is clear, the loser is clear. stop bringing back to this court anything that looks grey. That will have saved the day. Hata kama ulikuwa umeonwa kando, wewe umemaliza kazi yako. Lakini wewe uone tu mambo iko wazi hivi, hayaonekani vizuri, alafu unaambia yaende mbele. No, you don't do that. When you are safeguarding the country, you are the last wall of defense. You must guard vehemently. Wewe ndio unapaswa kuwa more strict than any other person. Kwa nini? You are the last resort. The last resort. Wewe ndio unakagua, after that wewe ndio unapeana the final grade. You can't be careless about it. So the Supreme Court was irresponsible, careless, and for lack of a better word, lazy. Mami, karibu.
I thought Kevin had a question, had something to say before I take off.
Was it Kevin? Kevin made a submission.
I thought he had.
Christopher.
I thought he had something more he wanted to say, but I can go ahead.
Huyu Christopher ako Kampala na huko bado wako 3G. Christopher, sema.
Hey. Hello, Bernard.
Yes, when ulikuwa na swali.
Have you seen the link I've sent to you? Have you seen the link I've sent to you?
I've seen it, but I'm yet to read it.
Yeah, you listen to that because you see the happening of today in Kenya is also a threat to us here, to Ugandan government. Okay, the son of the M7 is in Kapchora, and that is how the US enter Kenya. So you people, you take note of that. Let's be very vigilant about that. As much as we discuss this thing, we need to expose this thing here so that people beware. Okay? Because what happened, like I said, why not to march to State House and reinstate Baba on that seat? It will happen. So for them, they will bring chaos because they don't want that one to happen. So let's take note of that. I know others are supporters of the system, well and good, but that is how they do things here. So the guys in Kapchora today, you check that link, please. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. I've noted. Thank you very much.
Bernard.
Yes.
Kubali tu niulize hii swali.
Harakisha tafadhali.
Yeah, because we also what happened at Bomas, Now najaribu kujiuliza now, what is the position of the church in this drama yenye tunaona hapa yote, being you come from that side, what is the position of the church? Juu napata most of these problems na nini pia. Hata leo nimesikia Raila akitaja one of the religious leaders Ole Sapit, na sisi pia sometimes tukikosa matumaini we run to the church. Now what is the position of the church in all these things that we are facing as a nation?
Okay, now when you say position of the church in Kenya is right now amorphous. Amorphous in the sense that we have the pro-government church, okay? Then we have the church of the minority, and then we have this fence-sitting church. Then, of course, we have the vocal part of the church. But I think the best approach to this is the church should insist on what is just, what is right, and what is valid. So any other position that any other group takes, it will still be among the wrong decisions. Because our first priority as ministers of God is to stand for what is right, what is just, and what is fair for everyone. So we are the custodian of what is godly, and what is for the good of the entire country. And so any church that takes sides in terms of insisting on a particular political party getting something by hook or crook, it's a misguided part of the church. The right church is the one that insists on what is just. In other words, we are not supporting Raila Odinga because Raila Odinga is what has come from the Iebc is showing that what happened there is not right. Okay? And as church people, we can say, no, we can't allow that to happen because Chebukati is given responsibility to see for us leaders. Okay? Responsibility to see for us leaders. Atupatie the best of the best. Hiyo ndio jukumu lako. Okay? Ni kama wewe umewekwa kwa nini kwa dairy, okay, maziwa yameletwa, wewe unapaswa kukagua upatie watoto ile maziwa inafaa. Okay? Ili watoto wakikunywa haya maziwa wapate afya nzuri. So the lives of the children depends on you. But when you become careless na uallow maziwa ile iko poisoned ipite, ile ni chafu ipite, ile nini ipite, eventually watoto wataanza kuharisha, watoto wataanza kuwa wagonjwa and all that. What happened? The person given responsibility slept on the job. So Chebukati is evil because he allowed wrong leaders to pass when he's supposed to sieve them according to the choices of Kenyans. And Kenyans made a clear-cut choice. Why did he accept to subvert the will of the people by imposing to him his baptized will of the people so that they make him a hero of stealing? So that is the bad part, and any person who is sensible and is a church person, he will stand for what is right. Any other thing tunasema what is the position of the church, that's playing politics, and I don't think that's called for. And then of course, as this thing build up, there will be realignment, there will be political realignment. Right now hata wale watu walikuwa wamenunuliwa na Kenya Kwanza sasa wameanza kujisuspect. Okay? Wameanza kupiga simu kwa baba usiku wakiomba dadisi, unajua tunakula tu. So they understand kumeharibika. And so everybody will align, including the church people. They will come and say, hata mimi niliambiwa tu kuomba, sikujua ni maombi tu nilipeleka. Tafadhali si nilikuwa na support, nilikuwa tunapeleka maombi. We have already had that being said. So let's wait and see. But eventually something good is going to come out of this. And I pray that what comes out of this is a better Kenya. A Kenya that is governed according to the word, to the law, and a Kenya that is secure for all Kenyans. Mama, take it. And after that, the illegal occupant of State House can be evacuated.
Thank you, Bernard. Leo, nice to see you. Christopher Kidega, illegal tenant, Victor wa Manchester, and Kevin. I'll start with saying that today I'm in Orma. In the morning, I did not introduce myself. I'm in Orma. That is a tribe called Orma. And Orma name means respect. And so, and my name being a lady, it's Obioma. That's a kind woman. That's the whole situation. Now, I come to Ruto. Ruto has taken Kenya as his property, and he's treating Kenya like a ball. You know, it's like something he's holding in his hands that you have nothing to contradict, you have nothing to question. He is the master. It is really hard on Kenyans, and even to understand what he is really meaning, because he has has captured the whole nation, and he don't want them to move in whichever angle to say anything or whatever. It is a bad thing to happen in a country like our country, Kenya, whereby we are peaceful people. We don't want arrogancy. We want to be in a peaceful country. he has captured many institutions, and so he is not done. He is still continuing. Ruto says which server, as he was addressing people, he is asking which server, as if we have exhausted everything. There was the server, and he really know that he is playing with people's mind. He knows, and if he didn't know, I think Chebukati can update him and tell him what is a server, to let him know that we need that server opened so that we can have our victory declared and shown to the Wananchi, so that we don't have these many questions. We are not doubting. We know Raila won in a great margin. Then I'll come to Victor. Victor, young guy. We will not wish Ruto to change. We wish him to leave, because he is not ready to work with us. He is not ready to work for Kenyans. He's working for himself. Another thing I want to tell Victor, as far as these young men, please, even though voting is sacred, let's learn to question or ask questions. And asking questions does not make you a fool. It makes you more knowledgeable. And for that, these young men need to understand that they are not living alone. They have older people. They have other people. I don't know whether there's somebody who is... Bernard, I think you are on.
Bernard, you are...
Unmute. And I mean mute. Anyway, I think, Victor, we are together there. That, yes, because I might know something that you don't know, and then you'll be well informed and you will do the right thing. I know many young people, maybe right now, they are coming to question themselves, and they are coming to learn things didn't go right the way they were being infused, because it's like they were infused lies completely and became brainwashed terribly and accepted those lies. It was bad. And now I think they are realizing that was not a good thing to do. The server, I'm trying to mix these things. The server was ordered by the court that ruled that Ruto won. So for him to come back and ask for what we want, what does we want, and everything was, declared, and he was declared the winner, we still have a question for that server, and he knows very well it was ordered and it was not opened. Let them open so that we can feel good and we can declare who is the winner, and then we can move from there. And then I'll put this again. Oh, thank you so much, Fatum, Felicitas, and Gitonga for, your greetings, and I greet you back. So for me now, the only point I had is that we completely reject the results that were declared by the IEBC. We know they have given us a lot of evidence. They have given us a lot of information to make them, for us to make judgment. And we have come to find that these people were crooks. They did all the crooked work, and they even ran away, so that if Kenyans start fighting because they have been lied on, they are not there. They will not be hit by whatever will be thrown. So, Wana Kenya, you see these people who played all the games, now they have revealed themselves. So what are we waiting? It's just to tell this guy you are not fit for, not even fit. You are not supposed to be in that office. You need to have not even be seen in that office, because You are not the winner. You are nothing, completely nothing. So he should not even be talking to us. He should be packing and leave that office. He doesn't belong there. So we know who belongs in that office, and he is the one who is going to occupy, however, how long it takes. But we know we are the winner, and that office does not belong to Ruto. Thank you, guys, and hope this will work. Asanteni. Mimi nimefurahi sana kwa sababu ya Raila. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana mami. We appreciate that. Just a reminder, the subscription. Subscribe tafadhali, wale watu hamja subscribe, wacha ni share link tena. Tunataka hiyo namba isonge, imekwama tena at 640. Let's keep moving. We need to get it to 1,000. Then Christopher, I've seen the video, but in audio. Is it me or is it my machine? I just see pictures. I see people greeting.
Yeah, the audio.
I've downloaded it.
I've downloaded the video, but it's silent.
Yours is not having audio. Mine is having audio. Let me see.
Yeah, I maybe.
Abu, share.
I think someone must have downloaded. Yeah, send me the WhatsApp number. I send it direct.
Okay, pick the WhatsApp number on the where you send the link.
Okay.
Yeah, we go. So there you go. Yeah, so let's keep subscribing. There are some videos I want to play, and then I think I'll leave you with the Bwana Lewa. I hope you are here to stay, but at times you overstay. Okay. Okay, let's bring that up fast.
President William Ruto of dictatorship following what she terms as the unlawful cases involving powerful individuals. Karua was speaking at the Uganda Human Rights Accountability Conference at Fungamano House here in Nairobi. The conference coincides with the commemoration of the killing of over 100 young Ugandan protesters. Ugandan opposition leaders Dr. Kizza Besigye and Bobi Wine emphasized and urged Kenyans to guard their democracy.
We have had the recent few months cases being withdrawn, cases of fraud being withdrawn, rape, whatever murder, being withdrawn, where the suspects are people in power. We have seen land grabbing cases, affidavits being sworn saying there was no land grabbing. How come all these cases about people in power, not the ordinary people? Something is cooking in Kenya, and this is the making of dictatorship.
To the international community, we use every opportunity to call up the international community, and I want to do the same right now. You are the people that are propping up monsters in Africa. Idi Amin was supported by you majorly until you got tired of him. Mugabe was supported by you until you got tired of him. My question is, haven't you gotten tired of Museveni yet? When Mugabe did to the people of Zimbabwe what Museveni is doing to the people of Uganda, you sanctioned him. When Taylor did the same, you sanctioned him. When Saddam did the same, you sanctioned him. Why are you still hobnobbing with a dictator called Museveni?
Okay, let's keep going. There is, I think it's a longer analysis that I would want to bring it, but before that, let's listen out to this. Let's just get into the data.
Politics and casual political analysis of Kenyan politics saw a handshake coming between Ruto and Raila. Now, is it possible for these same casual observers of our politics to do a good analysis of what today's game-changing rally at Kamkunji was all about? You tell me. Because the initial reaction I'm getting from many is that since nothing has changed, Raila is not in State House. The Kamkunji mega rally today was of no consequence. Hakuna kitu ilifanyika. Kweli? Are you sure? Well, let's get into a few solid points of what unfolded at Kamkunji. Number one, Raila Odinga and Azimio do not recognize Mr. William Samoei Ruto as President of Kenya. What does that mean? Well, for starters, the 8.1 million Kenyans who voted Azimio, ditto, also do not recognize the current regime. Is that significant or it is not significant? It also means that all the elected leaders belonging to the Azimio coalition also do not recognize the current regime. Let that sink in. Game-changing point number two. Raila announced that starting today, Azimio shall resist the current illegitimate regime. What does that mean? Well, in my opinion, Kenyans are about to find out, shallow Kenyan political observers are about to find out how true it is that politics is a game of numbers. And when you have such a huge number of Kenyans resisting something, do you want to tell me there will be no impact? Is that what you want to tell me? And there is something else. Part of that resistance, which Raila Odinga has already called for, is the resistance of taxes. Recently introduced taxes that are a major contributor to making the already very hard life for Kenyans even harder. It is interesting that Kalonzo Musyoka, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka of the Wiper Party, made a comment and asked loudly, what did Baba eat in South Africa? Because the Baba who has come is a different Baba. Of course, what he meant is that this new Baba is fire. For those of us who have been around longer, this is the Raila Odinga we have always known. Now, of course, there are those who are going to rubbish everything and point to the powerful state machinery. How do you fight the state machinery? My answer? This is not 1992. This is not the 90s. This is not Kenya under the old constitution. No. This is a new Kenya under the 2010 Constitution. And what that means is that increasingly the government of William Samoei Ruto is going to find itself with fewer and fewer options, fewer and fewer cards to play in this new game. You see, one of the mistakes many analysts make is that they focus on Raila Odinga, the man. Very few analysts have been able to identify Raila's real power. Yeah, and yet it is so obvious. Let me take you back to 2017. In 2017, something happened that I believe many of us have still not understood. Remember the mock swearing in of Raila Odinga at Uhuru Park in January 2018? I need to ask you a very simple question. How did Raila Odinga get there? Was it Raila Odinga's idea to be sworn in as the people's president? Was it the idea of Raila Odinga handlers to have him sworn in as president, the people's president? No, of course not. Raila Odinga himself knew the futility of that move. So why did he turn up at Uhuru Park? Why was he sworn in? The answer to that question is pressure from his supporters. That's really what it was. Raila Odinga's real power is the huge, colossal pull of his supporters. 8.1 million plus who are in the country called Kenya. Can state machinery deal with the masses these people are talking about? Can it? If your answer to that question is yes, and if you're right, I'm here to tell you you're wrong. Yeah, but just in case you're right, then and only then will I believe the remarks from Ruto today at the funeral of C.S. Moses Kuria's sister, where he said that he's going to easily fix Raila. What that means is also easily fixing his supporters. In my opinion, as a country, we're in a very dangerous position. Why? Because the reckless decisions we have seen from Kenya Kwanza, which are very predictable, those reckless decisions leading to reckless actions can easily be the spark that makes things get out of hand very quickly. You see, even apart from the decisions and the actions, the utterances of the leaders in Kenya Kwanza, the utterances of this regime by themselves are dangerous. Because we have already seen very clearly the strategy and style of Kenya Kwanza is to insult and mock the opponents. That may work at an election for University of Nairobi student leaders. It might just work. But national politics in Kenya today, with the mood in the country being what it is, can't work. I'm just surprised that handlers of this regime, thinkers of this regime, the think tank of this regime cannot see that. I am totally amazed. If I was Kenya Kwanza, I would start, first of all, by carefully measuring my words. Because I'm in power. People who open their mouths to say anything or to make careless remarks are not supposed to be people in power. No. Even in any political party in the world, careless remarks, mocking the opposition, insults, is usually how you expect the youth wingers of a party, the youth arm of a party, to behave, not the top leaders. Have you heard anywhere in the world where top leaders get involved in that kind of politicking? Please correct me. Please tell me which country. Every time Rigathi Gachagua opens his mouth to make a remark, a huge chunk of the Kenyan population gets very upset by his remarks on both sides of the political divide. And the man we're talking about is not the Kenya Kwanza youth winger. No. He is supposed to be the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. So picture a situation, which should be reality very soon, if it is not already reality, where Azimio are stepping up their campaign, and then on the other side of the political divide, UDA and Kenya Kwanza are just making careless remarks, mocking and insulting. What do you think will happen? You tell me. Let's just use a little logic. What do you think is going to happen? And by the way, Raila Odinga has announced, he announced at Kamkunji, that there's another mega rally at the Jacaranda grounds this Sunday. Bottom line, Azimio are just getting started. Now, very quickly, there was something else very significant that came out of Kamkunji. We were told that Azimio, and especially the Jubilee Party, are now going to follow up on all those politicians and leaders who lost elective posts under dodgy circumstances, implying fiddling of votes. Now, I've covered this in a previous video, I think about 3 or 4 years ago, where I pointed out and gave examples, proving that it is not possible to fiddle with the presidential election without touching on other elective posts: women's rep, senator, governor, member of parliament, etc., etc. All those are impacted by whatever fiddling goes down. Now, here's the very important point to note. These are individual leaders. A vast majority of them are very popular on the ground. So as people are looking at justice for Raila over the presidency, others will be joining in, looking for justice over various elective posts. And the Secretary General of Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni, told us that a lot of that focus is going to be in the Mount Kenya region. I'm sure you can start to imagine what kind of impact that will have. It will just add momentum to this Azimio drive for Raila Odinga. You know, if you had to ask me for my honest opinion on all this, and to summarize it in one sentence, I think what I have to say will surprise most of us. And this is what I have to say. I am scared for Kenya. Why? Because, as I said earlier, as a country, we are in a very, very dangerous situation. And what makes it even more deadly is a government that does not see. It seems to have no idea about where we are as a country, and no idea about the looming danger. Remember, Kenyans are suffering. People have lost jobs. The cost of living is just crazy. Put all those factors together and you'll begin to understand what I'm saying. Bottom line, the road ahead is going to be very bumpy and very rocky. I am almost sure that the shocks, the shock absorbers in the car that is called Kenya will not be able to take it. Something will have to give. I will of course keep you very much up to speed and I'll update you regularly. But before I go, allow me to give a clarification. The information in the weekly intelligence briefings, my weekly intelligence briefings, is highly sensitive. Any information you see in my intelligence briefings is highly sensitive. I have noticed a few people have been taking the information very lightly. And I know why. They don't understand it. Because to understand it, you also need to follow my videos on this channel. Now, I recently released weekly intelligence briefings number 94, 95, and 96 at the same time. WIB number 94 detailed for the first time the people who are behind what happened on August 9th of our presidential elections. And I cannot mention those people by name on this channel. Now, if you don't know who these people are, it will be very difficult for you to fully appreciate where we've reached as a country. It will be very difficult for you to analyze the chances of success of this new push by Azimio. In WIB number 95, I detailed the input of a very well-known Kenyan into these revelations that have come out from the whistleblower, into the whole game plan plus the execution in the Raila Odinga Azimio campaign, which has brought us to this place of the Kamkunji rally and the aftermath. Now again, if you don't have this information, it will be very difficult for anybody to understand why Jubilee's active role in Azimio is critical in the whole Raila Odinga game plan. To be brought up to speed, I highly recommend my WABs. And I have a special offer that is soon coming to an end. I believe you can see details on your screens right now. I highly recommend that you go for it, because things are about to start happening very fast, and it's very easy for somebody to be left behind, confused, completely perplexed as to what is happening, so that you get reduced to a guessing game. And I believe that is the precise position political analysts for leading newspapers in the country recently found themselves in, when they, for instance, started predicting a handshake between Raila and Ruto. I think my parting shot is as follows. I strongly believe, and it is my opinion, that history will look back at this moment when Raila held the Kamkunji rally today as the moment when things in Kenya started to change, and to change drastically. Until next time, this is Craig.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that. I did not warn you about it. I just threw it in there, and some of you are beginning to ask questions on why we brought that up. It's good for us to look at the situation from different eyes and different perspectives in order for us to make sense of the whole scenario. Chris is one of the uh, respected long-timer journalists that are still having a grip on the history of this country and the politics thereof. I respect him, and so I made a request to him that when he makes a video that is good, we could that I find necessary that can add value to this show, will be able to share with you. That's why I chose to play that. And if you listened carefully and followed, you got something. If you did not, now you have to pay to get the remaining of the story. But let's keep going. Let's ensure that we get more insight. Get more insight. Unajua Wakenya wengi tuko tu very shallow. When somebody asks you a question, you say why and that and that. No, you need to have different in-depth analysis of the politics and the situation around in order for you to be able to educate the people around you. So let's ensure that we do that. And then there are those are requesting for the WhatsApp group. We have Tembei TV WhatsApp group, and then we have the sons and the daughters of Raila Odinga WhatsApp group. If you are not a member of any of those groups, you are free to submit your WhatsApp number, and then we will be able to add you to those groups. And then there are other things to discuss in those groups. Probably we'll come up with the resist movement group, but it will be built from, I think, what we already have. So kama hatuna namba yako ya WhatsApp, unaingia studio, unaacha hapo kwa private chat. Kuingia studio, you'll be able to leave your number privately. Don't put it in the public portal, on the public chat. Everybody will pick it, and utaanza kupigiwa simu na wale ndugu zetu tulipeleka kamiti, wakikwambia wako shule wameacha, wanataka geometry seti na ni 5,000. So don't share your number in public if you're not comfortable about it. You get in the studio, click on the link, get in the studio, and then drop it at the private chat, and then I will be able to add you. Or if you have my number, you just engage me on WhatsApp. I'll be able and request, and then I will add you to the admins. I will hand you over to the admins of the two groups, and then you will be added in those WhatsApp groups. I want to appreciate all of you that are still subscribing. If you haven't subscribed to Sound Candid Talk, please do so. Do so. Let that number rise up as we move. Ninan, Rhoda is back. I hope your audio is now working. Unmute, Rhoda. The number is 643. 643. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Rhoda, leo inaonekana sauti yako imechukuliwa. Enda kaongee na Itumbi akurudishie sauti, hakuna. Pole lakini. So Leo, we are back to you.
Oh, thank you. So you've just played an interesting video that is really analyzing the situation. Tulianza kusikia, and I hope Alex is somewhere, maybe watching, or he will be able to replay and listen to that video. He almost convinced everyone here that Raila is coming back for an handshake. And that day he was really mad and shouted the whole day, telling us how Raila is going to leave us and is going for a handshake unless we push him. And there is one thing that I've also noted in that video that is true, that Raila doesn't use his own powers, but he gets the powers from the people. We, the masses, are the ones who pressurize him and control him. He follows what majority wants him to do. Like, you've been listening and you've realized that majority have always requested for a Kamukunji. And I think Kamkunji is not only the field, but Kamkunji in other languages. I don't know which language I'm made to understand. Kamkunji means a meeting, committing. So those citizens like us who cannot make it in parliament to have a discussion, or maybe to discuss how Kenya can be governed or guided, have a Kamkunji. That is where they can go and discuss their issues. And that is exactly what Raila did. He met people in their own parliament, because all of them cannot fit in that parliament. So moving forward with the numbers that are there, majority that are there, I know the resistance is inevitable. Nobody is going to stand on the way of Kenyans, and we are going to resist until William Ruto and his fellow fraudsters give way. We don't want to go for another election, they just have to give way. We are going to resist the punitive taxes that have been given. We are not going to pay such taxes. We will demonstrate, we will picket and do any form of civil disobedience, including removing those portraits of Ruto and anything related to his government from our offices and our local offices and local businesses. That is how our citizens do resist. And I like there's something that Raila said, that what is happening in Kenya is going to change and help the entire Africa and Eastern Africa. That is why when you see Ugandans coming here, they are coming here because we are setting the pace. And he vowed and said, if it will force him to lose his life so that he can save the entire Africa, then let it be. Because it has never happened in any country in Africa whereby a sitting president is forced to resign or to run and leave that office, but it is going to happen here in Kenya. The sitting president is going to leave the office. He will have to run and vacate that office. And we are going to set a pace that all the countries that are in Africa will one day want to do. If you see our neighbors, there are some things they're just waiting. You know, Kenya is the first one. They're just waiting for Kenya to do so that they can follow. If we don't do that, then African countries will not even realize the democracy they've been yearning for. Like the Ugandans are now embracing to have, they're getting ready to have Muhoozi as the next president. And I was telling people, if you are not careful, that boy is even going to overthrow his father in a very well organized way. So the people in Uganda will foolishly think that the boy is against his father and is fighting for them, only to come and realize that his father was aware of that. So even if he knows, if he maybe has got a feeling that he's going to be challenged in a democratic election, he will organize with his father and overthrow his father or forcefully eject his father from the office, and the people will be blinded and think that he overthrew his father. The same thing that Ruto did in Kenya. He cheated people and lied to them the way he's a hustler. He's going to give the hustler government, the Wamamamboga, Serikali a hustler. And people thought that this man was good. There's no difference between Ruto, Museveni, and Kagame. These are just the same. They are just the same brothers. And if we allow them, the only difference is that Ruto is aggressive. The other one, Museveni, is old, and Kagame maybe might be weak. But they all have a same agenda of kugandamiza wananchi na kuumiza wananchi at their own benefit. That is why even if you look at the countries like DRC Congo are having problems, and most of their problems, they are the same guys that they are blaming. If you go to Congo, they are blaming Museveni and blaming the Rwandan government, and now they felt helpless when they heard that Ruto is now becoming the president of Kenya. And we know very well Ruto's business interest, and if we're making it publicly, telling you how those people in Congo only knows Lingala and putting on some baggy trousers and dancing, but they don't even have a single cow. So we should be taking cow milk to them. So we need to be very careful. This thing is not about Kenya, but it is about Africa. The democracy in Africa is at risk. And at the same time, we can say that revolution and salvation for African democracy is ripe. So it is upon Africans to unite together and support this Kenya through the able leadership of Raila Odinga and ensure that we regain that democracy that we fought for, something that we've really been yearning for. Because if this season or this electoral period pass without electoral injustices sorted, I'm telling you, it will take another 100 years. It will be like you're telling Kenyans that we'll have to go back to the bush to regain our independence. If it goes in this regime, let me tell you, in 2027, Raila might not, I'm not saying that he will not be there. He might not be as strong as maybe he been. So if we take this one normally, anybody who plans to become a president, you're planning to maybe lead this nation one of these days, forget about that dream. That dream will only be rejuvenated if we sort these things now. But if it is not sorted now, we should forget about elections in Kenya, and anybody who wants to go and contest in 2027 elections should just stay aside. And that is why I was happy to see people like this man wa kutingiza miti Wajakoya. He's known, if you don't unite to defeat fraud and malpractice today, none of them will ever make it close to be becoming president in Kenya. Christopher, your hands are up. Huh? Maybe you had a question or you have some point of intervention.
Yes, thank you, the current speaker. This is not only Kenya, neither Uganda only, it's East Africa. As I've sent you the other link, you see this boy, let me call him boy, because I'm within here, I'm within the hot soup. The boy, this small boy here, is like saying, I will enter Kenya, I will overthrow Kenya. In such confusion that the new information about the win of the Baba is a threat to them. So they are able to enter through Kapchora. That going to Kapchora is just a trick. So these are all strategies. We need to be very careful of that. I'm not saying something is cooking up. No, I'm saying vigilantly, let's be at our toe. So whoever, like you said, we have people should take concern of this, because in like the other past election where Ugandan entered, troop, they entered and they kill even people in Kenya. I hope you are aware of that. So we don't want this thing, because the boy said it, he didn't mention, your president is not saying anything about it. It's like somebody is saying there, they are all one, they have the same ideology. That is their target. They don't want Baba because Baba is more old in the politics. He knows all that trick. So they don't want him there, such that they continue to manipulate the way they are doing. So that is a submission I wanted to add on to what Nani was talking just now. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. You'll find that there's one thing people need to know. When Muhoozi speaks, he not only speaks as the son of Museveni, I think he's as one of the senior most military commanders in Uganda. Is like our former General Kerangi speaking. So if somebody of such a status, Muhoozi is not just a blogger like Dennis Itumbi. If Dennis Itumbi today blogs that Kenyans are going to attack Uganda, that one you need to ignore, because that is just a noisemaker. But Muhoozi is a general in a current sitting government threatening a sovereign country, and our commander is not even giving a comment. Our commander is not even giving a comment. He still tells you the stories of how people wanted to kidnap Chebukati. So that one is really, speaks there's some hidden agenda. And it is not the first time that boy is speaking like that. But what we know that these three guys are the ones who are united, and they don't mean well for Eastern Africa. The first time we had William Ruto talking about telling people who are growing maize to stop growing maize and grow macadamia. I was told macadamia, I was told they are groundnuts. I'm not sure. That's the time that he was having some close relationship with the current president of Congo. And we know very well, as wars are going on there, we have some foreigners some foreigners or some private developers who are doing some maize farming in those forests. And we know those maize are the ones that they are telling you, we are bringing you GMO. In real sense, they are not likely to bring GMO, but they are likely to bring that maize for you to eat, so that because they grew maize there and they have nowhere to take it. So when Uhuru was sent to go and sort the issue of Congo, he complained that he made it public and said that there are some of people, wakubwa, who are thwarting his process. They are really derailing the process of restoring peace there. So these are the people who are having interest in that country. And when he talked of the leaders, we know the leaders, they are not in Eastern Africa. The ESC is having about 7 member states. So out of these 7 member states, we know the head of state in Kenya, the head of state in Uganda and Rwanda, the ones who are having some interest. So Kenyans and any African who is alive today should really support Raila and should really support Kenyans to ensure that we do away with this illegitimate government. That is when African countries will also have a precedence where they'll be able to refer to. They'll say, if Kenya did this, we can also do it. Currently, most countries have started setting up the Supreme Courts because they saw it happen in Kenya. So we need we need to really act. It is possible. The numbers that I saw there, the numbers are enough. It is possible. We call it civic disobedience. We see it happen in Brazil recently. So it starts slowly by slowly. Even though this one of ours in Kenya imeanza na moto sana, I thought maybe some few people will attend wakiwa prepared, but it's as if these guys, everyone has been waiting for these things. Yeah, until you made the entire funeral in Moses Kuria's place was turned into Raila, and Raila is nowadays preached more than anything else. Even the churches in Central, they preach Raila and mention the name Raila more than the name Jesus is mentioned in those churches. And currently, the understanding of my Central brothers and sisters, their current understanding of church is a place whereby you go and they tell you the evils about Raila. And if maybe in any case, they've replaced the devil with Raila, instead of fighting the devil that is going to prevent them from going to heaven, they've turned Raila into a small, in fact, Raila is not a small devil, a big devil, because they mention him more than even the person who is supposed to help them fight the devil. So it is sad. And what I like is that Raila defines the politics of Kenya. Like the whole of this week till Sunday, your TV stations, your radio stations, your local pubs, your local churches, and your any minister and elected MP is going to discuss Raila, either positively or negatively. So that is the agenda that is going to be discussed the entire week. So let us just have that spirit and keep on educating people and telling people that it is their right to stand against any illegitimate government. Kevin, oh no, sorry. Before I go to Kevin, I can see Moses. Moses, long time, Karibu. Though I think I've been watching you, Masare. Oh, Masare, before you talk, Kiptum Christopher is not mixing Uganda and Kenyan affairs. Ugandan affairs are Kenyan affairs. Currently, we have the East African community, and if you don't know, we share passport. Our passports are the same. So when you want to remove Kenya from Uganda, you want to separate them, then you are taking us back. Even Ruto himself have been saying it each and every day. We are a community. So when you speak of Kenya, you speak of Uganda, you speak of Tanzania, we are one community. You cannot separate us. And the problem in Kenya is a problem in Uganda. So we correlate. So even our passports, like you see, the passport, this same passport is the one that person is in Uganda is having, the same that you see in Tanzania and everywhere. So we are one community. Don't tell us here that a Ugandan is mixing Kenyan and Ugandan politics. When Muhoozi threatens Kenya, why didn't you say that he should stop talking about Kenyan boundaries or about capturing Kenya? Masara, karibu.
Thank you, Leo. How are you all? How is everyone? How is Mr. Bernard? We have been in South Africa. We have been in South Africa, retreating, planning of what to do in Africa. So those people who are there, with their words, which are, let them talk. But what I can say, an African that is bad is the one who stands with the corrupt people and the criminal people. But apart from those two mentioned that are two and that I've mentioned, the rest who can see and feel for what is happening, people who can stand with, with the right things, they are welcome. Baba said it all. That's why I said we are from South Africa and we came full loaded. Even you can feel the energy now, you see. So don't mind about these other people. They are just hiding, but they are supporting these criminals who are looting countries. So today, I think Baba has said it all. All those regards, whatever propaganda is now being dumped and dusted. If there is a point that he made me, even me, I was, I was starting like, maybe Baba, maybe. But today he said it all. This issue of handshake, it is nowhere to be. It's not even. It has never even come in closer his mind. So we want to hear about. I don't know what is this guy going to preach again, because he has been preaching. Today it is clear. And you even if you were there, Bernard, you saw how the crowd was welcoming that point. Everyone was very happy because majority were worried and majority were never in support of this. So today everything is clear. The roadmap, the plans are clear. And he has said he is ready to lead. And we don't recognize this KK government. No, we don't recognize it. Not only that, everyone in that executive, so everything was very clear today, and that's why, if you know how to, people who are wise will always be wise and clever. He has been preparing himself and what not until today. Now we know why he has been quiet. Sometimes we could demand, why is he not? But it's clear now. For what I can say, Leo and Bernard and others, it's better. It is now, because like we can mix it. We are now in Africa now. In Uganda, what happened in the Kamukunji can never happen. Can never. Because you cannot even hold a group, a rally of more than 20 people. You'll be tear gas, you'll be arrested. If you try to respond, you'll be even shot dead. So Kenya, at least we still have one hope. There is one step forward. Not even, for me, I count like 3. If you can go and make, you talk to people like what happened today, that is the only chance. We have the Kenyans have to use it before it is blocked. Because if this KK government continues, that chance will be blocked until before you make a rally or any meeting, you have to get permission. They will say right to the inspector of police and what. So this is the chance to use it before it is blocked, because they are now focusing on that. How will they stop? Now there is another one coming next Monday. So I'm sure people are not sleeping. So each and every day they are planning things that will make you feel like you are nothing, you are nowhere, you don't mean anything in your country. So there are some points today that gave me hope, and you can feel it. Today it was not like usual days. those other days, the words that were said in Kamkunji today, if someone says something, you look into someone's eye and this person is serious or you see how Baba is ready. He's ready to kick on off, is ready to do anything so long as justice is given. But before that, even he said he's ready to die. If someone, how determined is this guy here? So it is now all about Kenyans to stand with him. And there is one person is called a ghetto president. I respect that guy. I don't know his name. Is it Kauchi or Mauchi? Is it kind of?
That is Gaucho, the ghetto president.
That guy is also, that is another guy again. So if we can get like 4 of them from each region, then you join this army together, I think what was being stolen will come back home soon. So, sometimes these people, they have been pushing, and now they are getting the results. If you see someone is quiet, it doesn't mean that he doesn't understand, It doesn't mean that someone is stupid. They know what they are doing. Today, they have got facts, and that is what they have been looking for. So now I'm waiting. I just wait to see. And what makes me feel bad, I think it's a high time. Even these so-called religious leaders should be also called into order. Because if you can allow people to come in church and start making politics there, have they come for prayers or they have come to campaign? And you see them, they are very happy. These are the people confused. I'm very sure that many people have started saying, there is no need to go to church because there is nothing like church. Not all, but more so these, it is so disgusting, You are there, you give someone a mic from a word go up to last. He's just talking about politics, so there is nothing concerning church issues. So, these are the people also, we have to put them in question mark. Are they just hidden in those ganduras and whatever? They are not religious leaders or what? They cannot even, you have to, if you are a leader in church or wherever you are, guide whatever is going to be said. Yes, you can put there 2 or 3, but you are abusing people in church. You are, maybe for me, I don't get it. You are in a church and you're abusing others. I think the churches are there to unite people. And as a president or a deputy president, you are like a unify whatever factor to unite the country, not dividing the country. If you are sure you were president, there is the thing we call legitimacy. These people, they don't feel it and they don't have it, and you can never force it. That's why every day when I tell we did this, no one has asked you. I told you here last time, Bernard, that when we were young, you could do something bad when mama is not at home. But when she is coming back, you will be the first person to run to her and say, for me, I'm okay. I've not done something wrong at home. You are defending yourself. You are feeling guilty yourself. No one has asked you. So these are the same thing I'm seeing in this KK government. Always defending themselves. Always attacking others. Baba has been quiet. He even told them that let them work and give them time to work, to give services to Kenyans. But, when you have stolen something, you always have that in you. You feel guilty yourself. So I'm proud today. I've got it. Baba has given us hope again, and it is in a full swing mood now. No returning back until results is being seen. And he has not talked about Kenya only. He has involved everyone, whoever is in the comments, send him back to watch the speech that the fifth president was giving in Kamukunji. He should not come and tell us. Let him go and ask him. He said it's a symbol, it's an image, it's a mirror to all African countries. That means we are all welcome. So they should stop that and let them be clear. If they are from UDA, let them say that, don't attack our government, because we don't have anything bad wrong with UDA, but let them do what they're supposed to do. Then lastly, Chebukati issues. You know, like Baba said, who am I to again go there and, he said it. You are the government. You are the president. You have been given the powers. You don't come here and lament. It is me, Leo, Bernard, Mama, Kenya, and you, Mama Jenny, every time your name is. So we are the one to lament because we don't have power. But as a president, we give you powers to act, take action. Who are we? You are the commander in chief. Good enough, Chebukati is his hero, as he has been nicknamed. Get your hero, come together with him, take him to courts of laws, let him give you the list of those people who kidnapped him, then sue them. Let the courts of law act, But you are lamenting, he was kidnapped. Maybe they kidnapped him, that's why he gave us what we are not expecting. They kidnapped him themselves. That's why they cannot mention it. Bernard, you cannot tell me that you know someone. You won. Nothing was rigged. And people who wanted to kidnap the chairman of the Electoral Commission. You are the president and you cannot mention them. You cannot put them in the courts of law. This, I think this time, these guys, they have come to the extent of taking people like they're animals. They don't reason. They don't know what is good, what is bad. You are the president. Excuse me, you are the president. So I think these are the things that people should start. And like I said, I'm happy with that ghetto president of Kenya. Let him keep organizing people to put this government, before even Baba is not there. Kenyans should come out and demand it, but Baba offered himself today. He's there to lead this struggle. That means he just inform him that Baba today, don't wait him to say that we are going to, is it Jacaranda? He said, call him that Baba today we are hitting to State House. We need our victory. And people, I'm happy that, hey man, if I saw the crowd, I was just here, I'm saying, if there is one thing that I admire from Kenya, you guys, if you mean it, you mean business. But I think we are slowly copying from you. Because you guys, you can give it all. I saw the ground, I was like, is this? Anyway, I'm very happy. Even I don't have other words. Let me keep thinking. I'll come back for the second time.
Thank you, Bwana Moses. We appreciate it. That's why we must fix Kenya to fix Africa. We must fix Kenya to fix Africa. And that's a responsibility that Baba has taken over, and we are in support of it all the way. The dictators of Africa, they have been served a notice today. We are coming for each one of them. We must fix this continent. And that's why I'm happy that Baba is not looking at Kenya only, he's looking at the entire continent, and that's a very good place. Kiptum, Simeyo, Arapanin, somebody's accusing me for chickening out. I don't know what I chickened out of. Vicky, what are you accusing me of? Kiptum, sijui shida yako ni gani? You're saying that Raila is looking for relevance. No, mimi, unajua, unajua mimi sipendi matusi, lakini Just
Which
look at yourself
relevance? Maybe
and look at Raila.
Bernard,
Between the two of you, who is looking for relevance for what?
Bernard,
Yes.
that person, tell him to explain for us what is relevant. Maybe for us, according to me, I know it maybe in a different way, maybe in the opposite way. Relevance. What is the meaning of it?
Probably he's okay. He's just twisted, and he wants to oppose what he knows that is not opposable. Raila is too big to be ignored. When he's quiet is a problem. When he speaks is a problem. When he's out of the country is a problem. When he's inside the country is a problem. And the people who have most a problem with him are the ones who don't like him. They don't like him, but they can't do without him. They go for funeral, they will preach him. They go for church, they will sing him. They go for what did they go? For bonding retreat in Nyeri with their cabinet. They will still talk about him. And so kubalini ni baba na ni baba wa taifa zima. Nyinyi ni watoto tu. Kubalini muite baba, mambo yaishe. Na mkubali kuongozwa na yeye.
You see how he gave Rigathi his class. He did not even talk about him. He told him, even your father. No, it's a reality.
No, when Baba goes there, whatever Baba said today, it was evidence that he's
true.
Angry. He's angry and very angry, but his anger is well managed. Well managed.
He's a human,
how this is going to end? Somebody's going to cry. Somebody's going to cry, and the cry is going to be very huge. Nafikiria ile time ya kukata miti imerudi tena, because somebody who is full of themselves, when they get snatched what they think is theirs, they can commit suicide. So you need to get your ministry back, because things will not be the same again in this country. But I just want Leo, I think I'm set to sign out. If you are set to continue, Kinamato watakuja baadaye, but don't overstay. If there are no new people coming to the studio, you just end the show. There are people who enjoy following the show from the beginning. So ukiendeleza, kama kuna siku uliendelea mpaka saa 5 saa 5 mchana, so you deny the people want to watch the beginning because you have sustained it. It has to keep going ahead. Yeah, the people want to rewind so that they watch from the beginning as it continues. So don't go past 8 a.m. East African time. When it reaches there, you rather cut and begin a new feed, a new topic. Then you go with that topic. So you leave this other one for the people who want to start it from the beginning and flow. It is that advisable, so that also the video doesn't become too long. You have videos for 12 hours. That's too much. Otherwise, I want to appreciate everybody, and let's keep in the fight. Let's ensure that we do the right thing. The subscription, please, let's keep it going. Ningependa sana, ingekuwa imefika 500, I will go. Ingekuwa imefika 700, then I will know that we have 300 to fight for. Is it 650 already? Can we get it to 700 by daybreak? I think it will have done well. Please, let's keep it up. And let's take it as our responsibility. Not only the people who are here right now, there are people who are in your phone book who would want to be part and parcel of this show. You just share the link with them, tell them to subscribe to this channel. That is going to help them, so that tusitegemee tu wale watu wako Mtembei saa hii. Kuna wale wako kwa phone book yako, wako kwa WhatsApp yako, wako kwa Facebook group yako, and you know they love the content here. Then invite them so that they subscribe they will be able to access this content without having to rely on you. Unakuja hapa unasikia story, tena mtu anakuambia uende kumtilia story vile umesikia. Let them come and hear for themselves. So lakini. So God bless you guys. Let's link up again later on in the day. Thank you. Asembo, karibu. You are in the safe hands of Kenyan with love and Leo Nyabaya. Mwalimu wetu
Asante.
Bernard, wacha kutoroka.
Wewe.
Wewe ukukua Kamkunji.
Hapana, utoroki ka hapa kwanza dakika mbili.
Ndeto wewe bana.
Wewe umetembea na msafara ya baba kutoka hapo tukafika Kamkunji.
Saitan ka hapa kwanza. Lazima nimalizane na wewe. Hapana, huwezi toka hivyo bwana. Unatoka aje kimalenge? Ai.
Mimi najua
na vile nimekimbia.
Maaskofu wachukue bahasha waombee mtu wao. Hiyo ishe tu.
Mpaka ngoje kwanza nisikize. Weka hapa, you are arrested.
No. You had to keep me here unnecessarily. Okay, go
just 2 minutes will not mess you up.
Hey, Ndeto mimi mine is short and precise. So ngoja tu kidogo alafu ndatoke. Three things. The observation today. One thing that mkisikia baba anaitwa baba, inafaa ukae chini ujiulize kwa nini. One thing that is now clear to me, that it has never been against tribes when we go for election. It is the system that has been in place that has been causing all these tribal wars. If this thing that we had by that time that Baba was not announced the president, different tribes at different temperatures and different pressure that was ongoing that time, watu wangeshambuliana kwa kikabila, kusahau misingi ya vita ni nini. So it's a good thing 4 months later, it's now clear we know why we are going for this fight. It's not about this tribe voting for this tribe or voting for this person. It's about the system that being used to cause the problem in the country. You can vote for whoever you want, but if the system is not doing it well, it causes the problem that we've been having for the past elections. So I thank Baba for taking his time to make everybody cool down and let us now start reasoning and start thinking what's causing the problem and where is the problem lying. Because at that time, angesema nimenyang'anywa kila mtu atoke nje, mimi ningetoka kufuatilia Mkikuyu, kufuatilia Mkalenjin, kusema wametuibia, bila kujua nini imefanya kura kuibiwa ama nini imefanya kura kufanyiwa ikuwe namna hiyo. So it's a good thing for Baba to take his sweet time to let everybody relax, to make Bernard think of enyewe. Niliambiwa nikiingia, the moment naweka Biblia chini, hiyo unga from 210 to 70. 4 months imekutosha kukaa na kuangalia enyewe. Hii kitu ilikuwa ni kuoshwa na oshwa. So that if you go to the street to demand what belongs to you, you're not fighting your fellow Kenyan, but you're fighting for everybody that is in Kenya to have a better life. So Baba aliona nyewe akisema wakati huo ni ukabila inapita chukua miokondo kushinda agenda. And the agenda was to make sure that we get proper system. And if you look very carefully and keenly on the demand that he was putting on, first thing I got, auditing, for instance, auditing of the servers. Ifanyiwe, watu wajue ni hii ni ukweli wanaongelea. Another thing, the empty promises zile tuliakuwa tumeambiwa Asla Fund, free free education inakuwa inaingilia katikati. Mikiangalia Biblia chini, unga itakuwa imerudi 70. Those are the empty promises Baba is talking about here. And saizi yenyewe hata yule mwenye alikuwa nafikiria yeye ni Asla amegundua yeye sio Asla. Then Baba comes then and talk about the officials wale wamekuwa elected ama wamekuwa selected to lead the cabinet. Thugs, mtu ametoka kwa kesi kotini, anapewa bodyguard, anapewa ofisi ya serikali kuchunga ama kulinda. Baba is for you. He has never been against you. So you as a person, this is your call. Mimi naongelea wewe. Na Baba pia naongelea wewe. Anataka uone hii nchi tusiporekebisha hizi vitu saa hizi. Na ameongelea tena mambo ya Iebc. They cannot single-handedly select people to add that body. Because if they do that, 2027 will be like 2022, or will be like 2017, or maybe even be worse, because now the dictators are in the office. Another thing that Baba just did that I know he's good in doing, he told Gachagua wanted to deal with him, nakamwambia Amia, come for me. So Gachagua, wherever you are, Baba told you he's ready for you. So if you can handle him, you know where he is right now. Go get him. You wanted him to dare you. He's right ready for you now. And the thing I want to talk to Kenyans about, look at what Baba talked about. Taxes. Now, equally, you can ukiangalia how much 1,000 token was before Uhuru exited the office, and right now, how much 1,000 token you're getting, you're getting, you'll feel the pain. If you look at the cost of living, that's what Baba is addressing. Is addressing things that are affecting you as a person, as mwananchi. He's not addressing things that are affecting him, because he can afford these things. He's just jetted in from South Africa. I don't know where you are jetting in from, or where you're landing in from. So this guy is for you to have a better life. And the call that is calling for and is looking for you people to come out to stand for the truth and to stand for a better life. And imeanza. Sasa wale walikuwa sema ati mtu wa maandamano inakuja. Na amewambia he's ready to die for it. Now he's been jailed. Now he's not fearing, he's willing to risk everything so that tomorrow the ones who will be there will go in to serve the people. Ni hayo tu mimi nilikuwa nataka niseme tu, niwakumbushe tu. You go and listen to the speech, analyze it, understand the speech. Ndio ukuje urepoke hapo useme Baba anajitafutia. Ni wewe mwenyewe anakutafutia, na uangalie maisha iko wapi na nini nafaa ufanye kama Mkenya.
Thank you, Asembo. Kiptum, Baba huyo anajitafutia nini? We angalia umri wako, angalia umri wa Baba. Watu wa kujitafutia ni wale ambao wana threaten Chebukati, wamweke kando, awapatie urais ili watumie urais kujitafutia. Those are the people who are seeking after their own selfish interest. And there is nobody who has depicted the hunger, unsearchable hunger for selfish interest like one William Ruto, your supporter, the person you are supporting. And then he's accusing for others for selfish interest. He is the one in presidency by selfish interest. He was in deputy presidency by selfish interest. He took half the cabinet, half the government of 2013, 2017. Is that not selfish? So please don't accuse Baba of pursuing something for any selfish. Baba right now mshahara ile anapata AU ni kubwa kuliko ya hii yenu mnataka kumweka kwa msumbua hapa na vingora na zenu hapa. Baba doesn't need that salary for president. He has better salary. He's a representative of 54 countries. How can you be representing 54 countries and be seeking selfish interest for one country? Saingine, you just don't need to struggle to think. Just a little thinking, small thinking, will solve all these things you are displaying. Then black, we are in what is called East Africa Community. East Africa Community means we have brotherhood. That means we are into each other's business. So there are no Ugandans here, there are no Tanzanians here. Whatever affects Uganda affects Kenya. Wakati tulinyoa reli. Wakati tulinyoa reli. Ukusikia Uganda wakilia. Ati Wajalo tunanyoa reli. So we are integrated. Whatever affects them affects us. Whatever affects us affects them. And that's why we should not begin to reason the way you want to reason there. That the Ugandans should speak with respect here. Which respect? Respect for misbehavior. You people misbehave and you want to be praised. Where do you get that from? Let's grow up and forget about this nonsense sense of entitlement when you are not worth the entitlement. You want to be treated nicely, you are not nice. You want to be treated respectably, you are not respectable. So how do you want us to respect you? Have you seen somebody who is charged with the responsibility? You are a participant into an election, and then you are the one protecting Chebukati from being abducted, and you want Chebukati to go and announce another person as a winner? Where did you see that happen? Kenya, an interesting country indeed. Kenyan would love. Release me from this arrest. I will explode here with this kind of madness.
Hey. Sasa nyinyi wewe, Bernard, how are you doing, sir?
I'm here.
Leo, nice to see you. Huyu ametutuma mbali leo. Sikusikia alikuwa leo ameenda wapi. Kenya no Obioma. Okay. Pacho, nice to see you. Moses, always nice to see you.
Kenyan would love. One moment. Let me respond to Geoffrey Ruto. Bernard, are you sure Ruto will step down for Raila? He will not. Raila will take office when Ruto is on his way to Saudi Arabia. You go and watch the rise and the fall of Idi Amin. Then come we talk. By the time we are taking office, he will be on his way to Saudi Arabia. Well, who tells you that somebody's going to step down for another? Kenyan would love. Continue, please.
And in fact, we don't need him to step down. No, wacha kalie, aguze hiyo kitu akae kabisa. Kalia hapo. Si wewe unafaa kujitoa. Ala, kwani ni maombi? Bernard, I wanted to ask you, nini inafanyika huku South Africa? Kuna nini? Because I'm about to take a trip all the way to South Africa. Mulipatia nini baba huko?
You go and interact with the spirit of the departed that were here for the struggle, beginning with Madiba himself. Then there is Bikok. There is Ben B. You interact with the Win Mandela. When you come back, you will be Malembat as 3.
Funga masikio Bernard, lakini hiyo bangi yenye baba amekuja nao ni mzuri, hata mimi nataka kuiendea.
Wewe. Mtu wa kunywa bangi ni atoli. Wewe unaingiza baba kwa vitu za ujinga kama hizo. Mtu wa bangi wewe umjui? Na huyu mwingine naye ameanza kujaribu lakini inamsumbua.
Huyu mwingine aliokoka bwana, nimeona leo akisikia kulia. Ushiona mtu akiongea anaongea na kiburi na hakuna kitu. Anaongea nasikia kulia tu unamhurumia. Karibu nimhurumie niame niende UDA.
as Jana said, Bernard Baba went to consult with the elders. No, he went to fellowship with ancestors, not to consult. Fellowship. You know, we are in Africa. There is what is called the living dead. People never leave. They just transit into the other world. And when they are necessary, they can come and spit saliva on us and make us do better.
So anyways, Bernard, first of all, let me start. Acha nianzie mali somewhere that I felt so bad mtu akisema. The Rutos, they were talking back there. And thank you, Leo, for standing out for Moses. Moses, let me tell you, you're a Kenyan and you are a Ugandan and you are an African. Leo answered that question the way I wanted to say it. I was driving to get home real quick. But people don't understand that we are no longer Kenya. We are an East African community and growing. Leo, you even counted less countries. You have to understand Congo was the last one to come in. Djibouti is already in it. It's just kind of NATO. So anything
and Somalia is also joining. They've already been, I think, accepted, and the next sitting, they are going to be accommodated officially.
And that's why we have an East African Parliament, which is something we've been talking about here. So, no, Moses, talk Kenya as much as we want, and us will talk about Uganda as much as we want, because that's our country too. You know, that's why we share that passport that he was talking. Bernard, I woke up in the morning and because of time difference, nilikuwa naangalia cause nililala mapema jana sikuona, and then I was looking and there's something that caught me. Maybe it's just a perception. You see, when a president, when Ruto is going somewhere, he has motorbikes, well-dressed police officers and everything. But you know what I saw today? You have to think of what you're seeing. You can see his procession is not the police, is not whatever, is the common mwananchi, the borders right there. I was talking to Gaucho, and thank you for, you know, this channel is very good because that's my childhood friend. I was talking to him, akaniambia hii kitu lazima. We are going. We even spoke to Okanka, you know, and we were, you can ask Gaucho. We were talking in the morning and he was like, ikitu iko. And this is how it's going. And Bernard, when you start seeing someone like that, a leader that you don't really need, which that's a lie, what I'm saying, because most of those motorbikes, sometimes they're not actually boda kabisa. They're actually, you know, ni makarao wengine. But also is the whole thing of seeing just Africans and Kenyans going for their leaders. Bernard, I want to ask you a question. This Rigiji that is talking, and I'm thankful venye Baba alisema. Do you think Rigiji can be anazafuatwa na watu hivyo mpaka kule anaenda? For him to compare himself.
Unaona watu wakikimbilia makanisani unafikiria ni mchezo?
For him to compare himself with Baba.
No, the reason they go to church is because they cannot gather anybody. They want the bishops to gather people first, then they can have people to address. If they call meeting, they will address empty chairs. So that's not a question, that's an answer. Rick G cannot get a following anywhere, leave alone Nairobi, even Madira.
Na Bernard muache kutusumbua. Kwa sababu, there's no way we can be in a church somewhere and telling people that umze wa kitendawili anatusumbua, wanafanya sijui maandamano, and then nyinyi wenye mko kwa maandamano hata mwezi acha Baba ongee. Mnatufanya tusikie baya, na wenye tumekaa nao wanatusikiza na tunawadanganya. Na tunawadanganya ati nini sava iko kwa poto. Na wale wenyu hata hawezi kubali muwadanganye. Unaenda Baba anaenda kuongea huko, wanaanza kusema hatutaki handshake. Wanaenda tena wamemuimbia sijui ati hata happy birthday. Tena wamerudi wamemuimbia ati sijui ati Wakenya msilale. Yani wana control nyinyi. Hii ni nini mko nayo? Kwani mmeshikia watu kamuti? Si usimwache
Yani
pia.
wewe tunakwambiaje? Baba ni baba yetu. Okay? Na mkutano inakuanga yetu, si ya baba. We have invited him to come and address us. So he will address us. As we help
Na
him
simwache pia
address
sisi
us.
hata mtugawie hiyo fanatic, mtugawie kidogo pia
It
sisi
is
tuache
not
kwenda kuaddress.
kugawia, inaitwa anointing. Don't call it fanatic. It's anointing. Kuja tukuweka mikono utapata tu. Hiyo ni power
Tugawieni
ina
hata sisi
flow.
tuache kuwa board. Tunaenda mahali tuko karibu tunalala hata tukiongea kwa microphone bwana. Na sasa tunadanganya watu.
Wewe unafikiria wimbo inaanza huko alafu inashika kila mahali in 2 seconds. Ushaona kwaya kama hiyo?
Wengine hata ni bass, hata wajui bass ni wapi bwana. Ama ni soprano. Tupatieni fanatic kidogo bwana, tuache kwenda mazishi na tumepona kuanza kukelele.
Yenu ni artificial. Yenu ni artificial. Your smile is artificial, your speech is artificial, your suit is artificial. Hakuna vile mnakuwa na organic, ndio mnaleta GMO. Kwa sababu
ni mnafanya tunaanza kuuma midomo, alafu tunaangalia ile pande tunapata ni tent. Tukiangalia side nyingine ni tent. Tukiangalia wako katikati wanapiga makofi hata yenye wanajua si ya ukweli. Sasa ni nini bwana? Mbona mnatusumbua haki? Hata tugawieni fans.
Ndoa lazima ina vikwazo.
Then on a Monday, not on a Sunday or weekend. On a Monday.
Bernard, that's how you see, that's how, on a serious note, that's how countries change. And because we keep on saying here that Kenya is the big brother of most of African countries. And we are past the shenanigans of tribalism and bad leadership and dictatorship. You cannot be a dictator in Kenya. It will not work. Not today, not ever. We are past that. What I saw today and what everybody saw today is exactly, and kuna mtu alikuwa akisema hapa, maybe wanatuskizaga. I don't think is wanatuskizaga, because everything they were talking is exactly what we were talking, is actually the mood of the country. That is the mood of whether you go to Central, whether you go to Rift Valley, whether you go to Nyanza, whether you go where. That's the mood of the country. That is what people are talking. And that is what been cut off. And Bernard, that's where I agree with you here. And sometimes, you know, I come here so much often because remember we used to say Bunge la Wananchi. We need to watch it. This is the Bunge la Wananchi online right here. Is an extension. This is the Kina Gauchos of the day. And these are the people where Kina Raila started and where those people started. Because Bernard, like I said, and I keep on saying it here, is not about Raila. Raila is under Sieke. Ile anani. He's under siege of his own citizenry that is telling him, no, this is how we want. If you would have seen him trying to say handshake and everybody was Evie, Atutaki, you know, until he had to keep quiet, he kept on keeping quiet and looking at what people were saying. He had to say what the citizens want to hear, because that is what the citizens want to hear, because we are tired, people are tired, and we cannot have a bandit economy while we're still seeing it. People have woken up. Wajinga waliisha. And that's why some people are wameachwa sasa to go to funerals, both of them, hata wawili hawezi kuwa places different at the same time. Lakini ile side ingine, na by the way, na Bernard, I need you to go talk to your friend. If you cannot, pitia ule mwingine mwenye mulipatana huko Busia. Aache kupitisha helicopter huko juu watu wakiwa na mkutano. You can use a drone. Now, why do you have helicopters on top of a mkutano of Kamukunji? Just use a drone if you want to get something.
Alipigiwa simu akaambiwa kumejaa, akasema piga picha, picha ikaenda, akasema hapana, nipeleke tu nione mwenyewe.
And how do you react so quick that you are the president, you are in Central, mkutano iko Kamukunji, as it's happening, you are out there reacting on the same thing? Why are you, kwani unafuatana na ile kitu tunafanya bwana, kama you are so confident? See you wait hata upate news kama sisi wengine. So basically what I'm trying to say in a very jovial, funny way, today was a good day, Bernard. I appreciate it. And, you know, this is the start of what we've been talking about, because there comes a time where the country, like Sekoti said, the country is bigger than anyone. Na imefika wakati, well, hatutadanganywa na mama mboga. Muliona bodaboda kwa nini ya Ruto? Lakini uliona bodaboda wakiescort baba. So this country, I'm asking everyone that there comes a time, hata watu kina black, when you wanakuaga 50-50. Think about your country before you think everything, before you think vitu zingine, because this country ni yetu. And if you've never seen a revolution, you might see it in Kenya this time round. You cannot steal votes 24/7. They say, fool me once. You know, this time we know what's happening. And everybody iko na server zitafunguliwa na kinana, everything will open. Na Ruto ache kudanganya watu. I really felt so sorry. I felt very stupid. And the people that were there in that place, akisema portal is the server. And I wondered, are these guys educated when you're hapa? Na if they are educated, what are they thinking of him when he's saying that? Because I know people know the difference between server and a portal. And if you're the president, you shouldn't even be talking about those differences. Kwani unadhani sisi ni watoto wa nursery school, Bernard? Now I'm turning into being Stone PK. Revolution is due. Let's do it. Na itaamka, na kuna watu wamesema tu the only reason wako Kamkunji ni juu wapendi homa. Na wengine amesema ni vile akukua nini tear gas.
Dawa ya homa.
Tupatane Jacaranda.
Yeah, Jacaranda Sunday, let's be there. And let's stay in the struggle. We must deliver this country once and for all. Na wale mkono namba ya Chebukati, mwambie akae kwa nyumba yake. Ache hii maneno ya kwenda anniversary tao usiku. Server ishaweka data. Hawezi kudelete. Hata ukienda kulalanga huko kwa anniversary, hakuna maombi inabadilishanga data kwa server. Na hiyo server tusha copy, tuko na copy tayari. So hata ukiinterfere, you are late. Kaa tu kwa nyumba tungoje huko, tutakujia wakati tutakuhitaji. Hii maneno ya kuingia anniversary tao usiku tunatafuta file. Wewe usha resign, umemalizana na ofisi hiyo, usikuje. Asante, lakini so mpigie simu mwambie atulie huko. Kama mama haezi kupikia uji, tutamtumia mifupa ya bama hapa, tengeneze supu, akunywe polepole, tukingoja kumchukua. Bado tunamtafutia mahali, ni kama ni Manyani ama Kodiaka, lakini tunataka akue sehemu ambayo ni mbali kidogo, ili mama akitaka kumtembelea anachukua anahitaji
hiyo kipara ushipigwa ngoto wewe.
Nikiwa class 1.
Yokienda nayo jela huko bwana.
Sijui walimu wetu walikuanga na nini huku. Akikugonga hapa. Unasikilia huku kwa bugu.
I think it was a technique.
The strength to cry disappear. You want to cry, but you cannot.
It was a technique. I don't know how they were doing it, but they'll do it until you remember.
Unakumbuka 1 + 1 is 2, not 3.
No, wewe usianze maneno. Kulikuwa na kitabu ilikuwa inaitwa Hello Children. Usianze hiyo maneno. Hello children did me problems.
Hiyo ni ile kiatu ya mwalimu jini.
Hello children. Now let's not go there. illegal tenant at State House, umefika. You brought the papers for eviction.
Yeah, you know.
Bernard, some correction. You are
Which one
inviting
again?
people you are inviting people on Sunday. It is on Monday. Correct it. People will be, you know.
What happened?
It's Monday.
It's not 29th Sunday.
It's Sunday.
No, he said next Monday. Monday.
Sunday,
This
man.
This Sunday, 29th. I'm preaching the sermon in the morning, then in the afternoon we are Jacaranda. Well,
hey,
Bernard is okay. Bernard is right.
Yes, I am.
You know,
my timetable is well covered. In the morning, I have a service somewhere on Jogo Road. Nikimaliza tu hivyo
Sunday,
niko
yeah,
huko Jacaranda. Songa anaweza wacha hii Nairobi tutaitesa.
Bernard, you saw
wajifunge tu mapema. Sunday. So hao kienda Thanksgiving yao kule wanaendanga, sisi tutakuwa na Thanksgiving yetu kama wa Kenya ambao wanataka redefine Kenya. All the same. Hata kamera yangu sasa imeenda.
Bernard.
Okay, so yes, illegal tenant of State House, wewe tumekupatia jukumu. The person occupying the place aanze na kulipa rent. Kumbuka kuna rent ile ilikuwa ya ile the Hustlers Mansion akulipa ya 5 years.
Yes.
Iongezwe alafu hii 4 months
Yes.
ya State House. Combined zote pamoja.
Huyu jamaa ako na credit mbaya na anajaribu kutuweka kwa credit bureau. Na ako na credit mbaya, hajalipa kwanza rent ile side nyingine na pia hapa hajalipa.
Atanataka kukagua kama uko credit worth. Na he is owing us 5 years occupancy rent.
We are going to backdate. That is very interesting. Anyway, the most important thing, and I think it is what Baba said today, is we are no longer going to refer that person as the president of Kenya. Because for me, I think I've been calling him President Ruto because I believed maybe somehow some miracle happened on the way and he became the president. Now that we know he stole 2 million votes, it will not be decent for me as a man of God and a man of integrity to call him president. He is an illegal president and a legitimate president, and is occupying State House illegally. And therefore, we want him to vacate as soon as possible so that we can install the rightful owner, who is none other than Raila Odinga. And if that is not going to happen, if Raila is not going to get it, he will not also get it. We will have a caretaker government. And therefore, I'm so happy that we have started consultation, public balazas with Raila Odinga. Sunday we meet in Jacaranda, and then we are going to plan. We don't know whether the State House girls tunaweza tumia hiyo, because we want to get nearer. We want to get nearer to the White House, to the State House. There is a place, kuna uwanja mkubwa sana iko karibu na State House, jaito State House Girls Field. Huko tutaenda. You know things, people are thinking this is a joke. Watu wanadhania ni mchezo. Now we have started the public participation. The next thing we're going to start civil disobedience. Kama vile leo alisema, we don't need pictures of a person who has stolen an election on our walls. Hiyo ni kitu moja tunatakiwa kuingoa. Number 2, we also don't need to pay punitive taxes which is being imposed. Hiyo tukatae. Na pia kama hawa watu wanafikiri nchi ni yao peke yao, we'll have some civil disobedience. Kuna kampuni kama Amaco, kuna kampuni kadhaa
na hoteli kadhaa ambazo tunazijua ziko hapa Nairobi. Hatutakunywa chai tena huko. Civil disobedience has started, and Kenya will be the first African nation in the world to have an African Spring. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo itafanyika soon. Sioni hii mwaka ikiisha. I am a prophet, I can tell you, take it to the bank. Kwa hivyo, Bernard, we are so happy that Raila Odinga has gathered the people and told them the truth, because we suspected, but now we know. As you say, and that is why we are happy when Kenyan is saying that whatever we speak here was even spoken there. You are the one who also said, Bernard, that we are not going to accept any handshake. In fact, you started kitambo kuambia watu hakuna handshake. Leo baba amesema kile ulisema. That means he feels the ground. Anasikia kile watu wanataka. Handshake haitusaidii, because handshake is a disguise ya kuficha maovu. Alafu unapelekwa hoteli kubwa kubwa, unanunuliwa bombe, unanunuliwa nini, unadanganywa. Alafu wanaiba kura. Kwa hivyo, where I sit, I'm so happy. Najua now that the economy is not performing, and there are things that are going haywire, the inflation, plus the political activities. There is no government. Tumetingiza hii serikali. Tumetingiza serikali. Serikali inaogopa Ogwambo. Kila saa wanataja Ogwambo kwa kanisa kuliko Yesu. Mpaka watu ambao unajua Waislamu na Wahindi walishangaa sana, kwani kuna Mungu anaitwa Raila Odinga? Because how do you mention the name of Raila Odinga in the church more than the name of the Lord Jesus Christ? Kashagwa akiamuka, huyu mzee Raila kwanza ya Raila. Dede na Raila. Wengine wa Musomba wa Raila. Mobbing huyu mwingine gavana mkora wa Kirinyaga, Raila. How do you mention the name of Raila more than 50 times in a church? So wameogopa, na nashukuru sana, because this is how it's supposed to happen. We are going to take our country. Chebukati, let them prepare, because after the revolution, we are going to go to those current houses, those gated communities. Hakuna mtu ako safe. When nobody is safe, when Kenyans are not, when even people who live in this world of Kenya are suffering, nobody will be smiling in this country. I'm telling you, nobody is safe until we get things done the right way. Tunataka elections ziitwe tena, zisimamiwe na United Nations wakisaidiana na FIFA. People that are trustworthy, ndio tujue who is the president of the Republic of Kenya. In fact, wasijaribu kuappoint Iebc sijui commissioners. Ati mtu anaenda analeta watu yake huko. Unaweza sikia mega slay queens kama wale wako kwa hii ya tribunal, anauliza maswali funny. Ati wanaelekea watu kama hao ati ndio watakuwa anasimamia uchaguzi Kenya. We are not going to accept that nonsense. In fact, my proposal is, we have one person from Uganda, like Masak, another one person from Rwanda. Hatujari kama ni hata kama watatoka nje. We have a reason why we are saying this. Commissioners, moja atoke Rwanda, Uganda, moja atoke Tanzania, mwingine atoke UK, mwingine atoke South Africa, mwingine. Hatutaki mahali mtu anaweza hongwa kama vile Chebukati amehongwa na pesa na akapelekwa huko, ikapelekwa Dubai na gunia. Hatutaki kitu kama hiyo. Tunataka watu ambao wako beyond reproach, watu ambao wanaogopa the rule of law. So we don't want people who are vulnerable like our Kenyan. Hata Maraga hatutaki, tunaona hata yako na njaa sana. Kila mtu ako na njaa Kenya. So hata mimi nisichaguliwe, hata mimi naogopa. Naweza kutana na bahasha imejaa hapo ya brown huko kwangu, nitetemeke na ndivyo niko na njaa na school fees imepanda.
You are disqualifying yourself, officer. The way we are proposing you. You should be our Mtembei TV delegate now. So that you can report from inside. Report from inside.
Wacha tusukume Bernard. Wacha tusukume Bernard. Anyway, for hao majaji wacha nisikize sasa. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. You appreciate it. It's awesome. Okay. Kuna mtu ananipropose hapa, no problem. I can be a very good commission. Kwanza hiyo siku sijui mtakuaje. Yes, Kenyan would love.
Unajua, pole, nilikuwa nimecheka nikaanguka chini, ndio nimeamka tena nikarudi. Wewe mtu wa kuevictiwa. Sasa wewe na Bernard, by the way, nyinyi si watu wazuri. Kwa nini mnataka kuumiza Ruto bwana? Unajua, nimesikia niko na fununu, inside information, that hata Mama Smoky hata mvotia tukienda second round.
Yaani wewe kuona Kitonga, Dr. Kitonga amesema hapa tukirudia hiyo uchaguzi.
Mama Smoky the daughter.
Ruto kufika 1000 itakuwa ngumu.
Ati sini yake tu na Bishop.
Hiyo uchaguzi Ruto kufikisha 1000 votes itakuwa ngumu.
Umeona Mama Smoky tena, tangu aseme Smoky alikuwa anauza Smoky nini Daystar. Umemwona tena?
Nimeambiwa ati Murkomen amemfanya chairman sijui bodi ya KRA. Waende kuuza Smoky huko ndani ya KRA. Sema.
Unjua what Baba did, Baba wanted us, at times we can act with the with emotions. We can without thinking. So Baba clearly brought out the empty promises for people who are brainwashed. The hustlers, people who thought that they were hustlers. They have been made to understand the level of conmanship that was used. So right now, the ones that were calling themselves hustlers will call themselves dynasties. so if it imebadilika hii.
So thank you. I think we move from there. Please, wala mja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, mko karibu kuanza kufanya dhambi. Hebu subscribe, hiyo namba ifike 700. Imekwama wapi hapa? Imekwama kwa 6 what? Let me see. Where is it? 646. 646. Ifike 700 before daybreak. Kenyan would love Ebu muendeleze msemo. Christopher huko?
Nani ameenda wapi sasa? Nini unajua leo amevaa gini wasekao. Sijui kama mumeona. Amevaa green, hiyo ni gini wasekao. Mashemeji dabi. Ameenda wapi sasa? Ametuachia kiti hapa. Na ndio Mr. Chairman. Ndio hiyo gini wasekao.
Anaendelea na kazi.
Let me tell you, Bernard, today is a very good day for the people who have been talking the truth. No monata keep amerudi leo. Because this thing has hurt so many people. Look at your screen. You will understand how many people were so affected by this thing. Lakini saizi watu wako na raha, wanacheka, baba amesema, unajua, now we are seeing the truth come out.
Angalia hii mwana mbali amesema, there were more hustlers at Kamkunji than the rest of us.
Bernard, we said it here. You know what? The truth, no, the lie will walk around the earth before the truth ties its shoes. The truth is slowly coming in. But again, the guys on the other side, at the end of the day, once we get it right, you will always be a Kenyan. It will benefit you too. You might not see it right now, what we are doing and what we are talking about, but we are not telling you that you will not be a Kenyan. Sometimes it's good to accept that you're wrong when you're wrong. And Bernard, as a pastor, I know you will say that. Because sometimes you think you're so right, so right, so right, and then you find out that you are wrong. But once you can accept yourself and accept that something is not right, is the reason I'm asking, where is the 72%, because it's 18% that has been disbursed of Hustler Fund. Where is the other part of it? It's the cartels that they keep on telling us, and I've been calling them cartels. Me, they can arrest me. Wajakoya leo, hata Wajakoya alikuja kwa meeting. Wajakoya alisema yeye aliokolewa na baba. Mimi, I don't care. Wakiniua ni sawa. Kama mi na baba venye alisema, ni sawa. Me, I know Ruto is a killer. He's a murderer. And I'm so sorry, Bernard, you being here as a pastor. I respect watu wa kitabu ya Mungu. But I know he is. And that's why these questions are coming and people are asking where these questions are coming from. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to have a country that we are open, genuine, non-tribal, but have a country that is called a Kenya. There's countries like Ukraine who right now, as we speak, actively, right now, they have no places to sleep. They're always being bombarded by, I don't know what kind of bombs and whatever, We've never had that. The least we've ever had that was max was the Mau Mau that we are being told. And Raila told you the biggest Mau Mau was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. The man that said, we are not going to have independence until Kenyatta is released. And I don't want that presidency. He has to come. He's the one, release him. People who sacrificed for even the Bernard. Today I have another nini naongeanga now watu, and they were telling me, and we were just having a kind of back and forth, and I was telling them, the reason that even you're here talking is because of this man. If not him, his father. Who are you to question him? And in Luo, I came to find out hiki tu anasemanga in Luo, hiki tu anasemanga baba akikwambia ati uko pregnant, endo ukachukue pampers. I came to realize is that when it's a culture that they say, if your elder tells you something, take it. Listen to what your elders tell you. And it's something that maybe now, Bernard, we need to start educating.
You muted yourself, huh? Asante. I was about to mute you, then you muted yourself. So thank you very much. Huh? It's not me. My hand was not on any mouse. But it's okay. Thank you. I get your point. And of course, the conversation continues. Naomba sasa sio arrest ishe. Lakini arrest ikisha si mnalipa fine.
I think it's Leo. Leo ndio amenimute.
No, lipa fine ya kwa ni arrest hapa. You have kept me an hour extra. Eh? You are receiving an invoice in the next 2 minutes. So check your inbox.
Tuma raka. And make sure you have a big account.
I will not be detained here just like that. So my account is here. Na kuna wale ambao mna join WhatsApp group. Please make sure that when we add you to the WhatsApp group, you are active, number one. Number two, you behave in the WhatsApp group. Behave meaning kuna watu ambao ukiwaongeza, they begin to share some nasty things on the group. That's why we banned adding new people. So we are opening that chapter, but come here with dignity. Kama wewe ni mtu wa UDA na unataka kumisbehave, si mnajua ofisi yenu kule iko. Kama ujui exactly kule iko, Weston Hotel iko na room huko. Mnaweza kwenda kumisbehave huko. Lakini kwa group zetu hapana. That one is very strict. So if you want to be added to the sons and the daughters of Raila Odinga WhatsApp group, unaacha namba yako hapo kwa private chat. Na wale mnataka namba yangu ndio hiyo ya kulipa fine.
But Bernard also, we are not going to add anyone on those the chat groups kama awaja subscribe kwa ile channel ingine.
Thank you. Asante sana. So waonyeshe subscription yao kwanza ndio tuwaongeze.
Bernard, we have a lady who is quiet. We are talking men only. We are not. There is one lady who is quiet for a long time. Now we are talking only ourselves.
Wewe ndio umekuja kuchelewa hapa alafu naanza kutupanga hapa. Hebu kuja polepole, tutanyoa reli.
bila pliers na mikono.
Sisi hatunanga shida. Try us. Did you see the guy? Let me see if I can get the video. This is the guy who had gone for funeral and he had that. Let me get the video. If I get out of here. Oh my God. One moment.
Bernard, it's called, in my language, it's called Juogi. Juogi. when it gets into you.
One moment. Yes.
Nilikuwa Matanga na nimesikia Raila amekohoa. Nikasema narudi Nairobi. Lakini Gachagua, mimi na wewe umefanya kitu mzuri. Juu umeongea. Na hiyo ndio tulikuwa tunataka. Maandamano bila polisi sio maandamano. Juu hata hiyo yenye tulikuwa Kamkunji haikuwa tamu. Sasa mimi nakuomba tafadhali tuletie makarao hapo. Na tia gas zikuje mingi. Tulete tia gas. Hizo ni pesa zetu. Tafadhali. Ulifanya vizuri kuongea. Mimi nataka kesho utuletee polisi. Bunduki na mawe. Mwenye atawin. Mwenye atawin.
Mwenye atawin ndio president. So I love the courage of going where they don't want you to go.
Jogi is a spirit, not a bad spirit, but the way I was telling you, if Raila arrives in Kenya and he tells you to, something will just tell you that no, you want to go to State House. It is now some spirits directing you and they give you courage. Hata tiaga sikikuja, you don't feel. So it happens. There's somebody
like Maji Rebellion.
Yes.
The one for Luanda Magere.
We have Jogi.
Bernard, you got the wrong video.
Nataka kuniingiza kwa nomia.
Ngoja, you got the wrong video, Bernard. You got the wrong video. Kuna ingine inakuaga, kuna ile ingine nitakutumia, maybe utatuchezea kesho. Ile walikuwa wakisema wakiambia Karao tuma moja tafadhali. Ilikuwa ni wimbo. That was last time. I think Leo, I think you can get that one easily. I think you know that one.
So Ben, we
afande tuma moja, afande tupa moja. Something like that. Try. Wacha tuachilie Ben.
Okay. Sawa. So tukutane kwa group, tukutane baadaye. Bwana Leo, continue please. And remember, hawa watu wasikuweka hapa mpaka saa 5. Saa 2 is the latest, After that, kama wanataka kuendelea, kama wanataka kuendelea,
some of them did not want to leave. We had Mzalendo here, Jolea came, and there were about 450 who were still viewing. So I was like, these guys, they want to sleep or...
It's good. You start a new feed. Is better. But it's okay. It depends. You are at liberty because we have unlimited time with the only thing that drops off is Facebook.
Lakini Bernard ukienda, kwa nini hiyo suti yako ya pink haina nini, haina vumbi?
Vumbi itoke wapi? We unafikiria mimi nilipita bam? Hebu acha hiyo mchezo wewe. Sawa. Good night. Leo take it over. Then kuna nani huyu Mwonambali, your configuration is not right. You need to configure your gadget properly. It's not well configured, so it is not ni kama audio yako na nini sija balance. So utatoka alafu urudi tena ndio nini you can be added on the screen. Yeah, I was taking this keep.
Musalia, there's nothing wrong. What's up? Karibu. We are just digesting what happened today, and the Kenyans are just expressing their happiness and the renewed hope. So nothing to be worried. You just need to be happy and feel the spirit of revolution. Mama Mary, you can contribute. Naona wafuasi hapa wanatamani kusikiza sauti yako, and they've come all the way from a place. Somebody is saying he came from Dama Nyabara village in Denga, northwest Kenya, Siaya County. Wow.
Hey.
So I learned in that school, but hiyo Dama Nyabara si kusikiza. I learned at Ndenga Secondary near Boke. So Ben, you have viewers from across the world. Kenya no bioma, karibu endelee.
Well, I might not have a lot to say tonight. I was just listening to you guys, and I got few points from you. And I understand that really we are heading to the right direction, and hopefully everybody is listening and they will catch up with Baba so that we can have our country in good shape. As I said, Ruto is not there for the country. He's there to enrich himself. He's there to rule forever, and he's there to be the greatest thief in history. That's all what he's after. And he thinks that he can defend himself being a thief or a conman or a corrupt president. But that one is known internationally that he is a corrupt and, a bad leader. He is not the right person for Kenyans, because Kenyans, as I have heard them talk and behave, they want just a good person to have to lead them, and then they can do their thing. They are not busy looking for any handouts from the government. They are just hungry of good leadership so that they can enjoy their life. They could be going through some challenges here and there, like those who don't have enough food. But this is reckless of the government that we have right now. If the government had organized itself and make sure that anywhere that is more affected by the environment, that is an easy thing for them to do. Because right now, it's not everybody who is complaining of food. It is part of the country. And those part of the country is not bigger than the people who could be having something to eat. And so this is an easy thing that the government could have undertaken long time ago, despite of them feeling that all the money that they want, they haven't reached the point of their peak so that they can have enough in their pocket. That is why they don't care about those who are dying because of hunger. Now, these people who have come, it is not that they don't have food in their house. It's not that they don't have money. It's those people who feel they want more and more, that just being greedy. Because can you compare somebody who is, say, declaring that he has got 1 billion shilling, and there is somebody who have not even a single packet of unga in the house? That is a big difference. So this government that is calling itself for hustler is not for hustler, is for killing the hustlers. And the hustlers now, they have woken up the sleep that they were put on, and the song that was sung on their ears, now it has sounded that it's dangerous and it is not something for them. And they have realized that nobody is caring for them. And they are waking up the right time if they can adhere and listen to Odinga, what he is saying, because that is the Baba who will take them where they want, what they want, and how they want. That is all. And this song that was sung on them, it is now bringing some answers. And it is good sometimes to go through pain, through troubles, so that you can know how to entangle yourself from it. So this point, people in Kenya have realized whom they were laughing with, who was talking to them, who was giving them these lullabies, and they went to sleep. Now they have realized we slept, and now because we are hungry, what are we going to eat? There is nothing. So the person who was singing lullabies on you has fled. He has gone where he wanted to go. So he is now far away. You can't reach him. You hustlers, you are now the one who are suffering. I hope you continue supporting Baba so that he does not segregate you. He wants you with him so that he can rescue you. Baba is not for one person, one tribe, one part of the country. He is for the country. And even while he talk for the country. He does not talk for either Nyanza or one part of the country. He talk of the country. And he got votes all over the country. That is how to unite the country. This Ruto did not get those votes from some part of the country. And for that reason, that is why he felt, I cannot lose it when I have done all this work for nothing. And I have spent this much money for nothing. That's why he was forced to grab somebody's win, which he is not going to sustain. He's not going to stay with it. We're going to get it back because the right thing has to be given to the right person. That's all I can say tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really great. Moses,
Thank you, Mama Mary. Thank you, Leo. Yeah, there are three things that I also want to add tonight, and we call it a night, I think. Yeah, there is one thing that, experience matters, and Baba is always doing his things in a well-calculated way. If Baba was to resist before, when these people, they have not reached that, those 3 or those 100 days there, like they said, they would have got excuses, They would have started again giving people lies that we would have worked, we would have performed, but these people could not give us a chance to work, But now, he just wanted them to expose themselves, because now they cannot come, even though now a call was like Kenyans should resist and demand their victory. And they were there in Kamkunji, even asking Baba that our victory, haki yetu. That was the sound I heard. Many people were behind that. So now they cannot again bring their fake excuses that, these people have been disturbing us all along. It was a well-calculated move. Now they have nothing to come and again start again, They have failed totally. They have proved to Kenyans that they cannot do anything. They are confused. But I wonder, someone who you have been in the office of deputy president, I thought once KK government, after swearing in, it will just take off because of the experience. You have been a deputy president for 10 years, and you tell me that you don't know how to, you are like someone who is fresh from just where, I don't know. See, because you see, the way they are gambling things, maybe they have their hidden agenda behind. Because you cannot tell me that with all that experience you got out of 10 years, you are just gambling this and that, You have experience because you have been working with the president. You know what was, before even becoming a president, he was telling us here that, you see, this guy has failed, everything was done. I was like, hey, maybe this guy will, maybe one day, because for me from day one, I've never trusted this guy because the way he talks, the way he does his things. But I was like, maybe this guy will come to disprove me. But I'm just surprised. They don't know what to do. And, he has those, those likes of Musalia Mudavadi, they were Tangulas. You mean when they cross the other side, they become dormant or what? Because these are the people whom I think they are white, they are clever, but they are just there. Everyone is gambling, So Baba did a very well calculated move, and now they have nothing to tell people. For hustlers who are still there, who are still not, who are like, they are still blind, they are not seeing yet, their eyes are still blind, they should just see what is happening, Even those wheelbarrows that they gave them, very soon they are going to tax them. Because they gave them a wheelbarrow, they will come and say, now each and every wheelbarrow you have to pay maybe 500 per month, such that you will go and sell it in scrap. People who are always preaching here tribalism, and so other countries and what. Baba made like how many, where it was like 5 points, if I'm not mistaken, 5. And among them, he mentioned something concerning taxes. And he listed the things. Bei ya unga, mafuta ya kupika, school fees, everything was mentioned in that point. But these people who always preach here, tribalism issues, tell me how much is a kilo, 2 kg of ugali or sort of unga in Kikuyu land, or in Meru, or in Kisii, or in Jeruo, doesn't, it's a genuine problem. It affects everyone. And those people, sometimes I feel bad. There are people who have traveled even abroad, Why they are abroad? Because they have opportunities there. There is a lot of opportunities there when you travel. But why don't you learn from what you have seen there, and you wish these same things, the life that you are living, to happen at home? Because no matter what, home is home. You will never be.
Yes.
Sorry, with your permission, though, if you need to continue, just continue. But if you can allow me, I wanted to read you the points that he said. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So point number one was we as Imio reject the 2022 general election. Number two was we don't recognize William Ruto as Kenya's president. Number three was we demand entire infrastructure, records of 2022 election in Iebc be made public, audited by impartial body. So that's what they're demanding. We're demanding that. Okay, so that's number four was we demand any attempt to reconstitute IEBC single-handedly by Ruto to cease. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. So 5, we reject the MP policies made by the UDA regime. We call on Kenyans to reject UDA policies. We call on Kenyans to resist and demand removal of punitive taxes. We demand that Kenya Kwanza government resigns. And then the last one was we ask our people to say no to UDA regime. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it was 8. I just wanted to read it out there so that at least, we know what exactly was happening and what they said. Leo, I don't know where you went, but come back.
Okay, thank you for making us aware of what happened exactly. And I just summarize with what I was completing, that when you look into what Baba mentioned, those are the things that are happening. Like Bernard gave us one comment here, that people who were there, most of them were hustlers. So I don't know other hustlers who are always being mentioned in churches and around Kenya, all over Kenya. So he mentioned about things that are affecting each and every Kenyan. It's not all about which region you come from. It was a genuine message and a genuine problems that people are going through every day. So let me just come back a moment.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what happened with Leo. Picod, you want to take over? Either Picod or Sembo. I don't know. I wasn't the one running this one, so I don't know who came first, who went last.
Picod hajaongea. Picod, go ahead.
Allah.
Allah.
Amezitoa badala ya kunini ya kuwa ni mute.
Sasa ni even if itakuwa from next week utajitoa moja kwa moja tu.
But then pia mimi nilifanyikiaga when I first started to come into this channel. Nilikuwa naenda ku unmute. Napata nimejitoa. Sasa naanza kushangalikiwa huko kando. Hey, what happened? Assemble. Cheza kaa wewe basi. As we wait.
People to find the button and come back. Basically, Mato, the thing that what I'm still gonna stress about is the thing that Baba talked about. Any Kenyan who is feeling the pain, who is feeling the pinch of what's going on, will really understand the speech properly. You've just mentioned them again, and we are talking about reforming the Iebc. We're not allowing not allowing these guys to point people that they want in for 2027. Because definitely if they do that, it's a done deal. If they do that, the hopes of Kina Karua, Kina Kalonzo to vie in 2027 will be like, no, there'll be no need of doing that for vying for that position. So this must be corrected, and the time is now. And the one who was just stamping and calling himself the son of Mau Mau. Actually, yesterday we were talking about Uma word, where it came from. It was a central command word from every different tribe. They had their own language of saying Mau Mau. So this thing was like, move, get out. So it's not only the Kiks who are doing the Mau Mau thing, but it was overall. And Kamba is Mau. There's a Kamba word for it. Yesterday, Martin, you said about it. So we need to know why we are going for this. And from Sunday, these meetings will be many, all the way from coast to the lakeside. And even central, Baba said very well, and actually it's true, the central people voted for Baba this time overwhelmingly, like they've never done before. So, and the good thing, the timing when Baba is coming out to talk about this thing gave us time to separate the politics with tribes. Because at that time when Baba would have said, Nimeibiwa, we will have acted upon the tribe or ethnicity difference, and will have attacked one another depending on the tribe that or the line of how people voted. So it's a good thing that now we are separating the tribal thing with the politic thing, so that we don't attack our friends thinking of the way they voted is not right, because that's their democratic right of voting the way they want. But we are trying to clean the impunity that has been created by system years and years, to make sure that during election we look at other tribe in a negative way, so that we cause violence that attack and mess the economy. Right now it has been separated like day and night. We know why we are going for this revolution. We know what's caused these problems, and we want to solve these problems. Whoever who is voting, if you're going to take this office, either you serve the people or you don't go there. If you're going to make money for yourself, no, you're in a wrong position. So Aslas now know also that they were played. They were nothing like Aslas. If you look at the cabinet, they are billionaires. Actually, the list has got, I don't know how many millions, like 800 million. The list cabinet member, I think it's 800 million. I think so. And the amount that was needed for people in Turkana and Baringo, when people are dying outside of the north with anger, and people can't even afford proper milk and water, food on the side. These guys, there's none of them who said, okay, I'm taking my 1
brother,
billion.
let me apologize for that came on the screen, because that was my internet pia mimi nimevamiwa kidogo, but I'm fighting through it. I didn't need to post that.
So
Go
there's
ahead.
none of them came and said, okay, me, I'm donating 200 million to go and support lives in Turkana, to go and support lives in Baringo, the areas that were affected by drought. None of them came up and said, I'm donating such amount. So there's nothing like Aslas. There's nothing like Dynasty. The thing that is here is that there's a rich group, and there's a group that is poor, But the person who is always fighting for you people is Jacob. And right now, he has given us time to understand the course of what it's going to take. So people were going for this thing to demand what rightfully belongs to us. So get ready, get prepared. Usione hii vita ni kama ni ya ukabila. Hakuna ukabila hapa. Hii vita ni vita ya ufisadi, uchafu zimewekwa kwa serikali na lazima isafishwe ndio ili the next election tukienda, ukipiga kura unajua kura yako ina maana na inasabika na ina sauti. So this is what I want people to understand, that we are going for this thing to clean the mess that the system has created, that has been overrun over and over, so that we don't get to understand why every election there's this problem. So it's right now it's so clear. Kenyans love each other. They will tunapendana. And that's why we are over 47 tribes in that small space. Because we can still work together, stay together. So imekuwa very clear for us why we are going for this revolution. And it's going because economy may affect kila mtu. Bei ya maziwa Kisumu, bei ya maziwa Nyandarua ni sawa. Token ya Kisumu na token ya Kilifi ni sawa na inaumiza kila mtu, kila mmoja. Hakuna ile ya Nyandarua iko sawa na ya Kisumu iko tofauti. Na ukiangalia juzi wamepeleka vitu Kisumu they're still promising things on top of the promises that they give, the empty promises Baba was talking about. So this thing is clear, guys. Come out. We must stop this thing and we must clean the system so that the next generation that's going to come must and will enjoy it. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Good contribution. I hope watu wengi wanaweza sikiza kitu umesema, because isn't of it most of the time that those are the things that by the end of the day, you have to actually realize what the country is all about and what we are doing. And when you have genuine people like you, and that's why we need people like you to be coming here more often, because at the end of the day, who cares about UDA supporters? Who cares about that? We care about our country. We care about tukienda ushago Buddha, twende, we go, we have a good time. We care about having a good country, that we don't have our sisters coming, having to say, oh, Americas, Ninis, UK, I don't know what. That's all we care about. We care about good governance. And a good area that you really never have to worry about going to go, unless you're going to visit. So when I have people that actually talk from simplicity from you, for me, it brings my heart to feel so good, because these are the things that we sit here and talk about, and the things that we've been talking about, and the same things that even you hear the politicians now, the ones that actually are understanding what we've been talking about, actually talking about this, because this is the common mwananchi talking. It's not the politician. Sometimes we come over here, assemble. We come here and we have people come here and talk matope, oh, nyinyi munaonaga, nyinyi munafanyaga nini and all that. And then you wonder, okay, so what? Nikifanya, so what? Is it your country? Is it my country? Is it our country? Is it my daughter's country? Is it my daughter's country? So ikienda vibaya, am I going to suffer by myself, or are we going to suffer, both of us? Nikienda vizuri, is it gonna, are you gonna benefit from it or what? So, and that's why I stopped talking politics after the elections. A lot of people went, the people that were here now, they're coming back. We were so many, but a lot of people went into hurting. Some of them got sick and all that. And I just said, I'm not going to talk politics. Let me just sit here and talk my country. And that is what we've been doing. And I think now people are coming back. And I'm so happy to start seeing people coming back. Anyway, with that having been said, while we're waiting for Leo to come back, and if anybody wants to join, I think the link is over there. I think I'm going to send it again. We are not going to stay a long if Leo is not coming back. But I want to give this chance to Picrod. Tell me what your name is, bwana. Mi hiyo jina yako mi ni Mkamba bwana. Mi nitakuita kitu ingine. Naweza kuita ya Kikamba.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
You Chezaka wewe, you tell us what you think about everything that is going on, you know.
Unanisikia sasa?
Uko sawa, kila mtu anakusikia.
Munaweza munipea china mnataka. It's okay for me. I don't care. Munaweza muniita Embarabamba.
Hiyo kora ya Mbarambamba ya kujichafua na maji bwana. Sidhani, you know. Kwanza mwili yako sidhani kama unaweza ruka kama yeye kupanda miti. Anyway, go on, sir.
Sawa, okay. We need the big road. Big road is okay. I have a very few remarks to make. And kuna kitu sijawahi elewa up to now. Who advising Raila? Really? Today I saw Raila is having a very energetic person. If Raila was having this kind of energetic before court, or the day announced that Ruto is president, my goodness, wacha niwaambie, hata Raila angeenda that day, acha Mungu, things could be different right now. I can tell you. You know, Raila is stay in his house. He got a communication, blah 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 blah. I can tell you, my friend, if Raila could be in the Bomas, the first button could be in the Bomas. Chebukati angegucha Bomas to make this clear. And that is the challenge can come now very clear, because Chebukati cannot come in the Bomas and announce who is the president. Hapo Raila alijitupa, and you know, I want to go back history. I don't know what is wrong with Wachaluo. Sorry, let me use a tribal thing. Forgive me for that. I wish that when Raila was in the government, enjoying a siren and everything everywhere, I think that Raila should have the reform of the Iebc when he was enjoying the government. But you know, he was enjoying the government job and everything. But let me tell you, my friend, Raila, he should have taken down Chebukati before even this 2022 election. That is mistake where Raila missed it, because Ruto was keen with Chebukati and Raila was keen with his Uhuru, and now you see Uhuru is very silent. He's not even taking anything. He's silent. Alienda chai last time, nothing hakusema, and really, and wacha niwaambie, take it from me and take it to the bank. Today, Ruto met with the Jubilee, working Sabina Cheke, Kiyunini, those people. MPs from Western Central, and all those MP were not appear in this Kamukunji today. That can tell you something. And kuna kitu wacha niwaambie kitu moja. Nyinyi watu wa West, I don't know, Western or Nyanza, I don't know what to call, but Central, they are not complaining. If you see Central are not complaining, that can tell you something. This thing was planned well ago. This thing is done. I thought Mugu complain. I thought that is why Ruto is very confident that, you know, I will deal with this guy. Ruto is captured. I'm a capture Central like this. There is no way at the Munasema, oh, you know, we will do this, we will do this. Central, unajua kama mtu alipiwa 2 million votes, I think Central will come up and say, hey, come on now, come on, who still this? But hata mungisema hiyo photos was still, Central is still keeping quiet. I have never seen somebody from Central saying, oh, you know, hata this will be kuna kitu hapa tuelewe, one thing and tuelewe tu for once. I was so embarrassed, like Raila today saying that Asante Central mulipia kura and I appreciate. Yes, but you know, I think watu wamejua tactic ya Raila. Wanachezwa tu Raila like this, like today amekuja from South Africa. Now hiyo mkutano itaisha tu hivyo like that, just like that, to be that like that. Hakuna kitu itafanyika. Hakuna kitu itafanyika. Yani Central is playing with Raila like that, just like that. Raila itakufa hivyo. Uliona Junet, uliona Junet today. Where was Junet? Junet today from the world. Where was Junet? I've never seen today. And that gives me a very good worries why Junet was in the podium.
Precord, na naona mikono zimeinuka. I'll give you both. Let me start. Junet ni watchman wa Raila ama Junet ni nani kwa Raila? Anyway, wait. I want you to do both of them, to do all the questions together. So kama uko na kalamu andika. Mimi nimekuuliza Junet ni watchman wa Raila ama ni nini?
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, and then I have to give the people with the people that actually had their hands up. Let me start with nani Asembo sema alafu Calvin ukuje. Hizo zilikuwa mikono zenyu. So Asembo,
okay. My question is just a short one, goes straight to Picot. You're saying Central is playing Baba, and you're saying Central was not in the group. Your concern is the member of parliament attending the meeting, or your concern about the people attending the meeting. And I want you to answer me, what causes a revolution in a country? If you have idea of what causes a revolution in a country, and what subjects people to go towards revolution.
Thank you. Calvin, wendo pia ulikuwa umeinua mkono, si ndio?
Yeah.
Okay. Pia wewe uliza yako, nimemwambia andike. And in case Mulumbu you have Mulumbu, long time no see, my brother. But unless you had a question, kama una question wacha kwanza angangane na hizi zenye tumempatia ni tatu. But if you do have a question, I'll allow you to ask. But Calvin, Calvin's, yeah, do your thing. Ask your question.
Yeah, what is his name? Richard. Okay. Seemingly, there are so many questions you can't answer even you can't even answer yourself. That's where your problem is. And then you don't even understand what revolution. Revolution goes in stage. It's like revolving. It's not rotation. It's rotation. So there is a point, it will go full revolution. That's what we call revolution, when it goes around. So don't just look into it like there's nothing working. The other thing, why you guys concentrate with Raila so much? Do you know this guy has nothing to lose? He's not the president. Once the country goes on dogs, it's on Ruto, not him. If you want to help Ruto, right now you guys should be collecting data from people. Don't convince people, just collect data. And then go tell Ruto your findings. The stage you are in is the last stage of revolution. It had gone, it started in 1992. Where we are is the street now. No more coach. No,
Calvin,
no
you're
more.
teaching in Calvin, I've asked him a question.
It was supposed to be a question because of your hand.
Calvin, you are teaching him what is
Oh,
revolution. We
yeah.
need to understand from his perspective what is revolution, because you are giving him hints. You're making him understand what you're talking
Well,
about. He doesn't understand.
was-
that revolution.
Guys,
Thank you.
what I like to do is when you lift your hand is either a question or something that you want to answer real quick, and then we finish that, because we're coming to you. You will have your time to tell him what you want to tell him. So it's either a question or
Okay.
something, and it's less than a minute.
Okay. So I was just trying to answer him, like I was seeing him going round, thinking there's nothing working in Kenya. But my friend, we are somewhere, going somewhere. Thank you.
Don't make your submission. You're gonna finish yourself. By the time your submission is coming, you will already have finished it. So don't make your
thank you.
submission. Wait for your time. You will have enough time to do your submission.
Thank you.
All right. Mulumbu was there. I think you came in real quick. Is there something that you wanted to say before we let him answer? And then, because you still have your time. So Mulumbu, unless there's something that you want to say, we can let him answer what he has, the questions that he has.
There's no question I can answer. He's supposed to be educated. There's no question I can answer him.
All right. So you have I think you have 3 questions, at least 2 that I know for a fact. Mine and Assemble's. I think with Kevin's, he gave you something. He gave you an advice or something. So I think you can answer those 2 so that we can. I can let you finish. I think you will still have another minute or something and a half before the other guys come in. So please take your time.
Listen very careful, guys. Even Raila coming today to Kenya, like there was nothing different. Even Ruto, president. Let me tell you, guys.
My friend, can you answer the questions first?
Yeah, question is saying that there is no way that for Raila to say that election was stolen or blah blah. Raila was having a chance, a very good chance, before even to go to court. He could do these things right now. Now it's too late.
Are you answering? Which question are you answering in the first place?
Yeah, because I think Martin's question was about Junet and mine was about revolution. Kindly tackle these 2 questions first. Then you
So
can do the submission.
why is your question? Where is what Junet today? Why was Junet?
No, I asked you that. That's not what I asked, dude. Answer the questions as we are asking you. I asked you is mine, and maybe we can do this again. I'm sorry, guys, and the people who are listening to us and the panelists, if you allow us to ask the questions again.
Okay.
Please, with all favors. Personally, I was the first person to ask you. I asked you, is Junet Raila's watchman? Does he have to be everywhere that Raila goes, and does he give him everything that he has to say? What does Junet have to do with the man called Raila as a person? Okay, before you answer that, Assemble, repeat your question.
I asked you, are you worried about the member of parliament attending the rally or the people attending or coming out to attend the rally? Then the second question was, what is revolution to your understanding, and what causes a revolution in a country? Very simple questions.
3 questions, please. Straightforward.
You guys, you are attacking me so much, but you know
we're not attacking you. We're asking you straightforward questions.
Come on. Revolution. Let me tell you, revolution. It's a two-way traffic. Let me tell you. Central. We have no problem with the central. Central have no. Central have no problem with the non-disclosure.
Wait, what does central have to do with revolution? What does central have to do with the question that you've been asked about?
No, the central have not come. Let me tell you, if the election was stolen, central are very tough people. They will be saying, election was. No one have come out in the central and said, election was stolen. No one.
It's okay. That's according to you. That's correct. It's okay. Yeah. My question to you is like.
It's only Raila diehard that's saying that the election was stolen.
We agree with you.
The central, after 2 million was stolen, no one has come out and said.
We agree.
Order. I think I don't know what's going on here, but this is how I want us to move. I want us not to think, especially that question that you're trying to answer. The guy has asked you a very straightforward question. Has nothing to do with Kenya, has nothing to do with any place in the universe. All he's asking you. And if let it come from the horse's mouth, can you ask that question again?
Well, I'll ask as many times as possible if you can listen to it. My question to you, Picot, to you. What is a revolution? How do you understand a revolution? And what causes a revolution in a country? Let's forget about Kenya. Let's assume Uganda. What can cause a revolution in Uganda?
Simple.
You get mute. I don't understand why you get mute. What happened?
Don't worry about muting. I have the mute here. I can mute anyone that I want. You don't worry about that. Just answer the question.
Again. Are you there? Can you hear me? Okay. My question to you is this. What's a revolution? And what can cause a revolution in a country? Let's forget about Kenya right now, what's happening in Kenya. Let's take, for example, a revolution in Uganda or a revolution in Egypt. What drives the revolution in a country?
Okay, you guys, you don't understand what is revolution, but that revolution will not happen in Kenya when President Ruto is the president. Constitution say that 50 plus 1 will be the president. I don't know what is this revolution will come in our country. It's not come. It doesn't happen.
Pickrod.
You guys, you are in a blackmail that you have to have a revolution. There is no revolution.
I'll mute you if you're not listening. Here's the thing. You've been asked a very straightforward question, and I can see Kenyan Obioma wants to ask something, but I'm trying to give you, overseeing that, another chance to ask the question that you're being asked. Has nothing to do with Kenya. Has nothing to do with Kikuyus. My friend, assemble. I'll unmute again and ask the same question again.
I'll ask him, Pikron. Nataka kuuliza kwa Kiswahili, maybe kwa Kiswahili utaelewa.
Okay, sawa.
Tunasema nini zinaweza sababisha nchi ikuwe na vita ama mabadiliko ya kiraia ama ya kijeshi? Nini zinaweza sababisha vitu kama hizi ifanyike kwa nchi? Tuseme maybe Uganda ama Tanzania. Nini haswa zinaweza sababisha vitu zibadilike kwa nchi either kwa raia kuleta fujo ama kubadilisha vitu ama amri jeshi kuchukua serikali.
Wacha nikuambie vipi. Inakuwa hivi. The constitution say that the majority president elected is 50 plus 1. That's our constitution in Kenya. Wacha kutuambia about sijui ni nini.
Okay, Pilkron, bado hujashika. I don't know why sijui unaongea juu ya constitution
Sasa
gani.
unataka tuongee nini about constitution, above constitution. Constitution say
Hold on.
that
Okay, sawa, nimekubali. Nitakuacha ujibu.
Central, I've never complained.
Okay, hold on.
Order.
I will let you answer the way you want to answer, because I know there's a way you're going, because you don't want to answer what you're being asked. Now, this is what I will do. I'll do this. I'll let Mama Kenyan Obioma ask, because ask what she wants to ask or say what she wants to say. And then now you come up with your ideology, because yours is not an answer of what you're being asked. You're running away from what you're being asked. But yes, we will take that. We will just give you 2 minutes to do what you want to do and run around the bushes of what you want to do. And I beg the people on the panel and the people listening to us, please bear with me. We will give we'll give him that time for him to actually run around how he wants to run around it, so we can actually understand his mind, where he's coming from, because I think a yes or no question is a yes or no question. You say yes, and you answer straightforward to what you've been asked. But again, so let's double it down with Kenyan Obioma, and then we'll give him 2 minutes, and then we'll start. I think at that point, I will start with Mulumbu, come to Calvis, and if anybody wants to join in, I think the link is over there. Na tuendelee kujaza huko candid, candid talk. I'll be putting the links there. Mami, ongeza, najua nimeona umerudi hapa haraka sana. We love you, Mom. Later.
Thank you, Mulumba. How are you? And Pikrad, how are you? What are you holding in your right hand?
The sound is sound bad.
What are you holding in your right hand? Can you hear me?
Wacha kuzungusha mtu wa Ruto.
Guys, and that is how Ruto behaves. Totally. You ask him a question, he wants himself to make the question so that he can answer it. The same thing. These people, where are they coming from? What has
they got what they did? They got what they didn't want. They wanted to be in opposition and they found themselves in government.
You know, you can't deal with such people. You get a headache or you get crazy.
They're in the wrong place. You want Matanga Sitakuria?
Now he pretends that he's not hearing me and then disappear. Where is he? Jesus. Anyway, thank you guys.
Ebu ask what you wanted to ask him. If there's, other than that,
I had several questions, and I know he could not reach anywhere.
He's here.
Okay,
I got him on. Yeah.
Okay, pre-card. Before you had a paper and a pen. Yes. What do you have in your right hand? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What do you have in your right hand? You better answer so that I can.
My pen.
Okay. And your left hand?
It says my paper.
What is the first question?
Question, but I was asking that the problem we are having that here is that Raila is using the same tactic. That is why the opponent they know already what they are doing.
Precard, now I'm not Raila. I am me asking you just simple question. What first question did you write down?
No, I didn't. I hear only question. What happened? I didn't have the whole question.
But I can hear you clearly. I am asking you. I'm asking you the first question that you wrote on that paper. Which is it?
It's here. Okay, it's here. When people was asking that Raila went to who advised Raila? What is the problem with Raila? What's Raila mess with the election IEBC? But these are a lot of questions. But you know, I don't why what I don't understand. Why Raila come right now when he was having a chance? This is nonsense for Raila today to come announce that Raila.
The first question that should have
ago.
Wait, hey.
Not now. Now
Raila
Ruto ameapishwa as a president. I don't know why is this question coming.
Can you hear me?
No. Why this right now? The court nullified.
Can everybody else hear me? If you're hearing me, put your hands up.
Right now today I said I'm not
Precard, one of the things that and I'm so sorry, I'm not as rude as I sound, but sometimes when maybe I sit on this chair, I like people to actually listen to the moderator because it's not a good job. I mean, it sometimes people come and do whatever they want to do, so I have to make the show look okay. What I'm asking you and what you're being asked, and if somebody stops and tells you, Precard, this is what we're asking you, listen. So you've been asked, what did you write as the first question in that paper? Because you know the questions that we were asking you.
Yeah, why Raila come now that I will not recognize regime?
This guy is in a wrong
Precard. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I mean, there's a lot of people. We really appreciate your presence here. We really do appreciate you. Usiende Mali. Let's at least have some input from other people, and then we'll circle back to you. Tafadhali Usiende, we appreciate your presence here. Let me just circle around with a couple of people here. The people that have been here. Ilikuwa ni Mulumbu ama ni wewe Asembo? Ni Mulumbu? Stone PK now.
Ni Mlumbu. Oh,
PK.
Sorry guys, I just came into Mato umelemewa kwani una kifunguo ama niaje? You are not accessing properly because you have degenerated this thing into really, people are complaining, Mato. I
didn't want to go that route. I know the route you're asking me to go.
Mato, you have the powers. Don't encourage nursery school rhymes upper. This is international TV, bro. Yeah, please. We are all listening. We are listening, only that some of us are a bit engaged. This guy let's not really degenerate it into a, pale village argument. Mtu akitaka kusoma aende shule. Yeah? Sorry to say that. And I have authority, you know that. I'll chuck people out. This is supposed to be a debate. You are not here to teach us, or we are not here to teach you what a revolution is. Enda shule. Yeah, people are really bitter about it. Some are inboxing us. Yeah? This is not a mtaani debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Storm PK. All right. Like I was saying, thank you, Stone PK. I really appreciate you, brother. You know how much I respect you. Yeah, I didn't want to go that route that Stone PK. I was just about to do it, but that's why I decided to go another round while we wait if at least maybe another, come back. I was trying to be nice. Either way, let me do a round and then we'll come back. I think it was Assemble na Mulumbu. Mulumbu, it should be Mulumbu, right?
Mulumbu, yeah, Mulumbu, and Calvin. Calvin again, I think, left studio again.
Yeah. So Mulumbu, the show is yours.
Thank you, my brother and sisters. It's been a bit long, but not much, because sometimes I come a little bit early when Bernard's there and then I leave. Yeah, I greet all of you. Good morning, good evening, like me over here. It's another day that we are here to discuss about our country. And I think if the Kenyan people don't wake up and stand for their right, we are heading in a wrong direction. Like the direction that Pickroad want us to go. We don't want to go that route. We don't want to go that route. That's why Raila took a long route to reach where we are. Because kama angelichukua uamuzi haraka haraka, haingejulikana makosa iko wapi. Always, if you want to win a case, kama makosa imetokea, unafanya uchunguzi. Unakuwa patient, unafanya uchunguzi. Hata Trump vile alikuwa anataka kubadilisha uongozi wa Biden, walinyamaza. Wamechukua 2 good years. Wamefika wale wenye waliingia ndani, wengi wao wamefungwa. Na ikafika lazima yeye pia lazima afungiwe mashtaka, ndiye alikuwa kiongozi. He's on the way. Kama angelichukua haraka haraka saa hiyo, wangepigana na wale wenye walikuwepo. Those people who came, who are blind, came rioting. You see? So for them to keep quiet, they want to save the lives of those people and the lives of wale watu wangekuja kuwa confront. So for Raila, they knew what happened, but for them, vile alienda kotini to know the truth, kotini ikawa pia imekuwa grabbed, imeweka mfukoni, ikakuja goose and flowing in the air. Basi wakajua, okay, if that's the case, we need to save people's lives because we have to rule the people, not to kill the people. Because always walikuwa wanatumia hapo na hapo, ni watu wanapoteza maisha bila kujua ukweli mahali ulipo. So now wanasema ukitaka kushika mwizi, kuwa rafiki ya mwizi, ama ingia kwa wizi. Kama CID, kama wao majangili wamekuwa wakora sana, wana employ CID, anaingia huko to go and find the way hao watu wanaweza patikana. So this is the right time. Aliwaachilia na akafanya uchunguzi upatikane, tupate the reality. 2, akawapatia serikali ndio hiyo sasa aone vile wanaviongoza, ili wananchi waone na match what's going on. Now the really people who voted are getting the pinch, because some of them are just following, wanafuata tu, kama mwenzako Pickroad hapa anafuata tu, he doesn't know what it is. Haangalii kiundani, akajiuliza what is Kenya, what's the meaning Kenya, what's the meaning uchaguzi, maana ya election ni nini, what's the meaning of election, and what the meaning of competition. Because competition means mkikompete na mtu lazima kuwe na winner na loser. Na uwini inaonekana umewin, yes, una shake hands, mnaachana, unaendelea. Umelose when you are talking, I didn't talk. That's the problem we are having. A good listener listens when somebody is talking. That's a good educated. So we have been having this problem year in, year out. But this time we had to play it differently. Unajua unaposoma sana, unapoingia kwa michezo sana, ndio unapata skill every day. Ndio unaingia profession inakuingia. Lakini ukikosa kwenda shule, unataka kuja hapo kwa hii forum ambapo watu wameelewa, utaanza kuzichunguza ndani, ukiuliza swali kama something else. Wakisema tupatie mguu ya kuku, wewe unaenda kutuletea mkono yako. We don't want to eat your hand. So nikirudi kwa hii mkutano ilikuwa leo, is the right time. Because of what? Ushahidi umepatikana na bado unakuja tu, wananchi wenyewe wanajionea na macho. Subsidy ya chakula ilienda, ya petroli ilienda, pesa ya wazee imeenda, school fees pia iko kwa barabara inaenda, pesa yenu imechukuliwa imeletwa at hustler fund, inakuongeza umasikini. Wewe hauna kitu yote ya kuweka kwa tumbo. Basi mtu anakuja na kuambia ati nimekukopesha 500 na hauna kazi, and this is the person above anafaa tengeneze serikali upate vile unaweza pata kazi na upate vile unaweza kula maisha yako iwe nafuu. Anakupatia 500, anataka kumrudishia 25 shillings on top. Wewe hauna pesa kununua dawa, ni mgonjwa. Your parents huko amezeeka huko nyumbani, hawezi fanya kazi popote, anategemea wewe. Hana pesa kwenda hospitali, hana food. Your wife is so suffering, your kids are suffering. Then he says that I'm loaning you 500 shillings. Utarudisha na 25. And he doesn't know where you can work. Hata ulilala njaa, ana on the position to die, he doesn't know. Unaenda unakopa, unanunua chakula imeisha. Sasa amekuongeza stress mara 2. Wewe unataka kufikiria mali unaenda kufanya kazi urudishe pesa in 14 days. You don't know where you're going to get this money. At the same time, your parents, your wife and the kids are crying. Hawana mali ya kupata food. You don't know where you're going to get this food for. This person is killing you slowly. Anakuua. These people don't see this. The other thing ni ya kwamba hamukumchagua kumwandika kazi, ni kama yeye aliwafanyia favor. Now he dictates you. Akiongea anapiga kifua. Utadu. Tayari nilichukua. This is what we are fighting. Ndio nasema revolution ikikuja, nisikia mtu akiuliza ya kwamba wapi MP. Revolution ikikuja is not, haitaki MP, haitaki governor, haitaki MCA. MP ana pesa nakula, governor ana pesa nakula, MCS anapa, nasema wote wanakula. But we pale kule kumashinani, people are dying. People are suffering. But this behavior ya wizi wa kura na hii behavior ya corruption daylight unaipa kimchana na unasimama unapiga kifua. My friend, kama ulikuwa nafikiria ulitaka Raila pia aenda ibe na nilikuwa nafikiria that's the way you are talking. Raila wanted, tulitaka Kenya iwe democracy. Nikienda kwa nasembo kwa competition, unanishinda, mimi na wacha unaongoza, unagoja siku nyingine open, sio wewe kwa sababu najuana na fulani pale, unaenda pale unanikata miguu, unachukua basi unakuja kunipigia kifua. What will you do? Pick road. Wacha kukaranga mafuta, bwana is coming. You may think that you may sit that unaweza kaa ufikiria you are comfortable, na vile unavyoongea you are boiling, you are stirring the oil, na hiyo oil wakati itashika moto, hata vile unavyoongea hautajua mahali utapitia, because watu wenye people when they are suffering, they don't have something to eat, they don't have nothing to lose. And Kenya is going where wananchi they will not have anything to lose. They better go die there kuliko kufa kwa nyumba na njaa. And you have heard people saying that. Wewe unafikiria ni mchezo? Itafika mahali watasema afadhali niende nikufe kwa barabara na nikufe huko na ishe kuliko kuishi kwa hii maisha. It's coming. Na ningeomba wananchi wa Kenya come out, because where we are going, kama mwezi kuja nje na msimamie haki yenu, there's no way there's no way uta survive. It's just going to be like, angalia Ukraine, people are dying because of their land, their right. They don't care. Watu wameacha watoto, wazee wanaenda kufa, I better die na mtoto wangu asikie vizuri. And now Kenya is going to come. For all nyinyi mnapiga vifua. Ikishika moto, hata pengine your brother mwenye unaishi naye ndiye atasema huyu ndugu yangu huyu, kumbe nakulanga na jamaa na hizi tunakufa ndala. Wewe ndio wataanza na wewe. You may think you are safe unless kama uko out of Kenya. And if you are in Kenya, they'll come for you. Buzuru anaonekana hapa tunakujua. Let's sit down and discuss this to stop hii mambo ya kuiba kura za wengine and then unapiga kifua. It won't help us. So my brothers, let's educate our people. This is the time. Let's wait for what Raila is organizing. Kama itafika wakati sasa watu tuende state house, tuende tukufe, wenye watabaki maisha itakuwa mazuri. Because hata during the colonization, people died. Watu walijitokeza. Ndio sababu Kenya ikapata uhuru. Na kama tuna wazungu wengine wamekuja saa hizi wanataka kuturudisha hizo enzi, we still die for it. We better go die for the street kuliko kwenda kukaa kwa nyumba na hauna kitu, unaizalisha mtoto, hauna kazi, you have nothing. Na mtu anakaa kwa hiyo anatembea kwa mandege, amejaza kila kitu, watoto wake ndio. We don't allow that. Kenyans, wake up. Revolution is coming. Stand out. Get out. Tuone Ruto ana majeshi ngapi, hata wenye analeta kutuua hao, those are our brothers and sisters. Anafikia ni kutoka wapi? Ndio kikiingia baya ndio mtajua kwamba si mchezo. Hata polisi mnafikiria mtatumia kuua, watageuka at the last minute. Thank you sana guys.
Thank you Mlungu. That's very mwenye masikio na asikie. Thank you so much for what you just said. Mami, nani umeinua mkono? Unmute, ma'am.
Okay, Kenyan. Yes, I did. Kenyan with love. Yeah, we had this small section or small session that this argument could have brought so many differences. And I want to put this way. Being on this forum, please, anybody who is coming in, this is somewhere we are trying to rehabilitate our heart, our mind, to focus in good things. But when you come here with your own aim of destruction, this will not be the point of entry. Ya mambo ya ujinga, I'll use that word and forgive me. Because there is no way a Sembo could ask that question 3-4 times and you are not getting it and you just go to your own point. I'm pointing this to Ricardo, I don't know. Because when you answer a question, you are educating even your people, not even us, you are other people. But when you go meandering, even your own people will understand that you are not the right person to come to the panel. So don't think you are so smart than we being here and those who are outside. This is international forum. People are listening. And the questions that we were trying to ask you maybe would have guided you or misguide you, but you should answer the question exactly the way it is. so that people can understand the difference. But when you go beating the bush and you want to bring what you have in your mind here, which is somehow is not correct, completely not correct. It's not correct. We are not going to entertain. We are not going to give you a chance and let you go beyond that point of spoiling people's mind. They get confused. So the pen and the paper you had would have taken care of you so that to remember the question you were asked. You can't remember, but you don't even want to write. You don't want even to read that question simply because you are mindset. You have no good moral to the people you are talking to. The only thing you want to feed us is what your master has, which is very wrong because it is not the right for the country. It has already proven that it is a bad idea, what we have in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mami. I see my big brother is here, Stone PK. The biggest thing that I wanted actually, it was a test because I wanted to really follow it up and see how much he will go. And the funny thing, he couldn't even answer the same questions. I mean, you asked us +1, 1 + 1, he couldn't answer that. And I wanted to see so that we can actually understand what is happening with this other side of our country. Because we are here answering the real questions of our country, the things that need to be answered in our country. And sometimes it pains me a lot when you come around and you find people like him who cannot even answer a simple question. A straightforward question. Straight, kabisa. And these are people who are not even talking.
I mean, hey,
German.
No, hold
on, sir. You will love your time. Hold on. That's where we have where we have degenerated so much that you find that even the people that in the power, the Kajaguars of the day and the Rutos of the day, when they go and there's a straight question, you don't have to ask a question, but a straight thing that is facing them, and they cannot go straight. The only thing they can go, William to akitendawili, William to yanini, and you start wondering, do these guys think they were stupid? The reason I was giving him time, and I've gotten a big backlash from the comment section, poleni kama nimewaangusha leo, comment section, I've gotten a big backlash out of that. When you look at someone like Gachagwas and the Rutos of a day, when they go to places and they are talking about ile mtu ya kitendawili or wale watu wanafanya nini.
We cannot hear you very well. What is your problem with your voice now?
Is there anybody else? Can everybody hear me?
Echo. I don't know.
You good? Good? Yeah, it's Picard. So the thing is that when you find these people who actually, like, you find them going and you don't understand what these guys are talking about. So now you sometimes have to calm down and look at people like, and I hope he comes back, Picard, and understand, what are these guys talking about? Why are we so behind, and these guys seem not to understand what the country is talking about? And that's the reason I wanted to hear him and see, okay, I was pushing it, and sorry, Stone PK. I wanted to see how much he can go and what is going to tell us that we don't know, and what is so big that he's going, because we need to start understanding these guys, because it's like snow and dirt. So what is it that we are not understanding here? Are we just not understanding something or whatever it is? Or do we have to let the pig run in its own mud. Because they always say, never jump in the mud with the pig. It will get dirty. You will both get dirty, but the pig loves that. So I wanted to hear him. Ni venye tu stone na kuona, najua utanigonga. I wanted to kind of kidogo hear him, and that's what I was trying to do. And I hope he can come back, because tuanze kuona hii kitu yao wanafanya nini, hata wanaenda kupigana huko. Gachagua talking some nonsense, Uhuru talking some nonsense, talking about sijui ati servers is portal and all that. I mean, we become so stupid in our country that even these guys in UDA think we are so stupid that we are not understanding what we are doing in our country. So that's what I was trying to open up to tunaweza fungua. I hope he can come back atuambie what he wanted to say. But Stone PK, poleni na nimegongwa. Anyway, Stone PK, kazi kwako, take over.
Yeah, thank you. Let me thank the panelists that are still here. I've been listening, and good to see Assemble, and then good to see Kenyan Obioma, and thanks Kenyan with love. I'll begin by answering you the last question. Yeah, yes, Kenyans tumeona wajinga, and we have become fools. We have become idiots because, for example, in this panel, we have entertained a lot of nonsense for almost, that time was not worth it, Mato. I don't know whether you are good in proverbs. Kuna msemo unasema huwezi pigia gunzi guitar and you expect acheze. I mean, you can't. And I think it's good we also go through our proverbs so that we are able to have some of these discussions. Mbuzi hawezi kucheza, hata ukimchezea luambo luanzo makiadi mziki the best, a goat can never dance. So for us to sit here and start to listen to some of this nonsense, and I don't apologize for that, we are not here to entertain. Actually, let me put some records here. Apart to entertain, we are not entertaining anybody because we have nothing nice to talk about those people who don't believe in the cause that is happening. Okay? So if somebody is coming here for entertainment, it's the wrong place. Because we will not play the dances and the songs you love to hear. Okay? Here we are talking about meli ambayo imeng'oa nanga already now. In fact, as of now, we are not trying to also convince people as to what the problem is in Kenya. In fact, when you are a panelist here, don't come to start wasting time ati kwamba revolution ni nini, kwa nini watu wanafanya hivi. Already that has leo, yani imeshatoka, wala watu wanajua maneno ya Kilindini and everywhere. The cause, the train has left the station and it has a certain cause. So the best you can do if you want to stop it, ni uende ufanye kama Siberia, ukabomoe mabridge huko mbele. Lakini hii nayo uwezi bomoa, itapita na wewe. So even Ruto, he can go saying the nonsense he's saying. He has no clue what is happening. He's yani amelewa na nini. Yeah. In fact, he's the top idiot in the country. So don't usimwamushe yule. Wacha enjoy. He thinks he is. You can't go in a church and all what you're talking is about Raila and all this, wana njia mpya, hawana njia mpya. Ataona hiyo njia mpya, atajua ajui. Yes. And by the way, let me tell Kenyans have decided, and it's not about leaders. In fact, Kenyans have left leaders away. If you want to know that, unless you are seated somewhere not even witnessing what happened in Kamkunji, lazima uwe wewe ni kondoo kabisa. You must be the top sheep. Yani kondoo ile, unajua kondoo zina kondoo kama 10 zinavamiwangwa na nini na nyang'au, yani haina inaona hii kondoo ingine imefinywa kichwa, imepasuliwa ubongo, imetoka na bado inangojea yenyewe pia ipasuliwe. Sheep are known to be killed in mass, yet wanasimama tu haina inapiga hii they can't run. So anybody who doesn't see what is happening now, anybody who still has doubts, just stand alert, aloof, just watch the space, and then you see. If you want to study If you want to write your thesis of how revolutions happen, just watch the space. Na uwe na kalamu na karatasi kama huyo jamaa vile amebeba. In fact, hiyo karatasi moja haitoshi. He should buy proper books because I think he wants to do he wants to learn something. Okay? Then let him watch this space, and he can also buy a nice video so that he records and he would see what is gonna happen. What is gonna happen has never happened in this country. And if he listened, but unfortunately our watu wa UDA wamevutishwa bangi ya UDA, na ubaya bangi ya UDA ni ya yellow, so hiyo rangi inaenda inafunika ubongo. Yeah, they should smoke the right bangi. Wavute bangi ile nzuri, ile bangi ambayo inasaidia mtu. Hiyo yao inaenda inafunika ubongo, and they are not able to read and even reason. So when it comes to what is going to happen, what Kenyans were waiting for, because you have to change your tactic. You have to, to listen to whoever is supposed to be your leader. And the leader has said it. And the Kenyans were very respectful. They are respecting their leader. That's why they are patient. And they will continue to be patient, each step at a time. And that is, tunaenda ile mwendo ule wa calculated. And if you are intelligent Kenyan, if you are not ubongo ujatambaa na rangi ya yellow, ukae uone the meticulous whatever steps that are being taken, you will see where this thing is headed. Before you are saying ati Ruto aliapishwa, it is true aliapishwa, hatukatai. Hata mimi sahi nikitaka nitaapishwa, hata wewe Asembo ukitaka, we can all be apishwad. But the problem is, we had an election, yes. What happened to that election? It has been doubtful. Oh, we won. Oh, we won. We won squarely. We won squarely. We took our time. Imekuja, imesemekana, ndio hii. Oh, that is fake. Haya, wameambiwa leo, bambo bado. Because tunataka sasa iwe mpaka ile whatever evidence inaonyesha tangible, and this is raw data. We will reach a time when now you will come and start saying, this is not my rubber stamp, this is not my signature, was not from my computer. We are headed there. And I keep on saying on this platform, you can fool some people for some time, but not all the time. Bob Marley alituambia. Sasa Kenya, rapture has imefanyika, imefika. Mwisho wa uongo na utapeli. Hiyo Ruto mwenyewe amekuwa akisema, as if those yeye ndio sasa yeye ujanja yake na ujinga yake imefika mwisho. Because now, what the statement that was made today is that Kenyans, the ball is on your court. And it's only a fool who can't see that danger. Kenyans have accepted. Now, ni vile unapewa ball, those of you who play whatever sort of ball, once the ball is passed on to you, it's you now who decides, do I give it to Asembo? Is he in a position to score? Or I first of all, nifanye back pass kwa Stone, nirudi nipatie Kenyan one. Sasa mpira ni sisi tuko nao ndugu zangu. UDA hawana mpira, wacha wakule kile wanakula. But they are gone. Kuisha, hawalali. Sasa Raila ndiye atakuwa na discussiwa kwa hiyo makanisa yao ya fake. All right? So we are not entertaining people here. Neither are we educating people here. What we are doing here, we are sensitizing people. We are uprising people. Watu tunawapiga, ni drum tunapiga. Jameni, kumekucha twende. Jogo amewika mara 3. Sasa wewe kama utaki kuja, wewe subiri tu. Utabebwa na mgurumo. That is it. It is as simple as that. So, and for those who don't like what is going to be happening on this channel, for example, and many channels, in fact, in Meambiwa, there are so many forums now that have come. And those who want to see what exactly uprising is, watashanga. Kenya is a country of records. We are setting a record. No one will steal elections in Africa. We are setting a precedence. Because we are ready, people will die. Usidanganywe ati tuombe Mungu watu wasikufe. Watu watakufa. Ruto will kill people. those who we will get to try and survive. Read Macbeth. Utaona hiyo nini. It is there. And this is not the first time things happen. It's not the first time people are resisting. Okay? If wame articulate, so you have the path. What are you asking for? We have level 1, 2, 3, 4, tutaenda mpaka level 99. And I'm telling you, is only ule mbaye ni kipofu, ambaye haoni, yule ambaye ana masikio kiziwi, labda ndiye hatasikia. So for those of us, or those of out there, you know, the doubting Thomases, let them have their patience. Wakule keki saa hii, hiyo walinyakua. Lastly, ndio ni pause kidogo mwingine akuje. It's not about the cost of life rising. Again, here we are losing it. We are not here to debate about the cost of living. Hapana, that is secondary, ndugu zangu. And panelists here, don't even use those points when you are discussing. Don't give reasons as a cost of living. Hakuna, it's not cost of living. It is stolen elections. It is mwizi amekuja kwako anajidai anaweza kukupatia chakula. So you can't debate about food when it's a thief that is anagawa chakula. I mean, let's not be that way. I think panelists here are very intelligent. Don't be driven into arguing and saying, oh, you know, when Uhuru was there, the cost of living was not a cost of living. Maybe ata baba kama baba angeingia for some time ingepanda. But the good thing is that he had some urgent mitigating factors. That is the intelligence of Baba. And the urgent mitigating factors, for example, what we should give people instead of saying cost of living is a family, those who are nini would get the 6,000 shillings. Let idiots ask you atatoa wapi, because mwizi ataki kusikia baba hiyo pesa yote wanaiba. Right now already they have taken out of the 50 billion. Walikuwa wanasema hustler fund. Where has it gone? The balance. They cheated us that they gave 15 billion to people or something like that. So what happened to 35 billion? I mean, let's not argue with fools, eh? Okay, so for us is number one, hii mbuzi ama huyu mwizi, hii haina ambayo imeingia kwenye boma ya mbuzi zetu ameanza kuua. There is no way you can compromise with the haina. Ati ngoja tungoje hiyo haina haitaua mbuzi kesho. No, ni kutoa nyundo. Let me finish, Mato. We are 4 of us here, and I know you.
Okay. No, I just wanted to tell you. That your math, we did. I did it today. Yeah. It's actually 19.57% of what the budget that they had given that has gone to the Hustlers Fund that has actually been disbanded. 19.57.
Now, those are the facts we are supposed to tell. Although these fools of UDA, even if you tell them that, Mato, yani watakusumbua hapa ni kama kitu. Sisi kwa kikwetu, I come from Mbere, very small tribe, but we don't entertain fools. Kabisa, we have no democracy with fools. And that's why sometimes people find me a bit whatever. We have no time. Ukizaa mtoto awe ni mjinga, unamwambia wewe hii ujinga yako utatafuta familia nyingine. That's how we do it. We have no tolerance to fools, to thieves, to murderers. Hakuna. That's why you'll not go to jail. I mean, go to committee and count for me how many mberes you'll find there. We deal with them before they even start stealing. Tuna deal nawe kwa village kabla ukue mwizi sugu. We you know, culturally, we distaste you. We make it so hard for you to survive in that village if you are a thief. Because we see, mtoto mwizi tunamuona, ameleta raba si yake home, unamuuliza daddy, hii raba umetoa wapi? Ati nilipewa present na Jimmy. Jimmy anakupatia present, ana pesa wapi ya kununua? Babake alijua. We put pressure on you. You grow knowing that you cannot steal. Of course, lazima kuwe kuna wale wana stray hapa na pale, but you have no space. We have no softer language for a rapist. That's how we have been brought up. We have no softer language for somebody who has a goat in his compound that does not belong to him. We have no language for saying ninaenda ati kupiga jirani yangu nichukue ng'ombe zake ndio niende nikaoe so that I'm a hero. We don't have that in our culture. And most African cultures don't have that. But when now you have people stealing or wameiba kura, you think it is something new. It is not new. It is inherent in them. And that's why you hear people talking with all that, you know, na majeuri nyingi. Unajua, you know, one thing I tell people, you cannot lie to yourself. You can't. Ruto knows what he did. But because he is a fool, na culture yake ni ya wizi, that's why he is able to stand in a church. This guy should not be in any of these churches. In fact, church Ruto ameenda wa Kenya wasiende. Ati mnaenda hapo mnasikiza, you are being lectured. You are being lectured by a thief. What sort? I mean, really? You are being taught. You are being lectured. Unaambiwa, oh, you see, sisi Mungu alitu. Mungu gani huyo? There is no such a God. That's the devil. Yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to say, our Kenyan problem is deep rooted, and that's why to uproot it, we have to be very, very careful. And that is what none of these Kenyans have the brain of Baba. I can bet that. Hakuna mtu ana brain kama ya Baba. Nobody. Politically, scientifically, hakuna. None of those people. Ati Kamkunji kanaongea hapo kuhusu. These guys cannot even construct a sentence. Sentence yao ni huyu mganga huyu na. There is nothing. Nothing. Those of you who are intelligent, just analyze what they talk. It's garbage. Nonsense. For 1 hour, 2 hours, you have everybody talking about, if you won, keep quiet. If you think those who are complaining are fools, just let them complain. Don't argue with the fools, Bwana Ruto. Achana sisi wajinga tuendelee kuongea hivi. Alafu ndio utajua ujui. Why are you justifying? Kama ulishinda vizuri, unaambia Wakenya nini? Si wanajua ulishinda. I mean, if I'm wrong, I would like even parliaments to tell me. If you really know, Stone PK najua nilipiga Kenyan with love squarely. Nikapiga Assemble squarely kwa competition. See, I just walk proudly. Mimi nafanya kazi bila hata kushughulika. Very proudly. Samani tulikuwa hivi. You know, when we were getting our wives and, you know, teenagers, all of you know that. You must have passed through here. The moja ilikuwa na watu wengi sana wanamhunt. Lakini wewe ulikuwa unachora kivyako. Alafu ukiemerge the winner, hata unaenda ukipiga binja, unajua nishawa hiyo dem. Kabisa unaona akina Mato akimandika huko akimendea, unajua kwisha. Kidogo anasikia harusi imeanaunziwa. You don't go shouting in the village in the state ati mtajua mjui huyu dem ni wangu. Nini. Kuna kitu kama hiyo. Una act smoothly. So if Ruto thinks he wants well, he could be quiet, delivering services to the people. And forget about sisi wendazimu. Sisi wendazimu ni sawa. Sisi who think we are lamenting of something that never, was whatever, then achane na sisi. Alafu tuone kule tutaenda. But he knows the truth. And the truth, the worst of the things you can do on earth is to deny the truth. You will deny, but the day it comes out, you will be so embarrassed, you will have no face. Unfortunately, this one has come out, and the consequences are so bad because it will be historical. Baba amesema leo, it will be historical. It will be a turning point, not only for Kenya, but for Africa. Unless mtu ni mjinga ndiye atachika hiyo statement. It will be epic. And it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, and people are bracing for it. It's gonna happen, and it's gonna happen very soon. Mato, let me pause there. Nimeongea sana because nilisikia mumepakishwa matope hapa sana. You know the pig pulled you into the sty. Huko, ikawavuruta huko nini. Those kind of people, don't entertain them. Ndege isha Mato, wewe ukisharuka ndege ikisharuka pilot.
Bro, kuna mali nilikuwa namvuta lakini mkaribu. Unajua kuna watu wako impatient. Kuna mali nilikuwa namvuta, nyinyi hamkuelewa mali nilikuwa namvuta, nilikuwa nakuja kumweka kwa pigsty mwenyewe.
Wachana na yeye.
Nilikuwa namvuta mahali. Nyinyi ndio hamkuelewa ile kitu nilikuwa nikifanya, lakini that's fine. One thing I understand about public conversation is that people might not understand what is in your mind. Kuna mali nilikuwa namleta na nilikuwa namvuta hivi, alikuwa nakuja kujiingiza mwenyewe. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nikifanya tu, imekuja ikakuwa demystified, but who cares about that anyways? The end of the day is that our country moves on to where we need to go, and we hear from people like you, Stone PK, and we hear from people who can actually talk. But kuna mahali nilikuwa namleta, nyinyi ndio mmechoma. Nilikuwa namleta mahali tu, nilikuwa nataka mwenyewe ajiingize kwa hiyo shimo. But lakini mkachoma kabisa bwana. Nyinyi haki na nyinyi pia. Hata hamna huruma. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kuleta kijana ajiingize kwa shimo mwenyewe. Anyway, it's okay. Hiyo ni story imepitwa na wakati. Asembo, tuambie story.
Stone PK and Kenya with Love. What I want to really appreciate Baba for is separating these things that we've been mixing during election, the tribalism aspect of it and the thugs creating it during election. It took him time. Maybe he was studying this thing. Maybe the time they were discussing with the Uru, what are these things that are causing this hatred in our tribes? And this time, to my understanding, I feel he did unlock it. Separating the tribes, because people voted, and you're allowed to vote the way you want to vote, Mato. There's a way you're allowed, even Son PK is allowed to vote the way he wants to vote. But because of that situation of our tribes being put in it to cover up the evils that are done, we were fighting, because at that moment, akisema nimeibiwa, Mato, you'll be annoyed, checking on how many times you've spent your resources, maybe facilitating people to go out, maybe taking out guys, putting up banners, trying to campaign for Baba and trying to make sure that you guys get the turnout. And again, you have the numbers. Then they take it and say this Kabila, watakuwa naongoza. That time, people act with emotion. And that's, I think, what Baba really worked on with the group that was advising him probably to not to act immediately, but to let everybody settle so that we can understand what's the problem. And that this time it had been unlocked, and everybody who voted, regardless how you voted, you now understand what is the reason why this type of group is annoyed. So me, I voted for this group. I have no problem. I have the right to sit back at home and watch the group that is annoyed air their grievances. And that's the thing that we are missing all these elections, 2007, 13, 2017. We say it immediately, then we are up and out, beating one another, not knowing the reason why we were doing that. And this time, it took Baba time to understand, for my people to understand what I'm doing, this must settle first. Everybody must come to understanding that this is why we are taking this direction. And it was a fix for Ruto. He didn't understand why Luo Nyanza welcomed him the way he was welcomed, and his team, and they were like, kumbe nyinyi sio watu wa kurusha mawe. And it was a statement also to the international bodies that were giving advisories, don't go to this region, because they thought Ruto will be attacked because these are the people who are really hurting. But the statement was out very clear that it's not only Luos who are hurting. It is entire Kenya that is hurting. All the way from central to eastern, to coast, to Rift Valley, part of it. So this is a thing that they didn't understand why this old man was quiet. Now when you are coming for you now, it's not Wajaruo wale wa kurusha mawe is coming for you. It's entire Kenya that is coming for you. And it must be cleaned so that the next generation that will go in that place, you want to be president, you don't have to buy Mato to make you, to print for you documents so that you can be dragged in. You don't have to talk to Son PK to provide for you international bodies to count for you and send their information. You go in that office, I defeat you, you say, hey, hapo mmenyorosha, wacha niongoje ile ingine roho safi. Na siangalii Stone Piketty, huyu ni Mkikuyu alipigia yule, hapana. Huyu like Americans, and they have the Democrats and Republicans. So after voting, they go back into their business, and that's what has been happening right now in Kenya. After kupiga kura, si kila mtu aliingia kwa biashara yake. So that was the thing that Baba needed to solve. And even if we won't be in the next election, we'll never again look at a tribe voting for their person in a negative way, but looking at that person like voting according to how he feels he's supposed to vote. And that's a statement that so many will take time to understand, because we were working on emotions and attacking other tribes with emotions, not understanding why we are attacking them. And the time the leaders were taking this advantage, ile kabila inatunyang'anya, because we were covering that. And that one right now, trust you me, kesho uende uambie Mkikuyu ati Jaluo ndako anakunyang'anya serikali, atakuuliza serikali gani nanyang'anywa, na hiyo serikali pia mimi nilipigia. So that is a thing that me today I got and I learned from Baba. And the rest, the ones who are affected, amesema mambo bado, meaning the type of information this old man is having. If I'm Ruto, they were talking about they don't want handshake, and Baba also told them he's never interested in handshake. If right now they're supposed to start looking for any other country for seeking asylum, because we are coming. We are coming, and they wanted Baba to be there. They dared Baba to come. And it's not Baba coming. It's the local Mamamboga that they lied to. It's the border person that they lied to. Those are the people coming. And when they're coming for you, you better buy more guns. You better recruit so many soldiers right now. But those soldiers also, they'll be sent to kill their own brothers, and they'll turn against it. And they'll turn against that order, and they'll come for you. So that's what I can say for now. We are no longer going to fight along the tribes, but we must clean the injustice that has been done with this body called Iebc that keep on creating this tension in the country, and our leaders taking advantage of it, making it tribal. That is done today. Baba locked that. So me, I'm sitting ready to attack a fool, not to attack a Kikuyu or to attack a Luo. I'm sitting ready to attack a fool. That's what I can say for now.
So for me, what I'll say is that sometimes I've tried to follow the well, I have been in the politics and I've followed the politics since I was a kid. And the thing is that sometimes also you have to also play smart with the politics. And I think that's what Raila has really learned how to. And also some Kenyans have learned how to. What Raila is doing right now is not about politics. It's about our country. If you sat down with Raila, he will tell you he doesn't care if he becomes the president or doesn't. It's more of Kenya than of Raila. And that's the thing that I say, that even at times, it's time, yes, to be hard. Like when I say hard, I say H-A-D. No, H-A-R-D. Hard. Like hard. To be hard on people and not play games with our country and our people. And that is what Raila is also doing right now. But also when you're doing it, you have to be very careful in how you're doing it. Yes, we are due for a revolution. And I know it's coming and it's going to come. If something doesn't change, This is the last time that an election like that will ever be held again in Kenya. I know that for a fact. This is it. This is a revolution. Unless someone decides somewhere decides, and I know what I'm talking about. I've been saying it here for the people that know me here. I've been saying it here since before. This is it. That's why you can see Ruto looking right and left and not talking with ile kiburi alikuwa nayo. Talking ni kama anaangalia ile side na hakuna watu wako huko and everything, because he knows kimeumana. This is it. Even one man that, unfortunately, I will say it here, Stone, I will say, your man, Muigai Kenyatta, anakaa ni kama amenyamaza. He's not quiet. He's on it. How easy to do anaisha sa. He, is done. This is the time that Kenya has ever been so united that when you go to Azimio, you can count all the tribes of Kenya. I want you to count me the tribes in Azimio, I mean in KKA. You won't get to 5. And I'm challenging everybody that is listening to us. I mean, there's at least almost 300 people listening to us. You won't get to 20 tribes or even 10. But when you go to Azimio, you will get all the tribes. Even the ones that have never even supported each other. Why is that? Because there comes a time that the country wants to be united. And also there's the Africa aspect of it. And people are tired of fighting. 2007, 2008 wasted people's breaths and everything. People are tired. They don't want to fight. They want to have the right thing. They don't care who becomes the president, what tribe he is, and whatever, as long as it's been done right. And the problem that we do have assembled today is that we do have these kind of guys of Kenya Kwanza that come over here, and that's what I wanted to hear, because I want people to, I want them to expose themselves so that the people, in the Kenyan people and the people listening can see the stupidity out of it. When you come here and expose yourself and act like you're not a Kenyan, that's what needs to be exposed, so that Kenyans can come together, so that Assemble, I don't care what Assemble Pacho is, and you don't care what Kenyan with love is and what Obioma is. We're just a Kenya and Kenyan people. So we're not going to fight about politicians anymore. Who cares about politicians? They're supposed to be our public servants. It's our tax money. That's what I wanted to expose. And by the way, I'm on a mission. When I stopped doing politics, I told you, Atakina Bernard, whenever I come over here, I'm not going to do politics anymore. I'm going to talk our country and I'm going to expose. Because when you hear somebody like that talking like that, you let him talk so much so that he exposes the stupidity. And I'm so sorry on national TV to say that, and I apologize. But I don't know which is another word. I think the stupidity is the only word I can find. You know, when you find, let them talk that stupidity so that people can see where he's coming from, where they are coming from. Because people will look at you and judge you for what you're saying and who you are. So sometimes you let people actually talk so that people can judge for themselves. Yes, it might not be the best way. It might not be kitu itafurahisha watu wengi. But let me tell you, Unless I come ni kuongelesha ujinga, you will not know me ni mjinga. Lakini ukikuja unifunze, werevu, every time I come to you and you're not letting me talk that stupidity, you will always think I'm smart. But maybe I was so stupid, but you were the one. I wanted to let him kwanza ajikarange, because we were not a lot. And that's the best way to go with these things. That's why sometimes I always say, let Gachagua talk. Give him microphone every day. 24/7. If he asks hata kabla itishe mpeleke, shika microphone. Go talk. I wish I was there. Ningekuwa nampelekea 24/7. We ongea bona. You know? Because Assemble, when you come here, people respect you by what you say and how you talk and the things and how you converse and how you actually articulate your things and how you think. Now, when you find somebody that is on the other side and you're trying to protect, oh, tupa huyo nje. Okay. Tunaweza mtupa. Lakini tuko na shida. Kwa nini hatuelewi wale watu? Kama hatuko wengi, if it's not such a big topic, unajua, like there's times that we come over here and we're almost full. You know, the panel is also almost full. At that time, I'll kick you out in a minute. But if you're 4 or 5, jikarange mwenyewe. You know, because the guys on the comment section are there, people are watching. I mean, even right now as we speak, we are on 280 on this channel. On the other channel, I don't know, I think we are 100 and something. So there's almost half, almost 500 people watching right now. And that's just the people who are logged in. There's other people that are watching. This is an international TV. So you come to understand at some point when you see ukiona vitu kama hizo and you're not really caught by anything, even if you are the moderator, unaacha mtu kwanza ajikarange mwenyewe. Let the world judge themselves, judge them. So that's all I was trying to do when I was trying to tell you guys, wacha onge,
But Mato, you see, the guy is locked completely in his mind. There is nothing. I know. I felt like the guy is sick because he didn't understand even what we are talking about. He didn't want to understand what is going on. He was like, Ruto ameapishwa na kuna kitu mtafanya. You know that mentality.
Yeah.
So it's difficult as a moderator to at times understand such fellows. I understand what you're saying.
No, when you sit on this seat, I wish one day we can give you this seat. You sit here. Sometimes you find those days that are very good days that you're just having a good day. Sometimes you find those bad days where someone comes and also even the people in the comment section don't understand. And sometimes I stop even looking at the comment section because some of them will just go off, And everybody that has moderated can tell you that sometimes it's hard to be on this seat, but we do it every day, and because we want to educate our people and also be educated. Even as moderators, we get educated. I'm not any special. You guys come here and educate me a lot, and every day, that's why I always admire the people who are in the comment section. Guys, I think I'm gonna have at least just another 30. The guy is asking to come back. I don't know. I'm gonna put I'm gonna put it out there, but within the next 30 minutes we will be closing. So Nani, if you want to come back, or anybody that wants to come and close with us, it'll be closing time here in about 20 minutes. Assemble, I really appreciate you being here. You really are good panelist. I appreciate that at all. I mean, with everything. Unless Tom PK, you want to take over. I can only do at least 20 minutes.
Not take over, it's to comment. Yeah. Yeah, in case there are many people coming, then we can. Because we've already done 7 hours, that's okay. You know, once we exhaust something, we may start recycling and regurgitating.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, there's no time for that. We don't want to chew cud. Yeah. So I want to comment on 2 or 3 things. Asembo has touched on one. You see, at the juncture we are in now, we are not here to convince UDA people. Please. I mean, I want us to understand that. Like for me, I would not, because I want people to help me. What would we be convincing Ruto about? Sahi hata ukiengage Ruto kudiscuss, utakuwa unamwambia nini? That's how I want us to look at it. So even when people say, oh, give him time, you are giving time to that guy, that name, I don't know how to pronounce. Ulikuwa umpe time ndio uachieve nini? You know, intelligent people, you have an objective, okay? Because what's the objective now of this discussion? What is the objective of Raila and the people when they go for a meeting at Kamkunji? It is well laid there. This guy stole our elections. You don't expect Ruto akuje Kamkunji aseme yenyewe poleni sana niliiba. Not Ruto. Maybe somebody else can. But we know huyu ni mwizi sugu. So mwizi sugu, we are only strategizing vile tutamtimua. And that was the discussion, even at Kamkunji. Unajua naambia Wakenya, we have really deteriorated. And that's why I said our problem is very deep-rooted. We've gone to school, but umeelezwa squeezy. In fact, I don't want to point fingers. We've generated idiots out of those classrooms. Very many of them, big percentage. People who can't even reason. Wamanama degree. I'm quoting what I read in papers and what I've read in some assessment. We have a whole chunk of people who have degrees, masters, PhDs, doctors. I think that document was there a week ago or a few days ago, saying, and we should accept, Paul kama we ni victim, you went through a system, you didn't design it, but you realize what you have come up with, huwezi kuanza kuregret. You went through the system, but it is accepted and imekubalika. Kenyan education system degenerated into a system that has produced very interesting human beings. Yes, and the consequences of such things are not seen immediately. They are gradual. You have people sitting in a panel, they can't answer simple questions. That tells you it is intellectual. Unaona, hata yani ni intellectual, which is a very sad thing. Ukizaa mtoto mjinga kubali. Una watoto watatu, kuna mtoto apatagi hata marks 10. Uwezi mnyonga, lakini unajua huyu ni mjinga tu. Lakini ni wako, uwezi ua, uwezi tupa. Unammanage, unampatia assignment zile zinamfit. That is how you manage life. Kenya, we know we have goofed. Number one, with education, badly, big time. That's why some people realize that and they send their kids elsewhere to go and, kind of get some, very, what we call them, remedial training and all that. Our education system goofed with Moi. This is a fact. When he introduced the 844 system, that was where we started dropping the ball. These are facts that people should out of all those countries in East Africa, how many have meddled with education like us? Why are we on a try and error? Because we have idiotic leaders. Moi was an idiot. A standard 8 drop, he didn't have any intellectual whatever. Neo force. That is the truth. Ati mwana siasa number 1. Stealing election. Yeah? We have never been allowed to elect intelligent leaders. Okay? We are given idiots because they have money. Then you start going there saying, like now you are told that Ruto is a doctor. Dr. Mavia Kuku. But you are saying, oh, respect that. Unfortunately, it's corruption of the highest university in the country, which tells you that university is also bogus now. It has lost their glory. How do you open a course for Stone PK alone? Ninasoma nikimaliza nikigraduate nani. Hata Uhuru alishangaa kwa graduation ya Ruto. Aliuliza, ala, Yani ulikuwa unasoma. How can you not know when your deputy is studying? Ujinga gani wa Kenya tunabebwa ufala tu hapa. Dr. Samoei Arap. It's because this man is a thief, is a con man. He has a serious structure. He wanted to present himself to cover those things, those very negative traits he has with the doctorate. And he did it. He corrupted it. It came out. Who was doing those the papers for him and all that. The Kenyans tunajidai wajinga. That's why we are being taken as fools. At now you should accept ameapishwa. What is kuapishwa? Kuapishwa is nothing. Kama mtu ni mwizi, ame defile constitution. Because the constitution says thieves must be punished. Mtu ameachilia wezi wote ndio sasa wameshikilia mamlaka. And then you are here on one hand telling us about constitution. Really? A constitution where the Gachagua is a DP with the cases that are so obvious? A constitution where the president is a thief, Muteshi land and all those kind of things? Then you start telling us it was never approved in a court of law, and yet it's the court of law that told us. He admitted in an international TV with an ample that it is true. We bought this land which was stolen. We can play those clips here. Then you say, tufuate sheria, tufuate constitution. I agree that two wrongs don't make a right. But how do you correct the two wrongs? Kenyans, I'm asking you, if you are intelligent, even the panelists here, how do you correct if two wrongs don't make a right? Then when will you ever correct? That's a challenge I'm giving anybody to give me.
Yeah, so
Kenya wrong, Asembo are wrong. When will you correct that wrong? That's the thing. If you get that answer, then you know what should be done. But don't be fooled. Oh, two wrongs don't make a right. Oh, an eye for an eye will make everyone blind. But when will people, if they can't see, when will you make them see?
Stone PK.
Yes.
My brother. Unfortunately, I have never disagreed with you, but today I am unfortunately going to disagree, and maybe kuna watu watanigonga.
You know, Mato, let me finish. I'm not debating at the
No, I wanted to tell you something.
I want to finish, then you talk.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me finish. Then you write your notes, and then you can dismantle whatever you want to dismantle. But I'm so happy that I state facts. You'll have to work very hard to whatever. Two wrongs don't make a right. That's true. That's a fact. And then I asked, how do you correct the two wrongs? Mato, I challenge you on that. Okay? Number two, I've said this train has left the station. We don't have time to convince people. Wale walibaki. It does not add value to try and convince UDA people. It's like talking to Ruto kumwambia ameiba votes, aliiba kura. Unafanya kazi ya kupaka kuku, kuosha kuku. Unaosha kuku. Kwa hivyo you cannot waste your time ati Ruto utamconvince aliiba kura. That's a fact. You are supposed to deal with the thief that stole your nini. Lastly, ndio Mato akuja aongee. I want to talk about, it's a quick one, that I really appreciate what Baba said. This is a point that I've just remembered. He demystified and he said, again, you have to replay Baba's speech again, everybody else. Replay it again and analyze it. And this old man is one of the most intelligent human beings in that country called Kenya. In fact, unaweza read gospel according to Raila if you want to be in politics and succeed. But if you are an idiot, you will not see that. He said it. He said, and he gave the number of the Kikuyus, the Mulima that voted for him. I know people didn't pay that attention. And he did that to demystify and correct a narrative that has been being peddled around by UDA, which has been made for people to pitch themselves towards Kikuyu. He has demystified that tribal card. Assembly, you have alluded to that. That is intelligence. So now what are we killing? We are killing theft of election. That whoever is elected today, who has been sworn in by this, and this guy is saying he has been sworn in, is a thief. Ameiba kura, and anagonganisha nchi. He is the most tribal human being, and that has to be dismantled. I know Pogio is asking to be brought in. He's not bringing any value to this panel. He's valueless. Okay, so we don't have time to waste. So what I'm saying is that we have no time to go tuning and luring, cajoling UDA. Sisi tumetoka, ndege isha paa bana. Tunaenda, tuko juu. Sasa tuko karibu kufika almost 30,000 feet. Kama ulibaki JFK ama ulibaki Nairobi, wewe jua sasa, wewe labda utafute ingine, na hiyo utaipata juu ishaenda. Hii ya revolution ishangoa nanga. Unaweza ibatiza. People, they are scared by that word revolution, but that's what it is. You may call it anything else. And then we don't even now care about constitution, because we have a thief as a president who has violated the constitution. And that's why I'm asking you, 2 wrongs don't make a right. How do you correct them? Mato, back to you.
No, you're very right. But I agree with you with everything that you're saying. 2 wrongs don't make no right. You know, it will never happen. That does not happen. Now, here comes my thing. You know, when we talk about the citizenry of our country, the citizenry of a country is composed of many people. Just about, and Stone Piquet, I want to take you back at what we call, you know, a journey back when we started doing this thing. I mean, last year and everything. Remember that at a time when people were telling me that, you know, Kalonzo will never be in Azimio, and they were talking all the nonsense about Kalonzo. Many of us, our friends here, and all that. Today, you see that. Why am I bringing that up? It is that even today, I have a lot of people that I talk to. And these guys, they tell me, I was in UDA, but I'm done. I want to join the rest of the Kenyans. People who are very dear to me, because they know my political stand and they know my political, you know, how I do my things. And the person that I am, and even how I landed into this channel. So, and there's people who have changed their minds. And Mami, you're here, you will tell us, just about a month ago, we were here saying Central walitucheza. But now it's coming out that Central hakutucheza. Actually, they gave us a lot of votes. What I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to be very careful on while we talk here, when we become too radical, we even throw people who even were on the UDA side and have realized that this is not something they need to follow. We throw them out because we come out too hard. Yes, that's how we need to come out, because we need our country where it needs to be, and we're doing it for them, us, and everyone. We are Tubagui. But okay, but also it can be very hard. It can be, especially if you know you are on the wrong, or you are on the wrong, when you come to a place where also you're feeling not welcomed and you're feeling a certain way, yet you've realized that you made a mistake. And that is where I'm trying to be moderate a little bit, not moderation of the channel, but just be moderate of myself and my, you know, how I come. Of course, hey, revolution, leo, na hatutaki ujinga, na hatutaki story ya kina Gachagua. I am on that. But I'm also easy to welcome the people who are realizing that they made a mistake, or they had made a mistake. And now they're understanding that, wow, you guys were all right at all this time. But now we want to come back home. But then if we come too hard on them, what my scare is that we might push them away and say, okay, this guy is really even, I mean, we made a mistake, but they don't want us back in there, you know, with them. So we might end up pushing people away while people are starting to realize what had actually happened. I was saying earlier today at Bernard's time that if we tukarudi kura saizi, I think Ruto will not gain anything, because I know so many people in my life that have changed their mindset, including a very good family member of mine mwenye tulipigana kabisa karibu tuachane kabisa, and today they are like, you guys were right, and yeah, we don't want this thing, you know. So we need to also be careful kidogo how hard we go. I think people understand what we are going, but we stand without pushing people away. Asembo, na najua Stone pekee ataniua, but Asembo, I know hata pia unataka kuniua, and I know mami pia ataniua. I know. I'm being attacked right now.
But what I want to tell you is this. I want to just give you like an example. Matu umewahi tembea na kikapu chako alafu ufanyiwe pickpocketing, umeibiwa kitu, alafu kuwe na siri na ukimbize hiyo mtu na ukatae ushinde kumpata, then a week later upate pickpocket ameshikwa anapigwa, ila siri yenye ulikuwa nayo na yule mwingine utaingia kwa huyu bila kufikiria ni wewe hujaibiwa. You understand? So the guys who on the other side were conned, they were blackmailed, they were brainwashed, and they ended up having empty promises. So wewe mwenye ulikuwa kwa a good side, when ulijua uzuri wa Azimio, you'll be shocked how the ones who are brainwashed gonna push this thing. Wewe mwenye utakuwa sema nani pole mosmos, because those are the ones who are now more and more hurting than the ones who are not on that side. So with the revolution, ikianzanga kunanga kumoderate until the person is out, then everybody comes back to their senses. So Matu sikuwa na wasiwasi ati watakuwa na watasonga. Hii imetoka kila mtu, hata wewe unachapwa na ulikuwa ndani yake. That's what happened in the revolution. It does haikunanga katikati. Ikingoa nanga imengoa.
No, mimi niko huko, mimi niko ndani kabisa. Ni ile tu nilikuwa naletaka kitu tu ile kuchokoza tu, nikachokoza kidogo nione mahali mko, lakini but I think also we need to bring the people that have realized walifanya makosa. Kama mtu alifanya makosa, sasa I have so many people calling me, asking me, enye mlikuwa mnajuaje kitu? You know, and now, are you going to leave those guys out of it? Yes, and they're willing for the revolution. I'm telling you, people have changed their minds. I have people calling me. I have talking to people. You were here, kama ulikuwa hapa weekend when we were talking with Gaucho. Today we were on the phone. Guys have changed their minds. Central wame change. Rift Valley wame change. I have even, I've told you, family members that have changed. They're willing to go on this revolution with us. But then when we come too hard on them, they feel unwelcome. So zingine unaacha mtu kwanza, you know, okay, they feel like now we are becoming too much. Unajua? So I'm saying we don't stop where we don't move on to the other side. Stone na kuona. We don't stop and say that, okay, to me relent, oh, we are soft or whatever. I'm not soft with anyone. Man, Ruto, I would have said so many things right now that I couldn't say, that I could tell you on private, not on public channel like this. Kuna zile majina ningesema. Kuna vitu mob ningesema. And I'm on the revolution side. I'm even following it. And I'm on top of it so bad that you don't even understand. But again, I'm also starting to understand that these people who have already, these 3 months, they've realized that they made a difference. And we need to embrace them and bring them and say, yes, you made a mistake. Come, let's work together. That's all I'm saying. Stone PK, I've seen your hand. I'm so sorry. I know today I'm defending myself. Mumenieka kwa kichinjio leo.
Mato, time in a run. We've understood you, but let me give 2-3 points, and then because we have new people that have come. Mato, we are on war. You can't lead a war, Mato. You can't be a general. This I'm telling you as a big bro. Uwezi tanguka wewe. This is war. It's not love making. Kuna hapa, hii ni vita Mato. I know you are so kind, unaendanga mbele step 10 unarudi 20 nyuma. You know, apologizing. You are so please Mato. Wewe sasa fuata, just follow us. You see, let me tell you. Hii ni vita. Only that you didn't see vita pale Kamkunji.
Wewe acha kuniharibia CV Saitan.
CV yako iko hivyo. Una apologize too much. You see, those who want to join will join. This is how it's done in war. Unaenda mtu akisarenda, si ameinua kitambaa cheupe, unamwambia kuja na you tie him, bado ako tied. Munaenda naye kilomita kama 20 as there are those generals, there are those who are interrogating to see whether it's true this guy has surrendered before he's even given a gun.
Stone, wanawekwa front battalion, wanawekwa mbele.
Yes, wanawekwa mbele ndio kama umedefect upigwe kwanza. Mato, that is war. This is the art of war. As of now, if UDA wants to join and be in the front. That's why yesterday in the show I said we want to see them in front there, pale mbele ya baba wakishout, and they were there. I know some of them, just like you are saying. I know a whole lot. Hiyo hasla wenyewe ndio walikuwa hapo mbele. I was making a joke, wakuja wamevaa t-shirt za yellow, because that is where Kenya is. And for us, we have no time. Ukiinua kitambaa cheupe, we join, we go front line. We tutimue huyu mwizi. Number 2, ndio nitoke hawa Jeremani na nani wamekuja. Number 2, we are not going for any election, Mato. Don't mislead people. And I heard also people who are here earlier in the panel saying that tutaenda election ingine. How? We can't be this foolish. We are not stupid. You are going for election for what? Because you tied? Mulitai na Ruto? That's why you are going for repeat? Hey guys, Kenyans wajinga ni wachache, ama kama ni wengi kuna werevu wengi. We can't. In fact, tukaambiwa tuende elections, we will not vote. Period. And Baba said it today. So I don't know what people are debating here, thinking that we can go for another election. Baba said there is no election, there is no handshake. Mwizi tumemshika. Kama hivyo Asembo Dania amesema, huyu mwizi alipickpocket ndio huyu amelala hapa chini. We are deciding whether tutaweka tairi ama tutasamehe, na tukisamehe tutamweka wapi mahali hawezi kufanya ujinga. That is what we are contemplating now. We caught the thief. Sasa unashika mwizi alafu unaanza kumwambia let's do a rerun. My good God. Really? Back to you.
All right, thank you, Stone PK. I'm not talking about Ruto. I'm just talking about the supporters of, the UDA guys that used to be there, and the guys that have really realized that it wasn't real. I'm not talking about Ruto. I have no mercy.
Let them join.
I have no mercy. I have no mercy whatsoever with Ruto and the leaders, and actually the guys that I've always said over here that Central guys and Central. You need to understand that you need to go find exactly, and maybe Baba can help you, and the guys that are coming up with the real data, that the guys that actually won, because you have a lot of leaders that never won actually in Central and are there pretending like they won. So anyway, we were closing, lakini I saw Mr. Guru there. Obviously, Mr. Guru has to come. I think Stone when Jeremani was also, I saw him out there. So I want to do a closing remark round. Everyone will have to do.
Let's push until those new people in need. Don't hurry. I'm here. I'm on standby.
Okay. Thank you, my brother. So let's just start with the way the screen shows. Let's start with Mr. Guru, and then we'll go to Jeremani, then come to Kenya or Ombioma, and then we'll jump up to Asembo, go back to Stone PK. Na mimi sasa mushani chapa munataka kuniua leo, maybe kesho nitakuja nikiwa rejuvenated na nita change. So me, I'll just be here. I'll just moderate for now. Leo munataka kuniua bwana. Allah, simuniache. Hai, nimekuwa na nyinyi time yote bwana. Be easy on Mato bwana. We love you guys anyway. Mr. Guru, hebu kwanza niokoe hapa. Stone anataka kuniua kabisa. Ningekuwa karibu naye angekuwa ashani gonga na kiatu.
Mr. Guru, can I say one something? Guru, can I say something before you start, please?
Yes, mommy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sioni ni haja gani tunaweza sema ati Ruto apewe like soft way of talking towards him. He has no soft talking to us. Hata kutusi ametusiana, amesema mambo mingi akiwa amenyakua election ya mtu mwingine. So for him, we are not going to listen. We are not even ready to negotiate with him. What he has to do is to pack and go. In fact, this time round, kwera word don't try to cut a tree if you are not ready to cut it. But if you start, do it, and you do with one heart. So if we have already started this, there is no softness that we are going to engage. We are going. Yani tunaenda tukienda na kumaliza. Si haja ya kuwa ati tuko na mambo ingine tutaweka ati kwa meza ati tuongeleshane ama nini. No. Both boys, huyo mwizi na our baba, they have exchanged already. They have said no handshake. So what are we looking for? Baba was not looking for handshake. The other bad boy is saying he is not ready for handshake. He has stolen from us. What are we going to do? So hapa hakuna mambo ati ni kufunga macho na kwenda kabisa. Tunaelekea. Asante.
Mami, thank you actually for clearing that out, because I need the people in the comment section, the people who are listening to us, and even the panelists. I need people to understand. I have no soft heart for Ruto, by the way. Mimi siwezi kwa nyumba moja na yeye, hatuwezi angaliana. I have zero regrets of him. What I was talking about the people who were following him and now are realizing his back. Mimi na Ruto unaniweka jina moja. Ala, sisi hatuwezi kuata meza moja, hata hatuwezi angaliana. Ruto, no, that's a revolution all the way, na naenda kukula hata hiyo nini, hata kama ni gunpowder. Hiyo kwanza hata Ruto must go. I cannot stand. Even today I have a hard problem when people ask me, who's the president of your country? I have a problem of telling them who the president is. You need to understand what I was trying to say. It was not about anything to do with Ruto or his minions and his, cartels and his mafia hood and all these people who have killed people in that country. I don't even call them leaders. I call them mafias. They are people who actually, I don't know where they are alive, and they need to be in jail. They need to be gone. We should not even be having leaders like that. I was just talking about the supporters. A cousin of mine that said, mimi ni mtu wa Ruto, lakini now they're saying, ni kubaya. Hii enye ningesikiza. Those are the people I'm talking about. Now, when you talk about the criminals and everything, when did Mato even start looking at them? Do I even know them? Do I even care? Hata mutua wetu venye alifanya ujinga yake, even though amenyamaza, I don't know. Hata he doesn't talk anymore. Even him, he can go to hell. I don't care. Kenya needs to be liberated. I'm just talking about the people, the people, the mzalendos of the day, or kama mzalendo wako area, or whatever. Those that people were, and now they are changing, and if they change and they realize. And the reason I even say that, because even my own sister was a Ruto. Tulipigana, nikatoka kwa nyumba yake kabisa. Today she's like, you are right. Mimi saizi hata ikapigwa kura tena, I will never vote for that guy. That guy is a mafia, just the way you used to say it. I should have known it. That's my sister. Blood sister. Born and raised. And so many people are changing to understand what is happening. But now when you talk to me about leaders who have killed people, Kinaisha Jumwa, Ruto, Kwanza, who are you telling me about Ruto? He needs to tell us where the Kinamusandos are first. I've always said here, akitaka anichape. So thank you, Mama Mary, for clearing that so that people understand. I'm not saying the elite. I'm talking about the mamambogas, the actually mamambogas, the wale watu wenye walidanganywa, and now they are realizing that that was not what was, walidanganywa. That's all I'm saying. We need to be easy with them, and also we need to change Kenya so that we can all move together. If we are going to do this revolution, we do it all as one country, just the way that Central has been vindicated. And now we know Central is always with us and has been with us. That's all I'm saying. Let's not leave people aside. Maybe they did something wrong. Your time they didn't understand. Okay, Strong PK, take over because I need to run to the store. I'll be back. I'll be here. Just 5 minutes.
Sawa Mato, Guru, take up to your time. Karibu sana. Then we go Jerumani. Unmute, Bwana Guru. Unmute your mic, Bwana Guru.
Habari yenu.
Nzuri kabisa.
Stone PK. How are you?
I'm very good, bro.
Yes. Nawasalimia nyote. Na nikisema kwamba jana ilikuwa siku ya kipekee. Sababu ukweli ni kwamba nchi yetu inapitia wakati mgumu sana. Mgumu zaidi. Kwa sababu kwanza serikali ile iliyoko iliingia mamlakani kwa njia ya kuhujumu wananchi, kuiba kura, na kwa sababu ya hiyo ni walinjiweka kwa viti kwa nguvu, na kwa hivyo si serikali ya watu, ni serikali ya kibinafsi. Zaidi ya hayo, ile maneno wameleta baada ya kuchukua uongozi ni ya kuharibu maisha ya watu ya Kenya. Wametoa usaidizi wote ambao serikali kuu inapea wananchi kwa mashule, kwa chakula, kwa barabara, kwa kila kitu. Alafu wamelimbikiza ushuru kwa kila kitu. Sasa makampuni ni kufunga, wanafunga vilango na kuanza kuelekea nyumbani kwingineko. The latest that has closed shop is Deraru, that was established here during the Nyayo era. And with it, 300 Kenyans are jobless. And yet, these are the same people who said that no company will close down as a result of taxes. They will have a structured negotiation on how the unpaid arrears will be paid. But you see, when you have a government based on patronage system, some are vigilant, others are punished. You are aware that several companies belonging to some personalities who are close to the powers have been given a leeway to continue with their business despite the disputes that they have over taxation issues. Therefore, this is a government that is leading us down the garden path. If there are Kenyans here who still think that there will be anything better coming from this government, they are cheating themselves. It is what we call misplaced hopes, because all indicators show that things are moving south. Already, the experts have warned that this so-called fertilizer subsidy will have no implication on the food security issue, because agriculture is not just about fertilizer. And even then, the system I hear they want to use is the most outrageous that I've ever heard, because their reasoning is that if fertilizer is selling at 6,000 in your agrofed shops closest to you, you register the number of bags of fertilizer that you require. Then if the government is giving a subsidy of, let's say, 1,500, they send you the 1,500 in your M-Pesa account. And then you walk to the agrofed, offload that 1,500 to the agrofed, and then pay the difference. I am certain this is yet another very big scandal coming. Stone Picker, if you upload 15,000 shillings into my M-Pesa account, so that maybe I buy 10 bags of fertilizer, and my daughter is there at home, does not have fees, what I'll do is I'll go and pay her fees. And then I'll try to sort out myself out in terms of planting maize. I may even decide to plant without that fertilizer. That is precisely what it is. So therefore, we are having a clueless, rudderless government that does not implement its projects with the reality in mind. These people think they are dealing with the phantoms. They think they are operating in a vacuum. They do not know the trends, the socio-economic trends of our people. They do not know that the immediate needs are more pressing than the long term. And therefore, that's why their projects are going to fail spectacularly, from the Hustler Fund to now the fertilizer subsidy. If the system I've told you, and which I had being the system that will be used, is actually actualized. Wacha niseme vile baba alisema jana, mambo ya wizi ya kura. There is no turning back. Na kuna kitu alisema, he wants to lead the African continent. What he's going to do in Kenya is not going to be just for the benefits of the Kenyan nation, but also the African continent. There is a very worrying trend of digital companies, ICT companies that are contracted to provide systems in Africa for electoral purposes. colluding with political elites to direct elections in a certain way by tinkering with the transmission systems. And therefore, Africa is at risk of having client regimes, serikali ambazo zimewekwa na watu wengine wakiwa na nia zao, lakini si nia ya wananchi. They are called client regimes. Na kwa sababu hatujui the next step that Raila intends to take, but we are certain that there will be a step. And the fact that he mentioned AU, my gut feeling was that he wants to escalate this matter to the continental body as a way of safeguarding democracy in Africa. And Kenya could become a test case of how to correct the mistakes made in Uganda, in Tanzania, in other African countries, because Kenya is not the first to go through this process. It's only that we are more robust, we are more intuitive, we question things aggressively, we do our research. We don't just give up and agree that so and so has been given power or has taken power and therefore is the winner. We go behind the scenes to scrutinize whether this win was genuine. And this time, I think mwizi amepatikana. Unajua wizi ya teknolojia inakuwa ngumu sana. Hata koti zetu, they are yet to develop a knowledge bank that can be able to deal with the technology related cases. Kwa sababu hata ukisikia most of the lawyers are yet to understand the mechanics of technology. So therefore it is very easy to commit crime using technology. And that is what has happened in Kenya. A crime has been committed, a crime of circumventing the wishes of the people, suppressing the votes, adding the votes, and so on and so forth. Lakini kuna kitu niliona. The reactions of these people is very telling. Nobody at this stage has challenged the figures that have been brought forth by the whistleblower. The closest I've heard them come is to say that the servers were opened, and that was said by Ruto. And therefore, if he says the servers were opened, I would believe that Raila should now come first and demand that they now be opened again with an independent body, perhaps with the supervision of the UN and the AU experts, to do a forensic audit on those servers to the satisfaction of every Kenyan. Whatever the result will be, so be it, so that Kenyans and the Africans can know that their votes count. It's not like today when you go, you contract a company outside this country, you infiltrate Iebc, you sit down there with them in dark places, you decide how you are going to circumvent the elections, and then you give a result that favors you, because that is precisely what happened in Kenya. The company that provided the infrastructure was part and parcel of the stealing and you do not know how much money they could have been paid to facilitate rigging in Kenya, and it has happened in other African countries. So when Baba saying this is also an African continent issue, a problem, he knows what he means. Kwa sababu Afrika sasa, hii demokrasia yote tumepigania miaka hii yote, hasa hata Kenya, haiwezi kuanguka tu namna hii kwa sababu ya teknolojia. I'm happy that most Kenyans are now understanding, wameanza kuelewa kwamba hii si mambo ya even personalities, it's about the future of the country. What will be the purpose of going to the elections if the providers of the infrastructure and some political elite have already sat down and defend the servers with the results that they want, or they have elaborate plans on how to intercept the genuine results and change them with the results that they want. This is the height of disrespect for the Kenyan people, for the people of Africa. It cannot stand. In fact, like Baba said, these people should just resign. Ni kama yule mwizi anakula mbuzi ya neighbor. Wewe ukiwa kwako nyumbani, mbuzi yako imeibiwa, ni harufu tu inapitia kwako nyumbani. Haiwezekani. So I believe and trust that Baba will take the next step. Asiongee sana. Let him call out the people who voted for him and those who feel they now understand the situation in the country. Let him call us out, those who voted for him, so that we can express ourselves, so that we can take the next step. The Constitution of Kenya allows the people to express themselves and even represent themselves in situations that they see their so-called elected representatives are failing them. You can imagine Stone PK that it is now emerging. In fact, Baba had won in some parts of central Kenya. So this issue of trying to turn the people of Mount Kenya against other communities is the worst evil that anyone can do. You are aware that Gachagua himself today and the days past, he's been talking of how he is a Mau Mau. The coded message is that he wants to turn the political contestation that we have right now into a Kikuyu Luo affair. We know that. He just wants the Kikuyu to take the front line in defense of this government and antagonize the Gema communities against other Kenyans. And I don't think it is going to work, because if people know how they voted, don't think that those people are foolish. Those people went to vote for Baba. They want to vote for him because they trusted that he could provide better leadership than the person who is sitting there. You cannot convert them at this time. They can't support. Because when you hear the utterances of Rigathi, is that you want to seem that it's a Kikuyu stroke Gema to take the front line in defense of the Ruto government. But I don't think it is going to work, because first of all, they have done nothing for the Gema communities since they took over. Number two, you cannot change somebody who voted for Baba to defend the government now. It is not possible. But also, it's now very clear why in Central ni maombi tu. kule kwingine ni maendeleo. Ruto knows that the people of Central are not with him politically, but he used them to steal the elections, and is now panicky. That's why he's trying to reach out to the western part of the country, the Luyas particularly, the Kisi, and maybe he thinks some Ruos will also join him. This is a shaking government. It has no base except in Rift Valley. And that's a fact. It's actually a one tribe government. And now they want to position the Kikuyu stroke Gema as the frontline defense of their illegitimate government. Stone PK, wacha niachie hapo, lakini nimesema yangu na nitasema zaidi. Lakini tunangojea the next step. We have already started the journey. Asante.
Thank you, Banaguru. Next is Germani, and then Hilda, and then Adams. Germani.
Thank you. Thank you, Bwana Strong PK. Just a second. Siharibu transmission. Sorry, I had music behind there. Strong PK, it's good to see you back, and I can see you back in very high gear. Much appreciated, and I must say I like the energy that you bring to the forum. Thank you very much. Kenyan with love as usual. You always keep the energy, stock the energy. Kenyan Obioma is away, but as usual, I appreciate her energy. I also want to recognize Adams Onjula the second, and I see Hilda Juma there. Last but not least, the wise sayings of Mr. Guru. Mr. Stone PK, we had a robust discussion some time ago about revolutions, and I see the white smoke in the horizon, and I'm sure you're very happy with the turn of events. Personally, I've been very much satisfied to see how things have come up in the recent 2 weeks or so. The agitations that have culminated in the declaration, I don't know how many points there were, maybe 5, but Kenyan with Love read them. And I believe the trajectory is headed towards change, positive change, and a positive outcome. I wanted to share a story because I want to borrow some points I had, especially from Kenyan Obioma. And this was with regard to the rallying call, Kuenda Kuenda. It appears we are at that point where it is all systems go. But I wanted to share the following story, and I'll leave it to your wisdom for interpretation. A few years back, I was part of an organizing committee for a neighborhood association. We were planning to hold the demonstration. And when I say neighborhood association, I'm referring to Kenya. A few years ago, back in Kenya, I was part of a neighborhood association, and we mobilized the residents for demonstration against the county government because a particular road that served about 3,000 people had remained bare for a long time. The contractor was on site with materials, but we were not seeing progress. And we said, can we get together and push the government, county government, to hasten the completion of that road? And then we say the best way to get county government attention is by holding a demonstration. Call the media, get our friends who know people in the media to bring the media to that demonstration. We got organized, got people together, and then we said, since we need to inform the area police station or the area OCS that we're going to hold a demo on a certain day, let us send a courtesy note to make sure that at least they know we are holding a demonstration, and if need be, probably provide us with security. We sent the letter to the OCS on a Thursday. We got feedback that since we were planning to hold our demonstration on a Saturday, why don't we hold it the next Saturday when the OCS is able to mobilize his police to provide us adequate security? We thought it was a reasonable request, and so we deferred the day of the protest to the next Saturday. We continue mobilizing the neighborhood people to come out, but telling them that we've deferred the demonstrations to the next Saturday. Come the next Saturday, we convened outside the compound of a church. And outside the church, we were now calling our neighbors and telling them, come over. We are going to start marching at around this area towards a crescent and then terminate back at the church venue. When we were still mobilizing in the church compound, a gentleman who was standing next to me that I had not met before whispered, why don't you extend your demonstrations to another part of the road that was beyond the area we had indicated we should demonstrate? And I whispered to him, we cannot go beyond the area we have indicated to the OCS that we're going to hold our demonstrations. He said, why don't you do it? Because that's how you'll get more people to get to know what the challenge is. But I held firm and said, we are not going to extend, because if we do extend, we'll get into problems. And if anything happens beyond the area we'd indicated our protest march is going to be, there's going to be liability on our side. The gentleman disappeared thereafter. A police Land Cruiser came. The police Land Cruiser drove into the church compound. One of the policemen looked around, and probably identified me as one of the conveners and called me. So I went to him and I said, we want to start in another 15 minutes. Are you going to be around? And he said, yes, we're going to be around. We just want to know when you're starting. And he wanted to drive off, and I asked, aren't you going to be with us when we're starting? Because I can see you want to leave. He said, we are leaving, but we're going to be back shortly. They left. 15 minutes, we started. We walked around the neighborhood, blowing our whistles, carrying our placards. We marched around the crescent we had indicated for about 20, 30, 40 minutes. After about an hour, we were now heading back to the church venue. As we were heading back to the church venue, just before we go to the church, a group approached us, a riotous mob, shouting the county governor's name. They took the banners or placards that the front row people were holding and tore them apart. Initially, we thought they were a group coming to join us, but we discovered no, they were actually coming to disrupt our demonstrations. For safety reasons, we quickly told people to go into the church compound. As our people went into the church compound, what we noticed is some of the people that were with us in the demonstrations were now joining the group that had come, the rioters mob that had come to tear the banners and demonstration placards that we were holding. And that's when we discovered that there were some people who were not with us, although they appeared to be with us through the march. And where am I going with this? My point is, as Kenyan Obioma said, kuenda, it is also imperative that people look to the left and the right and see the people that I'm working with. Can Stone PK vouch for me? Can Guru vouch for me? Can Kenya with Love vouch for me? So that we do not get to a situation where we are marching forward, but the people on our left and right are not actually marching with us, but feeding the energy of the opposite side that we are trying to counter. I see Kenya with Love raising the hand. I don't know if it's an intervention or I can continue with my story. All right, I'll proceed. Okay. Allow me to proceed when the permission is given for me to stop. I will stop. One of the things that I saw, okay, it seems to be pressing. Maybe I can pause.
Okay, Jeremiah, you can pause. Yes, Kenyan with Love.
I wanted to ask you, where were you guys? Were you close to the Kina Gaucho?
Well, Mato, let's leave that. Let's leave that. Let him first of all demonstrate his story. Actually, the juice of it is we want to see the moral of it, not whatever he did it. Jeremiah, go ahead.
Thank you. So one of the other things I observed when Gaucho came, Gaucho spoke about security services planting people to cause a ruckus, and then the ruckus would be blamed on the organizers of the demonstration. And I thought that's a very good point to bear in mind, because I can directly relate, given my story, to our small attempt at organizing a neighborhood demonstration. The other thing that I also noticed and wanted to inquire, I saw that Wajakoya was in the Azimio team at this point. And my question was, at some point he had differences with his running mate in the past, who showed open support for the UDA camp. Then again, the question should be asked is, was his campaign team infiltrated? I keep going with this theme of infiltration. I also saw a gentleman who was in the past identified as a youth leader of the Jubilee Party. I forget his name right now, but he also decamped to the UDA camp. And I was taken aback because I thought these were the young leaders who are going to take up leadership mantle in Azimio going forward and in the future. And my question again was the Jubilee Party infiltrated by personalities from the UDA side? I also wanted to inquire, maybe I can be enlightened. I saw a lot of questions arising about Kanini Kega's and Sabina Chege's presence at State House. And my question was, the optics of it give a lot of points to the UDA side. especially from a propaganda perspective, could be good strategy if they're within Azimio to know what UDA is planning, to show unity with government, or to show unity with the central members of parliament. But we're in a scenario where the optics at this point provide a lot of confusion. Was it a sound idea for them to show their presence? That's a question maybe I can be enlightened. I'm asking a question. I don't have any analysis of my own, but I'm just seeking enlightenment. Finally, there was a gentleman, maybe Guru will answer that for me, and I've noted that. Finally, there's a gentleman called Pickrod. I listened to his points. He was very agitated. And one of the things that, out of all his agitations that I picked was, he was asking the question, he has not seen Kikuyus protesting. And I wanted to ask, was that a dare? Or was that a statement he made in support of his position? Usually, such statements made in passing look very innocent, can be dismissed depending on the person who's saying it. But we all know about something called the invisible culture. When something is silently spoken within the community that most do not know about, then the question becomes, what's the position? One of the things I thought would have been very powerful is to see demonstrations held by a team from the central province and saying, we want to know, was this election properly conducted in 2022? We want to confirm that we supported the right person for the right reasons and that there is no shaky results that will come out of our support for the person in office. It will be good to see a demonstration in the manner led by Gaucho arising from somewhere in central province and people saying, we are asking these questions because we want to know we supported the right person. I've heard Guru talk about, and this was preempted by Kenya with Love, the need for forensic audit. Yes, a forensic audit is needed, but I'd say the forensic audit should not be about 2022 only. Ideas suggest that the forensic audit should go as far back as 2017, 2013, and 2011, when that system of electioneering was set up. Election material is government material, so we should not hear cases of this information or this data is no longer available. Governments keep documents for hundreds of years, and so should the Electoral Commission. They should be available for forensic analysis, and as I said, I'm daring to suggest the forensic audit should be expanded to as far back as 2011. With those many remarks, I wish to rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremani. Let me give that. Is it a question, Kenyan? Because I think we may keep those who are waiting for too long. Is it a burning question, or because we would want a submission from Adams, and then we do that way. Unless, Kenyan, you have a question. Kenyan Obiama. Okay. Adams, please, it's your chance. And karibu sana bro. Umeamshwa na injini imeguruma sasa. I know that's why you have come. Karibu.
Situmwache ni misbehave. Huyu jamaa ametoka wapi?
Amekuja when we need him. Karibu Adams.
Good to see you guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year on behalf of everyone.
Yeah, I'm happy to see you, PK. I'm just realizing the last 2 minutes that this guy, Kenyan with live, was Macho. I didn't know. I thought it's a new guy. I'm indebted with the kind of wisdom that Mr. Jerumani has impacted on this show. Man, I've never met you, but that's good enough. The other guy who left too. So I took a political French leave, and coming back, I've been listening from the background, not so much, but yes, I'm trying to follow up the ongoings, whatever is going on. I'm trying to pick up. I don't want to speak without knowledge. It is very dangerous to speak here without knowledge when you're not well equipped. But then I'm trying to follow up. I'm just came to get the warmth of the debate today, and probably I'll be talking. I'll be speaking my mind beginning tomorrow onwards. So for today, I beseech you, I'll donate my time, my precious time, back to you, PK, and you may distribute it or donate to someone else. Just happy and indebted to see all of you, the comment section. I see people there, and a lot of things are unfolding in our country, which needs to be discussed. Indeed, we need to speak. We need to speak as a people. There is a lot to be said. There's a lot to be done. The question is, will there be action? Will there be action? We can speak 1,000 words, but will our words translate into something? What kind of ears our words and discussions and words of wisdom being thrown here? Where are they landing? Are they landing in the right ground, or they're landing on the rocks? Thank you so much. God bless all of you. We'll keep talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Adams. Karibu sana. Yeah, it's good, and we are happy to have you back. While you are away, so many things happened. Yeah, we all took that kind of leave, and then we started coming back at our own times, which is good. It's good to take such break. Let me remind those who want to come in on TV, you are supposed to come in. Don't cover yourself. You have to really. We don't want people behind curtains. So until the moderator see you, that's when they will uplift you into the studio, because that's the policy. So please, when you're ready, just uncover yourself, come out of the curtain, and we will upgrade you into the studio. All right, then now I see Kenyan Obiama raised your hand. You can come in as we wait for the next person. Karibu, Kenyan Obiama.
Yeah. Hello, Adams, Guru, and Jeremani. Jeremani, I think you mentioned something that I said. It was about ati twende tukienda. What I want to clear that I don't know whether I got you right. Like you wanted to know how do you going, you know. What I meant, you know, somebody can steal from you, and the time you go to ask the person why did this happen, or you want your item back because you are totally sure that the person has the item. If you go there and somebody welcomes you, start greeting you and welcoming you to the house and doing all these, welcoming things like, entertaining you, the vigorous or the weight you had to go and get your item lessens, and you become cool. So you stand a chance of either talking with that person politely, and then you may end up not even getting the item. That is my stake. That is what I was meaning. That if you mean that you want to do something, you have to do it and no looking back. It's not about that you have not to be vigilant of your both sides, where you are going, or who you are dealing with, or who are those are you working with. I meant when you want to get that item to yourself, if you go and listen to the sweet words or the welcoming of the other person, you may lose the item. That was my idea. That is what I was talking about. Did I clear the air for you? Thank you.
That's good. That's Kenyan. Jeremiah, you want to? Okay. 1 minute.
Yeah, just very briefly. I fully understood what you were saying, Kenyan and Bioma. Mine was just throwing a sprinkle of caution that not everyone, once we say systems go, you may find that not everyone will be on the same march. I was just saying, let's look right, look left, and be sure that the people we are marching with are on the same march with us. But I understood what you meant. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Banaguru. Banaguru, unmute.
What Jeremiah is saying is very familiar to especially those who experienced the multi-party agitation in the streets in 1997. A culture had grown by then that a group of, let me call them ragtag youths, would fight on the side of the government alongside the police. It's something I witnessed myself physically. So it is not far-fetched what he's saying, that when crooked governments are cornered, they use all methods possible to maintain themselves in power.
Thank you, Guru, for that. Yeah, there's a newcomer, Mr. Mzalendo. If you are ready, you can say your thing. Oh, just before Mzalendo, I think there's a question to Mato. You have a question or comment? Unmute, Mato. Yes.
No, it's a good night clerical call of telling you guys that we've had a good night, and I'm signing out to go and take care of some things, but I'll be listening to you guys on the other side. I just wanted to tell you guys good night. That's all I wanted to do. Guru, asante sana. But Adams, thank you to see you back. Tunaona watu wameanza kurudi sasa. Daddy. Na bado mbuzi yangu nakujia, my friend. I'm coming. You know, you still have it. Jeremiah.
No, it was last year. This is 2023.
Wewe mzalendo na wewe. But anyway, I wanted to say good night and just say I'm signing out. Stone PK, you got this one. So we'll see you guys another day. Thank you so much for everybody.
Thank you, Mato. Mzalendo has not said anything, Mato.
No, he wants to. No, he knows we chokozana each other like that.
Don't run away. Today I'm not even. I'm here for only maybe a minute or two.
Yeah, Mzalendo is your time. I know you had not said anything.
No, Mato is running away. He said he will always run away when I get into the show. So don't run away, my brother.
Okay, I'll stay.
You are a true patriot. Patriots don't run away.
Okay, I'll stay, but that was not the reason I was running away. I'll stay. I have another maybe 5 minutes before I run. It's just that I have to pick up my daughter.
Thank you, Stony PK. Thank you, Kenyan. I don't have my glasses. Oh my God. Ombiande, Jeremani, and Adams and Guru. What Jeremani said here is very, very powerful. Although it was a bit dodgy, but he said he wants to see a demonstration in Central, where Baba got so many votes. That is something that is very, very powerful. Then he also said that when you look at the side, at what happened yesterday at Kamkunji, you could see clearly that the people of Mombasa were not present in that rally. You could see clearly that all the governors affiliated to Azimio were not in that rally. And I know maybe it was a strategy. Maybe you could tell us more about why they didn't attend such a big function, because Baba was just coming back and we had waited for this day for the big launch, for the movement, for the revolution, and all the big players were missing. So I don't know whether it is a strategy or they are divided on the issue. Yeah, maybe Guru and other panelists who are affiliated to Azimio can answer that. But I want to congratulate Azimio supporters for conducting themselves properly. And there were no tear gas, there were no deaths, there were no muggings. That was a plus. It's a very, very big plus in away from what we are used to after every rally or the last one that happened when Baba was being welcomed back. So I think the government allowed everything to happen the way it happened. And I believe, just as I said, William Samoei Ruto will allow these rallies to happen because it's a constitutional right for every Kenyan to picket. The only thing is that you don't disturb other people's peace. On my last point would be on I saw one of the Azimio agents, the chief presidential agent of Azimio, saying that Baba should come out clearly and tell the world that they didn't have agents. This issue has been raised here before. Shortly after the rally, the chief Azimio agent who fell out, is a Masai guy, I think, said that you didn't have any agents in some of these areas like Central Province. You know, and that shows that clearly that Azimio were actually not prepared for this election. And that's what I've been saying here before, that Azimio aren't really prepared for this election. Although figures have been put up there, there's a very important form, which is an hard form, that the form 34A, that each and every agent should have as a backing, apart from whatever is sent in the server. You should have that form 34A. You should have it. Your agent should have it. And it is a requirement that you should have it. That is what you go back to Baba and say, you know, look at what the portal is saying and look at what the server is saying. So if you don't have that, you don't have a case. I think those are very, very important issues that you need to look into and maybe see whether they were addressed properly in the past. And if they were not addressed, then going to the next election, probably you'll address them. But the way it is, some things that cannot be changed by law, like appointment or IBC, I don't know how that is going to be changed, because we have a way in our constitution how IBC officials are appointed. Thank you very much, the moderator, PK. I think that those are the only issues that I wanted to talk about.
Thank you, Mzalendo. Anybody who wants to rebut Mzalendo? Yes, Guru.
This matter of agents is one of the most contentious issues in our electoral process. It is contentious because there is this growing narrative that if your agents are not present in a station, your election results will not be authentic, or you run the risk of your election results being overturned or stolen. Who has the responsibility over the credibility of elections? Is it agents? Are they necessary? In any case, if we have an Iebc that is not compromised, how do we handle a situation where we have 20 parties having candidates in a classroom? Is it that environment even compromises the results because of the many faces that appear in the classroom where the elections are taking place? I think the next debate, as we go towards improving the electoral processes, is the role of agents, because it's unfortunate some of them are actually the perpetrators of electoral malpractices. They go there specifically with instructions to tinker with the process to favor their candidates, not to cross-check and see that their candidates get a fair deal. We also have a problem, and that problem is not just about the 2022 elections. It's been there, that a political party is popular in a certain area. In fact, if people hear that you are an agent of a political party that is such a rival, I'm taking a situation like in Central, where you go and say that you are an agent of ODM deep in, Marimanti and those other places, very deep in the rural areas. How that the agent is even puts his life or her life at risk because of the general political narrative. Okay, most of the people right now in Central, as the figures are coming out, they chose to keep quiet. They did not want to engage in vibrant, robust debates with their UDA hot hands, because they have a life to lead after the elections. And therefore, because they are going against the general wave in the rural area, they choose to put their voice at the booth silently, and that should be respected. So even as Mzalendo brings the issue of that there were no agents of this or the other political party in a certain particular area, I think it is time the issue of agents in the electoral process is looked afresh. Because at the end of the day, the bottom line is that the Iebc is the one that should ensure that everybody is fairly treated and the results that come out of the stations are authentic and have not been tampered with. Asante.
Thank you, Mzal. Thank you, Guru. If there's no one raising his hand or her hand, I think I will also make a comment, unless someone has a burning point. Now, I would want to comment, and I don't want to belabor on that. Thank you, Guru, for bringing up that agent issue. That's tired. Agent nonsense is tired, and we don't even want to hear about it, because this is UDA narrative. Thieves talk like that. For me, I don't have time for thieves. You know, when you tell me mi ndio niliweka kitu yangu mbaya ndio ukaiba, you are a thief. Simple as that. Ulichukua kwa nini if it doesn't belong to you? You have no moral. So when we talk of agents, it's very tired, and it's a nonsensical kind of item in our elections. And you've put it very correctly. Some of these are thieves. They go there to be bought. Some of us have very hands-on experience. The agent business is garbage. What we should be going for is, if we are not able to vote and count our votes well, let's forget about elections. And that is what Baba has said. You know, the journey here is to determine two things. Should we hold elections and pretend that we have democracy? You know, or should we leave cartels and thieves to run and manage the affairs of our continent? Simple as that. Tuache matheory nyingi za shule. We are not in a classroom here. At you know, the Kenya elections cannot work as of today. We are not able to hold elections, period. Sasa tuache ufundi mingi ati sijui ilikuwa nini na nini. We are thieves, and it's cartels, and this is too loud for us to even start scrutinizing sijui nini. Number two, there are no demonstration in Central. This is another tired one. Okay, when you go for labor movement, for example, I want to use this example. When you go to labor organizations, and I want people to go back and be realistic. In labor organizations, you know what happens in labor organization. Which people do you find there? Majority, for every 10 people. Which people, from which region? And I like us to call a spade a spade. How many people in every 10 people in a labor movement? What are the proportions? Do your homework. What I'm coming at is, we have in human beings, we have people who are more human than others in terms of, you know, empathy and that. There are people who don't care about others. There are people who we call selfish. They drive their selfish agenda. Somebody who will tell you, for me, I can't close my kiosk to go and kufanya ujinga ya kuenda kwa barabara. That we know. We are Kenyans and we pretend we are not Kenyans. Yeah? In Kenya, we have people who decide that whatever this other person is doing, ni ufala, mi siwezi fanya hiyo. There are people who say, Mimi, I'm not interested in siasa in Kenya, and yet they want leaders to serve them. We have those categories of people. When you try to tell him, bwana, kuna campaign meeting pale, Mzalendo na Stone PK wanashindana, they are coming to talk to you voters. There are some people wala wanasema chana hiyo ujinga ya Stone PK na Mzalendo. Then wanakaa nyumbani, and they will be the first one to start saying we are not having these services. We have that category of people. Okay, so basically what we are saying, if we have correct systems, can we have systems work such that when I'm contesting a Stone PK, I don't need to look for agents? Why are we going computer sijui nini? We print papers from sijui all over the world, putting watermarks and all that. Those protection tunaweka za nini? Why are we wasting that money? Yeah? To come to my question, when you talk of people in labor movement, those are people who care about others. People who think wanaenda kujali masilahi ya wengine. In Kiswahili tunasema hivyo. Ni watu wenye kujali masilahi ya wengine. So now when you tell me, Mzalendo claims that, there were no sijui governors, there were no this, that. This is a people movement. And if you read the script, they don't care about those leaders. Those leaders are betrayers. They are tumbo people, ni matumbo yao, na manini ndio wanajaza. They are there to eat. Na Wakenya wamechoka. They have nothing to do with the leaders. Whether you come to the meeting as a governor or whatever, Kenyans don't care. And I want you people to play that clip and you see the body language ya Wakenya. This revolution, this movement is being led by Kenyans. Hata Raila alikuwa ameambiwa akiongea baya na akisikia amechoka aende apumzike, Wakenya waende wakachukue uongozi yao. That is home. I don't know why UDA can't pick that. And then UDA telling us constitution story is nonsense. You've already mumedish here. You don't believe in constitution. Don't lie to people. Ruto doesn't believe in that constitution. He's using it as a dummy. He's a devil. He's evil. You can't believe in constitution when you release all the thieves and you give them madaraka kutawala nchi. Wakenya tusidanganywe na kupumbazwa hapa. Ati constitution, the constitution states. I asked if two wrongs are there, and how do you correct them? Nobody is answering me. I expected UDA people to post it here. They can't. They have no brains to think because they are thieves. They are preoccupied with stealing. They are talking about constitution that they have violated 100%. Total 100%. Then somebody, ni kama shetani kusimama na Biblia anaanza kuambia verse Mark 10 sijui inasema hivi. How do you expect Ruto to tell you about constitution? Which one? And in fact, I wish I was, but I'll soon be there. I want us to ask very hard questions. Ruto is telling us about which constitution? Constitution that he has violated and appointed corrupt judges, appointed murderers, appointed thieves, and he himself stole elections. Then you tell us agents are not there, they have not. Those forms are there. And we are not telling you what we are doing. We will not tell you. Mutasoma na macho. Yes, you just wait. And don't be, musitake kujua nini kinaendelea. We ngoja mutaona tu, you will see what will unfold. Meanwhile, enjoy hiyo matunda ya wizi. Ni kama umeenda kwa nyumba ya Stone PK, unakula mali yake kama hayuko. Kula tu siku zako ni 40. Na ukipatikana ndio utajua ujui. Utapigwa mishale ya mahali kidonda iwezi pona. And that is what is happening. Lastly, nisiongee sana kama moderator. We are doing this for posterity. This, and if people listen, kama watu wanaelewa Kizungu na Kiswahili, baba aliongea na lugha zote mbili. It is not ending. It is the end of ujinga na ukora na wizi. And it means, and even they talked, if it means this country is sambaratika ikue into pieces, it is okay, other than pretending we have a country. Let's call a spade a spade. Watu waache kunini, because tukifunika hiyo kidonda kimeoza, kitanuka tu. The rot will smell, usa itatoka. So watu tuambiane ukweli, na tumekubali, na watu wamesema hiki kidonda kikwaguriwe, kimwagiwe GV, kitauma muda kidogo, kitatoa damu, lakini kitoe damu fresh ndio kianze ku heal. That is where we are. The rapture is on. Don't be modest, guru. Usitumie diplomacy hapa. Kaunekire na tutiovaga muneku. Hii kwisha maneno hii. Hata nimeambia mato tuache ati hakuna kubembelezana hapa. Kametamba. It is either we make it or we don't make it. Period. Hata ukienda vita. Na nimeambia watu, this war. I know there are people who are seated in their comfort. Unaongea kwa church, unasema ati style yao ni ile. Watajua hawajui. They will know they don't know. Guru, yes, you want to say something?
Unajua, one of the most interesting things in this things unfolding right now is that the church is caught up right at the midrow. And because this is let me disintegrate a bit. I think this is a more of an evangelical government than any other in the Kenyan history. And I even heard the pastors saying they should be visiting the State House very soon. They have been pressurizing for a meeting with the State House, apparently because there is an MOU that they had written with the Nabi, that they get some privileges from the government. One of them being that they be around to import vehicles tax-free. They be appointed to government parastatals and departments. The religious body be declared an essential service, and many other things. Now, there's something that is not only going to leave the church completely destroyed as we know it, because what is happening right now is not godly, and people cannot relate with it. Our youths are not stupid. They know when you are doing business and when you are doing a church. So I might be overstepping my prediction, but I think the death of the evangelicals in Kenya could be coming faster than you think, or than many people think, because they are going to be associated with whatever filth, whatever dirt that is this government is perpetrating in Kenya, the suffering that is going on. Stone PK, I think somebody said they are seen yesterday, he saw the Raila of 1980s and 90s. Furious, purposeful, cutting, and self-driven. Stone PK tell people here, it does not matter how many people will go around Raila Amolo Odinga. Let them go to State House. But you go to State House carrying your stomach. The people, once Raila knows he has the people, the common man, he doesn't need those who have been surrounding him all his life. They can go if they wish. They are not the people. They are even been put there by the people. So this narrative that so-and-so did not attend the meeting, so-and-so did not attend the meeting, that is tie and rhyme. It's tie and rhyme. Because, in fact, if you know what has been developing in Kenya, utasikia watu wanakisema tunasikiza crowd. It is those leaders who will come running when they see that the ship has already started sailing, and they don't want to be left by the Noah's Ark. That's what happened, or that's what has been happening in Kenya in recent political history. It's not the leaders who read, it's the people who move, and then the leaders fall in place to take advantage. Most cases, unfortunately, quite often they have hijacked some of these movements. So let people not come here to perpetrate a narrative that because so-and-so did not attend the rally, because this region has not organized demonstrations, and the rest, that it is constrained. No, not at all. In fact, if you get the statements of Raila yesterday, they are very pointed. He did not want to reveal the inner details of how he plans to go about this thing, and it is going to touch even the whole of Africa. The elections held in Uganda and elsewhere, using the same electronic systems and the same companies, foreign companies, it is going to be a huge debate in Africa that some political elite can go out there, hire certain multinationals, and then collude to plant leaders in Africa. That is what it is about. It is about nothing else. And this is a serious matter. It's a very serious matter. Up to now, I have not heard anybody come up with contradictory figures or to discount what has been brought forth as what happened in August 2022. What we hear is Jeffrey Smith works for so and so. I mean, he's a drunkard, and so many other funny things. But the source of the information was not Jeffrey Smith. Jeffrey Smith was just a channel. The persons who gave him the information are Kenyans who perhaps did not trust other fellow Kenyans that they could bring out this information without being compromised, without being intimidated, and so on and so forth. So the cat is already out of the bag, and you can see the confusion. I heard Ruto saying the servers were opened. Now is when they are going to be opened properly under supervision of non-interested parties, and an audit done, a forensic audit done. That's all what Kenyans are asking for. They are not asking for anything else. If it is found that you won fairly, so be it. But this issue of technology being used to circumvent the rights of the people to determine their leadership, I think is coming to an end. And if you saw the determination that is there in Baba, he's ready to go the full hog. It is not about him. It's about democracy, not just in Kenya, but in Africa, because we run the risk of having client regimes planted here by foreign powers using technology. That's a problem. That's a problem we are confronted with, and we can't run away from it. It's now become an African problem. We must have an African solution to it. Asante PK.
Thank you, Banaguru. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Julia, karibu sana, and then nani alikuwa hajazungumza? Julia, you can say something because kila mtu amezungumza hapa, ni tunaendelea.
Asante Stone PK, Kenya New Love, Kenya Obioma, Jeremani, Guru, Mzalendo, Anon Script ameingia, karibu Anon Script. I just wanted to say a few things. First and foremost, I want to talk about what Mzalendo said about people like watu wa Western hawakuwa kwa hiyo mkutano. And I mean, he talked about the governors. I don't know. I want to say this, that when I always give this example, that when Kenyans fought for multi-party, all the members of parliament were in Kanu. Stone PK, I think those of us who are mature enough, we can remember, there were only two people who are not in Kanu, Matiba and Rubia. And then the likes of Jaramogi Odinga. I think everybody else was in Kanu. Walikuwa nasema Kanu ni mama yao na ni baba yao. And did that stop the likes of Matiba and the others to fight for multipartism? That did not stop them. So let everybody who wants to go to UDA go. They are free to go. Even those who are here. If you decide tomorrow to change your mind and you go to UDA, akina Guru na wengine ni sawa tu. Nendeni tuko. Nendeni tuko. So I want to say that we don't need a baggage of people who have not made up their minds what they want. Now, the other thing, I think he was talking about agents. Mzalendo, I think you're in the Western world, unless you live in Kenya. And if you live in America, those of you who live in America and you have gone to the polling station, Akina Kuseo, did you find any agents there at the polling station? Have you ever known who is anasimamia Trump na anasimamia Biden? Ama nani anachunga kura ya Biden isibiwe ama ya Trump? Have you ever known? No. In fact, you just go and vote and you go back home. So it means these democracies have progressed to an extent that they trust their electoral bodies so that we don't have to send agents. So saying that Azimio was not organized, that we didn't have agents, I think that is high-level mediocrity. And I think, Mzalendo, you belong to the school of thought that if somebody steals from you, you also steal from them. And I think I'm not surprised. That is why you are okay defending Ruto here. Because for you, stealing and robbing and lying is heroism. Those are the heroes in your life. So we don't need agents for the electoral body to do the right thing. In fact, we just need the electoral body to conduct the elections and we get the results the same day without us going to man them or to police them. And that is what we are looking for. That's what Baba is talking about here. That we're looking for an electoral body that conducts election without being manned or policed by anybody. And that we can trust their word, that what they report is what happened, exactly happened at the polling station. That is what we are looking for. So if you the more you keep telling us here, you have said that so many times that Azimio are equal organized, kura. I mean, you want us to go to the polling station with gangs and thugs, gang toting, armed to the tooth with machetes, so that we can man our votes and so that we fight it to the tooth. And that in the case you can say we were organized. Is that what you want us to do? I also want to say that in the year 2002, it is not that the people who voted for the side that was supporting Kibaki were organized with agents. It is not that they had the right agents to man the voting. In fact, I don't even think people really manned that voting. It is just that for one reason or the other, I think Moi was not interested in rigging. And that is, it just happened that the election was conducted fairly because I think none of the parties were interested in rigging. So it is not that the people who were supporting Kibaki were so organized that they had so many agents and organized agents. No. So I don't belong to that school of thought, and I want Kenyans to get that from that mediocrity. People who keep telling us not to compare ourselves to the West, we are going to be comparing ourselves to the West because we need to do the right thing. And now that takes me to what Baba said today. I was very impressed. First, I was impressed with the stamina that Baba and Mother had and the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka. I was very impressed and I was happy even to see Wajakoya there. I thought Wajakoya represented the youth. I mean, the youthfulness. Stone PK, watch and commute. I'll mute. So I was very impressed to see the people there, but I was impressed more by Baba's speech. It was organized. He talked about what we were looking for. He said what was our complaint, what we were unhappy with, what we are looking for, and how we're gonna go for it. You know, he said several things. He outlined what we are looking for, what we are unhappy with, and how we're gonna do it. Now, and if I listen to Baba carefully, he said he's gonna relent when it means going to jail. You know, he said even if it means the worst of the very worst. So when I listened to Baba, I remembered when Kenyans fought for. I don't want to talk about independence because I wasn't there. I will be talking about the books of history. But I think in multipartyism, I witnessed everything. I was mature enough. Kenyans did not relent until we were given multiparty. So when I listened to Baba, I listened with a lot of nostalgia. And I thought, this is the moment that Kenyans will not relent until we get where we are going for. And you know where we are going for is where we have an election. We vote, we go home, and we trust that how we voted is how the results will be announced. Now, what does that call for? That calls for that a leadership like that of a government like that of Ruto cannot be allowed to go on as being the government. And I agree with Baba when he said he doesn't recognize this government. And that Kenyans must not recognize this government. Because this government, the Kenyan government, is illegitimate. And that is where Kenyans need to start. So that never again, ever again in Kenya or in Africa will somebody rig himself in and imagine that he'll get away with it. So this one must just come to a stop with 2022 elections. So that never, ever again will Guru sit imagining that he rigged himself in, and he starts yelling and insulting us. The Gachagua is insulting us. So we must stop that, so that next time the likes of Gachagua and others will think very hard before they plan a rigging. And I think after this, we shall also, after this, I'm sure all Kenyans will come up with a formula and electoral laws that will facilitate that somebody like Chebukati should be sued for treason, so that never again will an electoral chairman sit and plan to overturn the election. Never again in the history of Kenya. Never. So something Mzalendo must happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Something drastic must happen to teach Kenyans a lesson and to teach the rest of Africa a lesson, so that never ever again mnakaa kitako na mnatutusi the way Gachagua natukana. You know, Gachagua is insulting Raila, that actually I deal with mzee wa kitendawili. Who the H does Gachagua think he is? And you know what Baba said? Wacha kuniongelesha. Let me just quote Baba. Baba aliambia Gachagua, atunajiita mtoto wa Maumau. My father, Jaramogi Odinga, is the one who went to deliver Maumau from prison. It is Jaramogi who rescued Kenyatta, the Mzee, and Jaramogi refused to take power and said that they must wait for Mzee. We have all read the history. Lakini Baba alisema kwamba Gachagua anajiita mtoto wa Maumau. Hajajua kupigania hii nchi ni nini. Lakini kazi yake ni kurambaramba makalio ya Moi. Hiyo ndiyo kazi amefanya kwa bidii sana. Kurambaramba, I'm just quoting what Baba said. I'm not the one who said kurambaramba makalio ya Moi. In other words, licking the ass of late President Moi. And that is what Gachagua was doing, using the Moi government to intimidate people. The people of Kiambu talk about it.
We, si makalio.
Hakusema makalio, Julia, unaharibu.
I'm just trying to be nice.
Julia hataki kusema, alisema ulikuwa unalamba matako ya Moi. Mimi sijaokoka.
Yes.
Okay, I said it nicely. In other words,
congratulations, Julia.
That he was leaking. You know, that is what Gachagua was doing. So who the H does he think to tell us about Maumau? Does he know what the word Maumau, the definition of Maumau? He should go back to his history teacher to teach him what Maumau did. Gachagua is very far to anything about the themes and the intentions of Maumau. So jana ati Gachagua na Didi Nyoro wakiropokwa mdomo. Those two idiots thinking they represent Mount Kenya region, that they cannot insult Baba. Let me tell them the truth. We come from Mount Kenya region. They do not represent us. I do not belong to the school of mediocrity, and I cannot associate myself with barbaric, mediocre characters like Gachagua and Didi Nyoro. Mimi siwezi kabisa. Now, finally, I want to wind up. There was a young man here who was so mad that some people said that there were so many votes from Mount Kenya region. And I think from the way he was talking, it was from his accent, I can tell he's from Rift Valley. Ati alikuwa amekasirika sana. Ati Baba alisema alipata kura nyingi kwa Mount Kenya region. These people from Rift Valley who come from Ruto side, do they think they own anybody in Mount Kenya region? Why they can't accept that there are many people from Mount Kenya region who did not vote for Ruto? And even if we were to go we were to look at Chebukati's numbers, leave alone the numbers that have been announced now. Baba had over 800,000, I think 900,000 from Mount Kenya region. Hata kama tukiangalia hizo numbers za Chebukati, it means Mount Kenya region does not belong to idiots. There are people who are thinking right. So people who are getting mad when somebody says there are people who voted for Baba in Mount Kenya region, they should just swallow. Waomeze wembe wakikatakate na hiyo wembe, kwa maana huo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Kana kwamba wajinga pia wameisha Mount Kenya region. Watu wa Mount Kenya region wote si wajinga na si washenzi. They are people who are using their heads properly and who are thinking uprightly and who know the difference between the truth. We are not all of us on na kanisa. Hii kanisa yenye Guru amesema, these churches that are going to diminish very soon because of their level of hypocrisy. So in summation, Mr. Ton PK, I was very impressed with Baba's speech. He gave direction and he proved the likes of the shower that he does not belong to their class of politics. And I think he gave the country a direction. And the direction I see is that Kenyans are not relenting until the right thing is done, until we see a free and fair election where Mzalendo will not come here yapping, telling us we didn't have agents. I believe the next election, Mzalendo will not come telling us, because Mzalendo, we will not need agents. Even Americans don't have agents. We will just go and vote and go home. Unless you've never voted here in America, you go home, you vote. I have never seen anybody asking, tumeibua kura ama ulisimamia ulihesabu kura zetu hapo kwa police station, uliangalia PK ya Simba. I have never heard that. People go and vote because they trust their electoral processes, because these people understand what is the law and order. That is where we want to go, Kenyans. Msiniambie hapa nisicompare America na Kenya. That is our dream. We have a dream and we're going to achieve this dream. And that is why never again, Kenyans must make sure this time that never again will someone rig themselves and think they can get away with it. To say how yaliyopita nini. There will be no 2027 until we deal with 2022. A luta continua. The struggle continues. And we must overcome. There's no turning back. There is no mupende, musipende, mukubali. Train ishatoka kwa stesheni na gari la moshi limeshika moto. There is no turning back for Kenyans. I agree with Baba. Come rain, come sunshine. Asante PK.
Thank you, Madam Julia. You could not have put it any better than that. Na mimi naongeza kusema sasa ndio mori inapanda. Mori imepanda. Na mori imepanda in such a way that ni kunoma. That's the best we can say. Ni kumbaya, ni kunoma, na it's unbelievable.
Stone PK, someone is even commenting here that even in the US, votes are even sent by post. Imagine, and people just trust they will be counted. Can you see that level of transparency? That people just, I post my vote, I mean, they are sent by mail, and Mimi Julia, I just trust that my vote will be counted. Hapo ndio tunaenda Mzalendo, msilete huo upuzi wa majambazi ya agents.
Sawa Julia. Stop muting me, man.
No. Let me moderate. Mzalendo, I'm giving you time. I know you've been mentioned many times. You are next. Subiri kidogo. You are next, Mzalendo. You are next. Mzalendo ni wewe next.
I just needed to correct something. I don't want to be next. I just wanted to correct something. Julia, in the US, agents are called poll observers or poll watchers. And you also have to know that in the US, the judiciary assigns agents in almost all the counties to watch the polls of any irregularities. That is what you don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. The judiciary. Thank you. Not parties. Thank you very much, Mzalendo. Hujaiona mtu akingangania na chama chake cha
No. Let me add a rider on that. And political parties are also allowed to appoint watchers and observers.
But you've never seen them behave the way you want us to behave in Kenya. Apana,
no, they are civilized. I mean, they are the structures. Even when you talk about the mail ballots, that's a contentious issue. Republicans don't want it. because they are thinking that it's manipulated. So elections are not 100% correct throughout the world. There is no election that is perfect throughout the world. Mention for me just one.
Point taken, Mzalendo. There are many people, and for me, I believe in perfectionism. I believe in targeting perfection. Then you land somewhere. We can't say, and that's why I keep on asking other panelists: do two wrongs don't make a right? How do you correct them if two wrongs don't make a right? So if there is no perfection, does it mean Kenya cannot? That Kenya 60 years down the line, we started the race with Korea. They have everything perfect. That Kenya could not have been on the same panel with perfect. It's because of idiots like Ruto. When you steal election and you have no clue, that's why we will never move. When we have people insisting Ruto won elections, we can't go anywhere. Thank you. Let me, Guru, you had raised your hand, then Mato.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I want Mzalendo. The issue of agents, I would want you to understand, even when you bring the American example in our context, it's like there are people who have ingrained in their minds that for you to get fair results, the true results, you must post your agents in every station. Then what is the role of the IEBC? Why do they conduct elections? What is their role? So I think the issue is not even the observer, duty. It is about the concept. That concept that for you to get fair treatment, like for Raila in Central or Ruto in Nyanza, you must post your agents in every of those stations. It is wrong. It is a bad thing. In fact, I think if I were to propose, we should do away with the agents completely. Let IBC take accountability for the elections that come from every station, because I've pointed here, and maybe I'll be born truth by those who have experienced it, that there are agents posted by political party and candidates to go and circumvent the systems right inside the station by misdirecting some of the voters, by tampering with the documents, by using all kind of shenanigans to get the results.
By bribing returning officers.
All those things. Do we need these people? Are they not a burden? Can't the IEBC do its work, and then we take accountability? We are able to pin them down for what they have done or not done. That is the big question we have here.
Thank you, Guru. Mato, you raised your hand. Kenya with love.
Me, I don't know who Mato is. But anyways, Guru is the one that actually brought me back here. I have a couple of just the reason I raised my hand is because kuna vitu tu kadhaa nataka tu kurudisha. Guru, thank you so much. There's something that you said that Raila was listening to the crowd. And it's something, as somebody who's done psychology kidogo, I could watch that. Normally when Raila is talking to the crowd, he says, Vijana hoi, when the crowd is starting to look kinda feisty or changing its mood. But this time he was letting them, because he was looking at them and asking them, what do you want me to do? That's what he was asking. He was asking what to. He wanted to see. And that's what you were saying. That's what actually, because you brought up that observation. And to me, when I watched that whole thing, was Raila was letting the people talk to him, not him talk to, to them. And another point I wanted to say, Moi never rigged any election. Moi used to fund parties, small parties, to divide. That was the divide and rule. He never used to go and rig like openly like Ruto is doing. Even if he did, you wouldn't even find it because he had small parties that he could go find it. The last one that I want to say, the reason I lifted my hand, I'll talk later. Mr. Mzalendo, please, I'd like you to stop lying to people because there's nothing called like poll watchers in the US. There's poll
My friend.
workers. Nah, hold on, Daddy.
Jesus.
Come on, man. Stone. There's nothing called.
Guys, Matt, Kenyan with the love. I think let's not. Let people give time. Zalendo, I'll give you. You rebut because you're mentioned. So let Kenyan with the love. Whatever he has touched you, so you rebut. Go on, Kenyan with the love.
There's nothing called poll watchers. The only thing that we are even Julia will tell you, poll watchers came with this QAnon and Republican thing that they were trying to do, and that's why it's even in the Supreme Court they are fighting, and they fought that and they won about we cannot have poll watchers. What we have is poll workers. Poll workers, not watchers. When they were trying to bring watchers, they were going there with armored vests and guns and everything, and the Supreme Court declared you can never have that. There's nothing called poll watchers. It's called poll workers, where they show you where you're going to vote, how you need to vote, and once you've voted, they are the ones who are going to take your votes and your ballot wherever it needs to be. It's called poll workers. Poll watchers were the ones that was trying to happen these mid-elections, zenye zimepita, and they had vests na guns, and he went all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States, and he was considered unconstitutional in the United States. Anyone can tell you that's the truth. So please, let's be factual. Sorry, that's the only reason I raised my hand for that. Stone, I'll come later. But I wanted to clear that because Julia was trying to tell him, but he was trying to tell us something. And I don't like people tusidanganyane. Let's be truthful, because we are educating people.
All right. Mato, poll watchers and observers are the same thing. It's just another name for somebody who is observing the elections. All right. So if you think that poll observers or poll watchers are violent mob of group of people, then you
I
are
said workers, not observers or watchers. Workers.
You are in front of your computer there, just to find out whether there is somebody called a poll watcher in the US or a poll observer and their roles. And please, when you come back, come and apologize for misinforming the general public. You know, when you don't have information, nyamaza tu tukupatie the right information. I think I am done with the issue of poll observers. Nguru, you mentioned something about agents. I think agents is in the constitution. A presidential candidate must have at least one agent in each and every polling station in Kenya, unless you want to change that law and not have agents, but that is what is in the Election Act, Section 30. I think it's 30, chapter 1 to 2 or something like that. A presidential agent must must have. Now, there are other seats that it's written may have, but in a presidential candidate must have at least one agent in each and every polling station. In Kenya, we have got over 46,000 polling stations, 46,000. If you didn't invest in in agents, UDA had 280,000 agents throughout the country. If you didn't invest in agents, the law required you to have. If you relied on Iebc to monitor for you your votes, then unfortunately, maybe they didn't, maybe they did, but that was the work of the agent to see whether that guy in IBC is doing the right thing. If you're not doing the right thing, you raise an eyebrows. Hey, there's something wrong here. And at the end of the day, that's Form 34A. You can get it back to your tallying center and say, you know, this is the results that we got. That is the work of your agent.
Thank you, Mzalendo. Thank you, Mzalendo. For me, I think the issue of agent imepitwa na wakati. Let's not waste time on it. You know, what we have in hand, what we have in our wherever, it doesn't matter whether agents were there or they were not there. That's the narrative ya Ujinga party, ile UDA. That's their tired narrative, and we are not relying on that. With or without agents, the truth has come out. The forms are there. So why kurudisha huko, Guru? Yes, Guru.
PK, I think the issue of agents is like you have said, is imepitwa na wakati. What is the role of this agent? And because of the crowded nature of the stations, are these not the same people who are perpetrating malpractices inside the station? Number two, why should the political parties invest so much resources to do the same work that the IEBC should do? Is this not another way of tempting the political parties to engage in some funny business to get money, or even get resources from sources that are not, clean? You know, we must look at the whole electoral process in such a way that IBC bears the final blame should elections not come out as the people express themselves in the booth, like is happening now with a whistleblower. He's traced the form that was released at the station through the process up to the tallying center. And what is coming out is the most shocking thing, because some of the forms were intercepted in their way through the electronic systems to the tallying centers, and results changed. Some of them were even never uploaded. So what are we doing here? What is the role of the agent? It's like employing these old policemen who never took lessons in ICT to go and do anti-fraud in the banks. These young people, these of 20s and 30s, they are stealing right, left, and center with the senior police officers who are employed apparently because they have become OCPD or OCSs. Because the issue is knowledge-based. It's not how physical you are that you can prevent some of these. So even crimes that are committed in the electoral process need intelligence. And therefore, that physical presence of the agents itself is now outdated, if I may say so. It is totally outdated because the elections will still be stolen anyway, even if they are there, you know. So what is this obsession about candidates having agents and crowding the electoral process and actually manipulating even some of the voters inside the stations? Shouldn't happen at all. is something we should have a debate on. Let electoral bodies, let IBC take full responsibility of what happens so that we can jail them.
Thank you, Guru. Julia, and then Godfrey Uma.
Stone PK, I want to remind Mzalendo. You remember, you people, the story of the Kiambu story where Kimani Ichung'wah told another person, ampeleke kotini. Mnakumbuka hiyo juzi in the 2022 elections when he was protesting against the malpractices, and they got away with it. So if I have my agents Mzalendo and rigging is going on, and even if I raise eyebrows, ninaambiwa na Kimani Ichung'wah nipeleke kotini, and they get away with it. Na ni kotini gani? Ya Martha Koome. So the thing is, we must just resolve here. If you help rig or malpractice in the elections, you should be jailed for treason. Period. Kama we ni chairman, kama Chebukati, unafungwa for treason, because that is interfering with the decision of the Kenyans. Kenyans vote and decide Guru is the president, and Mzalendo decides Julia is going to be president. That is a coup. That's an electoral coup. And that person should be sent to jail for treason. It should be treasonable. So, that is what they did to Matman. I think Kiambu, we should trace that. Because I think in Kiambu, I don't know if it's about the governor or something. Kimani Ichung'wah, because they believed they had the state in their hands, was very arrogant. Akiambia mtu nipeleke kotini. Those are the agents you're talking about. Don't compare America and Kenya. In the US, no one will do that. If they're appointed by the court, they observe the law. It doesn't matter. You people, you remember the story of Georgia and Trump. So you see, even though that man on the side of Trump, he still did not take Trump instructions. So these people, they know what is law and order, irrespective of their party affiliations. And that is where we want to take Kenyans, that we should observe law and order, irrespective of our party affiliations. Kama ni Chebukati, hata kama Iowa, UDA, ama wherever, anajua hiyo siku, the whole country is depending on him. And if anything goes wrong, the bulk stabs at him, he should be jailed for treason. And that is what we need. So, msituambie maneno ya agents. Asante Stone PK, nimemaliza.
Thank you, Julie, for clarifying that. It is true. And then, yeah, we should actually clear this mess. As I said, it's deep-rooted. And if we are not able to hold election, then tuseme ni ya watoto nyara. Okay? Yeah, we just say we are a bandit country, and we go like that. But the best would be we split into pieces. Kila mtu manage kapis kao. You know, in Mbere, we will do our own county, far away from Embu, far away from Ujinga, Rift Valley. And I think we will do very well. We will be selling all the electricity to everybody else. That is the route we could go if we can't. Electoral justice is not going to come. Geoffrey, Uma, please come in.
Who is next?
Thank you, PK.
Sorry, Geoffrey. Next is
non-script.
Non-script. Sorry, you know, I'm only seeing the uso hapa hivi. Sorry. Non-script.
Good evening, Stone. You are Stone, the brother of Rock, is it?
I'm the Stone, the Rock, actually.
You are the one who was rejected. You remember? You were rejected.
and you later came for me.
Now, uko kwa double decker ni Kenyan too. Oh, one Kenyan has disappeared. Geoffrey, how are you? Guru, Mzalendo. Oh, even Julia is no more. Eh? What is not happening? And good evening to all of you. I think what I want to say that I want to appreciate technology. At this rate, I think technology is a very good thing. Zalendo was saying that there are no perfect elections. Maybe, but because of technology, for the countries who care, you'll always have transparent and verifiable. Maybe not transparent, but verifiable. You know, that is what has brought us where we are now. The fact that certain things could be verified thanks to technology. And then secondly, like I said the other day, you can cheat, but you cannot hide it forever because the owners of the internet will always catch up with you. And that is what is happening here. Now, in Kenya, our elections, you see, you cannot have elections whereby they are dependent on how well you can cheat, surely. The moment you think you have been managed to cheat all the others, now you think you are the winner. How can you win by cheating and you want to be recognized? It is just laughable. You remember how Baba started saying what he was saying, and that if things go the way I think they are going, it is going to be a lesson to the world. And going forward, I think all these other countries, even Uganda, who have perfected the art of going against the people's will by manipulating, so long as anything enters into the internet, if it is the truth, it will be the truth. The same way they say garbage in, garbage out. If you have whatever you have in there, you cannot corrupt it. You cannot corrupt it. You can think that you can hide it, but there are people who always have access better than you. Now, if you are one of the players, like for example, UDA and Azimio in the last elections, and you have the likes of Iebc, why Iebc allowed themselves to be compromised to that extent? Then on the other hand, you want to be prompted as the hero of everything. Total contradictory. Well, anyway, the Kenyan elections are complex, very, very complex. Never mind that most of us, you go there, line up, and you vote, and everything you think is captured. Now you leave the work to the so-called the counters, the people who are counting. As they always say, Kenyan elections, the person who matters most is the one who do the counting. No wonder you hear in the beginning, everyone was kept saying that who is going to declare the winner? Now, the winner should be declared by the figures. Now, I think you remember what's happening in places like India. By the time the last person, in fact, when you have voted like this, you can see who is winning. Even if there are some people who are still voting, you can already see who is winning. By the time voting is closed, it's a matter of just checking the verified figures, and everybody agrees. The elections should not depend on the person going to declare the winner, surely, for heaven's sake. And I think if across the world people would invest in technology, it will be very difficult, very, very difficult for anybody to interfere with the elections. It will be very difficult. Now, in our case here, the people who now manage to get us what the information is. Now, one of the requirements, I think the things which was given to the Iebc when they were contracting the people to conduct the elections, the issue of transparent, accountable, and verifiability. The moment our servers could not be opened, that element about verifiability, which was one of the things to be determined by the Supreme Court, how did they deal with it? How did they deal with it? Because it is in the Constitution that the elections must be very transparent and verifiable. Now, how do you verify them? If you cannot see what is in the server, how are the elections verified? Now, that is why, forgive me for repeating again, your Supreme Court is simply not up to task at any task. It is just, I don't know how to describe them. Martha Koome, I wonder how she feels wherever she is. Then during the ruling, she went ahead to talk about lack of capacity to audit what was in the servers. Really? And then how do you declare the winner without verifying what the results are? How are you satisfied? They should actually be contesting what Chebukati had declared. They were verified against what? The origination where the forms came from. That was the best way to verify this. The moment you have an issue with the server, that is why in the 2017 Maraga came up with a sort of ruling that they had, because their hands were tied. You can't verify them. All they had were contradictions from all manner of polling stations, which could not be verified. Now, with all these things coming around nowadays, the whistleblower this side, instead of our bishops taking a neutral stand, because this is something which is almost tearing the country apart. And you hear bishops are saying what? That elections are now over. Let's move on. Move on to where? If the so-called people who are in charge are being accused of having stolen it, if they had stolen it, so how do you move on? It is very, 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 very contradictory. Anyway, I did know. I've just remembered that before the elections, the Baba had these whistleblowers. So the real whistle which they were using, I don't know. Don't remember exactly what they were using the whistle for. They were supposed to be used to wake up people to go and vote. But looks like one of the fellows in Iebc carried their whistle to the office. Yeah. Now, anyway, I watched Baba's speech, and one thing which caught me was that even if he's going to die, he did say that he will not rest until they get to what they are looking for. The truth be told, even if he's going to die at his age. And I think he promised Kenyans that there will be no elections in 2027 if this matter is not sorted out. An early warning of sorts. I want to stop there. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Forgive me. I wanted to mention something regarding the results which came from that investigation. Because interestingly, according to those figures, the reason why personally now I'm so concerned about verifying what is in the server, the fact that according to these figures, they're saying that in Kirinyaga, Baba was the winner, in Nyeri, Baba was the winner, Kiambu, Baba was the winner, and Laikipia, they were like 50-50. That according to those whistleblower information, that is what you get. And I remember Baba saying that he had more than 2 million votes from Mount Kenya, according to those figures. Hence, we are getting more and more interested to see what exactly is in the servers. I do not know whether we have to march there and go and grab the servers ourselves. Personally, I'm very, very interested to see what is in those servers. Thank you.
Thank you, Unknown Scripts. In my opinion, before I bring in Geoffrey, just 30 seconds. There is this, again, obsession about the server, Unknown Scripts. The president today told you to usahau hiyo maneno. It tells you the kind of crooked, yani ile wizi kona huyu Ruto ni shetani. He told people in charge that munapiga mudomo mkisema server. Chebukati alifungua server, and look at how idiotic he is. Alisema server ilifunguliwa because form 34A ziliwekwa kwa poto. That's the garbage we have from Mr. Ruto's head. He said it in front of Kenyans. It's so annoying that anybody with a calbos would have
a sitting president can say something like that.
That's what he said. I can play that clip. He said mnapiga nyenyenyenye hapa, server imefunguliwa. Ni server gani mnauliza? Ziliwekwa kwa poto. That's the president, doctor. In fact, Kenya should blow this guy off. No mercy to that. This kind of an idiot. Ni shetani kabisa. So when you say server, and the president, the rig, the mwizi, has said it was already, there are no servers anywhere. This guy cannot keep servers because he will not face it. He stole election. It is simple. He knows what he did. So I don't think there is any server a non-script.
But as I said, Stone, internet, there is nothing you can do about it. We are all prisoners. Once you put anything in there,
yeah, then you go hunting, wild goose chase in the internet. But Ruto has destroyed anything you may call server. That is for sure. If he tells you to go to the portal, that's where the server is, my brother, then you are just... Geoffrey, take over.
Okay, thank you, Stone PK, Zalendos, and non-script guru. I greet you guys. On the issue of server, exactly what President said, servers were open long time ago. Hakuna server ingine kufunguliwa, server ishafunguliwa kitambo. And look at what was open, the portal, the IEBC portal that was open. Vitu ambazo zinapatikana pale ni zile ambazo zilikuwa na majina za kina Kamargo. Things that were changed. The results zilikuwa zimekuwa manipulated. I want to talk on something, on the same script, on something. You know, on the IBC, wakati wanaitisha the form 34A ambao the same president talked about yesterday, IBC decided, in fact, it's not IBC, Chebukati decided to print form 34A book 2, which was not the procedure ambayo ilikuwa ifuatwe. Alafu the same book 34 form 34A book 2 was used ambayo ilikuwa itumike. So now on this portal tunapata kuna zile forms ambazo zilikuwa zimeandikwa za form 34A na zingine zimekuwa altered, and me I believe that on the IBC ilikuwa inapeana karatasi moja form 34A. In case agent ameandika kitu ambayo iko wrong on the same paper, anafaa across alafu assign with his sign na ipigwe picha na kimskit alafu itumwe. How comes form 34A original forms were missing on the portal, but form 34B and form 34A book 2 were used? Alafu anakuja anatuambia kuwa server zishafunguliwa, hakuna server nyingine ambayo itafunguliwa. The president knows what he did. The same way Stone PK amesema, huyu mtu ni mwizi, ni mkora, na kitu ambacho mimi naweza sema Chebukati anafaa pelekwe Hague. Tusi waste our time tukimpeleka kwa hizo court za Kenya. Kenya ni waizi wakora ambao wamejaa kwa makoti. Atapelekwa leo, kesho atatoka na atakuwa free. Hakuna kitu atafanyiwa. So I think somebody should push him, apelekwe Hague, awe crucified, na huyu Smartmatic pia ipelekwe head. At least kule anaweza forsiwa wafungue server kila mtu aone. But in Kenya, President Uhuru, not president, huyu Venezuelan President Ruto, hakuna kitu atasaidia wa Kenya. Atafunika kila kitu kwa sababu anajua imeibiwa. My submission, yesterday, it was a very great day kwetu sisi watu wa Azimio. Although now, my question that I was asking now is, look at somebody like Orengo, Abswaman, somebody like Simba Arati. Sai wataambia watu nini? Wakati tayari wakasha endorse huu mwizi kwa endo president wanaenda kufanya naye kazi. Sai wataambia watu nini? So I think this is the right time now for Raila kujipanga vizuri with his team, because kwa ile podium I saw few people ambao walikuwa na ile mori ya kupush for this thing. Somebody like Wamalwa, I saw his body language. Huyo ni mtu ambaye anaweza kusaidia kupush. Somebody like Babu Wino, I saw the body language. Huyo ni mtu ambaye pia anaweza kusaidia. I saw Martha Karua, alikuwa ni mtu ambaye ako strong, anaweza kupush kitu. But when I looked at Kalonzo, unajua Kalonzo kwa ni watermelon, ni mtu ambaye huwezi jua yuko wapi. Hakuwa na ile kuonyesha kwa let's go. Mtu ambaye anaweza sema tumpush tuende, no. So I think the people ambao walikuwa pale, hao ndio watu ambao tunafaa tufuate sasa. Tuseme kama ni kwenda, kwa sababu tushapewa direction with Raila. Now it's time to go. Amesema next week on Sunday tutakuwa na meeting. To push, kwa sababu unajua tukisema tunaenda kwa State House, obvious watu wengi watakufa. Na hatutaki watu wakufe. But now we did push, obvious kuna watu ambao wataumia on the way. si wote, lakini kuna watu wachache ambao wataumia. But sasa hatuwezi simama kwa sababu watu wataumia, tuache kupush on our own to fight for our victory. We need to push, tuende atuambie sasa next week nini tunafaa tufanye sasa. Kama ni kumtoa tumtoe kwa nguvu, kwa sababu tuwezi sema tutakaa mpaka 2017 yani 2027 hakuna election. Hii venalifanya hivi ndio atafanya tu next time. Tukingoja for reforms, no reforms zitafanywa kwa koti zetu, no reforms zitafanywa kwa parliament zetu, kwa sababu huyu mtu amecapture the whole parliament. Tumebaki na watu wachache sana. Look at yesterday, our baba anakuja kutupatia direction. Somebody ambaye alipata seat yake just on the masses of Azimio, mtu kama Chege anaenda kwa State House kuongea na president na huyu mwizi, huyu Ruto. Na huyu ni mtu ambaye hakuchaguliwa with the masses of Azimio, akapewa kiti kwa parliament. Anafaa angekuwa pale kwa uwanja, ngojea baba kuja kupatia direction. Tayari shakimbia na kina Kanini Kega wameenda kwa huyu mkora, wanaenda kumsikia, sijui kwenda kumsikia nini. So sahi I think I saw Ojakoyo alikuwa na hyper sana mpaka hata akupeana ile confidence yake, alikuwa na hyper sana mpaka hata akashindwa kuongea. But I think Ojakoyo kuna watu wake ambao anampenda, waingiane sasa na baba kabisa. They push for what we used to do. You know, the time we were with the mkora huyu anaitwanga ni Miguna, kuna confidence kwa anakuwa nayo. Wakati kwa na push for NRM, kuna vitu ambao walituambia tusinunue, vitu kama Brookside, vitu kama kuna vitu vingi ambavyo tuliambiwa tusinunue na tukununua. Sasa this is the time we need to push for those things. Kama ni economy kuharibika, yaribike economy kabisa, lakini mpaka mtu atoke. Tusikae ati tunangoja tunabembeleza anything. Hakuna kitu kubembeleza zaidi. Sasa ni kupush kwenda.
Thank you, Geoffrey. You see, Geoffrey, what we were having pale kwa meeting, we didn't care. You know, message ilikuwa ni moja tu, kutamba katambe, whether Nadia ameongea hivi, yani the message is home and Ruto is going, we are using every means. I said we are using every means. Take that to any bank. Every means, whatever it takes, Ruto must go. That is it. You may want to quote constitution, you may want to quote whatever you want to quote, but Ruto is going in whichever way, and he may go in a very bad way that you can take to the bank. Hiyo peleka benki yoyote, ingawa benki zitakuwa zimekwisha. And whoever is feeling agitated because of whatever Stone PK is saying, that please, you can hang yourself if you feel like, but that is my opinion, and that's what most people are feeling. That's why what you saw in Kamukunji, you can sit there saying constitution. I've said, if the so-called Ruto has destroyed and defied the constitution, what constitution are you giving us? We will go unconstitutional way, because you've destroyed the constitution. To suspend your constitution, okay, and then we will reinstate it when we feel like, as the people. And we are not calling what Odinga develop your UDA party to come with us. Please don't. Yeah, ngojeni na mwili. Yeah, and we know the collateral damage. That's no problem. It's gonna happen. It will end. Hii kitu imeanza na si mchezo. Imeanza na si mchezo. So acha tuache kusema ati nini. That is how it's gonna be. And whatever time it will take, it's imeanza na ita move. We are not looking, and we don't care about akina Sabina Chege and all. Those are non-entities, you know. Wanatafuta chakula. And we know people who feel wale usikia njaa haraka. We know very well. In that country we know traitors. We know wale watu siku mbili akiwa hajakula ataenda kubeg. And we know people who have pride, people who really fight for others, people who really fight for social democracy, people who cannot fill their stomachs before the neighbor is eating. We know that. And that is the kind of team we have on the other side. Watu wa njaa tunawajua. Watu wa matumbo kubwa tunawajua. You know? Unakaa hata mwaka ijaisha umeanza kwenda kubeg. And you are begging to somebody, you are talking on the platform. Under the stupid adage of that they are no permanent enemies. They are permanent enemies. You steal my wife, you steal my goat, you are permanently my enemy. If I don't cut your neck, you'll be lucky. And that is what is going to happen. This thing has to happen. 60 years old, hiyo ujinga inaisha Kenya. As I said, and it was indicated in Kamkunji, it's not my words. Watu wamesema afadhali Kenya isambaratike kwa sababu haifai. Wacha Sugoi wakuwe na Kenya yao na wale wengine. In that rallying call, we are telling people, if you don't believe in Ruto, don't even hang his photo. And Kenyans are going to do that. Don't even recognize him. Let him be recognized by his wife and his Sugoi people. Simple as that. And you can't force people. It is simple. You can be in that country and you don't recognize Ruto at all. Then we are not going to pay taxes. Simple as that. Utadu, we are going to defy. Na ule mtu ambaye ajui the power of the people ni watu wa 1990s who don't know what people can do. I heard people saying, nani alikuwa anasema Ruto ati nani Moi was not rigging election. That was my brother Kenya no. Kenya with love is because maybe under your history, Moi was number 1 rigger. If there is such an English word. Ni mwizi number 1. Mwizi mkubwa. Mwizi wa kura ile ya ajabu. Alileta mpaka mlolongo where you have the longest queue becoming the shortest. I mean, that's why I want our young people to read history. Moi ndiye alianza maneno ya rigging Kenya. Of course, Kenyatta mzee pia alikuwa na rig because he would say, if he likes Stone PK, he comes to your constituency, he says, hata msipopigia Stone PK, kura yangu na mama ngina itamleta state out. So, I mean, itamleta bunge. He used to say that, for those who don't know. So, rigging is historical. And that's why, for it to be uprooted, kutakuwa na bloodshed. If not bloodshed, kutakuwa na collateral damage. Because ni kama kungoa ile inaitangwa wisdom teeth if it's rotten. You have to be sedated. You have to really be properly taken care of. Ni chungu. Because it's either the country survives after 60 years or it disintegrates. There are only 2 options. And most likely, we will not allow it to disintegrate just because we have thieves claiming to be leaders and going and whatever. Lastly, before I bring somebody in, we are talking about the church. The church is finished in Kenya. Period. Kwisha. Wameingia mlango mbaya. The moment you do the multitude to be negative about it, to have a negative opinion about it, how will you rebuild confidence of mwananchi? You will not. Because our churches, they are the same like kina Sabina Cheges. Exactly the same. Matumbo yao. Oh, we want gari. We want to import this. What has that to do with mwananchi? Nothing. So what Kenyans are going to do? They reject them. By the way, you don't need them to go to heaven. You don't need the bishops at all. You don't need the pastors at all as an individual. You don't need anybody to kuwekea daraja ya kwenda kwa Yesu ama kwa Mungu. Kenyans rebel. Forget, dump them. Even hizo manguo ni upuzi mtupu. They are useless people. They can't help you in anything. They can't. They have put this country to where it is. And they are still condoning that. Wamekuwa mashetani. Hakuna madhabahu tena Kenya. It's finished. They are thieves. They are thugs. They are evil in those churches. And the script, you want to say something, and then Ouma.
Okay. What I would like to point out is that politics, the so-called normal politics, is changing, and certain things should not be taken at face value. Now, I would invite Ouma to try and find out why the Nyanza trips took place before you come to those conclusions about the Simbaratis. I don't know whether you are understanding what I'm saying. There are certain scripts why those trips were taking place. There is a very bigger strip involving Nyanza and Western. So don't see some certain things on face value. You are aware of the word called infiltration. I'm just trying to mention a few things in parables. Just to add something on what Stone was talking about our bishops. It is very, very, very sad. You see, from what I know, pastors, bishops, and whoever they are, that category, these Christian leaders, they are supposed to not to go out for, let's say, like that they invest or they work. They are supposed to eat from the little that worshippers donate to them to survive. That is how genuine bishops survive. You get the situation whereby, you remember the other one when Kitui, the one who was being given 6 million car in Kitui, the president Ruto was giving a car, and yet the worshippers in that church, there were several dead from high cost of life in the same place, the same congregation. There were prayers for people who had died because of hardships, and the Angamias, I think, had also been attacked. Instead of donating this to help the people, the real needy, who are even mourning, he went out of his way to donate 6 million to a bishop. I don't know whether you remember earlier after when he visited Kitui. I think it was in December. Was it in December? Yes. Now, that is how low our bishops have fallen. I don't know. Salvation will come from where? Thank you.
Hey, Don PK. Ama ni Geoffrey.
Geoffrey and then Mzalendo.
Okay. You know, there's something called legitimacy. Look at what Orengo said when the president was in Nyanza. He said, President, in fact, he was doing this. President, chagua watu wengi sana hapa. Unahitaji watu wengi sana hapa. Say uchague hapa. You know, okay, let's talk truth here. Mimi najua mtu ni mwizi. Na nimeenda nimwambia watu huyu mtu si mwizi, wacha tufanye naye kazi. Hao watu alafu baadaye kuja niwaambie hapana huyu mtu ni mwizi. Watanichukua vipi? Wataniona kama there's a double standard on my side, unaona? So it was a mistake for these people to act the way they acted. Hata kama walikuwa kufanya kazi na huyu mtu mwizi, hawangekuja openly kutoa their views hapo mpaka mtu anasimama anasema huyu ndo president wetu, hatujaipata mtu amechaguliwa hapa Central. Sasa president tunapatia hii time, chagua watu wengi sana wafanye na wewe kazi. Those are wrong statements. Alafu Raila pia akakuja akaongezea kwani mimi niliwaambia wafanye nao kazi. That was wrong because Raila knew kuna John anakuja kupeana his report. Raila ange keep quiet. Unaona? Alafu akangoja huyu John akaongea, then a hit. Sasa hii Raila amehit na amekuja strong kabisa. Amekuja amesema yeye hata haogopi. Okay, we need that leader. A leader ambaye haogopi, hatishwi. Kwa sababu naona anamtisha sana those vice president huyu Rigadi. Wamemtisha sana. So we need somebody ambaye atakuja aseme openly kwa huyu mtu sisi hatumtishi, huyu mtu alikuwa analamba matako ya mtu fulani. Hivyo ndivyo tulikuwa tunataka. Ndio sasa tujue kweli jamaa ameshaamua tunaenda. Si mambo unakuja tuambie kwa tufanye kazi na huyu alafu baadaye tunakuja tuambie hiyo, that is a double standard. So there's something I want to talk about when I raise the issue of Chege. You know, we have a young guy here in Kilifi, a diehard of Raila Odinga. Mbona tungechukua kijana kama huyo, mtu ambaye hezi tingizika, tumpatie kiti, tukaenda kwa watu kama kina Chege, kina Kanini Kega, watu ambao wanaenda kutusaliti. We have some young people ambao walikuwa wanaweza simama na Raila na mpaka sasa hata walinyimwa, lakini mpaka sasa bado they are still with Raila Odinga. Hao wengine washapata lakini wameshatuacha. So to raise the issue of Chege, it was a mistake. We need Raila to take people closer to him, the inner circle. Wawe ni watu ambao wako strong, watu ambao wanasimama naye kama kina Babu Wino. Si watu ambao wanakuja kutuchezea kushapata vitu wanatoroka na tuacha. We need people who can fight for us. So this is the right time for people to rise, tusimame na tuende for our own victory. But hatutahitaji mtu kama Orengo atakuja tuambie nini sahihi. Sahihi wacha kina Wajakoya wajipange sasa watuambie tuende vipi.
Thank you. What Mzalendo, I'm the one moderating, bro. I'm giving you.
I thought ulishaniambia ni next.
Yeah, but okay. I see you have something burning. I'll comment after you. Go ahead, Mzalendo.
George, Godfrey Ouma, I like the way you shoot. Unasema ukweli na ni ukweli mtupu. Raila legitimized Ruto's presidency before he left for South Africa, na akaambia magavanas wake wafanye na serikali. Yeah, na I asked the same question. Mbona wale jamaa including his close ally like Orengo hawakukuwa kwa hii mkutano ya Kamkunji? Mbona wakukuwa huko? And this was the grand inaitwa nini, grand welcome ya baba from South Africa, hoping that atasema kitu ingine tofauti, but hakuna kitu yote baba alisema ile hatujui. Mambo ya kura kuibiwa, that one we know. Mambo ya whistleblower, that one we know. Mambo ya uchumi, that one we know. There's nothing different. And to me, when Baba was sworn in, I thought it was going to be bigger than the swearing in ya Baba Uhuru Park. But hii ya hapa ya jana, that was nothing. That was just a drop in the ocean. Baba was at his best because now is the official, the opposition leader. That is where he is best at. When he was with Uhuru, he was in government, you could not see the real Baba. But now Baba was in the opposition where he normally fights for the people. But when he had joined Uhuru's government, you could not see the fire in Baba. But yesterday, people started like Stony PK said, yes, that is the Baba that we used to know. Yes, that is the Baba that we used to know. Is it now in familiar grounds? Where this movement is taking you, where that train is taking you, it just maybe we'll get some reforms, maybe not. Maybe some people will die. And Stony PK, you said something here very, very controversial. That in labor movement, which tribe do you normally see in labor movement? Of course, it is the Luo. Which tribe do you see dying in this movement? Of course, it's the Luo.
I did not say that. Don't misquote me, Mzalendo.
I am just telling you.
It's yours. Please don't quote me.
You say.
I will not allow this. No.
All right. Let me
withdraw that, please.
Let me withdraw and say let me paraphrase. You said in each and the labor movement, when you see a labor movement, there is a particular tribe that you see, and you didn't mention.
I said the region again.
There's a particular region that you see, and that region is called Nyanza, and that region is.
That's not
me.
It
is up to me. Let me conclude. That region is called Nyanza. Predominantly Luo. If you see doctors, lecturers striking, the Luo community bear the heaviest burden. If you see people dying in the streets because of gunshots and all that, or because of riots, the Luo community bears the heaviest burden. Now, since Baba was voted overwhelmingly with the rest of Kenyans, we Luos have taken a back seat. We have rioted for so long. We have been killed with a lot of injustices. Even when Baba had the opportunity to give the Luo community justice when they deserved, they got nothing. Even the Luos who were displaced in Naivasha during the clashes, they were never compensated by Uhuru's government. We got nothing by Kibaki's government. Yet the people who were displaced in Rift Valley, the Kikuyus, who were given land and compensated. These Luos have suffered enough in the name of Raila Odinga. In the name of Raila Odinga. And the silent voices of leaders in Nyanza is telling you a story that you will hear it very, very soon. That we are not part of this movement. You can run away with it, just run to hata hiyo treni ikikupeleka hera, endeni tu nayo. Endeni nayo mpaka muende. But Story PK, for any revolution to happen in Kenya, you have to involve the middle class. There is no revolution throughout the world that you will not involve the middle class. Kenya is a society whereby you explained it so well. Kuna watu wanakuambia tuende maandamano, anambia hiyo ni story ya Story PK, mimi naenda job. If the middle class are not going to be involved in politics, or in the demonstration, then you come here with a few with people from the slums and organize this kind of demonstration, they are not going to succeed, because most of the time those people are mobilized. Most of the time they are mobilized and they are paid. And how long are you going to stay in that? Only God knows.
Thank you, Mzalendo. Thank you. That is according to Mzalendo. He thinks there is no middle class, but where Subiri, you are looking for information. Just sit back and wait. And for records, I never talked about Luos being in all that. That is again Mzalendo. So it's not Stone PK. It is his own making. As usual, UDA style. They pick things and then they tune them and turn them into their own, to meet their own goal. So Mzalendo, you wait for the middle class to come, you will see them. You can dream like you are dreaming with your Ruto and the rest. It's okay, we are not here to argue. The thing is on. If you think it's not going to be, that's your own feeling. And yeah, we just want to correct that this revolution is for everybody, and you don't have to come to demonstrate. There are many ways of doing things. So people will not be cowed. People will not be cowed. Lastly, before I bring in a non-script, and Geoffrey, we should not think about, Orengo saying what he said and all that. Some of these guys are getting senile. And as I said, they are old. People are getting old, And also there is a gimmick. Ukitaka kuchinja kuku, unachupia mahindi until it comes. You slaughter it. We are going to slaughter Ruto in very many stylistic way. He didn't see this coming. Anasema tu watu wa kitendawili. Amekwama hapo. Atajua ajui. I'm telling you this. I know akina Mzalendo wametumwa huku kuinvestigate the strategy and all that. We are not telling you anything. We are just telling you that the bomb is coming and it's going to be bloody. That I'm free to tell you. It's going to be bloody. So it will not be and all that. And it's going to involve even the church. The church will also have it very rough and very bad. Okay? And as I say, you cannot say that it is the slum people who are mobilized. It is the pain that is bringing them there. There's nothing like mobilization. Nothing. Mobilization is for campaign rallies. Hii ni watu wale kiatu kimewafinya. Njaa imewaleta pale. And let's see as we move on. A non-script says something and then Chakamdam Mdume na Muona.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that sometimes even when you come together in a forum like this, not all of us understand things the same way. You see, like I'll just point out to Mzalendo and Ouma. You see, this idea about the whistleblowers and all that, when do you think it started? Long time ago. And you see, the mere fact that Baba had said the president should be welcomed. You see, as far as Mzalendo is concerned, that he welcomed, he gave legitimacy. You can say that if you want, but the truth of the matter is, in maths, there is algebra and linear. If you are just seeing things in a linear format, it's all up to you. Algebras are more complicated. And that's why I told you, Geoffrey, in the beginning, don't take things on face value. It is not a linear equation. Oh, no. The truth of the matter, you know very well. Baba knew all these things he's talking about. He told people at Atoboa, Kitambo. Yet before he went to South Africa, he told these people, the president is coming. Fanyeni kazi. Doesn't that ring a bell somewhere for anybody who wants to think deeper? Thank you.
Thank you, a non-script. Nilisema hapo mwanzo, before you came, mwanzo kule nilisema kuna watu ni kama kuchezea kupigia mbuzi gitaa. UDA ni kama kupigia mbuzi gitaa. It's playing gitaa na mbuzi unataka icheze muziki. That is UDA wote kutoka Ruto kwenda mpaka chini. Their brain ina utanda wa yellow, rangi ya majano ambayo zimefunikwa. They are thinking very cheaply in very reverse. They think all this is drama. You hear Mzalendo talking about opposition at Baba Ako opposition, where he keeps on quoting constitution. Which constitution talks about opposition? You know, they don't know what they are saying. I don't think we have anything in our constitution called opposition.
Oh, nothing at all.
There's nothing. That tells you how cheap they are. They can't think. UDA people, they can't think at all. Atu anasema baba anataka nini. He made it very clear. He's not interested. He called taka nonsense. Then you keep on saying, oh, opposition. And all
but
that.
In any case, Tom, before you went to South Africa, you remember it took time to explain how the Kenyan constitution was made and how governors should relate with the national government. It took a lot of time, almost 5 minutes, to explain that, to tell the Wangas, fanyeni kazi na the president. What you should know is that he knew the whistleblowing was going on.
Okay, they take that as legitimacy. You know, you can imagine that
the gospel according to Mzalendo.
Yes.
That illegitimacy.
Chaka, Mdume, it's your time. Bro Chaka. And I think as Chaka contributes, we are supposed to do a round now so that we may call it a day. Chaka.
Oh, asante sana ndugu PK. Na kwanza pokea salamu zangu za rambirambi kwa kumpoteza mpendwa wako. Alafu vile pia ni salimia ndugu yangu hapo mkuu hapo Mzalendo. Kuna ndugu yangu vile pia mkuu hapo. Kuna mzee wetu hapo Guru na Geoffrey. Hapa patapo. Nitaanzia kusema hapa patapo. Kwa sababu maneno yalozungumzwa jana hayakuwa tu maneno tu, bali lilikuwa neno. Na dharau na kejeli ambazo ziliweza kuwajaa haswa, kwa kuona kwamba zilizoweza kuwajaa haswa Ruto na ndugu yake hapo Gachagua, kwamba plan zao ziliweza zikafika na zikatimia, kwa hivyo wako kwenye serikali na hakuna mwingine anaweza watingisha, na hawana wasiwasi. Zilifika mwisho jana, zinawapa kiwewe, na naamini zinawapa tumbo joto, kwa sababu mwananchi ndio mtu wa kuangaliwa kwanza. Na pindi walipoingia tu katika mamlaka, hapo ndo walifaili. Wangekimbia tu kuhakikisha kwamba mwananchi wamemleta karibu, basi wameingia kwa mlango wa nyuma, wamepita kihalali, lakini kile mwananchi alikuwa anategemea ni ile huduma. Sasa leo mkisema kwamba bei ya unga iko juu kwa sababu waliweza kumaliza kuweka hiyo bei ya unga, ni wao walikuwa kwa handshake, haitusaidii. Kama waliweka bei ya unga, nyinyi shukisheni. Wakisema bei ya stima iko juu kwa sababu kulikuwa na cartels, nani handshake ndio waliharibu serikali, hilo halimwingii mwananchi wa kawaida. Ile anahisi mwananchi wa kawaida ni kuhakikisha kwamba amepata huduma. That's why hii government imefail. Wao walingangana kwamba tumepata serikali, wewe PK chukua hiki, Mzalendo chukua hapo, simamia hapo, chukua hapo, kwa sababu serikali ni yetu, ndio tumeshuhudia. Kwa hiyo kusema Orengo na wale wengine magama wamerudi kwa serikali, hapo kaka Mzalendo nitapingana na yeye mpaka kesho kutwa. kwa sababu kila timu ina jinsi yake ya kucheza, na siamini Orengo haizabadilika kirahisi tu, wala kumkaribisha njoo nyumbani kwangu haimaanishi wewe ndio nimesimama na wewe. Naweza kuwa nimekuleta karibu tu ili kukuonyesha jino tu jeupe hapa mbele ya mdomo, ujue kwamba nakuchekea. Ndani ya moyo wangu hujui. Na ndipo hapo ndugu yangu Stone PK hapo anazungumza, tutazungumza tu haya hapo juu, lakini hatutaingia ndipo ili tukufanyie shtukizi kama tulivyokufanyia shtukizi jana, na mambo bado. So hapa kila mtu ni kucheza na mwananchi. Wewe cheza na mwananchi kumkandamiza. Mimi sina haja na mamlaka, sina haja na madaraka, kwa sababu kama ni pesa ninazo, lakini nahitaji kuhakikisha Kenya hii dhulma za uchaguzi, dhulma za kila aina zinatokomea, ili kusudi kutengeneza njia ambayo viongozi wajao wapate nafasi ya kukaa na kuhisi kwamba haswa tumetengenezwa njia ya usawa, na kila Mkenya kujisikia kwamba yuko katika hili taifa. Hilo ndio lengo la Raila, kwa sababu kama ni pesa yuko nao, kama ni kukaa kwa hii siasa amekaa, lakini sasa yupo kwa sababu wananchi wanamhitaji, si yeye kwamba anahitaji ucho madaraka. Yeye anafanya kazi Afrika nzima, na cheo kikubwa, hata huo mshahara anaopata si wa rais wetu hapa. Na kama ni pesa yuko nayo, na kama ni nini, but kwa sababu wananchi wana imani kwa yale maneno anayoyafanya, wana imani kwa zile haki wanazozipigania. Mzalendo, usijisahau hapa, mharibifu ni mwananchi na mjengaji ni mwananchi. So ukicheza na tumbo ya mwananchi, ile kitu nilikizungumzia mapema, utakuja kushangaa, kwa sababu target ya hawa jamaa wali target youth. Hapo nilizungumzia jana hapa, wakawa wameteka youth, wametiwa maneno, na ndipo kura nyingi hasa za mlima zilikuwa za youth. Wale wote ambao walikuwa ni watu wazima, sidhani kama waliweza kumpigia nani kura. Na youth washaanza kugundua kwamba huyu jamaa kweli hasa ndio alikuwa tumwambia huyu jamaa ni muongo na ni mwingi wa propaganda. Wameliona, kwa maana bodaboda, leo jina bodaboda limekufa, jina mama mboga limekufa. Ukicha kuna mapya yanazuka, tunapanga, tulipata serikali haina kitu, tulipata hivi, wingi wa lawama hakuna. So watu wanaegemea pale mahali wanaona kwamba hakika wananchi watapata kupumzishwa mzigo walionao. Kwa hiyo kukaa hapo kwa madaraka si tatizo. Mwananchi ndio kusema, mwananchi ndio kusema. Wewe cheza tactics zako, tumia pesa, fanya unachokifanya, but mwananchi akisema no, huna jinsi. Ndio maana tunamlilia baba. Yeye si kwamba anatulilia sisi kwa sababu ana haja awe rais, but sisi tuna haja kwamba awe pale juu, kwa sababu tunamuona ndio mwenye roho ya kutupigania haswa kama Wakenya. So wale watanguzwa na tumbo zao waende, mwisho wa siku pia watatamani warudi huku, na imani watarudi. Waacha waende, baba abaki na wale wako na misimamo, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba hili lengo na lile azima ilizungumzwa hapa jana limeshatimia, na imani litatimia kwa uwezo wa Mwenyezi Mungu kupita sisi wananchi. So ule mfumo alikuwa anasema ni wa zamani, haja badilisha statistics, ni maandamano. Hatutaenda kwa maandamano na fikira yeye tu, bali tutamkata the whole country. Ile naomba tu after Jakaranda aende sehemu nyingine, kwanza kumuonyesha kwamba wananchi ni namna gani, then tumalize haswa. Na kile nawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, hapa kidonda kuachana na inzi ni kidonda kupona. Na kupona ni kwamba tushaiona tayari lengo na hii serikali miezi 150 tu, wapi wanalenga, jinsi walivyo hawakuwa haswa wamejipanga kiongozi, ilikuja shtukizi tu, na hawajazoea hawa watu kutimiza ahadi zao. Hawa ni watu wa deal na kuhakikisha kwamba ni wapi kwenye pesa tutengeneze mapeni yetu. Hatutaongozwa hivyo. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wenzangu, Mimi nitaungana tena na wale vijana waliozungumza jana mpaka wakamtatiza baba kwanza akanyamaza kuwasikiza. Only healing solution. Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Ndivyo tutengeneze haya mashimo, tuzibe haswa haya maneno tunayaona mabovu, tuitengeneze Kenya upya ili tukiingia 2027 njia ni swafi, fisadi hana nafasi, ukabila hauna nafasi, na Mkenya ajivunie yuko katika nchi yake. Nitakwamia pale ndugu yangu Pike. Asante.
Asante sana ndugu mzalendo. Hapo sorry Chaka Mdune, asante sana kwa hayo mchango huo wako mzuri kabisa. Ni kweli sasa tunafanya raundi ya mwisho. Ukweli ni kwamba unajua tunacheka tukisikia watu wa UDA namna wanavyozungumza. Yaani watu ni wachanga mno wa akili kwamba hata masomo hawasomi vitu, hawaelewi revolution ni nini. Revolution ni kama mto ndugu yangu. Kanaanza kule juu kakiwa kadogo tu. Kule juu River Tana imeanza mahali ukiambiwa this is the source of River Tana you not believe. If you go and see the source of River Nile, it's unbelievable. But look at what it does. Na kile imepeleka kule. Watu wanatakiwa wajue. Wasome about kuna Aida ametaja hapa. The spring, the Arab revolution ilianza vipi? Hii ya Ethiopia ya hapa juzi imeanza vipi? Hii ya nani iliyomuongoa al-Bashir ambaye alikuwa akitembea ati watu walikuwa na imagine the earth was shaking. The earth around him. He would look at you like this, you faint. Because ati wanasema alikuwa na power zingine za ajabu. Where is he? Alitolewa na a young girl, a young lady with all due respect. Na kakitambaa keupe kama kakangu. She was there, akanaimba hivi. Siku mbili, siku tatu, wiki ya pili, she was mobilizing more than 200,000 people. Why are we insulting Kenyans? Mzalendo, I sympathize with you, my friend, but luckily you live outside. Ungekuwa Kenya ungepitwa na wewe kama lightning. Watu watapitwa nao. Umesikia vile wale pale Kamkunji walikuwa wanasema acha tuanze saa hii kwanza tupitie kwa Mama Kome. Kwa Chebukati. That is what is happening. Watu wataanza kuchukuliwa na kuwekwa kwa mapipa as we joke around. Ati mpende msipende Ruto is the president. Yes, amejiapisha is there. Okay? But tutatangolewa. The power of the people is like that of a river. From Mount Kenya, River Tana is very small. Teremuka, ukifika kule upande wa kule kunaitwaje kule juu kule Mumbai kule kwa Wapokomo kule inabeba miti mizito mpaka baharini. That is how revolutions are. It will take long, itamianda, but we won't tell you where the cause is. Tutafagilia wote. And revolutions work so well. You will see people flying, those who are in the US, those who are in UK. Stop telling us about middle class. Middle class ni nani? Yeah? People will build, and a time is coming. Today was Kamkunji. Tomorrow, look at the crowd that will be in Jacaranda, my friend. Look at the one that will be evil. And I'm saying, thank you very much for the kupuuza ya watu wa UDA. Manake, I wonder how they can't comprehend. Watangolewa ile hawajawahi kuona. This one, the worst that has happened is that it is started and there was that declaration. That is the worst. That should have derailed. If I was Ruto, I would have stopped that. But it happened. Kwisha yeye. Atajua ajui. Jeffrey Ouma, twende juu kwa Guru, then Mzalendo as we close.
Just to add something on what you have said, PK, is exactly what it is. Raila has supporters who are organic beings. These are the people ambao wanataka tu a small light and then wanakuwa charged up. Yesterday they were charged. Just exactly what happened to South Africa. In South Africa in 1970s, wakati hawa watu wa South Africa walikuwa wamegandamizwa na whites, wakiteswa. Youths walikasirika, hata hawakutumwa, walikasirika wenyewe na wakaruka juu. Wakasema nini? By that time wale elders wao walikuwa ni watu ambao walikuwa wanakunywa pombe, wanashirika wameogopa ama walikuwa hizoongea anything, wamegandamizwa, wako na ile inferior, yani mtu ambaye anateswa lakini hawezi ongea. So the youths wenyewe walisimama wakasema hii haiwezekani. Wanapata jamaa wamekaa kwa bao wanakunywa, wanaamua kurukia kwa hizo mameza wakipasua vitu, na hapo ndio revolution ilianzia. In Kenya yesterday, look at what happened na wale youths. Ani wakati Raila alisema mimi sitaki handshake, ona vile watu walibehave. Na akasema sasa imefika wakati siogopi anything. Niko ready kurudi kwa jela tena. Sahi hata kama nikufa tutakufa. Those are the words ambao Raila alitumia. And those are the words ambao youths walikuwa wanataka ku lighten up. Sasa sahi what I can just say, we need to focus. Na tuende hivyo. Raila hata asitingishike, asijaribu kufanya anything ya kuogopesha watu. No. Bena mshasema amua kwenda, let's go. Onda issue ambao Mzalendo alikuwa anaongea kuhusu middle class. We don't need middle class. Ndo revolution happen. Sahi watu wanateseka. Sahi watu wameumia. Huyu Ruto ameharibu kila kitu in Kenya. Ametoa subsidies. Sahi kama jana ilikuwa ni siku ya shule. Watoto wengi waenda shuleni kwa sababu hata hawajanunuliwa uniform. Wengine hata vitabu wameshindwa kupata. Wengine hata walilala njaa, hawana nguvu ya kwenda shuleni kwa sababu maisha imekuwa ngumu. Look at what happened yesterday kwa ile mkutano. Ile group yote utapata watu wengi walikuwa hawana kazi kwa sababu kazi zimeisha, makampuni zimefunga. Na hii shida yote ni kwa sababu tax imekuwa juu. Sasa watu hawaleti mzigo kwa sababu ya dola. Economy inaendelea kuharibika. Hatuwezi kete tukangoje mtu akaendelea kuharibu kwa akisimama there's nothing he's addressing ambayo itasaidia interest ya mwananchi. Kitu ambacho kuongea ni kujaribu kulegitimize ile wizi ambayo aliiba, kujaribu kuitetea ndio watu wafikirie kwa alishinda kwa ukweli. Ona vitu ambavyo anaongea kanisani jana, hata tishwa. Raila alimwambia wewe wakati ulikuwa unanyonya. Raila tayari akashaanza kupigania hivi vitu. So haizi tishwa. Raila mwenyewe akamwambia mimi kama Moi alishindwa kumshinda yeye. Sasa huyu ni nini nani? Huyu kina Rigadi ni kina nani? I think this is the time we need to wake up na tuseme no to what happened kwa election. Sasa ni wakati ambao tunataka tu focus, tutumie mbinu zote au watu watoke, we get our government. Martha Karua alituambia kabisa the 5th akuja aongee, kumaanisha kuwa Martha Karua hatambui hii government. Na uzuri huyu Raila alituambia kwa pia sasa tutambui sahihi. Sasa sisi tutambui kitu yote. Sisi tunangoja sasa tuanze kwenda kwa mikutano mpaka ile siku mtu atatoka kwa sababu hawajui Raila ni nani. Wao walikuwa wakiongea wakifikia Raila ni ule muoga wa kitambo, sijui ati haizi fanya kitu kwa sababu watoto wametoroka. Raila haogopi mtu yoyote. Na I think in regard hawajui Raila ni nani. Sasa ndio watamjua ni nani.
Santi Geoffrey, yeah, the truth of the matter is ukisema ati wale watu wana support Raila, I mean mtu akisema wale wana support Raila, kuna wale middle class hawapo, tena hiyo inanishangaza. What kind of reasoning is that? Who feels hurt? Ni yule amevaa kiatu ama ni yule hajavaa? Middle class anakula nyama yake, mchele yake. Middle class ana complain $2 iko juu, iko hivi. But yule mwananchi wa chini ana complain hana chakula, unga hawezi aka afford, brother. The middle class can afford hiyo unga hiyo hata ikiwa 800. Ni ile tu ata reduce kununua quantity. Majority wa chini hawawezi ku afford. Wanajaribu hata kutafuta mahindi ya kusaga, haipo. Hey, revolutions are not led by people wale wanakula chakula asubuhi. Tunazungumza sasa hii kuna watu wanakula hawana hiyo meal. They don't know what meal they will eat. My friend, that is the ingredient of revolution, not theories of at middle class sijui nini. Middle class kwanza huwa wanafukuzwa kabisa. Mpaka wanainua mkono wanasurrender, they join the mass. Yes, middle class hao wote huko hiyo maestate hiyo wote watabumburushwa mpaka waingie kwenye chorus. And unless you are very naive not to know or to even, because Kenyans have become very lazy, they also don't want to read history. Vile waliambiwa na UDA, because UDA knows if you read history you know they are bullshit, you know they are nonsense, you know they are garbage. If you listen to what they are saying, you know that is all kabisa upuzi mtupu. If you read history and you uangalie history ya Ruto kutoka akiwa shule, you will know that hakuna mahali atapeleka nchi ya Kenya as an individual, because tabia na damu yake ni hiyo wizi hiyo tu. He is not empathetic with anybody. Hakuna ati mambo ya huruma na binadamu. Yeye anajidai ati ako pale ati hata kwa funeral analia machozi. Hiyo ni machozi ya bure kabisa. Ile tunaita machozi ya nani ya mamba. Ati bwana asifiwe nini? Uongo mtupu, pretense. So Kenyans should dig history, waone huyu hakuna mahali anapeleka hii nchi ya Kenya. Yeye mwenyewe hapendi watu. He doesn't. Ana utu. He has no humanity in him. And then you sit here saying, oh, he's going to do this. Look at what has happened to the 50 billion. Yeah, Hustler Fund. I asked that earlier. What has happened? Mnaambiwa ati 15 sijui ndio sijui 15 bana Kenya with love ali correct hiyo figure. What has happened to the balance? Imeenda wapi? Aya, where is the money hiyo mmeseviwa imewekwa? Yani ujinga. Wakenya tunabebwa wajinga. This revolution will be so sweet because haitachukua muda mrefu namna tulivyofikiria. Yeah, because the truth has dawned and is dawning on Kenyans that hakuna mahali Ruto anapeleka watu. In fact, wa Kenya tuanze mara moja, let's sabotage this government in whichever way we can. Don't pay taxes, don't even buy anything that is associated with that. Tuanze, tuendelee na tusabotage kabisa. Okay? Ikishindikana, we split the country. Kila watu wakae kivyao. Kila governor akae na county yake. And that's it. There is no point. I've always asked a question. What does it benefit us by being called Kenya? Chaka mdume inakusaidia na nini? Pale we uko kana gavana wako uko kama nini, akileta ujinga munamuhanga hapo kwa mti. You get somebody else. Yeah? Tuache kudanganywa hapa, kupumbazwa vile wazungu walitupumbaza. Oh, democracy, constitution, sijui nini. Upumbavu mtupu tu. You know, there are those who are enjoying those fruits. Yeah? Lakini hao wengine wimbo tu constitution. Constitution which you are not following. Constitution which you never supported. How do you implement something you don't believe in? How do you preach about Jesus when you don't believe in him? How? Wewe ni mshetani, you don't believe in God. How would you go telling people about God and about Jesus? Really? It's not possible. It is so simple. Kenyans kusema no, it's the easiest of all. 60 years down the line tumebebwa ufala, tumebebwa ujinga. We just decide to say kama ni kubaya, katambe. We start afresh. Those of you who used to play draft mtaani, you know how it was. Yeah? Ilikuwa watu wengine wale ambao ni wakora kabisa, anaona ushamshika, umemshika hivi, anaipiga juu, nyota zinaanguka. Juu ameona ulikuwa umemshinda. We have cornered Ruto. Yes. We have cornered him. Evidence is 1 hour of discussion in a church. Kwa madhehebu wanaongea kuhusu ati vile hii ni ujinga tunafanya. 1 hour. Ameshikwa makengele yake mbaya mbovu na atajua hajui.
The same Ruto wakati Raila yuko huko South Africa akatuma watu wake waende wamuongeleshe kule, sasa anaongea kwa sisi hatutaki hiyo, ati hatuwezi kubali handshake. The same person ametuma mpaka watu wanaenda kuongea na Raila kule South Africa.
Yes.
Asikupe watu akili.
Anatuchukulia upuzi handshake. Unajua that is nonsense. Nonsense of the highest order. Guru.
Unajua, I don't envy the position in which Raila is in. The reason is that it's not about him. It's just a affair. It's just a channel. Today, nobody would want even to hear him talk about handshake, even if it were for purposes of peace or whatever it is that is pursued through handshake. So there is a verse he read yesterday. There was word, and the word was the God. and God was the word. Unajua, unaanza kitu ama tamko fulani, it takes a life of its own. Sasa pale tuko bwana PK ni kama ni mteremko. Wale wataenda on the sideways ni sawa, lakini naona ni kama mafuriko. You know, watu wanaweza kuona kama ile mkutano ilifanyika pale jana kama ni mchezo. That's how the things start rolling. And then they gather momentum. And then from there are no breaks. That's what I'm seeing this to be. And more so, it seems now assisted by the very same people. The kind of wants, the kind of reaction that they are giving. Oh, mimi wanjalipu, let them try. Okay? Mimi si fulani aliweka uoga wale wengine, ataweza hii hasla. Na watu wanacheka tu. But unknowingly, they are right falling in the trap of the battle-hardened soldier who has been in the trenches for so many years. What will happen with that kind of response, na kujipiga kifua? The political temperatures will go very high very soon. Chaka pale even pale alikuwa ameacha kidogo ya kulison, itakuja that part of the brain will just shut. Arabu aseme kaende. You know, something people don't know. Kibaki was faced by a similar situation with Raila. But somebody advised Kibaki, don't rebut, don't respond to Raila. Please don't. This is a man who knows how to fight in the mud. And is a person who knows once he has people on his side, he'll go the full hog. And by the way, that silence that Kibaki gave to Raila worked. Because with time, Raila just stepped down his attacks. I'm talking about the last period of the from 2003 to 2007. The last 3 years of that period. With Uhuru, somebody also advised him, mzee, ukisema ati ni mung'ang'ane na yeye kwa watu, kwa wananchi, hakuna kitu utafanyia wananchi. Utapoteza wakati yako. Unajua ni mzee hachoki. And he also knows the political battles that are fought in the hearts and minds of the people. So, naona hawa watu wanajipiga kifua kwa kanisa, ati tuonane na mzee, tuonane pale nje na mzee, pale nje kwa wananchi. Hawa watu hawajui Raila, labda wamekaa na yeye kidogo, lakini hawamjui. Ukisikia Raila amesema ako tayari kuenda jela na kufa, ujue sasa hapo ni mwisho imefikiwa. Those are very strong ones. Those are very, very strong ones. Ni kumaanisha yeye amefika sasa ile kusema there is no retreat, there is no surrender. Na sasa, unfortunately, these guys are not doing good to the people. You know, those ones would be empty if the lives of people was improving. But now the lives are becoming worse. So there is a fertile ground on which Raila is acting, and he's not foolish. He knows it. He knows that people are hurting deeply from within, and some of them are trying to ask themselves, what solutions would they have? So let them bail the cat. Let them bail the cat. And I think that cat is right now the head is out. It's only the body that is remaining. And when the body comes out, sitaki kusema zaidi ya hapo, kitaumana.
Thank you. Zalendo, you are 2 minutes.
Hey, for me, I would say that in this show, I have made friends and I have made enough enemies of people I don't even know. And hiyo ndio siasa. Nimekuwa na maadui wengi kwa watu wale hata hawangenijua. Hadi Stony PK ananiambia tutapita na wewe. Ndugu yangu, hii si anaki, kuna sheria na si vita, ni tunashindana kimawazo. And that is the reason why we are having a conversation. But mkitaka revolution na zile point zile Raila alikuwa amesema pale, msilipe ushuru. Walipaji ushuru ni wafanyikazi, wale watu wanafanya kazi. That is why I keep on telling you, the day the middle class will be interested in politics in our country, ndio tutakuwa na mageuzi kamili kisiasa na kiuchumi. Lakini saa hii wengi wao wanaona hata hiyo rally ya Kamkunji hawakuhudhuria. Hata wenye hao unaona kwa comment section ukuuliza ni wangapi walikuwa kwa rally ya Kamkunji, utapata kuna hata mmoja alikuwa, na ilali walikuwa pale Nairobi. So saa zingine tunapiga mdomo. Kuna advert ingine Raila alikuwa nayo ya domo. I don't know kama mnakumbuka hiyo advert ya domo in 2007. It was a very, very powerful advert and a rallying call for Azimio supporters. For Azimio supporters. But kwa sasa mimi ile naomba tu ni muzingatie amani, na pia kama mtaki amani basi kuna sheria. The law will probably deal with you at the end of the day. Ile revolution ile Raila anataka itatusaidia sisi wote. Kama ni mambo ya uchaguzi, as I said earlier in this show and I keep on saying, elections in Kenya divide us on tribal lines and divide us right in the middle. So if there is a way, like Stone, you are suggesting that we secede, wanini waende hiyo kabila ingine iende, ama region zingine ziende kivyao, hiyo pia ni another way of ensuring that we get the right leaders of our regions. But kama ni hii uchaguzi kila wakati Raila akishinda ni mambo ya ukabila, then it is something that has to be looked upon. Na mimi pia hiyo nazingatia, kama kulikuwa na uwizi ama dosari, niliwaambia wacha uchunguzi ifanywe na watu wajue ukweli na wapate mwelekeo, na huo mwelekeo italeta amani, na watu kama Stony PK mutatulia. We don't want anarchy in our country. We want the rule of law to prevail. We don't want people to go in the street butchering each other that victory nimenyang'anywa. And we also don't want hearsays. We want things which are factual. So the facts are there. Kama whistleblower anasema ukweli, Raila alishinda Kiambu, I don't know how factual is that is. Kama anasema Raila alishinda Nyeri, it is up to you Azimio supporters kuangalia kweli Raila anaweza shinda Nyeri. Mara ya mwisho niliona Kioni akiwa running mate ya Mudavadi, sijui alipata kura ngapi. Wenzetu kutoka kwa kula mlima tunajua tabia yao ni mbaya zaidi ikikuwa hii mambo ya kura. Maana Kioni huyu alitoka na hiyo list, alikuwa running mate wa Musalia Mudavadi. Area ile anatoka hata Musalia hakupata hata kura moja. Inamaanisha hata huyo Kioni hakumpigia, na presidential candidate wake ule alikuwa Musalia Mudavadi. So hii area tunaijua sana. Ile shida ilikuwa katika hii uchaguzi ni Uhuru Kenyatta, ule tulikuwa na Azimio ilikuwa inategemea zaidi, hakuwa na lolote, na hiyo ndio ukweli. He was wrestled out na huyu Gachagua, huyu wanamdharau, na wao kina Ndini Nyoro wale wanamdharau. They wrestled out Mount Kenya votes from him completely, and that is the fact. So tuangalie mambo ingine, otherwise asante sana Stony PK. Kuwe na siku njema.
Asante Mzalendo. Guru, you have some more?
Yes. Before Mzalendo goes, I would want him to know that I don't know from what perspective he is talking of chaos, because nobody is talking of chaos in Kenya. Maybe it is him and his cohorts who want such things. What it is here, you have heard there's infiltration that happens when people are expressing their themselves according to the constitution. So therefore, let him not anticipate how the Kenyan people are going to behave, because they have an issue before them that they feel has not been resolved. And there are instruments within our constitution that arouse people to express themselves and make decisions and change things. So therefore, I don't know from what end he's talking. Maybe he has information that we don't have. Therefore, I also take issue with the manner in which he says that the people of Central wako wabaya, sijui kwa kupiga kura, sijui wako namna hii namna ile. That's a perception, and that is his view. So therefore, I don't know whether he thinks that votes are measured by the high-profile rallies where handouts are given to excite the youth, and then you think that zone has been sealed for a certain political party. I can tell him that many people in Central Kenya, because they do not want some of them even to be stigmatized, some of them to face off with the hot hands, the yellow fever, they chose to keep quiet and express themselves silently in the booth. Kwa hivyo msema kweli ni kufungua zile makaratasi, ni kufungua server na kuangalia ile watu walisema, na hiyo iko kwa server. The reason why you see some of the people in Central, especially the MPs and the senators and the rest, is because they are beneficiaries of somebody who might have even assured them that you make something, we will make sure you win, because they have held captive the system, especially the electoral system. So therefore, they are actually what I would call lapdogs of the principle of their principle. Unaweza, you can imagine mtu unaenda kwa chama yake anakuambia Stone PK, don't worry, it doesn't matter what people say on the ground. The system we have put in place through the IBC will make sure that you win the elections. And knowing how selfish Kenyans are, many will fall for that. They will like that. I believe that is partly what happened in Central Kenya. That's why you can see most of them are quiet, because actually they have come to power through a system facilitated by their principal. So they all are rot to him. Otherwise, they would not get those positions if they were to go on their own. So that is why you see them quiet. They are powerless. They are just there. They are stooges. Asante.
Thank you, Bana Guru. We were doing final remark, although I want to. Okay, let me allow Geoffrey 1 minute.
Okay, PK, just to add something what Mzalendo has said on the issue of Central Kenya votes. Do you remember tulikuwa na media in all places in Central Kenya? Alafu kufikia kuna some stations kufikia saa 7 walikuwa hata watu 100 hawajafika kwa station kupiga kura. Watu walikuwa hawaendi kura. The only people who are going there ni wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaenda kupigia Raila kura. Haukumbuki kitu kama hiyo? In Central Kenya, I believe some places Raila won kwa sababu watu ambao wanaenda walikuwa ni wale watu ambao wanaenda kupigia kura. Kwa sababu watu ambao wanapigia kura wanapigia Raila kura ni wale watu walikuwa wanasikia kumpigia. But watu ambao wanapigia UDA hata wengi wapenda kupiga kura kwa sababu walikuwa wanajua mtu hawezi shinda. In many places Raila alishinda in Central Kenya. Look at what the reports were being shared by IBC officials. Kufikia saa 7 kuna a percent that IBC gave out on Kimskit. Kufikia John saa 11 before saa 11 there is a portion of percent ambao tulipeanwa na IBC. Piga calculation utapata kuwa watu ambao wanaenda kupiga kura ni wachache sana. How comes from saa 10 mpaka saa 11 almost 3 million, almost 2 million wameongezeka from nowhere?
Actually the correct turnout was 40%.
Yeah, very correct. Very correct. Ile kitu wacha niwaambie vile Central wanapigaga kura, kwa sababu watu wengi wajui kwa nini vile hao upiga kura. I have a friend, a very close friend of mine, tulisoma naye from primary to high school to college. Huyu jamaa ni dyad wa this kind of tribal politics, lakini hii time hakukuwa na mtu amesimama urais na anatoka Central. They only had Gachagua. So I asked this guy, wewe utapiga kura aje round hii kwa sababu there's no Kikuyu on the ballot? Kaniambia hiyo, unajua sisi upiga kura namna hii. When you go back in the village unauliza round hii mnapiga kura aje? Tunapigia UDA. That's how they vote. Hata kama ujui nani ama nani, bora ni wa Jubilee nani, hivyo ndio mtapiga kura. Round hii ni nani? Maybe Stony PK unaweza translate hiyo, ama Guru na Kikuyu. Round hii mnapiga kura aje? That is what they ask. If somebody comes from the city and goes back in the village, around hii nani tunapigia, it's not really about policy, but ni chama ile na trend ama jina zile zina trend huko at that particular moment. And that is how Central people vote. Hakuna policy, hakuna nini. Round hii tunapigia nani ni hivyo.
Thank you, Mzalendo. I don't think that's central. That's misinformed. It is the entire country. It is wherever. It is endemic with whoever. You go to Nyanza, they will go Raila straight. You go at ODM, you go to Mulima, they will go with the Kikuyu. It's tribal. Let's not start saying like it's central only. It is tribal.
Now you agree. You agree UDA got votes in Central.
No, we're not. Sorry. Uzalendo, don't put words in my mouth.
Sorry.
In fact,
distracting you.
Sorry?
I just want to inform Zalendo that he is partially right, but he just left. You're telling him the right thing. It is not only in Central. He's running away from telling you Central vote. They normally wake up to vote somebody out, not to vote somebody in. So what normally makes them vote, if you give them somebody to hate, they will vote against that. And in this election, there was nobody to hate. Since some and quite a good number of them were not hating Raila, there was no Raila hate. That is why they did not vote. And the ones who did not vote are the ones who did not want Ruto, and maybe they did not feel like they wanted to vote for Raila. That is why most of them did not vote. And the ones who went to vote, voted for Raila.
Thank you, Leo, and welcome. Guru, you want to say something?
Yes, actually, I agree with Leo that they are trying very much to bring out Uhuru as an object of hate. But there is a population that was discerning enough. Therefore, there was a bit of confusion in our region because, like you are saying, that very strong object of hate that they were searching for. The UDA really tried to bring out Uhuru as the object of hate, and by extension, Raila. But majority was skeptical about what they were being offered. And that's why only about 40%, actually 40% is what turned up to vote. And that's why today it would be very interesting if the servers were to be opened up in that region. The people would be shocked at what kind of results came from Central Kenya.
Yeah, that's true, Guru. And by the way, when we talk of this percentage, it's still doubtful. We are talking of IBC that is rotten. Even when they told us, oh, there is 8 million, that whatever, it's still doubtful. Okay? But now the dossier we have right now, which is being analyzed, ndio msema kweli, na ndio itatoa ukweli. And that's why umesikia Ruto akisema he's panicking. He doesn't want the pursuit of servers. That's why you can imagine somebody telling you the servers were open kitambo sana, that the papers zilipostiwa kwa poto. Really? This is very annoying. The truth is there. The truth is with the dossier. Whether they like it or not, it is there. And I can share it. I know some of you, hata Mzalendo Anna, he doesn't have it. It is there. It's not a secret anymore now. We are sharing it. Tunatumia watu. You open it and you read it and you see it yourself. There is no doctoring. It is raw. That's why people are saying Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha. Ruto is finished.
PK.
Yes.
Okay. The good thing I'm liking is that Ruto is praying right into the hands of Raila. Raila can tell even the international community, the AU and the rest, okay, our president, let me correct, Mr. Ruto, is saying that the servers were opened. We were not there. Let us be there. Let him be there. Let us have people who are non-aligned to Kenya. Let us see what he saw in the server. let us confirm also what he says was opened. I think that is the direction in which we are going.
Chako unacheka nini bwana? Rajaston, hata nicheke kidogo.
Bwana Ruto said server ni portal. Don't confuse him. That guy said server ilifunguliwa and he was specific portal. So his understanding of server is portal. So you need to ignore him.
Mnanipata sasa?
Kabisa.
Yes, kile kinanichekesha hapa na kunifurahisha ni kile ambacho Gura anakizungumzia pale kwamba hawa watu walete pamoja. Wewe Ruto azungumzia kwamba kila kitu kileko hapo kwa portal, na Raila azungumzia tunataka kushuhudia wewe ukiwa hapo na mimi nikiwa hapa. Jamaa, si itakuwa ni vichekesho hivyo, maana sijui itakuwaje, but for real Guru, wacha tuombe Mungu tuelekee hapo ili tumalize huu utata hapa kabisa. Nyie kama mliiba sasa hapa leo kiumane, Raila hapa, Ruto hapa, saba tunaifungua. Alafu tuangalie ujanja wa nyani kama mwisho hautakuwa jangwani.
Ujanja wa nyani mwisho ni jangwani. Asante sana Chakamdune. I think I would also laugh because I'm imagining Ruto, as much as is foolish, because unajua saa ingine ukifikiria you are very clever, you become foolish. You think you are so intelligent, you think wewe ni mnoma, you are chest thumping, saying mimi wataniweza kweli mimi. You know, that's the most foolish thing nimekuta na Ruto, haki ya Mungu. Unasimama, unauliza, una rhetoric, ati mimi kweli kwani Ruto anaona Wakenya ni vipi? Ajui Wakenya wana mbinu nyingi. You never dare do that in public. You don't do that. You don't challenge. My dad used to tell me, one, you don't quarrel public. You don't stand in a podium and start quarreling. You look like a madman. You know, because sasa unatusi nani. And also you don't stand in podium and start chest thumping. Hey, mimi mazee, mimi ni mnoma. Kuna wanoma bro. Na kuna mbinu. Anwar Sadat. Those of you wengine mko very young, you may not know about Anwar Sadat of Egypt. Alikuwa anasimama kimo cha karibu 7 feet, my friend. Anazungumuza. Kile Saddam was massacred in the most heinous way on earth. Hakuna mtu amewahi kufanywa hivyo katika sherehe za nchi. Kama pale Uhuru Park. Malori, hizo gari za jeshi zinapita. He was molded together with those guys who are seated there. I'm just giving an example that you don't chest thump. Okay? Kabila anaitwa Kabila nani? Huyu wa Congo. He was there. He was walking yake hapo. Amesimama na bodyguards wake guarded 100%. He was watered down like what? Unexpected. So don't chest thump. Kuna watu hata watakasirika hata si Azimio.
PK.
They can do anything. Don't do that.
PK.
Yes.
Kuna ile wisdom moja nilipatiwa na babu. Aliniambia ukiwa you are in contest with somebody, usiseme nitaenda kupiga PK. Sema mnaenda kupigana. Sababu unaweza kusema unaenda kumpiga, wewe huwe ndiye umepigwa. Kwa hivyo he told me never tell somebody I'm going to beat up so and so. Never. You might leave that field very ashamed. Now look at it this way. Already Raila has managed to put in place a system to raise great doubts about the outcome of these elections, specifically through scientific data. The world is watching. This is snowballing into a crisis where the two Kenyas, let me call them the two Kenyas, those who voted either way, Those who are excited about their candidate think their candidate won. Those who are perceived to have lost say no, we did not lose in the fair way. And who is to blame? The electronics. So this is something you cannot verify in any other way except opening those systems and doing an audit. And therefore, when Ruto says that the servers were opened long time ago, it is therefore upon Raila to demand, because he was not there, for the same servers to be opened with independent people or bodies, so that he can ascertain that what Ruto says was the true authentic result, which made him the president, was truly that way. And he will be logically accepted. Hakuna mtu anaweza argue na hiyo anywhere in the world, not unless you are crooked. Nobody can argue with that one.
You are right. You are right.
Thank you, Guru. Thank you, Guru. And again, you know, if you won squarely, you should open that server even 1 million times. But this guy knows the truth. And that's why hapa hata hatutaki kunegotiate. Kung'oa hii jino imeoza. Iende. And it doesn't matter how we do it, we will do it. You can't sit here on a chest thumb and you know you stole elections. You can't show us the figures. Akina Mzalendo wanakuja hapa kutuambia ngengenge sijui nini ilifanyika. They can't show the figures.
Figures ni za Chebukati bwana.
Hakuna.
Chebukati alikopitia figures.
Chebukati is a thief. They are not figures. Those are nonsense, cooked rubbish. Yeah. So basically, I think Kenyans should just take up, and it doesn't matter vile kaenda hivyo kameenda. And we should not be told about Sharia constitution. Again, I've said 1 million times, Ruto does not believe in the rule of law. So Mzalendo should not come to tell us that there is Sharia. Right now, the kinara wa Sharia, who is supposed to do it, amejieka pale, amejibandika, he has defiled kila kitu, he has put thieves. And one of the things that is motivating these people to come out in huge numbers is because they have no hope. They can't see hope in Aisha Jumwa. They can't see hope in Gachagua. They can't see hope in thieves making policies. They can't. Kenyans cannot see that hope unless our UDA. How do you see a hope when you have those people sitting in Mount Kenya Safari Club having no capacity to think and formulate that which will save the mwananchi wa kawaida? You can sit saying that mambo yata improve. Nothing will improve. Gachagua atafikiria maneno ya kuongezea zile mamilioni ya meiba na kuficha zaidi, ama atafikiria kuformulate policies za watu kunini, ama kusupervise policies zikifanywa. Kenyans, as much as we think we are foolish, I think tuko na ujinga kiasi fulani na uwerevu kiasi fulani. Na kuna wale ambao wana hiyo uwerevu, they are the ones you saw at Kamkunji, and that momentum is building up. That momentum is building up. Baba alikuwa anajaribu kuongea akitaka kuwa soft, wanaingilia. Ndio ulikuwa unaona akipose wasikize. Hapo akiongea point wanaisindikisha. Walikuwa nangoja hiyo point wasikie ni kama baba ata soften up ati ana negotiate. Kenyans wale wana support baba, they don't even want baba to go near Ruto at all. That's how bad it is. In fact, Raila akajaribu kuongea something that is bending towards like he's softening up for Raila. You will see what will happen. Baba ataita mkutano, will not even have 3 people in a meeting. Kenyans who support Baba, they don't want anything Ruto. It is that bad. And then Ruto continues to thumb start. We are ending the debate because it will not end. Hapana Mzalendo, wewe umemaliza.
Najua ingekuwa guru ungemwambia aendelee.
Wacha bana, wacha.
Nobody. We don't want to go round and round. Wacha tuone vile katataba.
Chaka mute hiyo
Leo, it's your time.
Sorry?
We are winding up. Leo, we were winding up.
Yeah, actually, I just wind up. But these people, you can wind up and you can end this one and create maybe another one. I can see you still have people who are viewing you. Bosco, only people who lost their brain.
Let me end this, then you can create now, okay?
Yeah, kuna watu naona wanataka kuingia.
Leo, do we agree you create another
one?
one?
It's okay.
Let me end this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we have really had our 11 hours, 27 minutes of very heavy deliberation in terms of what way forward that Kenyans who feel like the election was stolen, that's the big majority, and it is good the way it is going. Of course, it is umeiba hukuiba, lakini mbivu na mbichi zitajulikana. Manake sasa kama vile Bwana Guru mmoja wetu amesema, tumepita njia ya kuangalia katika teknolojia. Na ningependa niseme teknolojia haibi. Teknolojia inachukua kile umekipatia. Ukiipatia kamango, itatoa kamango. Ukiipatia mzalendo, itatoa mzalendo. Ukiipatia Stone PK, itatoa Stone PK. Ukiipatia garbage, ndio vile tunasema garbage in, garbage out. Stuff, good stuff in, good stuff out. So what we need to get rid of, tunyonge watu ambao ni wezi. These people, the human, the beings are the ones that are a problem. Because hata tulete system ya kutoka mbinguni, if at all there is one from there, then you give it to Ruto to run, you give it to Mzalendo to run, it will not give you good results. It distort. Vote counting is the easiest thing on earth. Manake ni kuhesabu 1, 2, 3. Lakini ukiwa na wakora na wezi, ndio inakuwa hesabu ngumu kabisa katika dunia. Kura 400 tunaanza kucheza nazo, tunaharibu. Mtu alikuwa amepata 384, unatoa 38, anabaki na 4 na unasema alishinda. Yani hiyo ndio tunataka tumalize. Now we can only finish that by one, jailing those thugs, jailing akina Ruto. In fact, I do not think Ruto there should be a compromise. He should be hanged because he has committed felony, serious felony, and his people, and Gachaguas and the rest. And that's why I said we will not go for election again. We will just need to give ule ameshinda ndio tutapatia hiyo. So kwa hayo machache nataka kushukuru wale wote ambao wamekuwa wakichangia katika upande ule mwingine, keyboard, comment, whatever section. I will not be able to call you by names, but we thank you, we love you for being with us, and we love you for giving the support. You are very supportive, and you are also very kind of resourceful, because munachangia kulingana na vile panelists wanasema, your suggestions, we also look at them. You kind of also guide and you also suggest. So we really value you, and you should keep on doing that. We are closing this, and then we are opening another one, so you can easily be able to continue. Tunaona mjadala ni moto sana, na kuna watu bado wanataka kuendelea kuchangia mambo, manake tunataka watu wawe sensitized kabisa. We are rallying people with the revolution is real. Beleni ilikuwa tunazungumza, sasa imefika. We have made the step ya kwanza, the journey, the river has started going. Inaenda tukiokota kila mtu, kila mahali, ili tukifagilia uchafu wote wa UDA. Kwa hayo machache na hayo mengi, ningesema asanteni sana. Ni mimi wenyu mpendwa Stone PK nikisema kwaherini sana, alamsiki, Mungu awabariki. Thank you very much. Link itatumwa na our moderator, the next moderator in this shift, Leo, ambaye ataipost pale, and then we can rejoin. Thank you so much. And with those few remarks, let me say bye-bye.